You looked directly at the taboo, triggered the divinity exemption judgment. The minimum divinity requirement is 10, your divinity is 12. The exemption was successful, immune to this mental pollution. The young man Luo Xiu, or in other words, the only trainee priest of the Glory Church in Dawntown at this time, Luo Xiu, was flipping through an ancient black book that exuded an ominous atmosphere. Look at one more page, just one page. Luo Xiu almost murmured subconsciously, driven by inertia, when he was about to turn a new page. Luo Xiu's heart suddenly sounded a warning. He suddenly woke up, cold sweat on his forehead. He touched his forehead, and felt a chill. It was really dangerous, just a little bit. Luo Xiu panted with some fear, and his heartbeat like a drumbeat thumped in his ears. The young priest was flipping through a forbidden book called the Holy Book of the Abyss. Luo Xiu understood that as a priest, he should not have peeped into things from the abyss. But Luo Xiu also knew one thing clearly. He would soon be hunted down by the evil society called Blood of Thorns, and the Book of the Abyss in his hand was a taboo, but it was also a reliable means and weapon. Tisk, luckily I've seen this plot before. Luo Xiu rubbed his slightly aching temple, with a complicated expression. Behind the identity of a priest, Luo Xiu is a time traveler. He just came to this world half an hour ago. Apocalypse World, Fener Continent. In the territory of the Nolan Empire, Dawntown, Glory Church. Luo Xiu woke up from a table piled with books. His mind was groggy, and he recalled his previous experiences with a blank expression. Luo Xiu vaguely remembered that just half an hour ago, he had led his guild to kill through the 7 layers of the Abyss in the game God's Destiny and became the first player to kill the world-class boss Abyss Disaster Dragon. But just when he entered the Hall of Sin and was about to receive the version-limited reward Abyss Holy Book, his consciousness suddenly fell into chaos, uncontrollably silent and deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, he was already here. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? I am afraid I have traveled through time. Luo Xiu held his forehead, and all kinds of absurd but realistic thoughts emerged in his mind. At the same time, in front of Luo Xiu, there appeared a game panel of God's Destiny that he was very familiar with. But this is definitely not playing a game. Luo Xiu was stunned for a while, pinched his face hard, but sent back a very real pain of skin being pulled. Luo Xiu vaguely realized that maybe he really had traveled through time. He traveled to the game world of God's Destiny. Luo Xiu rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. Can I rewind? There's a bug. Can the idiot planner hear me? Why? With a glimmer of possibility, Luo Xiu tried to call the game system interface. Light and shadows floated in front of him, and a light blue system panel appeared in front of him. Traveler in a foreign land, welcome to the world of God's Destiny. Game settings, gray frame, crossed out, exit game, gray frame, crossed out, producer list, gray frame, crossed out. Grass, a kind of plant. Am I the only one who was killed by Sword Art Online? When he finally confirmed that he had traveled through time and space, and not as a player like in his previous life, Luo Xiu, who was a great player in his previous life, still felt unprecedented confusion and fear. So, am I a player now, or an NPC? In my previous life, NPCs would die if they were killed. All kinds of doubts and worries surged in his mind, and after a long time, Luo Xiu finally accepted the reality. He wanted to return to his original world. But it seems that he can't go back for the time being. Although he is quite familiar with this game world, when the plot of traveling through time like in the novels in his previous life really happened, Luo Xiu's heart still surged with a strong sense of bitterness. Putting the matter of going back in the bottom of his heart, Luo Xiu quickly adjusted his mentality. Let's observe it first. Luo Xiu thought. Fortunately, the player panel was still there. The red dot of the mailbox icon in the upper right corner of the panel flashed, and Luo Xiu subconsciously clicked it. Light and shadow floated, and a light blue panel appeared. It was detected that there were reward props that were not collected in time. Do you want to collect them? Yes/no. Yes? Luo Xiu gave a vague affirmation in his mind. Collecting. The Abyss Holy Book has been successfully collected. A black, ancient book with strange black and purple lines on the cover appeared in Luo Xiu's hand. Abyss Holy Book. Luo Xiu's eyes suddenly brightened. This is exactly the limited reward that Luo Xiu was going to collect in the Sin Hall before. Is this considered my benefit as a time traveler? Thinking back, when I was claiming the limited reward in the Hall of Sin, I came through before I had time to confirm it. The unconfirmed items should have been automatically recycled into the mailbox and turned into a red dot of pending to be claimed. I always felt that my habit of clicking on the red dot when I saw it might have made me accidentally miss 100 million, but Luo Xiu still accepted the gift from the mailbox with peace of mind. It's good. Luo Xiu was quick to follow the advice. As for the newly acquired Abyss Holy Book, Luo Xiu, who was a player of God's Destiny in his previous life, remembered the official introduction of this book very clearly. It is a creation-level item that records the complete knowledge of the destiny of the Abyss, and there is only one copy. It is one of the original starting points of the power of this extraordinary world in the background of the game, and it is also the original book of all the knowledge of the destiny of the Abyss. My previous self, or rather, myself half an hour ago, spent a lot of money to pull up a crusade team full of high-level players, allowing me to complete the first kill of the Abyss Disaster Dragon. Completing the first kill is a prerequisite for obtaining the Book of the Abyss. Only then can Luo Xiu obtain the qualification to enter the Hall of Sin and obtain this creation-level item, the Abyss Cannon. Luo Xiu had originally planned that after obtaining this book, there would definitely be players and NPCs coming to seize it. For this reason, he also carefully prepared various strategies for defending the city and ambushing. Unexpectedly, now, good guy, he has directly traveled through time. This means that he will no longer have any competitors, and he will truly begin to enjoy the Abyss Cannon alone, and in a short period of time, he no longer needs to guard against various possibilities of being seized by others. Luo Xiu raised a subtle arc at the corner of his mouth and began to imagine the future. Luo Xiu still vaguely remembered that in his previous life, the players who chose the fate of Abyss summoned Abyss monsters and released chaos magic with one hand, which was simply full of special effects. There were also immortal and powerful dragon descendants guarding the Abyss, and the Night of Death. A set of Abyss skills is so handsome and powerful. If the training level is high enough, it is almost unsolvable. However, the disadvantage of the Abyss Destiny is that the skills are difficult to obtain. After all, before version 20, the 7 Abyss was not open to the map. Until the arrival of version 30, when players can gain strength and skills from the echoes of the Abyss, the Abyss Destiny directly became the answer to the version. But even if the map of the 7 Abyss is opened, the various skills of the Abyss are still extremely difficult to obtain. It is precisely for this reason that the Abyss Book is the envy of almost all players. Players who hold the Abyss Book will no longer need to spend time and effort to collect the extraordinary skills of the Abyss Destiny. The Abyss Book allows players to truly become the king of the Abyss. In the previous life, even Luo Xiu, who was originally a die-hard player of the glorious Destiny, had the idea of changing his job after seeing the special effects and strength of the Abyss Destiny. This is also the reason why Luo Xiu organized a group of high-level players to kill through the bottom of the Abyss and get the Abyss Book at all costs. But now, my goodness. Luo Xiu felt that the times had changed. He didn't expect that the player's happy book that he hadn't had time to experience in his previous life would travel with him along with the mailbox. Thank you to nature. No, the gift of the mailbox. Luo Xiu's face was filled with joy that he couldn't suppress. While immersed in the beautiful fantasy of the future, Luo Xiu began to collect more information about himself. With a slight thought, a character panel emerged. Roxia Durant, LV1, Ordinary NPC, Race, Human, Rank, Enlightened, HP, 50-50, Mana, 36-36, Physical Attack, 10, Spell Attack, 18, Defense Reduction, 5, Attributes, Strength 5, Constitution 5, Agility 5, Wisdom 9, Divinity 12, Perception 7, Resistance 5, Luck 1, First Destiny, Glorious Destiny, First Level, Main Occupation. Apprentice Priest, LV1, Second Destiny, none, Secondary Occupation, none, Destiny Skills, 1/8 Glorious Inscription, Glorious, LV1, Occupational Skills. February 8 Primary Prayer, Glorious, LV1, Primary Healing, Glorious, LV1, Character Specialties, Heart of Apocalypse, Legend, Unique, Relic, Rare, Status, none. The little priests that can be seen everywhere are only one step away from being a charlatan. Internal test opening time, 189 days and 23 hours. Hiss. It turns out that I didn't travel with my account, but traveled to a blank NPC with the same name as myself. But this is normal, because my last name is Luo and my name is Xiu, which is a very common name in the East and the West in my previous life. But this strength makes Luo Xiu feel a little bit painful. This is completely the template of a novice character. Luo Xiu's initial first destiny is the glorious destiny. In God's destiny, different destinies represent different extraordinary camps and ability tendencies. Embarking on the glorious destiny means becoming a loyal believer of the glorious pillar god Suncaster. The tendency of this destiny is holiness and light. Only after reaching the second destiny can one officially embark on the extraordinary road. Luo Xiu felt lucky that his initial destiny was glorious, because his previous life's game profession, Lord of Lightwings, was one of the advanced professions of the glorious destiny, and Luo Xiu was very familiar with the promotion route after this destiny. However, glorious and abyss are completely opposite destinies, and they cannot coexist according to the law of destiny. Luo Xiu began to worry, but this worry did not last long. After carefully checking the information on his character panel, Luo Xiu soon discovered that his soul, which was a blank NPC Luo Xiu, also had a limited expertise, Heart of Apocalypse. Opening the detailed panel of the expertise, the introduction described it as follows: a priest once awakened the Heart of Apocalypse, but ultimately could not escape the fate of death. The Heart of Revelation disappeared from then on, leaving no trace. It was a product that could accommodate all destinies, a gift from the Ring of Revelation. The general idea was that it could accommodate the coexistence of originally mutually exclusive destinies, and if there were enough slots, one could also learn skills or techniques that were not originally one's own destinies, and combine them at will. And since he had the limited expertise of Heart of Revelation, that was to say, in him, the glorious destiny and the abyss destiny could coexist. It's simply amazing! Luo Xiu exclaimed sincerely. However, although he found that it was indeed wonderful to have the expertise of Heart of Revelation, Luo Xiu still felt that something was not right. Suddenly, Luo Xiu's pupils contracted, and his heart began to beat violently. In the introduction of Heart of Revelation, there seemed to be a sentence like this: a priest once awakened the Heart of Revelation, but in the end he could not escape the fate of death. Luo Xiu's mouth twitched slightly, and he had a vague bad premonition. From the countdown to the beta launch at the bottom of the character panel, we can see that the current in-game time is before the 10 version is launched. There may be players in the future, but during this period, the magnificent Judgment War has not yet begun, the Scarlet Moon is still sleeping in the shadows, and major events such as the Echo of the Seven Abysses, the Awakening of the Ancients, the Invasion of the Fallen World, the Advent of the God of Decay, etc. are still brewing. The comfort at this moment is just a moment of peace before the storm. If the originally dead lunch priest is still alive during this period, then there is only one possibility. This lunch priest seems to be talking about me. I'm back. The new book will be updated daily in 4K, with 2 chapters at 9 p.m. Please comment, collect and read. QVQ Cut QWQ, he began to try to restore the full picture of the incident from his past life. NPC Luo Xiu is not a key figure in the world of God's Destiny, and he is not even an interactive NPC. Before the arrival of version 10, Luo Xiu had long been dead, and would only live in the introduction of the specialty for players to remember him. He was not even worthy of a name in the introduction, which was miserable. Luo Xiu thought for a long time but could not remember any scenes related to Luo Xiu after the launch of version 10 of the game. However, he did find a clue from the background of Dawn Town where he was. In Luo Xiu's impression, when he officially entered the 10 version of God's Destiny, Dawn Town had disappeared from the map. The place name that replaced it was called Dusk Town. The scene introduction of Dusk Town is as follows: the town that was once bloodbathed by the evil association Blood of Thorns, the dawn has faded, and only the spirits of the dead are wailing. The haze of resentment will not dissipate for a long time, and the sullen dusk will never end. Judging from its introduction and the corresponding geographical location in the impression, Dawn Town is the place where the undead monsters in the game are constantly refreshed, the predecessor of Dusk Town. As an Ashes level player, Luo Xiu remembered very clearly that in the book The Origin of the Dusk Town Disaster collected in his previous life, there was a record of the starting event of the evil association Bloodbath Dawn Town, at that time Blood Cult Invasion, which occurred on July 18767 of the Apocalypse calendar, and the nightmare began with 2 blood cults sneaking in at midnight. The reason why this day is so clearly remembered is that July 18th is also Luo Xiu's birthday in his previous life. Faced with the word danger, Luo Xiu frowned tightly. There's still time, it's not a big problem. Luo Xiu consoled himself while looking at the calendar on the windowsill. Fortunately, his original body had always had the habit of marking, so Luo Xiu could see today's date at a glance. After counting the circles one by one, Luo Xiu was stunned. The marked date showed that this day was July 18767 in the Apocalypse calendar. Luo Xiu was speechless. It means the evil society will invade tonight. The crisis was imminent. Luo Xiu frowned, tapped the table with his fingers, and began to think deeply. In his previous life, as a great player who grasped both the plot and the intensity, Dusk Town left a very deep impression on Luo Xiu. Therefore, Luo Xiu had a general understanding of the series of invasion processes after Blood of Thorns. Dawn Town was not flattened by the evil society in one wave, but became a ruin after rounds of looting and massacres. At first, Blood of Thorns invaded Dawn Town to hunt down a member of the evil society who defected here. But accidentally, Blood of Thorns discovered an ancient being that was sleeping and sealed at the bottom of Dawn Town. So the goal of Blood of Thorns changed, and it prepared to harvest souls as a sacrifice to break the ancient seal of Dawn Town, to wake it up and enslave it. The two blood followers sent by Blood of Thorns tonight are the pioneers to collect intelligence. After recalling the background of the incident, Luo Xiu began to outline of the plan. He felt that he could still save it. At the beginning of the plan, Luo Xiu had to go out first to make necessary purchases. When leaving the glorious church, Luo Xiu did not wear the clothes of a priest, but only a cotton scarf and a white hood. It seemed that no one in Dawn Town knew him, and Luo Xiu was happy and comfortable, just strolling around like seeing the scenery. The architectural style of Dawn Town is similar to the Bohemian pastoral style. Buildings of various colors are mixed like a palette. The simplicity, ruggedness, and romance are intertwined, giving people a bright visual sense of classical and liberal art. Looking at the vibrant scene in front of him, it was really hard for Luo Xiu to associate it with the dusk town with broken walls and zombies everywhere. And in a side alley in Dawn Town, in an inconspicuous corner, a deserted storefront seemed to huddle in the shadows. The broken wooden sign of Baron Blacksmith Shop swayed in the wind, as if it would be blown away in the next second. Knock, knock, knock. 3 faint knocks on the door sounded. After a while, the broken wooden door creaked open, and an old man with oily black stains on his face, sparse hair roots filled with red and gray dust, and wrinkles like gullies, poked his head out from the crack of the door. It seemed that because the work at hand was interrupted, the old man's expression was quite impatient, until he saw that the visitor was a customer wearing a scarf, a white hood, and only 2 eyes were exposed. The old man's expression was surprised for a moment, and then returned to normal. "What do you want? Do you have a permission?" "Ahem." The old man opened the door and threw out a word of hospitality. The old man was the owner of the blacksmith shop, the old blacksmith Balin. The Nolan Empire had issued a corresponding decree to restrict the wide circulation of certain weapons and firearms on the market. To purchase certain weapons that were obviously threatening, one needed to show a permit to hold certificate issued by the official residence. Luo Xiu naturally didn't have such a thing. Although he was indeed qualified to purchase certain dangerous weapons with the support of the glorious church, he didn't want to leave any clues about his identity out of caution. Luo Xiu nodded, but didn't take out his ID. He just said in a low voice, "I know the rules. I'll pay double." Although he couldn't see the guest's face clearly, old Balin could tell that it was a young man's voice. He took a deep look at Luo Xiu, didn't say anything, just nodded slightly, turned his body to the side, and let Luo Xiu enter the blacksmith shop. When he entered the blacksmith shop, Luo Xiu felt countless dust rushing towards him. Resisting the urge to sneeze, Luo Xiu's eyes quickly swept around the shop. The interior of the blacksmith shop was as messy as old Balin's hair. On the wall were placed various forged weapons, all of which were old Balin's masterpieces. The various gemstones, magic crystals, and complex patterns that flowed like liquid inlaid on them allowed Luo Xiu to recognize at a glance that these things were very valuable. Although they were gorgeously decorated, these weapons still belonged to the category of ordinary weapons and could not reach the level of supernatural weapons. But even so, Luo Xiu was very careful with his wallet at this time. In the case of not showing permission and paying double the price, he only locked on a few targets that he planned to buy. After Luo Xiu bought some weapons, potions and materials, he placed these things on the wooden table, and old Balin packed them into a package. "Just these?" Old Balin muttered while holding a dry pipe. 3 Nolan gold coins. The limited purchase items are twice the price, a total of 5 gold coins and 1 silver coin. Luo Xiu's mouth twitched. "These are enough." Luo Xiu took out the wallet with a white cloth seal from his waist with some pain, took out 6 gold coins and handed them to the old blacksmith. "Please keep them." Then, Luo Xiu waited obediently for the change. Balin took the gold coins, was silent for a while, and pushed one of them back. "You know the rules, I'll give you a discount." "Is this considered a charity from old Balin?" Luo Xiu nodded and took back a Norlan gold coin. Before leaving, Luo Xiu took another look at old Balin. He had retreated to the inner room and continued to tinker with the semi-finished product at hand. Only Luo Xiu knew that this ordinary-looking old blacksmith was actually a transcendent with the fourthfold destiny of bitter tea. Buying things here, there is no need to worry about being tracked down. Luo Xiu did not leave any clues about his identity, and no one in Dawn Town could force a fourthfold destiny transcendent, and no information about customers could be obtained from old Balin. Therefore, in the so-called gray area, Balin Blacksmith Shop is very famous. Even after Dawn Town was bloodbathed and turned into Dusk Town, old Balin would still forge equipment here and sell it to adventurers who came here. In the Dawntown disaster caused by the blood of thorns, only Balan survived. Dawntown, Glory Church. Luo Xiu returned to his room, lay on the ground and untied the bag, letting the things inside spread out like a sand tower. 2 short muskets, a black steel dagger, a copper-forged ring. There are also 2 bottles of mana potion, a bottle of life potion, several silver-forged pieces, 2 gray wolfskins. These things are all prepared by Luo Xiu to deal with the blood followers of Blood of Thorns. The enemies are 2 extraordinary people with the double destiny of Red Lotus. It is quite dangerous for Luo Xiu, who has not yet been promoted to extraordinary. But at the same time, it is also accompanied by huge benefits. Killing them can gain a lot of experience and valuable loot, which will be the first pot of gold of Luo Xiu's extraordinary career. Since he has decided not to sit and wait for death, Luo Xiu is also ready to face these cultists. Escape cannot solve the problem from the root, and this is not Luo Xiu's style. At this time, tactical retreat does more harm than good. If the novice village is destroyed, he will also lose an important base. Whether in terms of interests or reason, Luo Xiu will try his best to avoid the worst result. The situation had not yet deteriorated to the point where it was completely irreversible, and at the very least, there was old Baron to back him up. As a former player, Luo Xiu's blood began to boil. It's just an evil association, just tear it down. Luo Xiu's eyes lit up. Luo Xiu was not familiar with the predecessor of Dusktown, Dawntown, but he was quite familiar with Blood of Thorns. This group of cultists were known as the top 3 to discourage newbies and torture kings. This group of enemies who believed in the fate of Red Lotus, and had not yet advanced to the extraordinary fate of Glorious, posed a limited threat to them. With some preparation, Luo Xiu was only sure to kill a blood disciple with the second fate of Red Lotus. However, Abyss could make them all come and go without return. This was an extraordinary power that had not yet appeared in the Apocalypse World Fanal continent at this time. At this time, no one had seen it with their own eyes, and no one knew the power of Abyss. Luo Xiu had already made a clear calculation. Originally, as a believer of Glorious, it was impossible to embark on the fate of Abyss at the same time, but for Luo Xiu, who possessed both the Abyss Holy Scripture and the Heart of Apocalypse, this was a natural thing. Combining the power of Glorious and Abyss is the cornerstone of Luo Xiu's plan. He will build his own extraordinary route bit by bit. After preparing all the materials, Luo Xiu pulled out the Book of Abyss from the pile of books and stroked the black cover that was a bit sandy. With the Abyss Holy Book in hand, he may be the only human in the world who has mastered the complete fate of Abyss so far. The strong who really walk the fate of the Abyss, those demons and the Abyss tribes, are still sealed at the bottom of the 7 layers of the Abyss. And the only surface tribe of the Abyss tribe, the Ghost tribe, is still fighting each other on the isolated Scarlet continent, which can be called a warring states in another world. Therefore, Luo Xiu is not worried about being exposed. There are no similar people on the Fanal continent where he is currently. However, Luo Xiu is not completely at ease, he is also thinking about other problems. For example, the uniqueness of the Abyss book. Is there another Abyss Holy Book enshrined at the bottom of the 7 layers of the Abyss at this time? If not, what would the Abyss look like without the source of power? These questions emerged and lingered in Luo Xiu's mind, but Luo Xiu didn't know the answers to the questions, so he simply didn't think too much about it and put his attention back on the Abyss scripture. To continue reading the Abyss book and learning the forbidden knowledge of the Abyss, Luo Xiu needed to further improve his divinity. To be on the safe side, Luo Xiu had to raise his divinity attribute to 13 points. Before leaving the Church of Glory, Luo Xiu had tried to read the Abyss book. The divinity values required to read the first 2 pages were 8 and 10 points respectively. This was a gamble, betting that the divinity requirement value on the 3rd page was 12. Only by exceeding the required attributes can the judgment be passed stably. If the bet is lost, it will be mentally polluted. However, if he is really unlucky and suffers mental pollution, Luo Xiu feels that he can get through it if his own attributes and the required attributes are not much different. Luo Xiu just took this opportunity to test whether his player panel has some normal functions. Luo Xiu stood up, his brows lowered, his hands lightly placed on his chest in a triangle. His name is Juri, his birth is glory, his kingdom is the kingdom of eternity. Luo Xiu whispered softly, and his body radiated a warm pale white glow. In the center of the triangle tower formed by his fingers, a golden light mist symbolizing holiness slowly condensed. After a long time, you complete a primary prayer, LV1, get the prayer effect, and the effect of the Glory Destiny skill is increased by 20%, primary prayer, LV1, skill proficiency +1, you get 36 basic experience points. Sure enough, Luo Xiu was delighted.
Unlike NPCs, players have various ways to gain experience. Among them, using skills to gain proficiency and experience points is one of the unique ways for players to gain experience. Luo Xiu continued to pray. His name is Casting Sun, his birth is glory, his kingdom is the eternal kingdom. You complete a primary prayer, LV1, get the prayer effect, the glory destiny skill effect is increased by 20%, the effect is repeated and has been covered, primary prayer, LV1, skill proficiency +1, you get 30 basic experience points, each time you use a skill, you will consume mana points, and the experience gain will also decrease. Current main occupation, Apprentice Priest, LV1, can be upgraded to LV2, do you want to upgrade? Automatic prompts can be turned off, after 3 rounds of prayer, a total of more than 100 experience points were obtained. At this time, Luo Xiu's law bar was empty, but he also successfully reached the threshold of upgrading to LV2. Confirm. Luo Xiu gave instructions in his mind. Current main occupation Apprentice Priest invested 102 experience points. Current main occupation, Apprentice Priest, has been upgraded to LV2. Gain 1 free attribute. Luo Xiu immediately upgraded his occupation level to LV2, and added this 1 point of free attribute to divinity. The sum of the occupation levels of the highest destiny is the value of the character level. At the stage of the first destiny, every time the character level is upgraded, 1 free attribute point can be obtained, and the 7 basic attributes can be freely added. With +1 divinity point, Luo Xiu felt that in his mind, a group of characters with flowing light and shadows emerged faintly. Luo Xiu seemed to be able to feel an unintentional glance from the gods. This feeling was very faint, insignificant, and disappeared suddenly. After adding the divinity attribute to 13 points, Luo Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. With the +1 divinity obtained through the glorious prayer, Luo Xiu threw himself into the arms of Abyss and opened the Abyss Holy Book. This is not a kind of husband. Luo Xiu shook his head. The moment he opened the Abyss Book, a strange surge, like the whisper of a soul, attacked Luo Xiu's mind. He opened the first page of the Abyss Book and performed the divinity test again as before. You looked directly at the taboo, the bewitching voice lingered in his ears again, but with the previous experience of almost getting lost, Luo Xiu tried hard to maintain his composure and not be shaken by the bewitching voice of the abyss. Triggers the divinity exemption judgment, the minimum divinity requirement is 8, your divinity is 13. Exemption successful, immune to this mental pollution, the strange soul whispers gradually faded, and in front of Luo Xiu, some of the forbidden knowledge of the abyss appeared. It was an indescribable purple pattern, which was slowly and slightly wriggling on the yellowed paper. This might be some kind of ancient text, or it might just be some kind of pattern with a recording function. At the same time, the prompt panel for unlocking a new extraordinary skill appeared in Luo Xiu's field of vision. Abyss skill, Abyss inscription, LV1, to be learned, learn. Luo Xiu gave instructions in his mind. Learned, Abyss inscription, LV1, obtained secondary occupation, Abyss attendant, LV1. Luo Xiu felt that his head suddenly became dizzy, and a cold breath seemed to run through his body. He forced himself to calm down and put himself in a relatively quiet and clear state, and then Luo Xiu began to feel the changes in himself. Luo Xiu could feel that his soul seemed to resonate with something. It was a 7-pointed star-shaped pattern, faintly emitting a dark and deep black light, like a brand, engraved on the soul. Continuing to flip through the second page of the Abyss Book, the prompt for the exemption check to pass also popped up. You looked directly at the taboo, triggered the divinity exemption judgment, the minimum divinity requirement is 10, your divinity is 13. The exemption is successful, immune to this mental pollution, Abyss skills, Soul Manipulator, LV1, to be learned, learn. Luo Xiu continued to give new instructions in his mind. The newly acquired Abyss skills appeared in Luo Xiu's character panel Destiny skills column as if copied. Soul Manipulator is a skill that can control the soul. This is an extraordinary skill that all destinies will come into contact with, but the focus is on different functions, development and derivation. And in the skill tree of the Abyss Destiny, the Soul Manipulator can manipulate souls for various purposes, such as creating familiars, performing sacrifices, fusing to produce higher-level souls, etc. The success rate is related to the strength of the manipulated soul and the strength of the extraordinary person himself. Luo Xiu's eyes were deep, and his fingers stroked the corner of the page of the Abyss Book. As if he had made some kind of determination, Luo Xiu turned a new page. You looked directly at the taboo, triggering the divinity exemption judgment, the minimum divinity requirement is 12, and your divinity is 13. Exemption successful, immune to this mental pollution, Abyss skill, Abyss beast summoning, LV1, to be learned. The bet is right.
Luo Xiu's eyes suddenly brightened the moment the prompt popped up. That's it. This skill is the key skill for the first level of Abyss, Fate, and it is also the last skill before advancing to the second level of Transcendence. However, to complete the summoning ceremony, there is still a key medium missing. And this key medium can only be obtained in the subsequent battle with the Blood Disciples. Luo Xiu is not in a hurry. He has mastered the key skills, and he only needs to wait quietly for the inevitable battle. Then, what Luo Xiu has to do next is very clear. He has to make the final preparations before the battle. First, prepare the weapons for the battle. Luo Xiu closed the Abyss book and cast his eyes on the weapons, props and materials scattered on the side. It should be enough, Luo Xiu pondered. Although Luo Xiu has not really entered the Transcendence at this time, he has mastered Glorious Inscription and Abyss Inscription, and he can already make the most basic transcendent weapons. These two transcendent skills are the skills of inscription to show one's own transcendent spirituality and preserve it. The light attribute of Glorious Inscription is more friendly and controllable than the dark attribute of the Abyss. Therefore, Luo Xiu prepared to make a preliminary attempt with Glorious Inscription. Luo Xiu first took a bottle of mana potion to restore the blue bar to full value, and then picked up the black steel dagger. The dark blade of the dagger reflected a dull metallic luster under the dim light. If you are hiding in a dark environment, it is even difficult to detect the shape of the dagger. But the reason why Luo Xiu bought this dagger is not simply to use it as a weapon. A silver-gray light flashed, and the dagger drew a semi-arc in the air. Luo Xiu changed the dagger from forehand to inverted, and with his other hand, he took a short musket from the side and pressed it under his palm. At this time, the dagger can also be used as a crude carving knife. It's not that the carving knife is unaffordable, but the dagger is more cost-effective. Glorious Inscription. The knowledge of the technique of Glorious Inscription began to emerge in Luo Xiu's mind. The dagger in Luo Xiu's right hand and the weapon base to be inscribed in his left hand, the exquisite single-shot short musket, were like an extension of Luo Xiu's arm, connected to his soul. There was a fluctuation of light and darkness in his mind. In that instant, Luo Xiu seemed to be able to feel that some kind of warm and sacred energy flowing in his body had gathered on the blade of the dagger in his right hand. At the same time, a single-shot short musket magnified several times appeared in Luo Xiu's mind. However, the appearance of this short musket was obviously different from the one in front of Luo Xiu. The not-so-complex golden lines were entangled on the surface of the musket in his mind. Luo Xiu imitated and tried to use the dagger to carve the same lines as the musket in his mind on the surface of the musket in his hand. Although it was his first time holding a dagger, Luo Xiu seemed to have some proficiency in using one-handed weapons, which allowed him to keep the lines he carved straight without too much deviation. Time passed little by little as Luo Xiu carved. About half an hour later, Luo Xiu straightened his body and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Finished. The musket in his mind suddenly disappeared, and the short musket in front of him had completed the engraving work. At the moment of engraving, the golden lines on the musket suddenly emitted a dazzling luster, indicating the success of the glorious engraving. You have completed the production of an extraordinary weapon, gray and poor quality, manufacturing, ordinary, proficiency +1, you gain 108 basic experience points. At the same time, the weapon panel of the enchanted short musket popped up in front of Luo Xiu. Equipment name, Judgment, Gray Rough, Equipment type, Fire gun/supernatural weapon, equipment efficiency, reload capacity 1, single shot/instant shot, reload time 10 seconds, equipment bonus, strength attribute +3, agility attribute -1, equipment requirements, any fate level 1, strength attribute 5+, divinity attribute 10+, equipment features, judgment shooting, active skill. The fired ammunition can cause holy light attribute damage, with a damage value of 150-200% of physical attack plus 150% of spell attack, with an upper limit of 100 points of damage, ignoring defense reduction. When hitting the vital point, the damage judgment is doubled. Rough quality, passive trigger for weapons with poor workmanship, the damage judgment is reduced by 10%. After 3 attack judgments, the weapon will be destroyed. Durability, 3/3, remarks, it is extremely crude, but it is still a supernatural weapon that cannot be ignored. Producer, Luo Xiu Durant. Luo Xiu carefully examined it for a while. As a novice's maiden work, he was able to successfully produce a truly extraordinary weapon in one go, which was beyond Luo Xiu's expectations. Although it was only of crude quality, it was completely sufficient for Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu did a little calculation in his mind. His current attributes met the equipment requirements of Judgment, crude. After obtaining the +3 strength attribute, his physical attack could reach 16 points. According to the calculation, Luo Xiu could cause 3854 points of holy light damage with a judgment shot.
If he was lucky, he could even kill himself in seconds.
It feels okay,
Luo Xiu murmured.
After resting for a while, waiting for his energy to recover a little, Luo Xiu pulled out the second exquisite short musket. Luo Xiu did the same thing and made the second judgment, Gray Crude, half an hour later. You have completed the production of a super weapon, Gray and Crude, Manufacturing, Ordinary, Proficiency +1, you get 98 basic experience points.
Completing the production of super weapons can also gain experience points. At this time, Luo Xiu's experience points can be upgraded again. But Luo Xiu is not in a hurry to use up these experience points, because when killing enemies with higher levels and ranks, the greater the gap between himself and the enemy, the richer the kill reward he can get. Anyway, the level can be upgraded at any time. Pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, pretending to be a rookie is also part of the plan. Putting the two judgments into the bag, Luo Xiu's eyes swept over the two gray wolf skins on the side. This is the carrier prepared for the Abyss skill Abyss Beast Summoning, and it is also the fundamental guarantee for perfectly solving this Blood Disciple invasion incident. The silver forging sheet in the material is a pre-prepared inscription, and the copper forging ring is used as a package. Luo Xiu is going to complete the first half of Abyss Beast Summoning first. Just like when making judgment, Luo Xiu meditated on Abyss inscription in his mind. The appearance of the gray wolf skin after inscription emerged in his mind, and Luo Xiu began to pinch the silver forging sheet to draw patterns on the wolf skin. As the thought reached, the silver forging sheet resonated with Luo Xiu's spirit, and became as smooth as mercury in Luo Xiu's hands. Apply the softened silver forging sheet on the wolf skin, and reproduce the patterns that appear in his mind. After a long time, the patterns of both gray wolf skins have been drawn.
Item name, etched wolf skin, semi-finished product, item type, material/supernatural material, item effect, a prop engraved with supernatural skills, the specific effect is unknown. After checking that everything was correct, Luo Xiu rolled up the wolf skin like a scroll, put it into the package, and put on the copper forged ring. Everything was ready, and the sky outside the window was approaching dusk. When midnight fell, the two blood disciples would sneak in from outside the town, and the existence behind them, the blood master of Thorn Blood, would observe everything they saw through the eyes of the two blood disciples. After thinking for a while, Luo Xiu took the package and went to the road that the two blood disciples had to pass. He had to set an ambush in advance and wait for the enemy to fall into the trap. Two figures wearing dark cloaks moved silently through the forest. They moved quickly, but even when they moved quickly, they did not make any big noises. They had a clear purpose, and the deep red pupils under the cloaks were fixed on one direction, the direction of the nearest town, Dawn Town, which was also their destination.
Morris. A low voice came from the cloak on the left, with an inquiring tone. Do you think that the defector named Apprentice is really in this town?
You are overstepping your authority, Ford. The person called Morris responded sharply, you should not doubt the judgment of the Lord. If the Lord says it is, then it is. Ford was speechless for a moment, and suddenly a slightly fishy wind blew past his ears, and an old and vague voice came into their ears. Don't doubt. Don't doubt. You are my eyes, my sharp blade. Put aside your distractions, find and bring back the two-faced puppet stolen by the traitor. When they heard this voice, Morris and Fold's faces changed, and under the blue-white moonlight, their eyes became darker red.
I will obey your will,
the two said in a panic, and continued to rush towards the direction of Dawn Town. In the night of Dawn Town, the blue moonlight sprinkled on the eaves, dyed deep shadows on the ground, and added a bit of eerie atmosphere to the night. And just at the edge of the town, under a ruined wall near the dark forest, a young man in a dark priest robe was crouching behind the ruined wall. In this corner where the blue moonlight cannot reach, the night is the best protective color. Luo Xiu knew the location of the nearest Blood of Thorn's stronghold, and also remembered the scene of the first murder caused by the blood cult invasion. From this, he could roughly determine the invasion direction and route of the two blood cults. Looking at the inferior judgment musket that was tightly held in his hand and loaded with ammunition, Luo Xiu's heart was tense, waiting for the blood cult to arrive. I hope the route is guessed correctly. Luo Xiu thought to himself, if the blood cult does not take this route, the next invasion of Blood of Thorns will be more difficult. He prayed in his heart, praying for the blessing of the glorious pillar god Suncaster. Suddenly, Luo Xiu felt that he should pray to the pillar god of the Abyss Lord.
Many disrespectful thoughts emerged in his mind.
Luo Xiu shook his head self-deprecatingly, threw these thoughts aside, and concentrated on waiting.
At midnight,
Luo Xiu, who was crouching in the corner, suddenly noticed something strange. The scene in the distance began to change. 4 red dots were looming and approaching his position. These red dots approached very quickly, and gradually he could smell their beast-like stench.
An invisible hand gripped Luo Xiu's heart tightly.
Under the night wind, Luo Xiu could clearly hear his heartbeat like a drum. He poked his head out from the side of the ruined wall and clearly saw the 4 increasingly eye-catching red dots. They were 2 figures wearing black cloaks, with blurred faces and bloodshot eyes. Blood followers. Luo Xiu, who had often dealt with this group of cultists in his previous life, could almost confirm at a glance that they were the 2 blood followers invaders from the Blood of Thorns. When approaching Dawn Town, the scarlet light in the eyes of the 2 blood followers gradually dimmed, but the beast-like aura on their bodies was still strong. Like savages who have lived in the mountains for a long time, they gave people a violent intuition of eating raw meat and drinking blood. It was not until they entered the outskirts of the town that the beast-like aura gradually subsided and began to disguise themselves as normal people. At this time, the blood followers had come to a position very close to Luo Xiu's hiding place. Luo Xiu held his breath and began to carefully observe the 2 invaders through the cracks in the ruined wall. Through the player panel, Luo Xiu sent a detection to one of the blood disciples and soon got feedback. Maurice Randwich, LV13, Ordinary NPC, Race? Rank, Extraordinary, Health, 110-110, Mana, 24-24, Physical Attack, Spell Attack, 8, Defense Reduction, 6, Attributes, Strength, Constitution 11, Agility, Wisdom 4, Divinity 8, Perception 3, Resistance 6, Luck 6, First Fate, Red Lotus Fate, Secondary, Main Occupation, Blood Disciple, Fate Skills, / Occupational Skills, / The strength and agility attributes of this blood disciple named Maurice Randwich could not be detected. According to the panel detection logic that Luo Xiu knew, these should be Maurice's 2 highest attributes. In addition, Maurice's skills and abilities could not be viewed. Luo Xiu, who had not yet been promoted to the Extraordinary, could only see some information about the Extraordinary with the 2nd destiny, but this was enough. Horrible. The 3rd highest physique is more than twice my own, which means this guy has twice my health. Luo Xiu thought as he cast a detection on another blood disciple. The other blood disciple was called Fold Stell, and his level was LV11. The visible attribute values were slightly lower than Maurice, but his health was also over 100. Luo Xiu, who was crouching behind the ruined wall, noticed that the 2 blood disciple were talking about something, so he listened attentively. We can't go in together. One person must stay here to guard. This was Maurice's voice, with a slightly sharp tone, so, you go in alone. If you die, or if you don't come back at dawn, I will report your death to the Lord. The blood disciple named Ford was obviously stunned for a moment, and then protested in a low voice, Why? Why? What if I really need Intus? You are asking me to die. This is the rule set by the Lord, Ford. Do you want to disobey the Lord's will? Or do you want to replace me? Maurice said in a low voice, For this operation, I am the thorn appointed by the Lord. If you don't go, I will kill you now. I have the ability and the power, he. Moreover, you don't need to fight with Intus, you just need to find her, well, find her and attract her here, and we can work together to deal with her. Intus? This name sounds so familiar. Luo Xiu thought quickly in his mind, trying to retrieve the origin of this name from his memory, while continuing to eavesdrop on the conversation between the 2 blood disciples. Fold was silent for a while, and then nodded reluctantly. Okay, I will go in. Fold gritted his teeth and said, But if I am discovered, I will prioritize my own protection. Okay. Maurice nodded, and then handed Fold a bone whistle. If anything happens, blow this bone whistle, and I will lend you my power. Fold took the bone whistle, then reached out and pulled down his cloak, and turned back to blend into the shadow of Dawn Town. Seeing Fold's figure gradually disappear, Maurice seemed to be in a relaxed mood. After looking around for a while, he walked away from Dawn Town. What Maurice didn't know was that at this moment, a black gun was aimed at his head. Bang! A low gunshot rang out in the outskirts of Dawn Town. For Luo Xiu, he had been waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the opportunity for the 2 blood disciples to separate. According to the history he knew, and his understanding of the Blood of Thorns members' habit of acting in pairs, the 2 blood disciples would definitely separate at some point in time. As long as the 2 blood disciples did not act at the same time, it would be an opportunity for Luo Xiu to launch a sneak attack. Obviously, Maurice thought that it was not him who would be in danger, but Fold, so he relaxed his vigilance. Maurice did not know that the truth was just the opposite. He thought he was the hunter, but he did not know that he was the prey being targeted. As Luo Xiu thought so, he fired a shot at the back of Maurice's head. The lead bullet spun and shot at high speed in the air, like a tiny meteor with a golden tail, heading straight for the back of Maurice's head. Maurice suddenly became alert the moment Luo Xiu pulled the trigger, and he turned around, but he was too late to dodge. Bang! The lead bullet hit Morris' forehead accurately and exploded in Morris's skull. Used judgment shot to attack Morris Randwich, hit the vital point. Causes 41 points of holy light attribute basic damage, attacked the vital point, causing 82 points of actual damage. Half of Morris's head was blown to pieces, and a large amount of turbidity flew and scattered. The cross-section of the wound flashed with golden mottled light marks. Morris's blood volume was instantly evaporated from 110 points to 28 points. Morris was already in a state of serious injury and was on the verge of death, but Luo Xiao did not relax his vigilance. As a great player, he deeply understood a truth: as long as the enemy is not completely dead, it is possible to counterattack at any time. And the situation in front of him was exactly what Luo Xiao expected. Even though half of his brain was blown off, Morris did not fall down. He screamed in pain, and his only remaining eye turned scarlet, looking at the ruined wall where Luo Xiao was hiding. Morris would never have thought that someone was lying in ambush behind this ruined wall so close to him. If he had been shot in the head by an ordinary musket, Morris, who had become a transcendent, would have been seriously injured, but half of his head would not have been blown off. He would only have left a very deep bullet hole on his skull, which he could slowly recover from with the characteristics of the Red Lotus, Destiny. However, it was obvious that the musket that the young man in front of him used to attack him was not an ordinary musket. It was a transcendent weapon. Just by glancing at Luo Xiao and seeing the priest's clothes he was wearing, Morris rolled out a voice from his throat: "Glorious! Glorious!" 99% of the transcendents who embarked on the Red Lotus, Destiny were heretics, and they were all mortal enemies of the glorious Destiny believers who presided over Guangweising. When Morris saw that Luo Xiao was wearing a priest's robe, he understood the background of the attacker. However, that was just the uniform of an ordinary priest, and the attacker was not a holy judge who was specifically responsible for judging heresy. Doubts emerged from half of Morris's mind, and at the same time, he launched a counterattack. The dark red light turned into mists and merged into Morris's right hand, quickly forming a squirming sickle with eyes. Morris knew that even if the priest on the opposite side had extraordinary weapons in his hands, it would take a long time to reload any musket. As long as the priest on the opposite side could not complete the second reload, his fate would be to be dismembered. Just as Morris was shaking his body and waving his sickle, he was about to pounce on Luo Xiao. Bang! The second gunshot echoed on the night wind. In Morris's sight, a big hole appeared on half of Luo Xiao's priest robe, and wisps of gray-white smoke were floating from the hole. A bullet hole as thick as a bowl appeared on the right side of Morris's chest, and golden lines spread along the edge of the wound, and blood gushed out. Luo Xiao's left hand hidden in his robe was actually holding the second musket. What does it mean to be well prepared and prepared for any eventuality? Luo Xiao thought as he quietly watched Morris, whose health had returned to zero. Morris's eyes widened, and his vitality was irreversibly lost. Finally, he fell to the sandy ground exhausted. This time, the blood disciple Morris was completely dead. Luo Xiao stood up from behind the ruined wall and patted the dust off his body. The reward prompt panel for killing Morris jumped slightly in the corner of Luo Xiao's vision. Luo Xiao temporarily ignored the prompt and walked quickly to Morris' side. The two gunshots just now must have been heard by someone. Maybe someone is rushing in this direction, Luo Xiao thought. He must complete the next action as soon as possible. Use the soul manipulator to extract the soul of the blood disciple Morris. Luo Xiao stretched out the hand with the copper-forged ring, and began to extend several light purple, transparent ribbon-like phantom tentacles from the ring, letting some of them grab and wrap around Morris's body. Then, the remaining tentacles gathered into a phantom hand and reached straight into Morris's body. After a while of searching, the big hand pulled out a reddish, gas-like, translucent substance from Morris's body. "This is the soul of the blood disciple Morris," Luo Xiao whispered. In the game of his previous life, Luo Xiao had seen various shapes of souls, but when he was really at the scene and saw it with his own eyes, Luo Xiao's brows were still tightly furrowed. Although he was in the game world, this feeling was much more real than the game. This made Luo Xiao realize once again that this is a real world. If a person is killed, he will die, and even his soul may be eaten up. Luo Xiao felt a chill. Perhaps this world is thousands of times more terrifying than the world of his previous life. Although Luo Xiao had done the same behavior countless times in the game, when he realized that this was in a real environment, the first time he killed someone, the first time he pulled out someone's soul, Luo Xiao trembled faintly, his chest was churning, and he felt a strong nausea. But Luo Xiao quickly overcame these abnormal physiological conditions, suppressed all these feelings, and repeatedly told himself that this was a choice he had to make based on his current identity. After extracting the soul of the blood disciple Morris and sealing it in a bronze ring, Luo Xiu quickly evacuated the scene, leaving Morris' body in place. At this moment, Luo Xiu had obtained the most valuable thing from Morris. But Luo Xiu no longer had time to touch Morris' body from inside to outside again. He needed to chase the second blood disciple as soon as possible. Luo Xiu did not need to deal with the body, because Morris's identity as a cultist could be identified from his clothes. The death of a cultist would not attract excessive investigation from organizations such as the Holy Judge. There was no extraordinary spiritual residue on the ordinary lead bullets fired by the supernatural weapon, so there was no way to trace the identity of the killer.
This is also the reason why Luo Xiu chose to engrave fire gun instead of ammunition.
Then, there was still one blood disciple left to be dealt with. Luo Xiu estimated the route of the blood disciple Fold's movement, picked up the cloth bag and set off, trying to keep a suitable distance from Fold's movement. Until he went deep into an uninhabited alley, Luo Xiu got into an abandoned house. After lighting the candle he carried with him, Luo Xiu was surrounded by a minimum amount of light, and his vision became slightly clearer. Luo Xiu took out a wolf skin with the Abyss inscription etched on it from the cloth bag, and spread it flat on the ground. In the weak candlelight, the dark purple lines on the surface of the wolf skin flickered with a dim and strange luster.
This completes the most important step. Luo Xiu murmured, "Get the key medium." He was going to complete the last step of summoning the Abyss Beast here. Using Morris's soul as the medium of sacrifice, summon the beast from the abyss. The pale red, swelling and shrinking soul of Morris was dragged out of the ring by this phantom hand. Luo Xiu pressed his palm, and Morris's soul was squeezed and melted into the etched wolf skin. The etched wolf skin began to tremble violently, and the abyss engraving drawn on the surface of the skin exuded an extremely strange and dangerous dark luster. Luo Xiu took a step back and watched the changes in front of him closely. At this time, the soul and the carrier were merging and assimilating. Luo Xiu knew that this was dangerous to a certain extent and would take a long time. Luo Xiu silently counted his heartbeats. When his heart contracted and beat for the 108th time, a large amount of purple mist like thick fog burst out from the purple lines of the etched wolfskin, and gathered and melted into a huge purple cocoon. This is considered a success. Luo Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. At this point in the Abyss Beast summoning, the stage with the highest failure rate has been passed. After this, it is the most exciting time, the time to open the blind box. Although Luo Xiu has limited the scope of the Abyss Beast summoning with etched wolfskin, the specific type of Abyss Beast summon has to wait until the summoning is completed to determine. After a while, cracks began to appear on the surface of the cocoon. The sound of beep beep echoed softly, and the cocoon shell began to shatter and peel like glass. A black and red claw broke out of the cocoon first. Then, a wolf-like creature with a skin like thick fog and eye-catching fur color like blood appeared in Luo Xiu's field of vision. It is an abyss beast with the appearance of a wolf, but it is twice as large as an ordinary wolf. Its front half is condensed into substance by some kind of power, and its back half has no entity, and is completely composed of phantoms and blood mist. At this time, it is carefully observing everything around it with a pair of golden eyes. Shadow-eating wolf. Luo Xiu whispered softly. Although this was not the strongest abyss beast that Luo Xiu expected to summon, for Luo Xiu, whose luck was only 1 point, this was already a pretty good result. At the same time as the shadow-eating wolf was successfully summoned, the summoning panel of shadow-eating wolf popped up in Luo Xiu's field of vision. Shadow-eating wolf, LV18, race, monster/contracted abyss beast, threat level, dangerous, health, 120/120, mana, 12/12, physical attack, 28, spell attack, 16, defense reduction, 8, attributes, strength 14, constitution 12, agility 12, wisdom 8, divinity 4, perception 14, resistance 8, luck 4, skills and characteristics, shadow eating, inherent skill a hunter that feeds on shadows. Attacking the enemy's shadow is considered an attack on the original body. Devouring the abyss, racial characteristics a creature born from the abyss, it has the ability to devour the power and soul of others and use it to enhance itself. Contracted beast, contract characteristics. This creature is summoned by the contract and is subject to the restrictions of the contractor. In the current state, the maximum level with the contractor is no more than 10 levels. If it exceeds the threshold, it will be dynamically adjusted to the threshold. Shoo, shoo. The shadow-eating wolf let out a low roar from its throat, and its phantom tail drooped, slowly approaching Luo Xiu. According to the level conversion, the shadow-eating wolf is equivalent to a transcendent whose basic attributes have reached the second destiny, and belongs to the type of monster, that is, magic beast. When the shadow-eating wolf walked to Luo Xiu's feet, it leaned down and sniffed lightly, and then stretched out its tongue and began to lick the surface of Luo Xiu's short boots.
This was a gesture of goodwill. Luo Xiu squatted down and reached out to gently stroke the back of the shadow-eating wolf. Although the shadow-eating wolf has flame-like fur, it feels quite soft when stroked. As Luo Xiu's palm stroked it, the shadow-eating wolf began to half-close its eyes, and the corners of its mouth gently uttered a sound of a woo. This gave Luo Xiu a certain illusion for a moment. He felt that what he was touching was just a husky with a different fur color. However, after coming into contact with the shadow-eating wolf, based on the reaction of the shadow-eating wolf, Luo Xiu also let go of his guard against possible backlash. The shadow-eating wolf is an extremely ferocious abyss beast, but once it is tamed, accepts, and identifies with its master, it will become quite docile. This is Luo Xiu's experience in his previous life. Good boy, good boy. Luo Xiu gently stroked the back of the shadow-eating wolf, thinking, what should I call you? Xiu Go? Xiao Ha? What? The shadow-eating wolf tilted its head and stopped licking the back of its feet. It looked at Luo Xiu with a puzzled look, expressing its protest against these names. After Luo Xiu pondered for a while, he finally found inspiration from the mythological stories of his previous life and decided on a suitable name. It's decided. Luo Xiu clapped his hands. I'll call you Fenrir from now on. What? Fenrir wagged his tail happily, as if expressing his love for the name. From Luo Xiu's perspective, he gave the Shadow-Eater wolf this name because he had high hopes for it. He hoped that Fenrir could become stronger as soon as possible, and eventually become a powerful beast like the giant wolf Fenrir in the Norse mythology of his previous life. But it's too early to think about these things now, and there are more important things to do at the moment. Luo Xiu never forgot that there was still an enemy that had not been solved. If the blood disciple named Fold was let go, the subsequent events would also have unpredictable deviations. Fenrir, let's go. Luo Xiu stood up and took Fenrir out of the abandoned house and walked towards the deep shadows of Dawn Town. At the same time, in a deep alley in Dawn Town. Hoo. The heavy panting sound echoed in a shadow somewhere. The figure under the dark cloak was panting heavily, with eye-catching and terrifying scars on his body. It Morris. The figure in the cloak was the blood disciple Fold. He felt the danger approaching from behind, and tightly held the bone whistle that Morris had given him not long ago. What bone-breaking whistle! What power to lend me! Ford's eyes widened, and he cursed fiercely. I blew this bone whistle, but nothing happened. Nothing happened. Shortly after sneaking into Dawn Town, Ford encountered the enemy he least wanted to meet. Intis, the traitor of Blood of Thorns who stole the two-faced doll and escaped. He was ambushed by Intis on the spot and was seriously injured. He escaped from the nearly ravaged battle under the cover of night and hid in this remote alley. Judging from the way Intis attacked, she had already prepared an ambush for the people chasing her. At this moment, Intis, who followed the blood trail, was getting closer and closer to where Ford was hiding. Having just been released from the demonic form, Fold could not enter the prime combat state. Demonization is a unique fighting method of the blood disciples who have just been promoted to the second level of Red Lotus Destiny. They transform themselves or objects closely related to themselves into monsters to obtain power that does not belong to them. The source of this power is the thought trend among the Red Lotus believers who firmly believe that human bodies are weak and thus pursue inhuman power. They prayed to the will of the destruction seat and indeed received a response. Fold looked back in the direction he came from. The slender figure wrapped in the darkness was getting closer and closer. Fold frowned and began to knead his throat with his fingers. Only in this way could he regain his composure and maintain his sanity. Fold's demonization power comes from the blood bat. If he can enough blood in a short period of time, he will also have the strength to turn around and fight with Intis. However, in the current situation, Fold could not ignore the danger behind and hunt alone. He could only hope that some poor creature would pass by in the middle of the night. Just when Fold was at a loss, a layer of light suddenly flashed at the corner of the deep alley opposite him. Someone is coming? Fold was stunned, and then a trace of surprise flashed across his face. This is the prey that fell into the trap. Fold also felt that the source of danger that was constantly approaching from behind seemed to stop at the moment when the light flashed. Intis was also observing something. Fold did not want to miss this rare opportunity. His eyes gradually turned red, and the nails on his fingers began to turn black, becoming slender and sharp. His face also began to pile up wrinkles, becoming extremely hideous and terrifying. Two fangs emerged from his mouth, reflecting a dark green metallic luster under the cyan moonlight. Intis behind seemed to sense Fold's changes, but still watched quietly without taking any action. Then, Fold leaped up and hung upside down under the eaves like a bat, moving quickly towards the light. As he turned the corner, Fold saw a man holding a candle, and they looked into each other's eyes. It was a young man, whose features could not be seen clearly in the shadows, but his identity could be roughly determined from the long priest robe he was wearing. He was a priest of the glorious church. But he was just an apprentice. According to the Red Lotus believers' understanding of the glorious, they did have the commandment of night patrol. Fold's mouth curled slightly, and then his body shook, turning into a shuttle and rushing straight towards the apprentice priest. In Fold's eyes, this young priest was a walking food and blood bag. But the young priest did not dodge, and Fold did not feel any fear or panic from him. Fold was confused, but his movements did not slow down at all, until he saw a ball of fire suddenly burst out from behind the priest. No, to be precise, it was a red dog? Fenrir rushed out from behind Luo Xiao and slammed into Fold at an extremely fast speed, knocking him down from midair. Swish! Fenrir's sharp claws pierced Fold's lower abdomen first. Fold, who was already seriously injured, groaned and fell to the ground. A long wound was torn on his abdomen, and blood gushed out. Fold looked at the man and the dog in front of him with some doubts, and he was slightly doubtful about his life. I was injured. Because of a dog? Fold's eyes were suspicious. Fenrir made a chi-chi sound in Fold's direction, and the flaming mane on his back stood up. Luo Xiao watched the battle in front of him quietly and analyzed it secretly. As soon as he entered the field, he detected Fold. I don't know what he went through, but his health was cut in half, only 62 points. And Fold was scratched by Fenrir's claws just now, and Fold suffered another 18 points of damage. Looking at Fold's remaining 44 points of health, although he was not dying, his mobility would definitely be greatly reduced. Fold's eyes were bloodshot, and he began to exude an almost crazy aura. He stared at Luo Xiao's direction. As long as he bit that person's neck. Fold dived again, ignoring Fenrir, and went straight to Luo Xiao's direction. At this moment, Luo Xiao took out his right hand hidden in his robe, and quickly swept Fold's chest with the judgment fire gun. What? Fold had a bad feeling. Bang! At a very close distance, a dull gunshot exploded in the air, and golden fragments of light floated out, and at the same time a big hole was blasted in Fold's chest. Use judgment shot to attack Fold's Stell, hit the vital point. Cause 44 points of holy light attribute basic damage, attack the vital point, causing 88 points of actual damage. The excess damage directly reduced Fold's health to 0. Fold's body fell along a parabola at Luo Xiao's feet. The panel popped up a reminder of the kill reward and a new mission. Luo Xiao temporarily hid these reminders and continued to focus on the current battle. Yes, the battle. He had a hunch that although Fold had been killed, the battle was not over yet. Fold's health was only half when he entered the field. He must have had a fierce battle with someone first. Did Fold win or lose? Luo Xiao always felt that when Fold attacked him, he was in a state of panic when he was defeated and fled, as if he was being chased by something. Combined with Fold's previous statement that he would not actively choose to fight during the infiltration, but would prioritize self-protection, and being able to beat Fold's health to half in this state, Luo Xiao had reason to suspect that if the opponent was not a cheater like himself, he should be at least a transcendent with a second destiny or above. While thinking about this, Luo Xiao's expression became more cautious. At this moment, there was a sudden movement in front. Fenrir and Luo Xiao were not in the same position, and the movement came from the direction where Fenrir was. Dingling, dingling, dang dang. The pleasant sound like wind chimes floated gently in the night wind. Then, the originally gentle wind suddenly became sharp, making a whistling sound like metal scraping. Then, a green light quickly attacked Luo Xiao's position. Fenrir's red flame followed closely behind, but the green light came faster. Although he had taken precautions, Luo Xiao didn't have time to pull the trigger. Swish! Luo Xiao turned sideways quickly, but was still scratched on the back of his hand. The scratch was very shallow, and the green light flashed away in this blow, and disappeared from Luo Xiao's side after a few leaps. This made Luo Xiao a little stunned. Could it be that the other party just wanted to say hello to him, but didn't want to reveal his identity? Luo Xiao did not see the attacker's appearance clearly, but only vaguely saw a very smart cat. But the other party didn't know that this greeting attack launched against Luo Xiao just happened to expose her identity. Attack from Index Fune, 1 point of damage. The Omnipotent Panel. The attacker was the defector from Blood of Thorns, Index Fune. Intis Fune. Luo Xiao murmured the name. He felt more and more familiar with the name. Why did Intis attack him? Blood disciple Morris and Ford called her a traitor. What did Intis do to Blood of Thorns? Many questions emerged from his mind, but Intis had left the battlefield at this time. In the situation just now, Luo Xiao had no time to use detection on her, so he had to put her affairs aside for the time being.
Ford's body fell at Luo Xiu's feet at this time.
After killing this last blood disciple who invaded Dawn Town, Luo Xiu's hanging heart was half relieved.
It seems that Apprentice will not come back. Unlike when he killed the first blood disciple Morris, Luo Xiu can now safely and boldly search for Ford's dropped items. The first thing Luo Xiu did was to pull the bone whistle from Ford's clenched hand. This is undoubtedly an extraordinary item. When Luo Xiu pulled out the bone whistle, the panel popped up relevant information. Crying bone whistle, white ordinary.
Luo Xiu nodded. It has the ability to transmit power from the source to the holder, with a certain distance and strength limit. In the panel, the source of power of the bone whistle was originally the blood disciple Morris, and the holder was Fold. But with the death of these two people, the name of the source disappeared, and the name of the holder was replaced by Luo Xiu Durant. Luo Xiu tried to use himself as the source of its power, but the bone whistle did not respond at all. It seems that he will have to wait until he is at least a second life before he can get the qualification to use the bone whistle. And Fold tightly grasped the bone whistle, indicating that he had indeed used it before, but it didn't work at all. Of course he doesn't know that his accomplice was killed by my knife in the first round.
Luo Xiu laughed secretly.
At this time, Fenrir also came over, lowered his head and sniffed Fold's body, and then prepared to enter Fold's shadow and devour his soul. After searching for a while, Luo Xiu searched for a few Nolan coins and props from Ford's inner pocket.
6 Nolan gold coins, 12 silver coins and 8 copper coins.
After deducting the amount of money spent at Old Baron, there was still a lot left.
Luo Xiu was very happy. Even if he was just opening a small account, this first pot of gold could still make him happy for half a day. Those props were relatively ordinary, mostly some primary potions, and some materials that Luo Xiu could not use for the time being. Luo Xiu first put them into the cloth bag.
After completing the search, Luo Xiu stood up, shook off the dust on his body, and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Luo Xiu's clothes suddenly began to move without wind. The atmosphere suddenly became weird, Luo Xiu's heart tightened, and Ford's body, which fell at his feet, suddenly moved.
Snap! Ford's arm swung, grabbing Luo Xiu's ankle like an iron hoop.
When this horrifying scene happened, Luo Xiu was shocked. He struggled subconsciously, but he couldn't get rid of Fold's iron-like hand. Even though Luo Xiu was a great player in his previous life, he had never seen this scene before. In his heart, a sentence floated through his mind like a galloping grass mud horse, a fake corpse. Although Fold's handcuffs did not cause any damage, it was quite scary. Luo Xiu immediately pulled out the second judgment from his waist and prepared to shoot Fold in the head. But just as Luo Xiu aimed the gun at Fold's head and prepared to pull the trigger, Fold's eyes, which had already died with their eyes open, suddenly widened and gradually bulged out. The two eyeballs gradually turned from black to red, and from red to purple. Then, at a certain moment, the two eyeballs were like fuses, and Fold's head exploded on the spot.
I haven't shot yet, Luo Xiu thought.
As Fold's head exploded, the hand that was tightly holding Luo Xiu gradually loosened. The turbid unknown substance exploded, but it did not splash on Luo Xiu's clothes, but all splashed on the ground behind the body. The turbid substance began to wriggle as if it had life, and gradually gathered together. Luo Xiu looked at the scene in front of him with some doubts, but did not stop it. In Luo Xiu's cognition, this scene was like a ritual, and Fold passively became the altar and sacrifice for the ritual.
In other words, Fold's body was engraved with a ritual beforehand.
Luo Xiu pondered. He could feel the power of the person who initiated the ritual, but the effect of the ritual was not dangerous. Because, the omnipotent panel detection showed that this was a development ritual in the activation state.
Who wants to project here? Sacrifice Fold's body and soul, just to project a shadow? Luo Xiu thought. Miserable, Fold, miserable. JPG, but it's normal.
Many of the crazy people in Red Lotus exploded when they were forced into a corner, and they really didn't take their own bodies seriously at all. Luo Xiu thought, this might also be to prevent the body from falling into the hands of the enemy and being made into extraordinary materials. The creature composed of turbid matter has now completely merged together. They are entangled and growing with each other, forming a very strange human figure. A head but no facial features, hands and feet but no fingers. Seeing this, Luo Xiu narrowed his eyes. With such a unique appearance, Luo Xiu had recognized who initiated the development ceremony. That was the leader of Blood of Thorns, the Lord of Blood Sacrifice.
In God's Destiny, this Lord of Blood Sacrifice is the main boss-level villain that players will encounter in version 10.
The Lord of Blood Sacrifice is a rare fivefold Destiny extraordinary person in the entire fannel. In addition, the Lord of Blood Sacrifice has a boss-level legendary template expertise, which makes his strength far beyond the ordinary fivefold Destiny extraordinary person, and he can completely rank among the ranks of the sixfold destiny strong people. At this moment, the Lord of Blood Sacrifice actually took the initiative to communicate with Luo Xiao. This gave Luo Xiao an extremely strange feeling. It was too late to escape at this time, and Fold suddenly resurrected, and Luo Xiao, as a clergyman, could not leave it alone. Only a quiet corpse can make people feel at ease. And Luo Xiao also knew that the other party was just a projection and did not pose any actual threat to him. Luo Xiao simply pulled up his collar to cover half of his face, then loaded the previous judgment to ensure his safety first, and then closely watched the changes in the flesh and blood in front of him. Luo Xiao was also very curious about what the Lord of Blood Sacrifice wanted to say to him. When the turbid blood-red human figure was fully formed, the projection of the Lord of Blood Sacrifice made an old, sharp, and turbid voice. "Who are you?" This was the first sentence the Lord of Blood Sacrifice asked. Luo Xiao kept a safe distance from the projection, with Fenrir in between. After ensuring that the Lord of Blood Sacrifice could not use Fold's corpse to attack him, Luo Xiao smiled. "I am your father," Luo Xiao said with a smile. Visibly, the Lord of Blood Sacrifice trembled violently, looking quite furious. "Hey, anxious. Luo Xiao kept smiling. He knew that this old wall lamp would not be able to leave its location for a while, so he was reckless. Anyway, from the beginning, Luo Xiao's goal was to attract the attention of Blood of Thorns, so he simply increased his firepower. "I can forgive your usurpation." The voice of the Lord of Blood Sacrifice continued to be heard. You are very good. I'll give you a chance. Join us." "I refuse, old man." Luo Xiao interrupted the Lord of Blood Sacrifice and refused firmly. Then, Luo Xiao changed his tone and continued with a fearless attitude. "I know who you are. You are the leader of Blood of Thorns, right? Listen carefully, I will only say the following words once." Luo Xiao observed the reaction of the Lord of Blood Sacrifice and saw that he was obviously stunned for a moment and became a little suspicious. This was exactly the effect Luo Xiao wanted to achieve. He continued, "The 3 people you sent were all killed by me, he. Luo Xiao deliberately said 3 people, including Intis. He continued with a smile, "And you slaves of the throne of destruction, you, Blood of Thorns. I will burn all the thorns and drain your grey blood. He. I will kill you, all of you." Bang! The shape made of turbid matter suddenly exploded after a gunshot, and all the maggot-like turbid matter splashed all over the ground, losing all its activity. After dispersing the Lord of Blood Sacrifice's appearance, Luo Xiao felt physically and mentally relaxed. It feels so good, this feeling of pretending to be cool in front of the midterm big boss in the novice village. It's so cool. However, Luo Xiao clearly understood that this forced pretense must come with a price. He will suffer crazy revenge from the Thorn Blood, although the result is actually not much different from the original. But in other words, it means that he can get more gold coins from these cultists. In the original plot, the 2 invading blood cultists also died, but they did not die at the hands of Luo Xiao, but at the hands of Intis and Old Balin. Maurice was first killed by Intis, and Fold accidentally broke into the blacksmith shop of Old Balin during his escape, which was a worthy death. However, such an outcome is uncontrollable, and it will only give Thornblood another target to hunt down, and Intis's whereabouts are unpredictable, which is purely to increase Luo Xiao's strength. Therefore, Luo Xiao simply told the Lord of Blood Sacrifice that Intis had been killed by him, so that the other party's focus on hunting down will shift to himself. In this way, although the danger level will increase due to ridicule, Luo Xiao, who has dealt with Thornblood countless times in his previous life, thinks that this is still within the acceptable range. Then, as long as he shows up in other places and sells them the information of his own location once, he can divert the focus of Thornblood from Dawn Town. As for whether they believe that Intis is dead, Luo Xiao has no control. But at least, this can play a role in confusing vision. Therefore, Luo Xiao understood that he had more things to do, and finding Intis Fune was one of them. While thinking, Luo Xiao took a deep look at the body of Fold on the ground, which had been blown to pieces. The Lord of Blood Sacrifice was one step ahead of him and sacrificed Fold's soul to start the ceremony, which meant that Fold's soul had completely dissipated. Looking at Fenrir, who was lying on the side and whimpering as if a feed plate had been overturned, Luo Xiao could only shake his head with regret. Waste of food. Waste is shameful. While lamenting, Luo Xiao returned to the glorious church along the path. The temperature in Fanal Continent is low all year round, and the fire in the fireplace illuminates the church. The first thing Luo Xiao did when he returned to the church was to take off his priest robe and throw it into the fireplace. Clothes stained with blood and bullet holes cannot be kept. Luo Xiao has a lot of experience in this area. In his previous life, Luo Xiu remembered that the publisher of God's Destiny advertised it like this. God's Destiny is based on the Matryoshka brain developed by the next generation black technology company as its core system, which evolves and maintains its operation. All NPC characters in the game have independent consciousness and are nearly equal to or even higher than modern people in intelligence. Therefore, if you underestimate them because they are game NPCs, you will most likely suffer. Luo Xiu has experienced this many times in his previous life. Therefore, if he is not more than 90% sure, Luo Xiu habitually remains cautious. Luo Xiu returned to his room, closed all the windows that let in light, and opened the panel. At this time, the rewards for killing Morris and Ford were still quietly lying in the panel mailbox. After the first crisis node was resolved, Luo Xiu had time to check these rewards. Receive. Luo Xiu's excited heart and trembling hands gave instructions in his mind. The mailbox with a red dot jumped for a while, and the reward prompt for killing Morris and Ford appeared again. Kill Morris Randwich, LV13, and gain 343 basic experience points. The level difference between you and Morris Randwich, LV13, is 11 levels. Kill above your level. Gain 110% extra experience points. Rewards calculated, actual gain of 720 experience points. Kill Fold Stel, LV11, and gain 298 basic experience points. The level difference between you and Fold Stel, LV11, is 9 levels. Kill above your level. Gain 90% extra experience points. Rewards calculated, actual gain of 566 experience points. Soul Manipulator, Abyss, LV1, skill level increased, LV1 to LV2. This is not over yet. Trigger Hidden Mission, Dusk and Night, Hell Difficulty, Recommended Level, LV30 LV60, Triple Destiny and above, Mission Type, Faction Mission, Mission Description, you killed 2 Blood of Thorns blood followers who invaded Dawn Town, temporarily nipping the disaster in the bud. However, Blood of Thorns will not give up, and when they come back next time, they will become more fierce and more dangerous. You are keenly aware that this is not a simple invasion by cultists, and there is a deeper darkness waiting for you behind it. Guarding is your current choice, but you naturally understand that this is not a long-term path. Mission Goal 1, Insight into the True Conspiracy of Blood of Thorns. Mission Goal 2, Protect Dawn Town from being destroyed by Blood of Thorns. Mission Goal 3, Destroy Blood of Thorns. Current progress, 1%, 30% or more can be settled. Completion rewards, basic experience plus 72,000 plus, Blood Sacrifice Lord Random Skill *1, Blood Sacrifice Lord Random Skill *1, Blood Sacrifice Lord Random Expertise *1. It will be settled based on the completion of the task target. After reading the long list of panel prompts, Luo Xiu's eyes lit up. The more than 1,000 experience points given by killing Morris and Ford were expected, but what surprised Luo Xiu even more was that he actually triggered a hidden task. This is a hidden mission that I had never seen in my previous life. Luo Xiu's mouth began to rise wildly. Smell. It smells so good. You know, in the game God's Destiny, the triggering conditions of hidden missions are quite harsh, but the rewards are extremely generous, usually much higher than ordinary side missions, second only to the main missions. And now that the 10 version public beta has not yet been launched and the main mission has not yet been unlocked, the value of hidden missions will be infinitely magnified. With Luo Xiu's current level, it only takes about 200 experience points to upgrade to the next level, and the highest completion reward for the Dusk and Night mission will give up to 72,000 experience points. Not only that, Luo Xiu can also obtain a random skill and expertise from the Lord of Blood Sacrifice. You know, even in the 10 version of War of Judgment, this boss-level villain Lord of Blood Sacrifice is a terrifying existence that is so strong that it is abnormal. The source of the power of these boss-level characters comes from their own legendary, unique, limited and other skills and expertise entries. Generally speaking, these entries belonging to the boss template are not available to regular players. But Luo Xiu obviously does not belong to the category of regular players. He is that NPC with a player panel chosen by heaven. The more Luo Xiu looked, the more excited he became. For the first time, he truly felt how pleasant it was to have an NPC panel. However, while he was ecstatic about triggering the hidden task, Luo Xiu did not ignore the difficulty of this task. Hell Difficulty, Recommended Level, LV30+, Triple Destiny and above. These words made Luo Xiu understand that although the task reward was sweet, with Luo Xiu's current strength, trying to complete this task was just a waste of time. I have to get stronger as soon as possible, Luo Xiu thought secretly. At this moment, the nearly 2,000 experience points that Luo Xiu had accumulated before finally came into use. At this time, Luo Xiu had accumulated nearly 2,000 experience points, which allowed him to rush to level 10 in one go.
In the setting of God's Destiny, LV10 is the highest level that a destiny can reach. After that, you need to consume a key for advancement and complete the promotion task to continue to upgrade the level. The key for advancement is universal in the 9 major destinies, such as Glorious, Abyss, Bitter Tea, and Red Lotus. It is equivalent to the key to open the door to the deeper part of the destiny. But the key corresponding to each destiny is different. For example, the bronze key can open the door to the second destiny, the silver key can open the third level, the gold key can open the fourth level, and so on. The deeper the key, the harder it is to obtain, but Luo Xiu doesn't need to think so much for the time being. If it was just the bronze key, Luo Xiu could apply directly to the glorious holy court of the upper level of the church. This is the benefit of joining a big camp during the new period. The glorious church still has quite a lot of benefits. However, the application for the bronze key needs to be approved by Luo Xiu's mentor in the church, the holy clergyman Ivan Jimir, who has the dual destiny of glorious, to issue the corresponding certificate on his behalf. Luo Xiu learned the relevant information about this high priest Ivan from the fragmented memories and notes of his original body, but at this time, Ivan the priest was not in Dawn Town, but went to a nearby town to preside over the ceremony, and was expected to return in 3 days. The glorious church has a rule that at least one clergyman must stay behind, so Luo Xiu was left behind to look after the house. When Mr. Ivan comes back, I will ask him to help write the application. Luo Xiu secretly planned that the feeling of not having to worry about the key was still very good during the novice period. Therefore, Luo Xiu's extra energy can be put into completing the promotion task. When the level reaches the upper limit of the current destiny and all free attributes are assigned, the promotion task will be automatically triggered. Randomly shake a task of moderate difficulty from several task categories. After completing it, use the key to open a new destiny, and you can complete the promotion and advance to the extraordinary. Since the first bronze key is ready to apply to the upper level of the church, the first destiny that Luo Xiu will promote to the extraordinary is the glorious destiny. As for the abyss destiny, Luo Xiu does not want to show this power too much in front of others. At this time, the Fanal continent has not even formed the cognition of the 9 major destiny, but the framework of the 8 major destinies. Therefore, Luo Xiu decided to quietly improve the strength of his abyss destiny, and use the glorious destiny as his highest level destiny, and reasonably disguise his series of abyss powers. While thinking about this, Luo Xiu immediately invested all the accumulated experience points into the upgrade of the glorious destiny profession Apprentice Priest. Current main occupation Apprentice Priest invests 147 experience points. Current main occupation Apprentice Priest has been upgraded to LV3. Gain 1 free attribute. Current main occupation Apprentice Priest invested 267 experience points. Current main occupation Apprentice Priest has been upgraded to LV10. Gain 1 free attribute. All done. Luo Xiu squeezed out the last bit of experience he had saved, and added 5 points of constitution and 3 points of strength to the 8 newly acquired attribute points. After upgrading 8 levels at once and allocating the free attributes, Luo Xiu clearly felt the changes in his body. His thinking became clearer, and the power contained in his muscles became more full. As for why Luo Xiu wanted to add some strength and body, don't ask, it's because he's afraid of death. Luo Xiu couldn't sleep well if his health bar didn't reach 3 digits during the novice period. And the 3 points of strength attribute are also for strengthening physical fitness. Luo Xiu estimated that his main attack method for a long time would be, it's decided to be Fenrir. And if the enemy bypasses Fenrir and directly cuts the mage's back row, then Luo Xiu can also reasonably convince them with reason. Convince them with reason, but physical. JPG, this is the experience and lesson learned from Fold's dying counterattack. In this case, Luo Xiu will temporarily position the spell means of the glorious as an auxiliary. After all, the strength of spell output can be corrected in the later stage, but the novice's fragile period should be passed as soon as possible. After all, as an NPC, Luo Xiu cannot be resurrected like a real player after accidentally dying. After completing the upgrade and attribute allocation, Luo Xiu looked at his upgraded panel with satisfaction. At this time, Luo Xiu's character panel has also been completely renewed. Luo Xiu Durant, LV10, Ordinary NPC, Race, Human, Rank, Enlightened, Health, 100-100, Mana, 39-39, Physical Attack, 16, Spell Attack, 18, Defense Reduction, 5, Attributes, Strength 8, Constitution 10, Agility 5, Wisdom 9, Divinity 13, Perception 7, Resistance 5, Luck 1, First Destiny, Glorious Destiny,
First level, main occupation, Apprentice Priest, LV10, Second Destiny, Abyssal Destiny, First level. Secondary occupation, Abyss Servant, LV1, Destiny Skills, 4 of 8 Glorious Inscription, Glorious, LV1, Abyss Inscription, Abyss, LV1, Soul Manipulator, Abyss, LV2, Abyss Beast Summoning, Abyss, LV1, Professional Skills, 2/8 Primary Prayer, Glorious, LV1, Primary Healing, Glorious, LV1, Character Expertise, Heart of Revelation, Legend, Unique, Relic, Rare, Status, None. You have touched the true transcendence, only one step away. Countdown to the start of internal testing, 189 days and 11 hours. Luo Xiu finished reading the panel content with satisfaction, as if he was appreciating a work of art. As the last attribute value was assigned, new content popped up on Luo Xiu's panel. The current destiny level limit has been reached.
Promotion conditions are met. Promotion task is being generated.
Promotion task is triggered, Soul Purification Altar, Normal Difficulty, Recommended Level, LV10 LV30, First Destiny and above, Task Type, Promotion Task, Task Description. As a believer of glory, you have come to the door to truly enter the extraordinary world.
Purify a dead spirit monster with a level not lower than LV10 once to prove your ability.
Task target, purify dead spirits with a level not lower than LV10, 0/1, completion reward, basic experience plus 800, skill slot plus 1, skill slot plus 1, free attribute points plus 5.
Luo Xiu pondered.
Indeed, as a clergyman of the Church of Glory, purifying monsters such as ghosts and dead spirits can be said to be commonplace. However, for Luo Xiu, who is still an apprentice priest, this is somewhat difficult. In the game God's Destiny, dead spirit monsters are mostly a collection of resentment, a kind of evil spirit that is difficult to kill by conventional means.
For many novice players, it is quite tricky.
However, this is not the most troublesome part for Luo Xiu.
Luo Xiu frowned slightly.
Whenever he was lost in thought, he always habitually tapped the table with his fingers.
Dawn Town. Luo Xiu murmured. Where can I find dead spirit monsters? Suddenly, an evil idea emerged in Luo Xiu's mind. Why not just let Dawn Town become Dusk Town?
With this evil thought, Luo Xiu felt that his mind was slightly shaken. So he stretched out his palms and slapped his face heavily.
Snap, snap.
2 crisp sounds, accompanied by the pain. Luo Xiu regained consciousness.
It was a close call.
It was a close call. Luo Xiu was scared. Even though Luo Xiu thought he was rational and had a correct outlook on life, there were still many evil thoughts in his heart. What had just shaken his mind was the evil thoughts that were magnified in a specific situation. This is one of the dangers and costs of embracing the power of the abyss. The abyss is pervasive. Once there is a crack in reason or emotion, the abyss may invade at any time and devour the soul of the person who embraces the power of the abyss, making him a part of the abyss matrix. This is also one of the reasons why Luo Xiu did not choose the abyss as his first destiny, but must take glory as the main goal. After sighing, the long priest robe and the fireplace fire had burned to ashes. After sweeping out the ashes mixed with charcoal ash and dealing with them, Luo Xiu went to bed until about 3 in the morning. He had a hunch that the holy judges of the Song Yuan district where Dawn Town was located would soon receive reports of the corpses of pagans on the streets and come to Dawn Town to investigate the bodies of Maurice and Fold. This was also a troublesome matter that required a response plan to be prepared in advance. Luo Xiu was thinking hazily while gradually falling asleep.
July 1, 9767 of the Apocalypse calendar, before the dawn. Endless darkness still enveloped the sky.
The Nolan Empire was adjacent to the Dark Principality known as the hometown of criminals and the border area of the Principality of Thieves. Under the ground of Fafnir City, which was known as the Desolate City.
In a huge, natural cave, many dense ditches were dug by humans.
These intricate ditches were carrying scarlet blood, flowing and converging into the huge hole in the center, and filling it to the brim. If the surface of the earth is lifted up, exposing only the surface of these ditches and holes, an extremely spectacular scene will be seen. At the rough pattern formed by these blood ditches and the huge hole in the center is exactly a huge blood-stained red lotus blooming towards the sky. In the center of this hole, floating on a small floating island in the middle of the blood lake, there is an altar with a red lotus base carved from crimson magic crystals.
On it sits a dark red turbid human figure.
He has no facial features, and his face is smooth red and gray. From his wrinkled bitter skin, it can be seen that this should be an old man. The old man exudes a thick and ominous black aura. He is surrounded by people wearing black cloaks, all facing the direction of the old man and bowing. After a long time, the old man let out a long, old sigh.
The Lord is awake. The Lord is awake.
Someone in a group of cloaks shouted loudly, Congratulations to the Lord for killing the traitor and taking back the sacred object, the double. Before he finished speaking, the other cloaks saw an extremely thick blood mist suddenly covering the cloak who was shouting. Then, the burning mist began to evaporate from the body of the cloak. Not long after, the cloak who was still shouting just now had turned into a pool of blood. All the cloaks couldn't help but tremble, but no one mourned for the death of their companions. Such scenes, they have long been accustomed to. But, I don't know why, the Lord of Blood Sacrifice. Why is the Lord so angry? The cloaks didn't feel that the cloak had said something wrong just now. Could it be? Could it be that the two-faced doll was not successfully retrieved? But this is not to the extent. The cloaks were guessing, and at this moment, a crack appeared on the face of the Lord of Blood Sacrifice, and an extremely sharp, piercing, old and vague voice came out from it. Temporarily terminate the dusk ceremony. The voice of the Lord of Blood Sacrifice echoed in everyone's ears. Convey my revelation to all the thorns in Sung Yuan territory. What? The cloaks looked at each other. It was the first time they saw the Lord looking like he was facing a great enemy. Let them raise as many blood slaves as possible. I need new nutrients. And then select blood disciples from these blood slaves. I need new combat power. Listening to the Lord of Blood Sacrifice's revelation one after another, the cloaks looked at each other. They vaguely sensed the omen of change. What did the Lord see? And what did these colleagues of the cloaks, Morris and Fold, experience? The cloaks wanted to interpret more information from the Lord's words, but after the Lord of Blood Sacrifice finished speaking these words, the cracks on his face gradually closed and he stopped talking. The huge blood cave was once again filled with a strange tranquility. After waking up, Luo Xiu felt refreshed. After resolving the first crisis point, Luo Xiu slept soundly. At this time, he could return to his normal life as NPC Luo Xiu. In the short term, there was no need to worry about evil associations like Blood of Thorns threatening the safety of Dawn Town. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu's mouth curled up slightly. After that, it was time to return to the normal pace of life. Getting familiar with and adapting to the living habits of Luo Xiu as soon as possible was also part of Luo Xiu's plan. As the only apprentice priest in the glorious Church of Dawn Town at this time, he needed to complete the church's homework on time and in quantity every day, and guide those believers who pray to God to complete the praise of him. Although Luo Xiu, as a player in his previous life, had experienced all this, it was still a different feeling to praise as an NPC. Luo Xiu stood up, took the new priest robe from the coat rack, put on the priest's crown belonging to Luo Xiu, held up the hearing of gloriousness, and walked out of the church. It was 6 o'clock in the morning, and the timekeeping method of the apocalypse world was the same as in the previous life. The church was already full of ordinary believers who were ready to praise. Originally, guiding the believers to complete the praise was the job of Luo Xiu's mentor, the great priest Ivan, but this responsibility was passed on to Luo Xiu's shoulders, and he still felt a sense of tension. After a long sigh of relief, Luo Xiu appeared in front of the believers with a nearly perfect and friendly attitude. Luo Xiu smiled and nodded to the believers. May Suyu bless you. The pillar god of glory, Suncaster is his honorific name, which means the one who casts the sun, and among the believers of glory, people are more accustomed to calling him Suyu, which is his divine name. Thank you for your blessing, Master Priest. The believers standing in the front row put their hands in front of their chests to form an equilateral triangle, which is a gesture of worship. You are so young, but your temperament is almost the same as Father Ivan. You are too kind, sir. Compared with Father Ivan, I still have a lot to learn. Luo Xiu smiled and replied, then, let us perform today's praise and listen to the oracle from Suyu together. When the hanging bell of the praise rang for the last time, Luo Xiu closed the listening of glory in his hand. Priest, your performance today has exceeded all of our expectations. The believers praised, we thought you would be more immature and awkward, after all, you are only 18 years old. But we didn't expect you to be so steady and mature while hosting the praise. A lady in a plain long dress nodded to Luo Xiu and praised him generously. There is no doubt that even if Father Ivan is not here, you can already be on your own. May your glory be forever, ma'am. Luo Xiu waved his hand and responded to the lady's praise with a smile. The glorious oracle warns us to always maintain a humble heart. I still have a long way to go. Luo Xiu's appropriate expression made the believers present nod their heads one after another, recalling the almost perfect praise before, and the believers left one by one with satisfaction. Watching the believers leave, Luo Xiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately switched back to his original state, and his friendly and solemn image disappeared in an instant. In the previous life, when praise was performed in the game, Luo Xiu could let his body hang automatically, while his spirit was watching short videos, new episodes and novels in the background. But now, not only the body, but but even the soul had to go to jail. This was definitely not what Luo Xiu wanted. This was hell. Fortunately, the first day of praise was completed smoothly. Luo Xiu shook his mind and relaxed his body and mind a little. He began to miss the good times of chasing and escaping with the two blood disciples. Thrilling, exciting, and able to explode the enemy's gold coins. This is the attitude and pursuit that game players should have. Luo Xiu calculated the time. At this time, the bodies of Morris and Fold should have been discovered and notified to the local sheriff. According to the process, the witnesses will first go to the Downtown Affairs Office to find the local sheriff to report the matter. The sheriff will notify the guards, and the guards will first conduct an investigation. After confirming that the deaths of Maurice and Fold were extraordinary events, the commander of the guard will notify the nearest Holy Court of Glory branch in Songyuan territory and let the holy judges of Glory solve it. This process will not go through the glorious church in Downtown, because in the eyes of the sheriff, this church is just an ordinary religious place, belonging to the lowest level of the Holy Court, and has no ability to solve extraordinary events. Most of the guards also believe that instead of trusting a priest who is no different from a charlatan, it is better to seek help from the holy judges who are higher up and truly have extraordinary qualifications. But Luo Xiu knows that in the end these holy judges will still ask for his assistance. This is an arrangement and regulation unique to the glorious Holy Court. Outsiders are not aware of it. And from the sheriff to the guards, from the guards to the holy judges, from the holy judges to themselves. Such a layer-by-layer, Russian doll-like process will inevitably delay the efficiency of work. But Luo Xiu is obviously not in a hurry. All he has to do is to wait quietly for the arrival of the holy judges. But before that, Luo Xiu felt the watching first. It was not from the holy judges who had not yet arrived. This gaze made Luo Xiu feel very familiar, as if he had been watched with the same gaze before. I don't know where the gaze came from, but it must be quite close to me. Luo Xiu's spirit, which had just relaxed, was tense again at this time, but he still put on a relaxed attitude on the surface to prevent being noticed. Looking around, the believers had already left the church, not a single one was left. The windows were slightly open, and there was no one in the visible range. Then who was watching? Is there no one watching? Or, when Luo Xiu thought of this, he subconsciously looked out the window. Even in the cold environment, small and delicate birds still like to fly happily among the treetops, but it is obviously not them that gave Luo Xiu such a deep gaze. As his sight moved, the birds flew away, flew back and forth. Suddenly, Luo Xiu felt that his gaze and the gaze on him met in an instant. Luo Xiu, who was about to be promoted to extraordinary, was extremely sensitive to these perceptions. Across from his sight, there was a white cat lazily lying on the tree trunk. Luo Xiu's memory suddenly jumped, and he recalled that this was not the first time he had seen that cat. He had seen this cat before when he was attacked by Index Fion in a greeting-like manner. As if it had noticed Luo Xiu's attention, the white cat quickly jumped down from the treetop and disappeared. Its reaction was too fast, and Luo Xiu still had no time to throw a detection at it. What the hell is that? Luo Xiu murmured. But the other party didn't seem to have any malicious intent, so Luo Xiu simply stopped thinking about it. A day passed in a flash. Just like the day before, after leading the believers to complete the praise, Luo Xiu began to wear a mask of pain alone. But this process of expressing emotions in a wailing way did not last too long. Luo Xiu felt that the light that illuminated the interior through the church door dimmed a little in an instant. Looking up, a heavily armored knight leaning on a big sword and a young priest carrying a steel warhammer appeared at the door of the church. The priest wore a half cloak, and the other half revealed delicate scales. The knight wore heavy armor that covered his entire body, and under the burgundy-style helmet, one could faintly hear the sound of his breathing. On their chests, they all wore emblems that symbolized their affiliation with the holy judge. "Are you the priest serving in this church?" A cold female voice came from the face-covering helmet of the heavy-armored knight. "Please come with us." Luo Xiu frowned. He has never underestimated the efficiency of the Holy Inquisitors, but he shouldn't be discovered so quickly, right? Seeing the slightly stunned expression on Luo Xiu's face, the young priest next to the knight spread his hands helplessly. "I'm sorry. My companion, Pamir, is like this." As he spoke, the priest patted Pamir's armor lightly. "Pamir, don't use such a tone to talk to our colleagues. We are here to seek help. This lady is not a criminal." The priest scolded softly. "No, actually I am. Miss Pamir is really good at judging people. JPG okay." Luo Xiu smiled and nodded, with an inquiring expression on his face. "I will help you, but please tell me what happened first." Luo Xiu, accompanied by the knight and the priest, walked all the way to the mayor's mansion in Downtown, while listening to the young priest explaining to Luo Xiu the supernatural event he had just taken over.
Let me introduce myself first. My name is Connor. As you can see, I am a priest.
Her name is Pamir, and her occupation is paladin. 2 days ago, the sheriff here received a report that 2 bodies were found in different locations in the town. The skull of one of them was blown to pieces, and the other was pierced from the lower abdomen and chest. The guards initially judged that the 2 dead were cultists from the Red Lotus and classified it as an extraordinary event. That's why we, who are stationed in the Songyuan diocese, were notified to investigate.
As the young priest talked incessantly, Luo Xiu smiled and responded.
At the same time, he opened the panel and took a peek at the details of the 2 holy judges. The young priest's full name is Connor Rune, and he is an extraordinary person with the second destiny of glory, and his occupation is Holy Light Priest. The other knight, her full name is Pamir Skardia, also an extraordinary person with the second destiny of glory, and her occupation is Paladin. Because Pamir was wearing full body armor, her face could not be seen clearly. And since she was slightly reprimanded by Connor just now, she stopped talking and seemed quite taciturn. The Holy See sent 2 holy judges with only a double destiny. Well, this is the minimum configuration, which means that the Holy See does not pay much attention to what happened here. Luo Xiu secretly speculated while continuing to chat with Connor. I heard that their deaths were very miserable. But because they are believers of the Red Lotus, no matter who the murderer is, we have no motive or obligation to track down. As he spoke, Connor glanced at Luo Xiu and observed his expression. Luo Xiu showed surprise and a little loss at the right time, and said to Connor, "So, the 2 adults coming this time can only be regarded as routine?" "Oh no, of course not." Connor shook his head. "Although we are not here to track down the murderer, we are indeed here to solve this supernatural incident."
"What's the difference?" Luo Xiu asked. Connor was about to say something, but Pamir spoke first.
"Of course there is a difference." A cold female voice came from under the heavy helmet. "The dead are believers of the Red Lotus. You should understand that even as corpses, they are very dangerous." Hearing this, Luo Xiu's heart jumped suddenly, as if he realized something. Pamir continued, "The bodies of extraordinary people with residual spirituality are extremely unstable. If they are activated by some malicious beings, or if some kind of distortion occurs inside the bodies, these corpses will immediately resurrect and become terrifying monsters." Looking at Luo Xiu's unbelievable look, Pamir said, "As a holy official of glory, you are different from ordinary believers. Sooner or later, you will touch the door of the extraordinary. Therefore, it is not wrong to let you get in touch with this knowledge in advance." She thought I was afraid? Luo Xiu thought, and then nodded to Pamir with a suitable expression. "Okay, I will pay attention." In fact, Luo Xiu was thinking about something else. He had long known that in God's destiny there was indeed a setting of extraordinary distortion caused by spiritual rampage. But Pamir's words invisibly solved a problem that had been bothering Luo Xiu for a long time. When Luo Xiu, Pamir and Connor arrived at the mayor's mansion, the mayor stood in front of the mansion and greeted them in person. "Lord Connor. Lord Pamir. I have been waiting for you for a long time. You are finally here." The old mayor showed unprecedented enthusiasm. "When I found out that there were cultists who died in our town, I was so restless that I didn't sleep well for 2 days." Looking at Connor's slightly frowned brows and Pamir's slightly trembling body, Luo Xiu laughed dumbly. "It seems that this is not the first time they have come to this place. Have they solved similar extraordinary events before?" Luo Xiu thought secretly. Connor, Pamir and the old mayor knew each other. Luo Xiu noticed that the old mayor's eyes stayed on him for a moment, and then turned away. But in just this moment, Luo Xiu felt strong suspicion, rejection and distrust. Luo Xiu still kept smiling, thinking that the officials of Songyuan territory and even the entire Nolan Empire seemed to have the same attitude. They first believed in the god far away in the sky, and then believed in the holy court with an official extraordinary background. But until the end, they were unwilling to believe that there was a reliable extraordinary person with extraordinary power around them. Although the glorious church in Chenxi town is indeed affiliated with the holy court, it does not have the qualifications to train holy judges. It is more like an institution that handles folk beliefs, rather than a place for the believers of glorious to study the extraordinary. Therefore, in the eyes of many ordinary people, the influence of the holy court on solving extraordinary events will only go down to the level of the church in the parish. It's just that the glorious church at the village level is not convincing to them in its ability to deal with certain extraordinary events. The old mayor, who was skeptical of Luo Xiu, was already quite friendly. Luo Xiu simply pretended not to see it. "Forget the polite words, Mayor Rupert," Pamir said in a cold tone. take us to see where the bodies are kept.
Okay, Lord Premier.
Mayor Rupert smiled and led the way for Luo Xiao and the other two, heading towards the abandoned alley. With the lesson learned last time, under your teachings, we moved the bodies to an abandoned alley where no one lives, so that even if something happens, no one will be injured. Mayor Rupert said with a smile. At the same time, I asked the guards to guard the entrances to the abandoned alleys at both ends.
People with bad intentions can't come in at all. Absolutely impossible.
Very good. Premier nodded, and the group had already walked to the entrance of one end of the abandoned alley. When the guards in half-leather armor saw Mayor Rupert and the three guests appear, they tilted their long spears towards Rupert and the three people and raised them forward. This is the military salute of the Nolan Empire, to show respect for the superiors.
It's just ahead, we'll be there soon.
Mayor Rupert said with a smile, pulling out a handful of non-existent hair. Please rest assured, there won't be any mistakes in guarding the cultist's body this time. It's absolutely safe.
No, why does this old man like to set flags so much?
Luo Xiao couldn't help but complain in his heart, feeling as if he saw an old general on a stage with military flags. He followed closely behind Pamir and Connor and walked deeper into the guard area. Heavy iron chains were hanging, and the two iron doors were not neatly placed together. Mayor Rupert took the key from the guard next to the warehouse.
Clang, clang, clang. After a while of fiddling, Mayor Rupert opened the chain, and the guards on both sides pulled open the iron doors.
A fishy smell came from the depths of the warehouse. This is the smell of rotting corpses. Luo Xiao frowned, but Connor and Pamir walked straight in as if they didn't smell anything. The interior of the abandoned warehouse had been emptied out in advance, leaving nothing behind. According to Mayor Rupert, he was very smart to think in advance that if the two corpses really resurrected, there would be nothing in the warehouse for them to use as weapons. In the abandoned warehouse, there were only two bodies placed side by side in the middle. Luo Xiao could tell the identity of the bodies just by looking at the integrity of the heads. Then he looked at Pamir and Connor, and saw Connor frowning, as if he had discovered something wrong. Then, Connor turned to Mayor Rupert and questioned him in a stern tone.
Mayor Rupert, do you think you can rest easy just by clearing the warehouse? You actually let people put the two bodies of the Red Lotus believers together. This is the biggest danger.
What?
Mayor Rupert's originally somewhat arrogant expression shrank in an instant. I don't know.
I have emphasized this kind of thing. These are all very common details. Pamir shook his head, and a cold voice came out from under the helmet. If you encounter this situation again, you must separate the bodies for care. I remember I warned you to say this.
This is your dereliction of duty, Mayor Rupert. I will report your dereliction of duty to the Holy See.
Mayor Rupert wanted to argue something else, but after thinking about it, he sighed and lowered his head.
Luo Xiao watched the scene just now happen in front of him quietly, and he was secretly happy. This mayor.
His every word and action was to please the honorable, holy judges. After all, he regarded the holy judges as his protectors, but it was obvious that he still made a serious mistake.
The worst situation did not happen, my lords. Luo Xiao tried to smooth things over and said with a smile, this is the best result.
We should pay tribute to the glory and forget these unpleasant things. Connor and Pamir nodded, glanced at the pitiful Mayor Rupert, and said nothing more, but focused on observing the bodies of the two blood disciples. Seeing this, Mayor Rupert slowly breathed a sigh of relief and cast a grateful look at Luo Xiao. This time, the mayor's eyes were no longer mixed with the previous suspicion and rejection, only friendliness and gratitude. Luo Xiao nodded slightly, and then turned his eyes to the two people observing the corpse. Pamir stood behind Connor, and Connor stretched out his hand and touched Ford's body. A light golden stream of light passed gently across the surface of the corpse like silk, and then disappeared.
The body's spirituality has completely dissipated. I can't sense any spirituality left from the murderer. Connor said, it can be burned immediately.
After that, Connor walked to the other side, stood in front of Morris's body, and sensed the body in the same way.
This body still has a trace of its own extraordinary spirituality. Connor said, we need to wait until the spirituality completely dissipates before we can burn it. Then, what about the attacker?
Who is the murderer? Asked the mayor.
Connor shook his head and said, I didn't sense any spiritual remnants from the murderer on these two bodies. Maybe they were not killed by supernatural beings. Not killed by supernatural beings?
The mayor was stunned. Then, who killed them?
Were these cultists killed by ordinary people? How should I know? I am only responsible for solving supernatural events.
Connor spread his hands and said, if you think the murderer is an ordinary person, you can ask those, Supreme, people in the Attorney General's office to solve it. However, my personal suggestion is that the people who killed those cultists of Red Lotus will not threaten your wealth and status. Okay. The mayor compromised in a low voice. Well, my lords, Luo Xiu interrupted at the right time and asked, you said to wait for the spirit of this corpse to completely dissipate, so what should we do before that? Let these soldiers guard it well. Connor looked at Luo Xiu, winked, and said seriously, we will come here every day to check the spiritual residue of this corpse. If something really happens, we will come to solve it as soon as possible. Okay. Luo Xiu nodded. While the conversation was going on, Luo Xiu immediately understood the look Connor gave him. As a priest with the double destiny of glorious, Connor was fully capable of dispelling the spiritual residue on Morris's body on the spot, but he did not do so. And the paladin Pamir did not have the skills related to dispelling, which was a pure combat profession. In this case, among Luo Xiu's many assumptions, there was only one possibility that was closest to the truth: this priest wanted to reasonably take a salary in fish. Because the mission in Dawntown does not require supernormal level combat. Supernormals are also human beings, and they also need to travel on public funds and reimburse food and drink. I understand. Luo Xiu showed a knowing smile on his face, and he nodded slightly to Connor and Pamir and said, in that case, the two adults will stay at the mayor's mansion, or go to the church. Let's go to the mansion, Connor and Pamir said in unison. It was already evening when we returned to the glorious church from the guard post. After Luo Xiu used healing and prayer to drain the last bit of mana, and obtained proficiency and experience points, he lay down on the bed with a little fatigue. However, Luo Xiu's eyes were shining with unprecedented excitement at this time. He always remembered what Pamir had said on the way to the guard post. If the bodies of extraordinary people are activated by some malicious existence, or if some kind of distortion occurs inside the bodies, these bodies will be resurrected immediately and become terrifying monsters. Luo Xiu came up with a plan. And after a whole day of observation, this plan is feasible. The problem that he was worried about before was that there were no undead monsters in the Dawntown. If either of the two bodies of Morris or Ford is turned into an undead, then the problem will not be solved. Along the way, Luo Xiu had been suppressing his excitement until this moment. Now he finally has time to make the first attempt in his plan. At the same time as Luo Xiu's idea emerged, a wolf like a flame slowly broke away from the shadows. The next second, Fenrir jumped out of the window and disappeared from sight. The guards who were guarding the corpses of the cultists, holding bright torches, patrolled back and forth in the deep dark alley. These guards have received strict orders not to let anyone get close to this alley. Therefore, even in the dead of night, these guards are tense and dare not be lazy. Outside the alley, there are also civilians who express strong dissatisfaction with this strict prohibition. Some civilians regard the deep alley as a free storage warehouse, some regard the deep alley as a hidden trading place, and some regard the deep alley as a safe place for cheating. But no matter what purpose and idea, the civilians who want to enter the deep alley are all intercepted by the cold long spear. From the appearance, the entrances to the guardhouse at both ends are guarded, and it seems to be absolutely safe, as Mayor Rupert said. However, when the guards were concentrating and staring at the onlookers like enemies, no one noticed that the deep shadows were surging like a quagmire under the feet of the guards. In front of the abandoned warehouse where the bodies were parked, a shadow had quietly entered through the crack of the door. Fenrir sneaked into the guardhouse head-on. It entered a new warehouse. Ford's body had been moved to a neighboring warehouse, and only 2 candles were lit inside for slight lighting. Fenrir emerged from the shadows and slowly walked to Ford's body. Originally, Mayor Rupert planned to wait until the next morning to burn Ford's body. He had selfish motives, because burning the body later meant that his men would have more time to perform the autopsy. If they found any clues left by the murderer and caught the murderer, he could really rest assured. In Mayor Rupert's eyes, the world did not need so many righteous rangers. Fenrir sniffed Ford's body, then walked away with a look of disgust. Just as Connor said, there was no trace of spirituality left in Ford's body. All of it was lavishly sacrificed by the Lord of Blood Sacrifice, leaving only the death energy that the undead loved the most. And this simple half-rotten corpse made Fenrir not interested in eating at all. It turned its head and went into the shadows, sneaked into another warehouse, and walked towards the place where Morris's body was parked. Before summoning Fenrir, Luo Xiu only captured Morris's soul with the soul manipulator and did not completely extract Morris's extraordinary spirituality. Fenrir sniffed, and a greedy deep light emanated from his golden pupils, but he still suppressed his appetite and completed the task assigned by Luo Xiu first. Fenrir opened his mouth, and his golden pupils gradually became turbid, and a wisp of light smoke spewed out of his mouth. This is the residual soul of Morris's evil thoughts that has not been completely digested. According to Luo Xiu's idea, since Mora's soul was extracted and sacrificed to summon the beast of the abyss, the evil thoughts or obsessions remaining in Mora's soul should have been devoured by Fenrir. Well, since most of the undead monsters are a collection of evil thoughts, then we can infuse Mora's evil thoughts back and then use the means of the abyss to catalyze and process them. Fenrir faithfully carried out the task assigned by Luo Xiu, and the faint mist slowly infused back into Morris's body. An ominous, creepy breath suddenly burst out from Morris's body. Morris's half-brain, the eyes that were originally closed suddenly opened, and the scarlet color raged in them. His mouth began to open and close, but no sound came out. However, it was visible to the naked eye that Morris's naked upper body began to spread red, purple, and thorn-like intertwined lines. The originally quiet extraordinary spirituality in his body also completely rioted from this moment. Seeing that Morris's body had undergone significant changes, Fenrir's pupils flickered for a while, and then he turned around and went into the shadows and left the guarding place. Its mission has been completed. The next morning, after Luo Xiu had a light sleep, he heard a rapid sound of bells. He quickly put on his clothes, grabbed the priest's robe on the clothes support, walked out of the bedroom door, and went down to the hall of the church. At this time, Luo Xiu had already seen clearly that the person who was carrying the bell hammer and hitting the hanging bell was the priest Connor. Luo Xiu roughly understood what happened. Connor shouted anxiously, "Luo Xiu." "Yes, apprentice priest Luo Xiu. We need your help." "What happened?" Luo Xiu's face showed a surprised expression. After looking around for a while, he asked in a puzzled tone, "Lord Connor, where is Lord Pamir?" "Pamir is fighting." As Connor said, he quickly stepped forward and grabbed Luo Xiu's arm. "The situation is urgent, you follow me first." At this time, the believers who were preparing to come to the church for praise watched Connor grab the arm of the priest and rush through the crowd to the direction of the abandoned alley. Under the dissatisfied gazes of the believers, Connor and Luo Xiu disappeared around the corner. "So, Lord Connor," Luo Xiu asked with a little confusion while being pulled by Connor, "what happened?" "The corpse of the cultist." "I don't know what happened, it turned into a dead monster." Connor said concisely. "Not only that, this mayor didn't burn the other corpse. This caused the new dead to directly devour the corpse and become stronger." "What a pity." Luo Xiu lowered his eyes and showed pity. Except that the dead would devour the corpses of their companions and become stronger, everything went according to plan. "What about Pamir?" Luo Xiu asked. "Is she fighting the undead?" "Yes, she is a combat profession, so she will hold the monsters back, and I will come to find you," Connor said, but his feet did not slow down at all, and he turned back to Luo Xiu and said, "Pamir is a paladin, I am a priest, and only you are a priest, we need you to assist." "Okay, I understand." Luo Xiu nodded. "I will do my best." After explaining the current situation clearly, Luo Xiu followed Connor to the entrance of the alley. The alley was already in chaos. Many guards were supporting each other and retreating. The deeper they went, the more messy they saw. The corpse of a supernatural being degenerated into a dead spirit. No matter where it was placed, it was a big supernatural accident. Ordinary people could not resist it at all. They could only rely on equally supernatural power to destroy it. Bang! Bang bang bang! Ding ding dang dang! Clang clang clang! Huge explosions, collisions, and steel-smashing sounds continued to come from the depths. The golden light flashed continuously, and Luo Xiu saw the figure of Pamir in the appearance of the new monster. It was a humanoid monster more than 3 meters tall, with scarlet thorns all over its body. It screamed and slammed its thick arms made of scarlet things into Pamir's armor again and again, stirring up countless gravel and dust. When Connor and Luo Xiu arrived at the battlefield, the guards on guard around them tacitly made way for them. Connor patted Luo Xiu on the shoulder, pulled out the steel hammer from his back, and rushed towards the monster. Roar! Sensing that a new extraordinary person had entered the battlefield, the monster roared angrily, turned over, and its other arm, in the form of thorns, stabbed at Connor. Clang clang clang! Connor swung his hammer to block. After 3 muffled sounds, Connor swung the hammer and leaped up, and at the same time, a golden luster disappeared from the hammer, and smashed the monster's arm. Connor! This is not Priest Connor, it should be Berserker Connor. Luo Xiu muttered inwardly, and inexplicably remembered a game named after an assassin in his previous life. Priest Connor and one of the Berserker assassin protagonists were somewhat similar. Crackling, crackling, the sound of bones breaking came from the monster's arm. The monster roared in pain, and then the other arm spun and smashed. This time, Connor was too late to respond. The monster hit his back hard, and the whole person rolled to the wall. Luo Xiu! A cold voice came from the side. It was the voice of Pamir who had been fighting with the monster before. Luo Xiao nodded and raised his hand to point in the direction of Connor. As the only priest on the battlefield, only he could use healing. Father of the Forged Sun, the furnace of molten light, revived here. Luo Xiao chanted, and at the same time, a pale golden ball of light appeared in his hand, slowly flying towards Connor's position. Use primary healing to heal Connor rune, give 27 points of healing effect. Connor rune defense reduction +1. After completing a treatment, Luo Xiao quickly found a good position and began to observe the battle situation. According to his original plan, only Morris's body was degenerated, and either Connor or Pamir could solve it. He only needed to join the group and find the right time to make a final move, and he could complete the task of being promoted to the second level. However, he didn't expect that the mayor still kept Ford's body. This made the monster in front of him much more difficult to deal with. Judging from the current situation, with Luo Xiao's own first-level destiny, all he can do is to use healing skills and pull Connor and Pamir's bloodlines, and he can't really intervene in this battle. However, Luo Xiao doesn't need to intervene, and the command position is the most suitable position for Luo Xiao. Connor. Luo Xiao called out the name of the Berserker priest, while taking out 2 bottles of mana potion from his arms and knocking one of them, used the Spear of Holy Light. Shoot its eyes. Spear of Holy Light? Connor had just finished an attack when he heard Luo Xiao's shouting from afar. He was stunned for a moment, then his free left hand grasped a beam of light, aimed at the monster's eyes and threw it. The beam of light broke away from Connor's hand, scattered in the air, and quickly condensed into a golden, translucent physical spear, piercing the monster's eyeball. Black blood gushed out of it, and the monster roared in pain, retracted its arms, and covered its only eye with both hands. Yes! Use the light burst technique to cut its ankles hard. Luo Xiao shouted. Connor thought for a moment, and then pressed his left hand in the direction of the monster. A violent light wind condensed at his hand, and then whistled towards the monster like a sharp blade, cutting several wounds on the monster's feet. The monster lost its balance, fell backwards, and fell heavily to the ground. After a series of successes, Connor was excited and waved the hammer in his hand in the direction of Luo Xiao. It actually worked. Before, Connor only wanted to fight the monster head-on. He had the same fighting style when he encountered similar events in the past, but this time, he tasted the sweetness of following orders and attacking weaknesses for the first time. He waited for Luo Xiao to tell him what to do next. But Luo Xiao did not continue to command, but silently recited the prayer of healing. At this time, Connor was facing away from the monster. He thought that the unbalanced monster would not attack again in a short time, but unexpectedly, the monster suddenly jumped up and slammed one arm towards Connor like a steel bar. Feeling the sudden sound of the rapid wind behind him, Connor's heart was alarmed. He returned the hammer just to block the monster's arm, but was still smashed more than 10 meters away. But Luo Xiao had expected this. He had reached level 10 and had a clear view of the attributes of almost everyone on the battlefield. Connor's total health was 140 points. After being hit by the swing of his arm just now, his health was deducted by 42 points, which was still able to hold on. However, the total health of the monster Maurice Randwich, fallen undead, LV18, reached an astonishing 562 points, and the attack power was as high as 48 points. The monster did not hit Connor to the brink of death with one blow, and the chanting of healing was just finished at this time. Luo Xiao used a healing method on Connor, and then raised his arm. A bottle of life potion drew a precise parabola in the air and shattered the moment it touched Connor's head. Throw primary life potion to Connor rune, give 30 points of healing effect. Connor had just been hit hard by the monster, and his whole body was covered with scars. The intense pain made him feel a little dizzy. As a result, the next second, Connor felt a warm breath called resurrection as if he had been enlightened. He looked at Luo Xiao in surprise, feeling that he had a new understanding of him. With the previous experience of being carelessly injured, Connor also became cautious. On the other side, Pamir took the opportunity of Connor taking over the battle, knocked 2 bottles of life potions and a bottle of mana potion, and slowly recovered his physical strength. Seeing Connor being hit by monsters one after another, Luo Xiao always treated Connor in time, allowing Connor to stay at a relatively safe bloodline. Pamir then drew out his great sword and ran towards the monster. When the monster raised its arm and was about to hit Connor's head again, a golden barrier, like a solid wall, appeared in the monster's attack path. Holy Light Protection. This is a unique skill of the paladin who has been promoted to the second destiny of Glorious. The golden wall that resisted the monster's attack was then shattered, but the monster was also bounced by the barrier and stumbled back a few steps. The defense was effective. Connor immediately turned the warhammer upside down and strode towards the monster. Pamir crouched down on the path, tilted the big sword over, and let Connor step on the blade. Then, Pamir swung his arms, and Connor was pushed out by a huge force. Connor stepped in the air, raised his war hammer high with both hands, and smashed it hard on the monster's head. Bang! The monster, whose eyesight had been taken away first, could only hear the sound of the wind whistling past his ears. The next moment, Connor's war hammer hit the top of the monster's head, and countless turbid substances mixed with blood plasma were shaken out, and the remaining half of the monster's brain was also smashed on the spot. Really, really worthy of being Master Kong. Luo Xiao was shocked while closely watching the changes in the monster's health. The previous attack actually caused a critical blow of up to 74 points of damage. Adding the health points that were reduced before, the health of the undead monster was only 12 points at this time. This was the best opportunity he had been waiting for. Luo Xiao's mind moved slightly, and he pulled out the black steel dagger from his waist, and ran towards the monster like an arrow. The moment the monster's skull was crushed by Connor's hammer, its two arms changed again. Two sickle-like arm blades circled and chopped off Connor's body. Connor, who was in mid-air, was falling forward driven by inertia. He had no way to avoid the monster's sudden attack. Pamir dragged the greatsword and ran towards the monster, wanting to give the monster a fatal blow before the monster chopped Connor in two. But Pamir was still too far away from the monster at this time, and it was too late. Despair began to shroud Connor's heart. Just before the monster's sickle hit Connor, countless scenes from the first half of his life emerged in Connor's mind like a revolving lantern. Ah! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I haven't confessed my feelings to Miss Marilyn yet. Captain Anthony still owes me 40 gold coins. The broken winged bird album in the cupboard hasn't been burned yet. Connor closed his eyes tightly, waiting for death to come. However, until he landed steadily on his buttocks and rolled on the ground according to muscle memory, he did not feel the pain from being cut in half. Monster! It didn't attack me? Connor opened his eyes and saw the most incredible scene. I saw a black dagger stuck in the monster's waist, and the dagger pierced the monster from the back, all the way to the handle. Throw excellent black steel dagger at Maurice fallen undead, cause 14 basic damage. Luo Xiao stood about 10 meters away from the monster and threw his right hand forward. At the critical moment, the black steel dagger thrown by Luo Xiao gave the monster a fatal blow. Starting from the monster's sickle-like arms, the disintegration caused by death is slowly but unstoppably progressing. The arms start from the tip and gradually disintegrate into ashes, then the body, the head, and finally the heart. When the last piece of flesh and blood turned into ashes, a small, exquisite, crystal-clear red crystal fell into the ashes on the ground. Ignoring the prompts of the kill reward and the completion of the promotion task, Luo Xiao ran to Connor and stretched out his hand. Connor took Luo Xiao's hand and stood up tremblingly, with a lingering fear on his face. Thank you. Thank you. Connor said gratefully while panting, you saved my life. Thanks to you for discovering the monster's movements, otherwise the consequences would be really unimaginable. No, I'm just here to collect the final blow. Luo Xiao thought, but he didn't stop Connor from continuing to imagine. Everyone is still alive, this is the greatest luck. Luo Xiao said with a smile. Connor nodded, walked to the ground of black ash where the monster had collapsed, leaned over to pick up the red crystal, and took out a square crystal bottle from his arms, sealing the crystal inside. This is the monster's heart. If you crush it, you'll get a valuable enchantment powder, Connor said with a smile. At this time, Pamir also rushed over. After the three of them confirmed that each other was fine, they couldn't help but feel relieved as if they had survived a disaster. After killing the undead monster, Connor and Pamir prepared to leave Dawn Town. However, before that, Connor and Pamir had a more important thing to do. According to the guards on duty at the mansion that day, when Mayor Rupert heard the corpse of the blood disciple resurrected, he was like crazy. He hid in the haystack of the stable and shivered all morning, and refused to come out no matter how he was persuaded. After Connor, Pamir and Luo Xiao solved the undead, Connor took Pamir directly to the stable and set the haystack on fire. The hair on Mayor Rupert's body was burned clean by the fire, and even a large piece of cotton wool clothes was burned. He ran wildly on the street with his bare buttocks, shouting vague words such as I am guilty and I deserve it. It is said that the fire also scared the horses in the stable. 2 stallions chased Mayor Rupert and ran wildly in heat, kicking the mayor several times along the way. This is all personal grudges, yes, personal grudges. In front of the gate of the glorious church in Dawn Town, Connor said with a smile, his expression as bright as a sunflower. Lord Connor. Although I know that this undead incident is inseparable from Mayor Rupert. Luo Xiao stroked his chin with his right hand and thought, but you are violating the rules of the Holy Court.
You will most likely be punished when you go back.
Punish me if I want to, Connor spread his hands. This is not the first time I have done this kind of thing. I understand, it turns out to be a habitual offender.
Luo Xiao nodded in agreement.
At this time, Connor and Pamir had packed up their things and were ready to leave Dawntown. 2 post horses were tied behind a tree outside the church.
They were necking and eating grass. By the way, there is something we want to tell you. A cold female voice came, and Pamir suddenly spoke. Luo Xiao's heart trembled.
He had thought in advance that before Connor and Pamir left, they came to the church to find him.
It must not be just to say goodbye. What's wrong? Luo Xiao asked with a smile.
Connor reached into his arms and fumbled around in his arms, then took out a piece of paper sealed with gold.
Luo Xiao.
Luo Xiao Carlos, the information shows that you have been in the Glory Church in Dawntown for 2.5 years.
Yes, it is. Luo Xiao nodded.
But Connor's words made Luo Xiao's originally stable state of mind appear a little ripple.
Luo Xiao Carlos. Carlos? I don't have this last name. I am Luo Xiao Durant. What's going on? What's the matter with this strong sense of disobedience?
Luo Xiao still had a smiling expression on his face, listening to Connor's next words. And Pamir and I came to Dawntown this time. In addition to solving the supernatural event entrusted by the affairs office, we also have another mission.
Another mission?
Luo Xiao's tone was puzzled, but he had already guessed something in his heart.
Yes, we are here for other things.
Pamir nodded, and then said seriously, Apprentice Priest Ros Carlos, you have passed our Holy Judge assessment, and you are qualified to go further.
I passed the assessment. Qualified. Luo Xiao murmured.
It turns out that Connor and Pamir's true identities are not only special envoys of the Holy Inquisitor, but also headhunters sent by the Holy See.
That can explain a lot of things. For example, although I am only an enlightened person with a single destiny, Connor and Pamir almost let me participate in the entire process of solving extraordinary events.
Behind all this, there are hidden purposes.
So, we formally invite you.
Connor stretched out his hand to Luo Xiao, and said word by word with a sincere expression, we formally invite you to join the Holy See and join our Holy Inquisitor.
Join? The Holy Judge? Luo Xiao was stunned.
He had thought beforehand that after he was officially promoted to the Extraordinary, he would consider joining the Holy Judge organization. In this way, Luo Xiao would not only get more opportunities to earn experience and explode gold coins, but also significantly help improve his own strength. In addition, he can also get a monthly salary and a considerable reward for completing commissions. However, all of this has a prerequisite, that is, after being promoted to the Extraordinary. If Luo Xiao remembered correctly, the selection criteria of the Holy Judge organization are very strict, and the minimum entry requirement is to achieve the second destiny of Glorious and become an Extraordinary. In addition, a series of identity review, political review, and belief review processes must be followed. However, now, the opportunity to join the Holy Judge organization is right in front of him.
This is too sudden.
Luo Xiao did not give an immediate answer, but pondered, I am not a transcendent yet.
But you are not far from entering the door of transcendence.
Connor shook his head and smiled, however, we are just inviting you, and we do not have the specific decision-making power. But, Connor changed the subject, when you officially enter the transcendence, if you decide to join us, Pamir and I can be your witnesses. After speaking, Connor handed over the gold-sealed letter, and Luo Xiao reached out to take it.
Okay. Luo Xiao nodded and said, I will think about it carefully. After watching Connor and Pamir leave, Luo Xiao took the letter and returned to his room.
Whether to join the Holy Judge is something that needs to be carefully considered. First of all, Luo Xiao deeply understands that he must not expose his secret cultivation of the Abyss destiny. Even though no one on Fanal Continent knows the power of the Abyss now, in the 20 version of Scarlet Moon, people will gradually appreciate the horror of this power from the Tide of Scarlet. And by the time of the 30 version of Echoes of the Abyss, the power of the Abyss will be officially made public. By then, the extraordinary system of the 9 major destinies will be completed, and an unprecedented storm will be set off on Fanal Continent. Therefore, unless Luo Xiao keeps hiding his power, the secret of his fate of the Abyss will be discovered sooner or later. By that time, the Holy Judge organization will no longer be his safe haven, and he will be the enemy of the entire Holy Court. And with the huge size of the Holy Court, it is easy to crush a Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. He was a long-term thinker and habitually considered the worst consequences. Secondly, there was another thing that made Luo Xiao feel worried. Previously, Connor called himself Rosius Carlos, but his character panel showed that he should be called Rosius Durant.
The holy judges would not make such a low-level mistake as mispronouncing a name.
In other words, within the holy judges organization, their records of themselves were that Rosius came from a family with the surname Carlos.
Maybe there is some secret in this? Luo Xiu couldn't help thinking, and then thinking back to his character panel, there are indeed some things worth noting. In addition to the Heart of Apocalypse, Luo Xiu has another specialty, called the Relict. This is a simple blank specialty, just used to represent Luo Xiu's identity as an orphan in the present tense.
Originally, Luo Xiu didn't care much about this specialty. But now Luo Xiu decided that if he has time in the future, he must investigate his life experience. Maybe one day, he will suddenly be able to eat his own shocking melon.
However, these concerns are actually long-term worries.
After all, it is only the first half of the year since the server was launched, and the Judgment War of version 10 will last for another full year. When Luo Xiu officially encounters the main plot after version 20, it will be a long time later. In this case, it is better to grasp the immediate benefits first. After joining the Holy Judge, you can get an extremely reliable backing for at least 1 year. Moreover, knowledge and skills related to the fate of Glorious can also be exchanged for merit points. Instead of like casual players, most of the extraordinary knowledge can only be picked up by cheating and deceiving.
Considering this point alone, joining the Holy Judge organization in the short term is far more beneficial than harmful.
While thinking, Luo Xiu has made a secret decision in his heart.
Late at night,
after completing a day's homework and leading the believers to complete today's praise in the afternoon, Luo Xiu buried himself in the quilt like a salted fish.
He finally had time to be alone and settle the rewards for purifying the undead and completing the promotion tasks. Opening the panel, the red dot on the mailbox jumped.
Luo Xiu stared at the panel and issued an order in his mind.
Receive.
Kill Morris Fallen Undead, LV18, and gain 588 basic experience points. Morris Fallen Undead, LV18, is 8 levels higher than you, overlevel kill.
Gain 80% extra experience points. Reward settled, actually gain 1058 experience points. Morris Fallen Undead, LV18, is a dangerous boss. Rewards for killing dangerous bosses are being generated.
Good fellow, it's actually a dangerous boss.
Luo Xiu murmured.
He originally only wanted to create an ordinary undead monster, but after Morris's undead devoured Fold's body, it seemed to have undergone a fundamental change and transformed into a map boss level monster. But think about it, the panel detection before showed that the undead Morris had a high health value of 562 points, which was far beyond the level of the Double Destiny Extraordinary. Kill reward generated, gain the expertise Broken Thorns, normal, free attribute point *1, Broken Thorns, normal. The poor and desperate people entangled by thorns will eventually swing their swords to cut off the shackles of thorns and also cut off their miserable lives. The damage of physical attacks initiated by you will be increased by 10%, and when you suffer physical damage, 10% of the damage value will be rebounded.
Good guy. Really good guy. Luo Xiu's eyes lit up.
Originally, he only wanted to kill an ordinary undead monster and complete the promotion mission, but he didn't expect to accidentally encounter a dangerous map boss, and a new expertise exploded from the boss. This is the first new expertise that Luo Xiu has obtained since he crossed over. Generally speaking, there are many ways to get rewards for killing bosses, such as obtaining extraordinary props and materials, obtaining special skills and abilities, obtaining expertise, etc. And the expertise that exploded is the most cost-effective among all the reward categories. Because expertise is not restricted by the column, although the difficulty of obtaining it is much higher than the other items. In theory, as long as you are hard-working enough, the buff given by the expertise can be infinitely stacked. Although the expertise that exploded this time is only of ordinary quality, its practicality is really not low. This is equivalent to directly increasing the amount of physical damage by 10%, and then putting on a 10% physical damage armor for yourself. Although the value is not particularly high, in the early novice stage before the numerical expansion, this 10% is equivalent to a pure numerical improvement. After calculating the rewards for killing the zombies, Luo Xiu was in a better mood than ever before. He closed the kill reward calculation and opened the promotion task panel. Completed 3 golden words appeared at the bottom. Completed. Luo Xiu gave new instructions in his mind. Promotion mission completed, Soul Purification Altar, normal difficulty. You have purified a dead spirit of level no less than LV10, and successfully proved that you do have the potential and qualifications to be promoted to the extraordinary. Task settlement in progress. Completion rewards, basic experience plus 800, skill slot plus 1, skill slot plus 1, free attribute points plus 5. The moment he clicked complete, Luo Xiu felt that the environment around him had changed significantly in an instant. The surroundings were no longer the familiar room, and all the furniture and ornaments disappeared. Light and shadows were modeled, and the Milky Way was flowing. Is this the universe? Or the starry sky? Or... At this moment, Luo Xiu only felt that he was in a completely unknown space. There was nothing around, only a scene that looked like a group of stars at the end of the field of vision. Is this a game map? Or does it really exist? Countless thoughts came one after another. As a former great player, Luo Xiu had never seen such a scene before. When I was a player and logged into God's Destiny, promotion was just a concept of data change, and it had never been so real and tangible as it is now. After calming down the shock in his heart and letting his mind return to peace, Luo Xiu vaguely realized that in front of him, gray stone stairs were slowly appearing one after another, suspended in the air, and floating up and down. As if responding to some kind of call, and as if being pulled by some mysterious force, Luo Xiu walked up the stone steps and headed towards the unknown end. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Xiu reached the end of the stone steps. What entered Luo Xiu's field of vision were two tightly closed doors. They were two doors cast in bronze, with their surfaces engraved with mottled rust over the years, and locked tightly by a giant lock of unknown material, leaving only a keyhole for inserting the key. Luo Xiu reached out and touched it, but the moment he touched the door, the panel suddenly jumped. You do not have the bronze key and cannot open the bronze door. Trigger promotion task, bronze door, normal difficulty, recommended level, LV10, first level and above, task type, promotion task description, you have entered the spirit world and have reached the bronze door. However, you lack a key and cannot open the door for the time being. Task goal, obtain the bronze key, 0 to 1, and open the bronze door. Completion reward, promoted to the second level of glorious destiny. After jumping out of the task, the scene around Luo Xiu changed again. The starry sky-like scenery began to have cracks, and the cracks became larger and larger, and there was a slight cracking sound in his ears. Then, Luo Xiu's eyes went dark. When he opened his eyes again, the surrounding environment had returned to his room in the church, and the familiar furniture and decorations re-entered Luo Xiu's field of vision. I'm back, Luo Xiu murmured. This is really exciting. Luo Xiu almost thought that he was going to travel through time again. Completely different from when he was a player, Luo Xiu felt for the first time that when he was promoted to the extraordinary as an NPC, he would enter such a space and encounter such a situation. After thinking silently for a while, Luo Xiu returned his attention to his own character panel. After completing the promotion task Soul Purification Altar, Luo Xiu had accumulated more than 2,000 experience points. At the same time, there were 6 free attributes, and the skill and skill slots were also expanded to 9 grids. Luo Xiu quickly distributed the 6 free attributes, raising strength to 10 points and wisdom to 13 points. At this time, Luo Xiu could use the more than 2,000 experience points accumulated to upgrade the level of the Abyss Servant of the Abyss Destiny profession to obtain additional free attribute points. However, when upgrading the profession level of the second Destiny, the free attribute points obtained will be halved. In Luo Xiu's eyes, this is not a very cost-effective choice. On the contrary, Luo Xiu has other plans for this considerable experience savings. In the previous battle against the undead monsters with the Holy Judge Connor and Paimir, Luo Xiu realized a very serious shortcoming about himself. The number of skills that can be used in his skill slot is too small. Luo Xiu stared at the skill slot in the character panel, and looked at the 2 lonely skills Primary Prayer and Primary Healing and fell into deep thought. At this time, Luo Xiu's skill library is far from rich enough. Even if he can make extraordinary weapons with supernormal skills, without the combination of skills, his attack is just a fancy flat attack. Think about the Spear of Holy Light and Light Burst that Connor casually threw out in the previous battle, and Paimir's Holy Light Protection. Their skill library actually has far more than these skills. In comparison, he only has 1 primary healing that can be used in battle, which is really too shabby. Therefore, with the more than 2,000 experience points accumulated, Luo Xiu plans to make a bold attempt. That is, use these experiences to create skills. In God's Destiny, there are 4 common ways to acquire skills: acquisition through promotion, acquisition through teaching, acquisition through drops, and acquisition through self-creation. These 4 ways of acquiring skills represent special professional skills acquired upon promotion, acquiring skills through learning, obtaining random reward skills by killing boss-level monsters, and acquiring new skills through self-creation. Among them, self-created skills are the most random, but also the most malleable. From the player's perspective, the method of self-created skills is to engraving the fate of the generated skills on the blank scroll, and then invest at least one supernatural skill knowledge, and invest supernatural materials, optional, and a certain amount of experience points. Then you can start waiting for the scroll to shape a new skill. This process is highly random, but it is precisely because of the randomness that it is full of endless gambling fun. But there are also rules to follow. If you create skills in a specific proportion, order, and method, the probability of a specific skill appearing is much higher than usual. In the previous life of the game God's Destiny, after the experience points of the character and skill level were basically increased in the middle and late stages, self-created skills became the biggest consumption of experience points. No matter how much experience points were stored, as long as you wanted, you could use them all up overnight. But now Luo Xiu is obviously not a big experience point user. At this time, there are only 3 blank scrolls in front of him, which are all the scrolls he could find after searching the entire glorious church. After a long deliberation, Luo Xiu finally determined the 3 self-created skills he wanted to try. Luo Xiu stretched out his hand and gently pressed his fingers against the blank scroll. The idea of creating skills emerged in his mind. After a moment, on the blank scroll, a pattern shaped like the sun, vaguely in the center of the scroll, from hidden to visible. Luo Xiu first used glorious inscription to define the destiny of the generated skills. As a member of the quasi-holy judge, Luo Xiu must first ensure that the skills he can use are at least one of the 3 legal destiny attributes in the Nolan Empire: glorious, wisdom, and supreme. However, the core of the skills can be shaped by Luo Xiu himself. After the sun pattern in the center of the blank scroll was completely generated, Luo Xiu imagined the second skill to be integrated abyssal beast summoning. When in the first level of Destiny, Luo Xiu can only summon and contract one abyssal beast at the same time, so this skill is directly aimed at Fenrir. A purple wolf head pattern covered the sun pattern in the center of the scroll and fit together. Luo Xiu did not intend to invest in extraordinary materials and skipped this stage directly. When glorious inscription and abyssal beast summoning were completed, a panel prompt popped up in front of Luo Xiu. But unlike usual, though on the panel lasted for a long time, as if some huge amount of calculation was being performed. Putting 2 completely opposite destinies, glorious and abyss, together to create a new skill, the panel probably has never seen such a thing in its life. Because in the current God's Destiny apocalypse world, no one can embark on completely opposite destinies at the same time, let alone merge the skills of opposing destinies to create new skills. Except for Luo Xiu, who has the heart of apocalypse. Luo Xiu waited patiently. After a long time, though, on the panel finally refreshed, and new text appeared on it. The destiny has been confirmed, and the destiny belongs to Glorious. The current character level is LV10, and the Glorious inscription level is LV1. Self-created skills success rate is 20%, min, 50%, max. Please confirm the experience value invested. The minimum investment is 500 experience points. Oh my god. Luo Xiu's eyes twitched. The minimum experience value to be invested is 500 points, and there is no upper limit. The more experience points you invest, the higher the corresponding success rate. Luo Xiu's accumulated experience points at this time are only a pitiful 2,500 points, and to achieve the highest success rate, you need to invest twice the basic points, that is, 1,000 experience points. But 1,000 experience points are really too expensive for Luo Xiu now. For the first time, Luo Xiu decided to invest a single amount to bet on the possibility of success. As a senior gambler in the previous life of the card draw game, Luo Xiu knows the way of gamblers. Luo Xiu gritted his teeth and paid 500 experience points. After the experience points were invested, the scroll engraved with the purple wolf head in the golden sun suddenly emitted a strange purple and dazzling golden light. The 2 rays of light collided and converged with each other, gradually forming a brand new pattern. Just as Luo Xiu was looking at the changes in the blank scroll in front of him with hope, a sudden change occurred. The 2 rays of light of different colors suddenly began to vibrate violently and unstably, and the entire blank scroll began to emit wisps of mist and burst out strings of tiny sparks. Seeing this, Luo Xiu immediately grabbed the scroll and threw it out of the window that he had opened in advance. Boom! In the air outside the church, golden and purple flames bloomed brilliantly, and the quiet night ushered in the first brilliant fireworks. The explosion was very loud, but fortunately, the location of the Glory Church was located in the far suburbs of Dawn Town, so it would not disturb the civilians. Failed to create a skill. Lose 1 blank scroll, lose 500 experience points. Failed. This was the first time Luo Xiu had failed since he made his first super weapon. However, Luo Xiu was not discouraged. It was normal for the first attempt to fail. For a great player, exploding scrolls must accompany his gaming career for a long time. In front of Luo Xiu, There were 2 blank scrolls, and he had 2 more chances to try. Just like before, Luo Xiu quickly completed the meditation in drawing of glorious inscription and abyss beast summoning again, and invested 500 experience points. If he failed again this time, Luo Xiu was ready to give up this skill combination and use the remaining 1500 experience points and the last scroll on a relatively stable self-created skill. The 2 rays of light began to merge, and the scroll began to vibrate unstably as before. But this time, the 2 rays of light did not have a strong rejection reaction. After they intertwined and entangled for a while, they began to merge slowly and steadily. A quarter of an hour later, the pattern on the scroll had completely stabilized, forming a new pattern that was wrapped in the sun and symbolized the golden wolf head. The golden light shone on the pattern and emitted a dazzling glow. Success! Success! Luo Xiu was ecstatic. After the first attempt failed, the second attempt to create a skill was successful. This was a great start for Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu rubbed his hands excitedly, waiting for the success prompt to pop up on the panel. After a moment, the panel jumped, and the words self-created skill successful jumped into view. Self-created skill successful, the glorious destiny skill has been generated. Obtained, Holy Flame Wolf, glorious, LV1, mana consumption, 5/60ths s, cooldown time, 30 minutes, Holy Flame Wolf, glorious, LV1 bathed in the glory wolf, descended from the dark abyss, and reborn in the burning holy flame. When using the Holy Flame Wolf skill, summoning Shadow Eating Wolf is replaced by summoning Holy Flame Wolf, the inherent skill Shadow Eating is replaced by the inherent skill Holy Flame, and the Holy Light Protection effect is obtained for 300s. Holy Flame, inherent skill. The damage caused is always Holy Light attribute damage and cannot be overwritten. When attacking enemies that do not have Holy Light damage resistance, the damage caused is increased by 10%. When attacking enemies with Holy Light vulnerable status, in addition to the vulnerable damage increase, the damage caused is increased by an additional 10%. Holy Light Shield, status effect. Gain a layer of Holy Light Shield, equivalent to 30% of the upper limit of health. During the existence of Holy Light Shield, you are immune to Holy Light attribute damage and reduce 20% of all damage received. A long list of skill panels directly occupied Luo Xiu's field of vision. Oh my god! Luo Xiu reached out and wiped his forehead, his eyes fixed on the skill panel, unwilling to let go of any line of words. At this time, thousands of words merged into one sentence in Luo Xiu's heart. This is too strong. After using the Holy Flame Wolf skill, in addition to a lot of new effects, Fenrir's initial characteristics will directly change from Abyss Monster to Glorious Holy Beast. This is a fundamental change, which means that Luo Xiu can openly pull Fenrir out for a walk. In addition, the Holy Flame Wolf can also give quite a lot of bonuses, with its own Holy Light attribute enchantment, its own damage bonus, and its own Holy Light Shield for up to 5 minutes. The only drawback is that this skill consumes 5 mana points per minute, which is a bit too high for Luo Xiu now. But this still cannot cover up the power of Holy Flame Wolf. Luo Xiu smiled and snapped his fingers, summoning Fenrir, the Shadow Eater Wolf, from the shadow. Fenrir, come here. Look at the new skin that Daddy prepared for you. The flaming demon wolf scratched its head with its claws. A what? Fenrir, who was suddenly summoned and was looking for food in the ruins of the abyss, looked dissatisfied and puzzled. Luo Xiu stared at it, silently chanting the prayer of Holy Flame Wolf while observing Fenrir. The wolf bathed in glory, descended from the dark abyss, and was reborn in the burning holy flame. As he chanted, Fenrir began to undergo extremely significant changes. Its fur color changed from pure black and dark red to bright white and golden. Its eyes were still golden, but brighter and deeper. The aura it exuded changed from the original darkness and blood to sacred and gentle. Just like an angel's mount, and also like a good omen coming to the world. At the same time, Fenrir's new panel appeared in front of Luo Xiu. Holy Flame Wolf Fenrir, LV18, Race, Holy Beast / Glorious Holy Beast, Threat Level, Dangerous, Health, 120/120, Shield Value, 36, Mana, 12/12, Physical Attack, 28, Spell Attack, 16, Defense Reduction, 8, Attributes, Strength 14, Constitution 12, Agility 12, Wisdom 8, Divinity 4, Perception 14, Resistance 8, Luck 4. The attributes haven't changed. Luo Xiu murmured. After confirming the effect of Holy Flame Wolf, Luo Xiu interrupted the skill, letting Holy Flame Wolf end and enter the cooling state. Fenrir, who changed from Holy Flame Wolf to Shadow Eater Wolf, had his race column return to Monster / Contracted Abyss Beast. He burrowed into the shadow and returned to the ruins of the abyss to feast. Luo Xiu nodded, very satisfied with the effect of Holy Flame Wolf. After successfully creating the first skill, Luo Xiu still had one last blank scroll in front of him. He could also create one last skill. After careful consideration, Luo Xiu chose the combination of skills he wanted to invest in skill creation.
Glorious Inscription plus Abyssal Inscription. It's just that the proportion of glorious will be higher, the spirituality of the invested glory will be fuller, and the degree of inscription will be deeper. Therefore, the newly created skills will still be classified as the fate of glorious, but even Luo Xiu doesn't know what kind of skills such a combination can produce.
This is an unprecedented attempt. When the meditation and engraving of the fusion of glorious inscription and abyssal inscription was completed, the light of different colors on the blank scroll suddenly became stronger. The golden sun pattern representing glorious and the purple seven-pointed star pattern representing abyss continued to merge and entangle in the blank scroll. This time, the waiting mark on the panel lasted more than twice as long as when creating the Holy Flame Wolf. Luo Xiu reasonably suspected that he might have burned the CPU of the panel. After a long wait, the panel finally showed new text. The destiny has been confirmed, and the destiny is glorious. Current character level is LV10, glorious inscription level is LV1, self-created skills success rate is 10%, min, 30%, max. Please confirm the experience points to be invested. The minimum investment is 1000 experience points, his 1000 experience points. Luo Xiu didn't expect that the minimum cost of creating a skill this time would be so expensive. After the previous two gambling, Luo Xiu's experience points were only a little over 1,500. However, at this time, Luo Xiu no longer had any reason to stop moving forward. He only had a blank scroll left, and once the skill fusion began, he could not retreat. Even if he had to bite the bullet, Luo Xiu would complete this last step.
Let's go, Luo Xiu murmured.
In order to maximize the success rate of this last self-created skill, Luo Xiu made a decision with a little pain: pay all the remaining experience points. After paying all the remaining 1500 experience points, the blank scroll once again emitted a golden and purple light. However, this time, the interweaving of different colored lights was far more scorching than the last time. As the fusion progressed deeper and the different colored lights became brighter, Luo Xiu's heart was already in his throat. Finally, at the last moment, when the brightness of the golden and purple lights reached its peak, the two lights converged and dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and began to stabilize. The stream of light flowed back into the blank scroll, and a new pattern flowed out on its own.
Success!
Luo Xiu murmured, and his heart was finally put down, as if he was in a dream. When the new pattern finally stabilized, a prompt popped up in front of Luo Xiu that the creation was successful.
Self-created skill successful. The glorious destiny skill has been generated. This skill is limited level and has been recorded in the Ring of Apocalypse. Instead of jumping directly to the skill panel, Luo Xiu's eyes were instantly attracted by the unprecedented text. Obtained, Advent of the Holy Abyss, Glorious, Limited, LV1.
The next morning, the entrance of the glorious church was now full of believers waiting to pay their respects. They looked pious, talking to each other about the oracle and revelation of the moment, and occasionally looking at the closed door of the church, expecting to greet the young priest in the morning. Until 6 o'clock on time, the door of the church slowly opened. Luo Xiu smiled and appeared in front of the believers with a gentle and perfect gesture.
Greetings to you, priest.
Several female believers saluted Luo Xiu and said with a smile, I don't know why, I feel that you are particularly radiant today.
Really? I thought of something happy. Luo Xiu smiled and nodded. Isn't it radiant?
The last skill created the night before, its skill effect made Luo Xiu so excited that he almost couldn't sleep. While Luo Xiu was talking to the believers, he couldn't forget the skill effect of Holy Abyss Descent. As a limited skill, when Luo Xiu created this skill by himself, it would be impossible for another person to replicate it through self-creation.
The template of this skill is quite special.
It cannot be upgraded through regular practice and experience feeding. Instead, it is deeply bound to the fate of the skill owner. The higher the number of the fate of the owner, the higher the level of the skill. The LV1 Holy Abyss Descent is an active skill of the domain type, and it has only one effect, Holy Light Corrosion. Just around this effect, Luo Xiu has been able to build a set of skills that only he can control. It is precisely because of the appearance of Holy Abyss Descent Holy Light Corrosion that Luo Xiu confirmed the extraordinary profession he would choose after officially being promoted to the second fate of Glorious. Luo Xiu has begun to be impatient and look forward to his mentor, the great priest Ivan, to come back as soon as possible.
And if Luo Xiu's notes are correct, the return date of the great priest Ivan is this afternoon.
This means that the last item he needs to be promoted to the extraordinary bronze key is already waving to him.
The bells of praise rang, and the believers followed Luo Xiu in chanting.
No one knew that at this time, the only priest had already left his soul.
Should we write the application letter first? Or wait for Ivan to come back? Wait until Priest Ivan comes back in the afternoon. Well, just let him sign it. I don't know what kind of person Mentor Ivan is, I only have some vague memories of him. Well, I hope I don't recognize the wrong person then. Ding, buzz 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 buzz. When the hanging bell rang for the last time, the long aftertaste lingered around the beams of the church for a long time, and today's praise officially ended. Priest. The lady in a plain long dress nodded to Luo Xiao and said with a smile, today is also a nearly perfect ceremony. I seem to have really heard the oracle from Shu Yo. Really? Luo Xiao responded with a smile, may your glory be forever, and Shu Yo will favor every devout believer equally. Thank you for your blessing, priest. The lady bowed slightly to Luo Xiao, and then, as if she remembered something, she asked Luo Xiao, by the way, priest. Last night, I seemed to hear a slight explosion nearby? Although it is far away from the town center, would anyone still hear it? Luo Xiao thought about it, and replied calmly, it's nothing serious. Maybe some explosive firewood was mixed in when adding firewood to the fireplace. Is that so? This kind of thing does happen. The lady said thoughtfully, my husband works in a coal factory. He told me that there are several types of wood with high pyrophoria. When the firewood is burned directly, it is easy to cause an explosion. Priest, I suggest you consider using coal instead of firewood, so that you don't have to burn firewood to keep warm. It's too unsafe. Okay, I'll consider it. Luo Xiao nodded. Sure enough, I can get away with it. Luo Xiao thought, but it's true, when Priest Ivan comes back in the afternoon, I'll add an application for coal. In the afternoon. After the ceremony, the believers dispersed in groups, and the church returned to its usual quietness. Luo Xiao, who was repeatedly using healing and prayer to squeeze experience points in the church hall, heard a de sound coming from outside the door. It was a rhythmic sound of horse hooves. Luo Xiao stopped the training at hand and walked out of the church. Outside the church door, a post horse was tied to a silver fir tree by the road. The metal parts of the saddle and stirrups reflected mottled colors under the sunlight. If you look closely, you can detect subtle rust indents. A sturdy figure was untying the rope buckle from the horse's back and taking down two huge and heavy bundles. Teacher. Luo Xiao went to meet him. When he confirmed that this person was the figure and appearance of Ivan in his memory, he tried to speak first. You are back. Yes, I am back. Ivan sighed deeply. Ivan turned his head and Luo Xiao was able to see his appearance clearly. It was a very common and ordinary middle-aged man's appearance, with two tufts of slightly curled beard under his nose. If Ivan was not wearing a senior priest's robe, but a buttoned dress and a gentleman's tall hat, he would probably be mistaken for a senior businessman who had been in the business world for many years. At this time, Ivan looked dusty and a little tired. Ivan's facial muscles trembled visibly, as if something that had been suppressed for a long time was gushing out from the depths of his heart. I'm finally back. I could have come back earlier. Red Maple City. Lord Ladafu. These things, the ritual had been completed long ago, but this lord still insisted that I help him exorcise the demon in his mansion. I exorcise the demon. There is no demon at all. High Priest Ivan, has he always been so high quality? In the spirit of eating melons, Luo Xiao's expression became serious, and he asked seriously, Teacher, what happened? You know, I'm going to Red Maple City to preside over the ceremony. Ivan sighed again and said, let's go back to the church first. I'll get the wine from the cellar and tell you slowly. Wine from the cellar? There is such a thing in the church? Luo Xiao's heart was surging, but on the surface he was still calm. Seeing that Ivan had the horse and walked towards the church, Luo Xiao followed him closely. Half an hour later. When Luo Xiao looked at the large and small wine cups neatly placed on the table, his heart was already full of waves. His inherent impression of High Priest Ivan had been completely shattered. Sure enough, wine works. Hiccups. Ivan held up the tin-plated wine glass, the deep red liquid flowing in it, reflecting the crystal color. While drinking, he almost shouted, I tell you. My hiccups. Ritual has been completed long ago. My level has been hiccups. Recognized long ago. But, hiccups. Just because I am no longer a holy inquisitor. Hiccups. That Lord Radif dared to drive me like this. Lord Radif said, there were filthy things in his mansion. Hiccups. He found me, and asked me to help him exorcise the demon. There are obviously special holy inquisitors. Hiccups. Who can handle this kind of thing? But Lord Radif specifically came to me, because I helped them preside over the ceremony. Hiccups. He thought it was just a side job, so he didn't need to pay a commission. F K it. How on earth? Hiccups. Was this kind of person appointed as a city lord by the Lord? But even so, it doesn't matter. I'll go to help. It doesn't matter. The result. When I got there, I found hiccups. There was no filth at all. I used the miracle of glory, and then the blessing of glory. Booty found nothing. What on earth did Teacher Ivan go through? Luo Xiu listened carefully. He subconsciously thought that Teacher Ivan had encountered a higher-level monster or wandering spirit. After all, Ivan was only a transcendent with a second destiny. Then, Ivan's expression instantly became ferocious. His face turned red and his neck became thick. He slammed the wineglass on the table and said, "It turned out that there was no filth at all in that mansion. Just when I told Lord Radif for the third time that the mansion was safe and not disturbed by filth." Lord Radif suddenly laughed. After drinking, Ivan spoke more fluently than ever before and continued without any stuttering. Lord Radif clapped his hands, his face full of fat trembling with wrinkles. He actually smiled and said, "Your performance was wonderful. My friend, High Priest Ivan. Congratulations. You succeeded in pleasing us. You brought the best performance to our banquet tonight." Then, the curtains in the mansion were suddenly drawn up, and countless guests appeared on the seats on the second floor, laughing at me without any scruples. When he said this, Priest Ivan stopped talking. He raised his glass in silence, filled it with blood-red wine, and then drank it all. Luo Xiu did not speak either. He just looked at Ivan quietly. His eyes gradually became cold, and anger surged up. This is an extremely absurd farce. Luo Xiu has already understood that Priest Ivan is used as a bargaining chip by the powerful to please other powerful people. This is what will inevitably happen when you come into contact with the powerful. In a sense, it is also another different world form of workplace. The interests of one party must be based on the exploitation of the other party. This is the eternal law of capital. It's just that the exploited person this time is his mentor Ivan. After all, Ivan's identity is just a high priest in a remote town. In the eyes of those superiors, he is just a stronger ant. Red Maple City. Lord Radif. Luo Xiu murmured this name, feeling unfamiliar with this name. It seems that this is not an important NPC active after the internal beta launch. Because Red Maple City has become an important base city for players in the national area after the official public beta of the game, but Luo Xiu does not remember an official named Radif at all. Maybe Lord Radif had been assassinated by assassins sent by the Thieves' Principality before the start of the 10 version of the War of Judgment? Or maybe he had sensed that the situation was not right, so he packed up and ran away early? Many speculations came one after another. Luo Xiu shook his head and looked at the High Priest Ivan, who was still drinking one glass after another. He didn't know what to say for a while. By the way, Ivan had mentioned it just now. He said that he was once a Holy Inquisitor. Did Ivan quit later? But it is more likely that he was expelled, because alcoholism violates the Holy Inquisitor commandments. But Ivan's clergy status was not completely deprived. He should have been persuaded to quit by the administrators of the Holy Court and then demoted. Well, with the temperament of High Priest Ivan, he is indeed more suitable to serve in the Church of Dawn Town. He lived a life of leisure and ease, only occasionally taking on tasks like presiding over rituals in Red Maple City. And the fact that he was publicly humiliated by Lord Radif could only mean that Priest Ivan was not very good at managing official social life. Otherwise, even if he only took into account the authority of the Church and the Church under the Holy Court, Lord Radif would not have done such a thing. He did not take Ivan, who belonged to the branch church of the Holy Court, seriously at all. In other words, Lord Radif was simply fearless. However, no matter what Ivan was like, Lord Radif was not a good guy. While analyzing, Luo Xiu also made a secret decision. When he had a chance in the future, he would go and find trouble with Lord Radif. Luo Xiu knew that he was different from his mentor, Priest Ivan. He had many ways and means to do what Ivan wanted to do but could not do. In the evening, Dawn Town, Glory Church. Ivan, who had just returned to the church, was drunk in the morning. He finally went back to his room and slept with his hands on the wall. He didn't wake up until the evening. In that state in the morning, Luo Xiu didn't want to mention the bronze key and joining the holy judge to Ivan. Until Ivan woke up, the high priest knocked on Luo Xiu's door. Dong, 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 creak, the wooden door opened, and Luo Xiu took a look at the priest Ivan. After sobering up, Ivan revealed an incomparable clean temperament. His face had been carefully groomed, and his beard and hair were combed very shiny. Ivan had changed into a brand new priest's uniform. He held the glorious listening in his hand, and wore a silver-inlaid monocle on his right eye, highlighting his erudition. On his head, he wore a new exquisitely crafted priest's crown,
which looked sacred and solemn. At this time, Ivan really looked like a high priest of the church, which was completely different from when he just returned to the church. Even after he vented his long-suppressed resentment, the whole person gave people a much more relaxed feeling. Luo Xiu reasonably suspected that Ivan had logged in with the wrong number. "You are not Ivan. Who are you?" JPG. While Luo Xiu was shocked, Ivan spoke. "Luo Xiu. My disciple, Luo Xiu Carlos." Ivan said softly, with an inquiring tone, "I was drunk this morning and didn't have time to ask you something. What happened during the days I was away? Even Master Ivan called me Carlos." Luo Xiu thought for a moment and didn't take it too seriously. He then told Ivan that 2 Red Lotus followers had died in Dawn Town and that a holy judge had come to Dawn Town to investigate. However, Luo Xiu concealed the fact that he had killed the cultists and only told Ivan the information he could accept. Ivan was silent for a while, his face changed from kind to serious, and after a long time, he gradually relaxed. "A cultist from Red Lotus actually appeared. But fortunately, you are fine." It can be seen that in Ivan's eyes, this is already a very serious incident. Seeing that the time was right and the occasion was appropriate, Luo Xiu said, "Yes, this is a rare luck. But I think, teacher, we can't always rely on this luck." Ivan looked up and looked into Luo Xiu's eyes. "So, I hope to apply for the bronze key from the Holy Court. I am ready to officially advance to the extraordinary." "I understand." Unexpectedly, Ivan didn't say much. After thinking for a while, he nodded calmly. "Advancing to the extraordinary, this is a normal pursuit," Ivan said, "but are you sure you are ready? You have to understand that once you set foot on the road to the extraordinary, you really can't turn back." "I understand, teacher." Luo Xiu said sincerely and firmly, "I am ready, and I have also seen the door." "Is that so?" Ivan nodded. "You have come this far." Then, there was a long silence. Finally, Ivan spoke. "Go get the application letter. It's in the middle drawer on the second floor of the closet in my room." "Okay, teacher." Luo Xiu trotted to Ivan's room. What Luo Xiu couldn't see at this time was that when he left Ivan, his mentor, the great priest Ivan, showed a look of relief and loneliness on his face. Because Ivan knew that when Luo Xiu was officially promoted to the extraordinary, he would no longer belong to Dawn Town or the Church of Glory. He might join the Holy Judge, just like he did when he was young, or he might be transferred to the Songyuan Diocese to take up a more core teaching position. The Holy See would not let talents who were promoted to the extraordinary continue to stay in a small place like Dawn Town, and he was the only exception. Even if he was an exception, he was transferred to the church in Dawn Town in his middle age. Before that, he had dedicated decades of his life to the Holy See. He was already retired. Ivan understood this very well, but Luo Xiu was not. He still had a long way to go, and he couldn't make a choice for him. When Luo Xiu trotted back the application letter that had been covered in dust, Ivan had returned to his usual state. He took the letter from Luo Xiu with a smile, picked up the pen on the table, dipped it in ink, and wrote on the letter, Songyuan Diocese, Sina City Church, Dawn Town Glory Church. Apprentice priest Luo Xiu Carlos has touched the gate of supernatural. After examination, it was found to be correct and his willingness has been confirmed. His mentor, consecrated priest Ivan Jimmel, applied to the diocese and the church for the bronze key. Ivan Jimmel, handprint. After writing, Jimmel handed the application letter to Luo Xiu. "You will receive a reply tomorrow or the day after tomorrow after you send this application letter," Ivan said with a smile. "The test push has achieved good results so far. It broke 100 at 3 p.m. and I'm catching up." Before the messenger came to pick up the letter for the last time, Luo Xiu delivered the letter. When he returned to the church, Ivan had already returned to his room, turned off the lights and went to catch up on his sleep. He might also be drinking alone. Luo Xiu couldn't help but think so. 2 days later, the sound of horse hooves rang out outside the church. Luo Xiu finished his squeezing skills, put on his priest robes, and walked out of the church gate. The first thing that came into Luo Xiu's sight was a brown post horse. On the horse's back was a man with a beige cloth bag slung across his body. He was wearing a naturally gorgeous robe and a gray hood with a light gold and white feather inserted on the brim of his hat. The messenger of the Holy Court. Luo Xiu recognized the identity symbolized by this outfit. "I am the messenger Charles. Here are your letters." Seeing Luo Xiu coming out of the church, Charles nodded slightly and asked, "Who is the priest here?" "The letters need to be handed over to the priest in person." "Hello, Lord Charles." Luo Xiu bowed slightly and said, "I am Luo Xiu Carlos, an apprentice priest here. Just give me the letters." After that, Luo Xiu showed his priest certificate. Charles looked at Luo Xiu. There was no problem with his clothes, his certificate, and his age. Well, except that he looked young, there was no problem. So Charles nodded, reached into the cloth bag and fumbled for a while, took out a white-gray letter, and handed it to Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu reached out to take it, and Charles immediately flicked the whip and rode away on his horse. Luo Xiu took the white-gray letter and returned to the church. At this time, Ivan had also come to the hall. Looking at the letter in Luo Xiu's hand, he said kindly, "Has the messenger come? This should be the reply from the Holy See." "It should be," Luo Xiu nodded, and said in a somewhat nervous tone, "I wonder how the Holy See will reply." "Teacher, can I open it?" "Of course, it's up to you." Ivan smiled. Luo Xiu then picked up the paper cutter on the table, slightly cut a notch in the wax seal of the letter, and then reached into the letter and pulled out a page folded 3 times. He opened the page, and inside was indeed the reply from the Holy See about the application. "The application is approved. The bronze key has been sent with the letter and can be retrieved by the method of glorious engraving." The application was approved. Luo Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. If it was a normal application process, the diocesan branch of the Holy See might have sent someone to inspect it, but he was able to pass the application so smoothly. This should be because he had fought side by side with the holy judges before and passed their assessment. Ivan was also surprised. He murmured, "You actually passed the application in 1 try. Well, that's a good thing. This shows that the Holy Court really takes it very seriously." Luo Xiu glanced at Teacher Ivan. His face was pale and his eyes were full of doubts, as if he had many questions but was too embarrassed to say them out loud. It was like buying hundreds of lottery tickets in the previous life and never winning, but seeing another newcomer buy the first prize in 1 try. It seems that when Ivan applied for the bronze key back then, he was rejected many times. Luo Xiu thought so, and his eyes moved to the lower half of the letter. In the lower half of the letter, there was a pattern of a square column key. And on the pattern, a dark blue metal light pattern was quietly flowing. Between the flickering light and shadow, and the changing colors, something was about to come out. The skill of sealing is an advanced skill that only extraordinary people with high destiny can master. The physical object is stored in the inscription in a certain way, and the extraction password set this time is the glorious inscription skill that Luo Xiu, who has a destiny, can also use. The reply letter said, "The bronze key attached to the letter can be extracted by inscription." Luo Xiu thought, while imagining the knowledge of glorious inscription in his mind. After a while, his fingers began to become translucent, and a faint golden light emanated from his fingertips. Luo Xiu then stretched out his fingers and gently pinched the edge of the key. Hiss, hiss. Luo Xiu could feel that something was being dragged out of the paper. As the extraction progressed, the corners of the letters suddenly began to burn. The dazzling flames and the scorching temperature made Luo Xiu's hands tremble slightly. When Luo Xiu finally took out the complete key, the letter was burned out in the next second, turning into ashes and scattered everywhere. Who on earth invented this? Luo Xiu cursed inwardly. Taking a key is like speed. And when the key was completely taken out, the bronze key finally revealed its true form in front of Luo Xiu. It was a bronze key cast in a square column and rusty. The key was engraved with unreadable words, and the edges of the words flowed with a dim and deep light. "This is the bronze key, the key to open the bronze door," Ivan said from the side. "So, Luo Xiu, do you want to wait a little longer, or advance to the extraordinary level now?" Hearing this, Luo Xiu took a deep breath and replied, "Teacher, I want to advance now." "I understand, then go to the back hall to hold the promotion ceremony, and remember to close all the doors and windows. In the dim back hall, no light can penetrate from the outside, only a cluster of flickering fire in Ivan's palm can provide the minimum lighting. Empty your mind." Ivan looked at Luo Xiu, who was sitting cross-legged opposite, and reminded him word by word, "Try to imagine the majestic image of Suyu as much as possible, and outline the outline of the magnificent sun, so that you can enter the sea of spirituality again." "Okay, teacher." Luo Xiu nodded, then opened the task panel, and clicked the complete button in Promotion Task, Bronze Door, Normal Difficulty. The moment he pressed the button, the environment around Luo Xiu suddenly changed. Ivan, the fire, and the familiar furniture all disappeared from his sight, replaced by the deep darkness and the lingering silence in his ears. Until the star-like scenery reappeared at the end of his vision, and the stone steps appeared out of thin air again, Luo Xiu followed the guidance of the unknown and stepped onto the long steps with an unknown end. After an unknown amount of time, when Luo Xiu reached the end of the long steps and saw the familiar bronze door again, he picked up the key and inserted it into the keyhole on the giant lock. The next moment, a sound like a rolling boulder began to come from the 2 bronze doors. Fragments of light overflowed from the cracks in the door, and the bronze door slowly opened.
Luo Xiu saw a brand new world. Countless translucent, radiant creatures swam and soared in the void.
This is the spiritual world, the spiritual sky, and the spiritual ocean. There were no stone steps in front of Luo Xiu, but he still followed some kind of guidance and took a step forward. Ripples appeared on the soles of his feet. When he stepped into the void, Luo Xiu did not fall, but stood steadily in the air as if walking on flat ground. But when he wanted to go deeper into the surroundings, an invisible wall blocked his way. Is this? Let's explore the area ahead later? Luo Xiu thought while waiting for the surrounding scene to change again. After a long time, Luo Xiu's character panel jumped, and finally a prompt popped up that promotion mission, Bronze Gate, was completed. The spiritual world disappeared, replaced by the same deep starry sky as when he first came in, and an extremely magnificent bronze palace. Luo Xiu was inside the hall. In front of him, 3 huge bronze pillars stood. Luo Xiu stared at the bronze pillars, and his body began to flow with incomparable spirituality. Completed the promotion task, Bronze Gate, normal difficulty. You have opened the Bronze Gate and glimpsed the world behind the gate. You lost the Bronze Key, task settlement. Received completion reward, spiritual sublimation. You have advanced to the second destiny. You have obtained the origin upgrade, level cap increased to LV20, skill glorious inscription level increased to LV2. You obtained the skill, Holy Light Affinity, glorious, LV1, Holy Light Affinity, glorious, LV1. You have been recognized by Holy Light and can initially master the skills or skills related to the Holy Light attribute, and obtain a small effect bonus. You obtain the skill, Spiritual Vision, glorious, LV1, Spiritual Vision, glorious, LV1. Your spirituality has been sublimated from the source, and you can discern shallow spiritual traces in the material plane and the real world. You obtain the expertise, Beginning of the Extraordinary, rare, Beginning of the Extraordinary, rare. You have glimpsed the source of the extraordinary, the sea of spirituality, primary attribute value +5, secondary attribute value +2. As the prompt of task completion popped up, Luo Xiu could feel very clearly that every inch of his skin, every strand of flesh and blood, and even every cell, became extremely active at this time. They greedily absorbed the spirituality and turned it into extraordinary power and settled in the body. When Luo Xiu once again looked at the 3 huge copper pillars, the panel in front of him once again popped up a prompt, advanced to the second glorious destiny, obtaining a profession. You have 1 chance to change your profession. Please choose one of the following 3 second-level destiny professions. On the first copper pillar, an inscription symbolizing Holy Sword appeared. Profession 1, second-level glorious destiny profession, Holy Knight. This is a profession that focuses on output, with a series of extremely violent attack methods. On the second copper pillar, an inscription symbolizing Sun appeared. Profession 2, double glorious destiny profession, Holy Light Priest. This is a profession that is good at both holy arts and physical attacks, and focuses on comprehensive development. On the third copper pillar, an inscription symbolizing the scepter appeared. Profession 3, double glorious destiny profession, Consecrated Priest. This is a profession specialized in holy arts, with extreme auxiliary capabilities, and is the upper-level profession of Luo Xiu's Apprentice Priest. The inscriptions on the copper pillars representing these 3 professions are now overflowing with shining in pure white and gold light, waiting for Luo Xiu to make a choice. Luo Xiu almost reached out and touched the copper pillar of Consecrated Priest without thinking. The copper pillar shattered and turned into a golden mist, pouring into Luo Xiu's body. You obtain the extraordinary profession, Consecration Priest, LV1, inherit the level of the lower-level profession Apprentice Priest. The level of the Consecration Priest is upgraded to LV10, and the profession Apprentice Priest is lost. Obtain the professional skills of the Consecration Priest, Consecrator, Glory, LV1, Consecrator, Glory, LV1. You are a person blessed by glory, and are granted the qualification to perform consecration with the altar ceremony. Obtain the occupational skill of Consecrated Priest, Consecrated Blessing, Glorious, LV1. Consecrated Blessing, Glorious, LV1. Bless yourself or others. The blessed person's physical attack and spell attack are increased by 20%, defense reduction is increased by 20%, and the highest single attribute value is increased by 20%. Finally, I have advanced to the extraordinary. After confirming that Consecrated Priest is his new occupation, a series of new text prompts and data changes of various ability improvements are all visible on the panel in front of Luo Xiu. At this moment, Luo Xiu has truly stepped into the realm of extraordinary. And when he finally confirmed the data panel of the promotion to the second level, the spiritual space he was in began to tremble violently. At the edge of the field of vision visible to the naked eye, cracks began to appear one after another in the starry sky-like scenery. At a certain moment afterwards, Luo Xiu's eyes went black. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the most familiar church. Next to him was the worried-looking high priest Ivan. When he saw Luo Xiu wake up, Ivan couldn't help but show a look of relief on his face.
Is everything okay? Ivan asked, his eyes full of worry. Did you advance successfully?
Yes, it was successfully completed.
Luo Xiu breathed a sigh of relief.
To be honest, although it was the second time for Luo Xiu to enter that spiritual space, he still felt a strong palpitation afterwards.
Compared with the entire spiritual space, even if he had been promoted to a transcendent, he was just an insignificant mayfly.
This feeling of powerlessness inspired Luo Xiu's desire to become stronger. What is your choice? Ivan looked at Luo Xiu and asked slowly, Holy Knight, Holy Light Priest and Consecrated Priest.
Which one did you choose?
I still choose to be a priest, teacher. Luo Xiu smiled. I don't like too intense conflicts, teacher.
This kind of priesthood of dedication, guidance, and help is the most suitable for me.
He chose a pure auxiliary profession, but obviously, it was not because of the reasons he said, but because of the existence of the skill Holy Abyss Descent, Holy Light Corrosion. Because of the effect of Holy Light Corrosion, the ultimate auxiliary consecrated priest can play more powerful than the original.
Ivan nodded. This seems to be a choice you would make.
Then, as if remembering something, Ivan suddenly said, I also chose priest at that time, but this also means that it is difficult for you to learn the holy art that can fight the enemy head-on.
I will teach you a move, you learn from me. After that, Ivan raised his hand and chanted, He is the light that shines everywhere, he is the brilliance of the world.
As he chanted, a golden mist began to slowly condense in Ivan's palm. It was brilliant and dazzling, and it was getting bigger and bigger. At a certain moment, Ivan threw the ball of light and smashed it onto a worn-out table in the back hall.
Boom!
A burst of golden light flashed, mixed with a violent explosion. Half of the bombed table was turned into powder, leaving only a huge hole on the table.
This is Holy Light Annihilation.
It is a sacred attack technique that few of us consecrated priests can comprehend.
Ivan said word by word, I will teach it to you now. Holy Light Annihilation? Luo Xiu's eyes lit up and he was excited. Oh my goodness. How could I forget this?
Since Ivan returned to the church, Luo Xiu only took a rough detection and knew that Ivan was indeed just a consecrated priest with a double destiny, so he didn't think about anything else. Until this moment, he suddenly remembered that his player panel also had the function of accepting skills from NPCs. In the past few days, Luo Xiu was either fighting with NPCs or was not familiar with NPC professions, so he didn't consider learning skills from other NPCs. And learning skills also requires a lot of experience points. The more unfamiliar you are with the NPC, low favorability, the more experience points you have to pay, which makes Luo Xiu, who is not rich, even less consider learning skills. But at this moment, an NPC with almost full favorability and exactly the same profession as himself, consecrated priest Ivan, is standing in front of him.
Luo Xiu was excited.
He looked at Ivan, who was teaching him holy arts knowledge, seriously, but he was thinking about other things. So, I am going to teach you Holy Light Annihilation.
What do you think? Ivan asked.
While asking Ivan, a new panel popped up in front of Luo Xiu. Ivan Jime, consecrated priest, LV17, teaches you Holy Light Annihilation, glorious, LV1. The experience value required to learn is 500. Your favorability with Ivan Jime is deep relationship. 60% of the experience value required is reduced. The experience value required to learn is 200. Do you want to learn?
I want to learn, teacher.
Luo Xiu's desire for knowledge was unprecedentedly high, and he looked at Ivan with bright eyes.
Okay, let's start with the first step.
Ivan nodded. First, you have to meditate on the scene of holy light entering your body, and then extend it to visualization.
While Ivan was teaching, Luo Xiu clicked Learn on the panel.
The hundreds of experience points I had gained by repeatedly squeezing out my skills over the past 2 days were instantly emptied by 200 points.
Then, a panel representing the learning progress appeared.
Imagine the holy light flowing through your body, purifying all impurities.
Current learning progress, 33%.
Then imagine it becoming hot and pure, like the holy flame burning high on the altar.
Current learning progress, 66%.
Finally, imagine it gathering in the palm of your hand, just like this. Imagine a ball of hot and flawless light.
Current learning progress, 100%.
You have learned Holy Light Annihilation, glorious, LV1. As the progress of the panel was updated, Ivan also completed his teaching. Finally, he threw out the newly condensed ball of light again, smashed a corner of the old table, and said, "This is all the knowledge and skills about Holy Light Annihilation."
Well, this holy art is not simple.
It took me nearly half a month to master it.
Ivan said, Luo Xiao, you are a smart student. I think you should be able to master it in less than a week.
Suddenly, when Ivan was halfway through his words, he was stunned. Across from him, his student Luo Xiao Carlos, a ball of light appeared in his palm, which was almost exactly the same as the one he showed before.
Is that so, teacher?
Luo Xiao played with the golden mist in his palm and said a little ignorantly, I seem to have learned it.
Ivan. No.
Ivan's expression froze, and he suddenly had extremely strong doubts about his extraordinary career in the first half of his life.
He looked at his palm and then at Luo Xiao's palm.
When he confirmed that Luo Xiao was using the holy light annihilation he had just taught, huge doubts arose from the depths of Ivan's heart. However, this strange feeling was quickly calmed down by Ivan himself.
Very good, very good.
Ivan nodded, and said with a complicated expression, I didn't expect
you. I didn't realize before that you actually have this talent.
Luo Xiao was his student after all. When he saw that his student's talent and intelligence surpassed his own, Ivan's heart was filled with the satisfaction of having taught a good student. Perhaps you are really suitable for this path, Luo Xiao.
Ivan said at last, you are more suitable than me, and you will definitely go further than me.
After that, Luo Xiao and Ivan learned two double, glorious, destiny skills, group healing and purification. Group healing, as the name suggests, is a sacred art that gives group healing within a range, while purification is a designated single-body purification of primary abnormal effects, such as detoxification, dizziness, fear.
It is a very good auxiliary skill.
But when learning these two skills, Luo Xiao did not use them in front of Ivan on the spot. He was also afraid that Ivan's heart would not be able to bear it if Ivan taught and learned 3 times in a row. It would definitely be a terrifying event in Ivan's view.
Late at night, Luo Xiao had finished studying. Ivan's underwear had been almost stripped off by Luo Xiao. There was nothing to learn anymore. Ivan then took 2 bottles of wine and returned to his room. Teacher Ivan must be drunk by now.
Luo Xiao couldn't help thinking so, while flipping through his own panel. At this time, Luo Xiao's character panel had also undergone considerable changes. Luo Xiao Durant, LV10, Ordinary NPC, Race, Human, Rank, Extraordinary, Health, 100-100, Mana, 54-54, Physical Attack, 20, Spell Attack, 30, Defense Reduction, 5, Attributes, Strength 10, Constitution 10, Agility 5, Wisdom 15, Divinity 18, Perception 7, Resistance 5, Luck 1, First Destiny, Glorious Destiny, Second Level, Main Occupation, Consecrated Priest, LV10, Second Destiny, Abyssal Destiny. First Level, Secondary Occupation, Abyss Servant, LV1, Destiny Skills, 7/9 Glory Inscription, Glory, LV2, Consecrator, Glory, LV1, Holy Light Affinity, Glory, LV1, Spiritual Vision, Glory, LV1, Abyssal Inscription, Abyss, LV1, Soul Manipulator, Abyss, LV2, Abyssal Beast Summoning, Abyss, LV1, Occupational Skills, 8/9 Primary Prayer, Glory, LV1, Primary Healing, Glory, LV1, Holy Flame Wolf, Glory, LV1, Holy Abyss Advent, Glory, LV1, Consecrated. Blessing, Glory, LV1, Holy Light Annihilation, Glory, LV1, Group Healing, Glory, LV1, Purification, Glory, LV1, Character Expertise, Heart of Apocalypse, Legend, Only, Relic, Rare, Beginning of Transcendence, Rare, Broken Thorn, Common, Status, None. You have truly entered the extraordinary, but you are still just a tiny part of this extraordinary world. Countdown to the start of the internal test, 184 days and 9 hours. After carefully scanning each piece of information, Luo Xiao closed the panel with satisfaction. He now felt that he was quite good at fighting.
If he went back to the day of the time travel and met those 2 Red Lotus cultists again,
Luo Xiao was very confident that with his current strength, he could already fight them head-on.
While imagining the scene of beating up the cultists,
suddenly, Luo Xiao's eyes froze. He felt a very familiar breath, he felt it, from the secret peeping. This was the 3rd time he was peeped at. Luo Xiao had a blank expression on his face, but his nerves began to tense up, thinking about the intentions of the other party. He probably knew that the source of this gaze was Intis Fuan. It was time to make a break. Luo Xiao looked at the slightly closed window, and he had made a secret decision in his heart.
Late at night.
As usual, when the blue moonlight hit the glass window, the traces of light green reflected were like a dyed starry sky dissolved in the night wind. The crows outside the window stopped chirping, and the birds that loved to sing huddled in their nests, letting the biting cold wind whistle past again and again. Luo Xiao's face did not show any fluctuations. He calmly changed his clothes, climbed onto the bed, and covered himself with a thick quilt. After about a quarter of an hour of waiting, the eyes that were watching him finally moved, getting closer and closer. Luo Xiao then heard the sound of the window being gently opened. Something was tiptoeing in through the window, and a slight pressing sound came from the tabletop that was level with the windowsill. Luo Xiao closed his eyes, controlled his breathing, and maintained the same rhythm and frequency as when he was sleeping. Finally, when the fourth pressing sound came out, Luo Xiao suddenly jumped up from the bed. When he opened his eyes and met the eyes of the uninvited guest, he saw the same scene as the previous 2 times, a white cat. This time Luo Xiao finally saw clearly that it was a white cat with dark green eyes and 2 tails. Meow! The white cat was caught off guard. Just as it took the last step and was about to jump off the ground lightly, Luo Xiao suddenly jumped up and really scared it. It quickly turned around and prepared to jump out of the window, but when it looked back, it saw the most terrifying scene in its life. Scarlet flames like purgatory, extremely manic evil, bloodthirsty breath exuded from it, and a pair of golden eyes were greedily staring at it. Fenrir Wolf. When Luo Xiao pretended to sleep, it got into the shadows, went around behind the white cat, and cut off its retreat. The white cat bent its hind legs and kicked back, pulling away from Fenrir Wolf. Fenrir used his claws to slam the window shut, completely blocking the white cat's escape route. Luo Xiao stared at Fenrir and the white cat at the same time, and the detection was thrown out. The panel finally showed the true form of the white cat. It was indeed Index Fune. The blood disciple with the double, red lotus, destiny. The level is LV16, the highest attribute is 23 points of agility, followed by 20 points of perception. She has a special specialty, that is, under natural conditions, she can transform into the form of a civet cat, and in this form, the agility attribute will receive a huge bonus. That's the real body? Luo Xiao murmured, and then quickly found the right position in the darkroom, and formed a pincer attack on Index with Fenrir. Meow! When Index realized that she was surrounded, her cat body began to change. Her fur color changed from pure white to a layer of light green. Then, Index turned into a light green light and shot onto the wall. Fenrir followed closely behind, also turning into a bright flame, and the 2 lights chased each other in the room, and from time to time there was the sound of furniture being knocked over. Until a certain point, when Index jumped onto the ceiling and stood on the small chandelier. Bang! A low explosion sounded, and the smell of burning cotton wool filled her nose. Luo Xiao held the pillow in one hand and pressed the back of the pillow with the other hand, and fired a shot at the hanging column of the chandelier. The chandelier fell to the ground and was caught steadily by the thick velvet carpet without making a loud noise. The moment Index's footing was knocked off, she subconsciously jumped up and landed on the ground in free fall. However, just as she was about to leap and escape again, a horrifying scar suddenly appeared on her hind legs. The piercing pain came, and Index was horrified. She turned around and found that the wolf that kept chasing her was now holding down the shadow on the ground with one claw. That was the shadow of Index reflected by the blue moonlight that came in through the window. Fenrir Wolf in the form of Shadow Eater Wolf has the characteristic of attacking the enemy's shadow as attacking the enemy's body. This claw penetrated the shadow, which was equivalent to piercing the back leg of Index's cat. Meow! Intis screamed and struggled to escape, but she couldn't move her legs. At the same time, a ball of golden mist appeared in Luo Xiao's palm. He threw his right hand in vain, and the golden light ball flew towards Intis and exploded very close to Intis. Bang! Right in front of Intis, a big hole was annihilated on the floor and the thick velvet blanket, and the aftermath of the explosion scratched a series of tiny scars on Intis's cat. Intis's cat fur stood up, and her 2 tails were straight up. It was just that this attack was not aimed at her head, otherwise this holy light annihilation would be enough to seriously injure her. This is a warning, invader. Luo Xiao had completed the charge of holy light annihilation again. Remove your demonization, and I can consider not killing you. As if she had made some kind of decision, blood gushed out from Intis's throat. 1 drop, 2 drops wet the carpet. Then, in front of Luo Xiao, the figure of the cat Intis began to become blurred, and the blood gushing from her throat gradually dissipated into mist, wrapping her whole body in it. When the mist dissipated, the white cat had disappeared, replaced by a girl wearing a black cloak, with fair skin and a slender figure. I have no ill intentions, so don't. Intis whispered, but she didn't finish her words. Click. Luo Xiao's judgment had already aimed at her forehead. Intis, I know you should have seen this too. Luo Xiao said in a deep voice. Intis was silent, and the hand in the open had slowly stretched out of the robe and raised it. On one side was the demon wolf that had torn her legs, and on the other side was the priest who had pointed the musket at her head. Intis was a smart person, and she knew what to do in such a situation. She chose to surrender wisely. Just as she expected, when she chose to surrender, Luo Xiu did not immediately pull the trigger. After taking one last look at the situation and confirming that there was no chance of a comeback, Index sighed softly and said, I surrender. I lost. There is no need for us to fight to the death. As I said before, I have no ill intentions. We can cooperate. Cooperate? Luo Xiu smiled and said, No, no. You don't understand the situation. As he spoke, Luo Xiu raised his voice. Now, you are my prisoner, this is called interrogation. Next, I hope you can cooperate, maybe I can spare your life. Apprentice felt a chill for no reason. The person in front of her was far beyond her understanding of the group of priests of glorious. In her impression, priests should be the existence of holiness and light. And looking at the person in front of her, who was pointing a gun at her, and the demon wolf behind her who was staring at her. No matter how she thought about it, she felt something was wrong. Please tell me, what do you need me to do? Apprentice's tone was a little panic, but she still had a little confidence at this time. Then, the first thing. Luo Xiu said in a deep voice. Take off your cloak. Apprentice was silent for a while, stretched out her slender arms from under her open robe, and lifted the cloak covering her face. Silver-gray hair spread out, revealing a snow-white face, which appeared somewhat unhealthy pale under the reflection of the blue moonlight. In her fluorescent green pupils, a cautious and curious look was revealed at this time. When Index showed her face to Luo Xiu was stunned not because of her enchanting beauty, but because this face reminded Luo Xiu of an old friend in the previous life. In the game God's Destiny, an NPC with the reset point function, the Night Slayer who was called Our God's Destiny also has its own Firekeeper. Index Fune. Good guy. I said, why do I feel that this name is so familiar? Luo Xiu murmured, it turns out to be her. In the original plot, Index is a wandering merchant who suddenly appears in the player's main city and opens the reset point function to players for a fee. Her background is very mysterious, and no one can find out her true past. Players only know that Index holds a divine object two-faced doll, and the reset point opportunity she sells also comes from this divine object. Therefore, in the past life, there were always some players with ulterior motives who tried to attack Index in order to plunder the divine object two-faced doll in her hand, in an attempt to monopolize the way for players to reset points. But they all failed without exception. Index had reached the 5th level of Destiny at that time. When the players were completely unable to find out her true identity, they were severely taught a lesson by Index, and from then on, the legend of the Night Slayer spread. With this thought, Luo Xiu probably understood why the Blood of Thorns was so persistent in hunting her down. Could the two-faced doll in her hand be stolen from the Lord of Blood sacrifice? However, this was just a guess. In any case, no matter how strong Index was in the future, and what adventures she was still just an extraordinary person with the 2nd level of Destiny at this moment, and was far from being as terrible as in her previous life. Intis, Fune. Luo Xiu said in a low voice, I have seen you 3 times. Tell me, what is your purpose in spying on me? Purpose? Index blinked, I am just curious, who suddenly appeared and snatched my prey. And who dared to say to that person that he would kill all of you? Curious. Luo Xiu was silent. This sentence should not be a lie, which is consistent with his understanding of the character of Index in his previous life. Index in the previous life suddenly appeared in the player's main city, and it is said that she was curious. That's all? Luo Xiu's fingers gently tapped the wall of the musket. Indies, don't hide it, you have other requests. My other requests. Index was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and said, oh, yes. I also want to take it away. As she said that, Index pointed at Fenrir, and Fenrir bared his teeth at her. But, of course. Index continued, if my original purpose was to seek revenge. Revenge? Luo Xiu was stunned, but his face did not show any surprise. Instead, he nodded slowly and said, let's just take it as it is. Index, I ask you, do you know what a two-faced puppet is? Question mark. Hearing this, Index's originally calm expression flashed a trace of doubt, but soon returned to normal. I don't know, sir. Index said so. However, Luo Xiu had seen through everything. Sure enough, she knew the existence of the two-faced puppet. Luo Xiu thought quickly in his mind, and continued to ask calmly on his face, then, since you said cooperation, why did you attack me when we first met? Intis's expression eased a little, and she said, this is because I am a blood disciple who can transform into a civet cat. If I have your blood stains in my nails, I can find you at any time. Luo Xiu's eyes twitched slightly. He felt that he was no longer interrogating a cultist, but a stalker. Is this the premise for her spying? Luo Xiu nodded slowly, and then asked the third question, why did you betray Blood of Thorns? This is the last question.
Intis's answer will directly determine how Luo Xiao should deal with her.
Intis let out a long sigh and said softly, because, you know, Master Priest, the Blood of Thorns Society will capture those qualified civilians, raise them as blood slaves, and select and train new blood disciples from them.
I know all this.
Luo Xiao chuckled. Are you trying to say that you are not a cultist, but an undercover agent of the Orthodox Church?
No, I don't have such an idea.
Intis shook her head and said, I am just one of the many blood slaves captured by them, and the lucky one who was selected to be a blood disciple. They killed my parents and dismembered my brother in front of them, and the Blood Lord also specifically engraved me, allowing me to transform the painful memories of the past into a fanaticism of serving the throne of destruction and the blood of thorns. For quite a long time, I thought that this was just a suffering given by God, until the engraving of the Lord of Blood sacrifice in my body suddenly broke, and I remembered these things. After I regained my memory, I still hibernated in the blood of thorns for a long time, until I finally found an opportunity and escaped. When she said this, Index's eyes gradually became excited, and her expression was full of fanaticism. She said with a trembling voice, however, although I was forced to take the path of Red Lotus, but I will still believe in the throne of destruction. His gift is my greatest reliance for revenge.
I am very satisfied with my current state. I really feel more comfortable than ever before.
Luo Xiao listened to Index's statement patiently, his face as calm and cool as always. He has gradually formed a complete judgment in his heart.
Is this due to a malfunction in the engraving of the Lord of Blood sacrifice, which has caused Index's personality to have some extreme tendencies?
For example, the original Index may be a puppet, but because the brainwashing engraving that the Lord of Blood sacrifice forced on her failed, Index's personality has shown another extreme. She will still be a loyal believer of the throne of destruction, but will regard her former master, the Lord of Blood sacrifice, as an enemy. Luo Xiao thought about it, until Intis's fanatical state dissipated and returned to the calmness before the trial. Luo Xiao slowly said, Intis, you are still lying.
You still don't understand your position, Intis.
You are my prisoner now, or you should say, you are just a slave. When Luo Xiao finished this sentence, Intis was stunned. First, I have asked you about the two-faced doll, and your answer disappointed me. Intis, you denied it, but your eyes and body betrayed you.
Luo Xiao said calmly while observing Index's reaction.
Index's eyes became suspicious. She did not expect that the priest opposite her would have such an attitude.
She thought she had acted sincerely enough, but it seemed that the situation was developing in a way that was not in her favor.
Intis was not sure how much the priest in front of her knew, let alone what he was thinking. But in fact, for Luo Xiao, what he thought and said was not important. This was a purely psychological game.
You only told the truth at the end,
Luo Xiao said calmly, wanting to kill the Lord of Blood sacrifice. Well, we have the same goal for the time being. But you tried to deceive me, and you have missed the best opportunity to confess. If I kill you now, the outside world will only spread that I just killed a cultist in accordance with the mission of glory. And you will die with regrets, you will have nothing, you will only become my stepping stone. Finally, Intis's forehead began to sweat slightly, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably.
I'm not. I didn't.
She started to get scared?
This is exactly what Luo Xiao wanted to see, the result of the fear he personally created. Then, Intis fumed.
Luo Xiao said calmly, I can give you one more chance, this is the last chance. There are only two choices in front of you now. Either, I kill you with my own hands, or, become my shadow. Intis, you have great potential. Luo Xiao crossed his fingers and said the last sentence in a cold voice. Tell me, what is your choice?
Intis?
Silence. A long silence. I want to live, my lord. Intis finally spoke, but, compared with that person, you are still too weak.
Weak?
Luo Xiao smiled slightly. Weakness is the best disguise.
Isn't it?
This can make the enemy unconsciously relax their vigilance. However, since you said so, I can also tell you. Luo Xiao changed his tone, I know all the weaknesses of the Lord of Blood sacrifice.
What? Intis opened her eyes wide.
For example, Luo Xiao tapped his fingers, your lord needs to undergo blood transfusion regularly, otherwise he will die!
Intis' eyes were stunned.
When she looked at Luo Xiao again, she felt that he was covered with a thick fog that was difficult to see through. For example, Luo Xiao continued, in the week before and after every full moon night, he cannot step out of your forbidden area because of the curse, otherwise he will die.
You? How do you know?
Intis murmured. These are the secrets that only the top leaders of Blood of Thorns can access. Even Intis had only heard of them, but never fully understood them. Also, Luo Xiu continued to smile. He has sacrificed half of his soul to the destruction seat, so he also needs to sacrifice the souls of others regularly, otherwise he will die.
Am I right, Intis? After saying these secrets, Luo Xiu asked with a smile. Intis was silent.
At this moment, no words could describe the strong shock that Luo Xiu brought to her. Intis only vaguely knew these secret intelligence, but she also realized that what Luo Xiu said about the weaknesses of the Lord of Blood Sacrifice was very likely to be true. Finally, after a fierce psychological struggle, Intis knelt on the ground and performed the servant ceremony to Luo Xiu with a humble attitude. I have no power to choose, sir. Intis whispered. From now on, I will be your shadow, for you to drive. This is the first time that Luo Xiu has shown his evil face in front of the NPC. What Intis obviously didn't know was that Luo Xiu's secret weaknesses about the Lord of Blood Sacrifice actually came from the information in his previous life. In fact, according to what Luo Xiu remembered in his mind at this time, about the various secrets of God's destiny, he could have opened an intelligence station and become the intelligence chief who sold intelligence. Of course, this might also make him die faster. Luo Xiu shook his head and threw this idea behind him. After completing the conquest of Intis, Luo Xiu also obtained the two-faced doll from Intis. In order to prevent Intis from betraying again, Luo Xiu performed the familiar engraving on her. This is a use of the abyss engraving technique, and the effect is equivalent to the primary slave emblem. It can sense the other party's state from the source, and deprive the other party of some of its power when the other party intends to hurt itself. But this engraving is unstable and can only temporarily replace the special familiar or slave emblem skills, and it also needs to be reinforced regularly. But Luo Xiu knew that with Intis's current psychological state, she should not have any rebellious intentions in a short time. She still needs time to digest the intelligence that is too huge. After that, Luo Xiu opened the window and let Intis leave on her own. From then on, Intis was his shadow and his most secret sharp blade. The next morning, when Luo Xiu woke up and opened the door of the room, he ran into the priest Ivan, who had just got up. Ivan took a quick glance and saw Luo Xiu's messy room. There was a big hole on the floor, many glass or ceramic ornaments were knocked over and broken, and there were pieces of cotton flannel in every corner. Luo Xiu was about to explain something, but Ivan spoke first. You are really hardworking, Luo Xiu. I didn't expect you to be diligent in practicing Holy Light Annihilation last night. ? Yeah. Did I disturb you? Luo Xiu was quick to follow. Ivan waved his hand. It's okay, I was drunk last night too. I only heard a little noise. I'm glad I didn't disturb you. Luo Xiu nodded. To be honest, Luo Xiu was really tired after fighting last night, so he fell asleep after letting Intis leave, and planned to clean up in the morning. This was not stained with blood like the last time he killed 2 blood disciples. From Luo Xiu's own point of view, this could only be regarded as an ordinary house demolition at most. Luo Xiu quickly changed into his priest robes and then went to the hall of the church. From today on, Luo Xiu no longer has to preside over the praise ceremony since Ivan came back and he was promoted to a transcendent with a double destiny. The work of guiding the believers to praise will officially fall back on Ivan's shoulders. So this day is a rare holiday for Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu glanced at the back of priest Ivan. Since Ivan returned to the church, he seemed to enjoy his state of praise. Father Ivan. The ladies in gorgeous clothes surrounded Ivan. Are you also presiding over the praise ceremony today? It's been a long time since we last saw you. We really miss you and look forward to it. Oh, beautiful ladies. Ivan's face showed an extremely contagious smile. His originally fair face, after being carefully groomed, had a delicate texture like a woman under the sun. The glorious scriptures once recorded that praising with all the ladies like nectar is the greatest gift to us in a moment. Ivan said with a smile. ? Are you sure that these are in the scriptures? Luo Xiu tilted his head, but looking at Ivan's state like a spring breeze, he just shook his head, too lazy to expose it. Ivan. Forget it, let him be. According to Luo Xiu's plan, he should leave Dawntown tomorrow, so he is very casual about everything now. Tomorrow, Luo Xiu will prepare to report to the Holy Court Branch Church in Sina City, and there he will accept the last test of becoming a holy judge. But today, he still has one last thing to do in Dawntown. Although after conquering Intis, the crisis of Dawntown being destroyed by Thorn Blood has been basically solved. However, Luo Xiu still remembers that in the previous life, Thorn Blood slaughtered the entire town for another purpose. The ancient seal at the bottom of Dawntown, and the ancient existence sealed in it. This is the biggest hidden danger of Dawntown. Those cultists still want to awaken it and enslave it. Luo Xiu shook his head. That can only be my prey.
The ancient existence sealed underground is one of the fragments left over from the Age of Gods.
And the ancient existence sealed like this has always been the source of power that the extraordinary people of various destinies have been longing for: ancient skills, inheritance from the Age of Gods, taboo rituals, divine objects. These ancient existences are like precious minerals buried underground, attracting countless extraordinary people. Luo Xiu has been thinking about this place for a long time. He realized very early that since the blood of thorns in his previous life could find this place, it also means that there is a possibility that other evil associations will reach out to it. Therefore, Luo Xiu's most basic goal is to get rid of this ancient seal as soon as possible, or at least destroy its external traces. He, who has officially been promoted to the extraordinary, obviously has a greater ambition. Luo Xiu wants to try to defeat the ancient spirit in it and obtain the gift from the God Age. Outside the town of Dawn, a huge stone with mottled stripes eroded by wind and sand is standing alone in the wilderness. There are scattered small stones around, and weeds are growing from the cracks between the stones. Luo Xiu stood in front of the boulder. He gathered his spirituality in his palm and gently stroked the cold surface of the boulder. A burst of light and shadow floated, and ancient characters with mottled erosion and uneven carvings appeared on the stone surface. "It's really here," Luo Xiu murmured. This is the most likely place where Luo Xiu found the ancient existence seal in the past few days. But Luo Xiu actually didn't know what the ancient existence sealed in Dawn Town was. He could only roughly calculate the strength of this ancient existence from the origin of the disaster in Dusk Town collected in his previous life. If calculated according to the current supernatural system, its power should be equivalent to that of a supernatural person with a triple or quadruple destiny. At this time, Luo Xiu has been promoted to the double destiny, and he also has the Shadow Intis and the Demon Wolf Fenrir, who are also double destiny. The three double destiny together should be enough to fight an ancient existence with a triple destiny. Well, if we encounter an existence with a quadruple destiny or above, we will run away quickly. Luo Xiu made such a decision in his heart, while increasing the concentration of spirituality gathered in his palm. The surface of the boulder began to emit circles of ripple-like luster. Then, the ground around the boulder began to emerge with extremely complex array patterns. This is the phenomenon of activating the ancient seal. Luo Xiu thought that the thorn blood in his previous life was stuck at this step. They couldn't really enter the seal, so they thought of breaking the seal by sacrificing the soul of the entire Dawn Town. But for Luo Xiu, entering the seal was actually not that complicated. Lord of the Stars, God of the Gods. Luo Xiu raised his arms high, letting the abundant spirituality flow through his body, and then he praised loudly, "You are the mother of the sky, you are the ancestor of the earth. You are the origin of spirituality, you are the end of law. You are the origin of apocalypse." As Luo Xiu chanted, the huge stone in front of him began to emit a strange spiritual surge. Strong tremors came from the surroundings, and the complex spell patterns on the ground began to emerge with a strange deep red luster. In the next moment, a flash of light and shadow, Luo Xiu's figure disappeared in the red light. "Lord!" In the shadows reflected by the dim light, a slender figure slowly emerged. The white two-tailed cat jumped onto Luo Xiu's shoulder. Under normal circumstances, Luo Xiu asked Intis not to be exposed in public, and could only use her unique spiritual cat secret method, combined with Fenrir's ability, to hide in the shadows. Just a quarter of an hour ago, Luo Xiu used the key to activate the transmission pointing to the inside of the seal. This is the unlocking mechanism that will be released gradually until the later stages of the game God's Destiny, after the natives of the game world finally deciphered the historical origins of these ancient existences. The corresponding keys were gradually recorded. "Where is this place?" Intis asked. Luo Xiu did not answer. He turned his head and looked behind him. Behind them was an elliptical light gate, which was a passage that could quickly teleport back to the outside of the seal. After confirming that he had a way out, Luo Xiu began to observe his surroundings. In the dim corridor, there were only a few deep crystal lamps, providing minimal lighting. On both sides of the corridor were stone-carved giants of knights holding spears and knights with great swords, and the great swords and long spears intertwined to form a majestic dome. At the end of the vision, there was only darkness, endless darkness, and darkness with an unknown end. It was not until Luo Xiu had figured out the internal specifications of this seal that he took a deep breath and answered the question that Index had asked at the beginning. "This is a mausoleum. The mausoleum of the Knights of the Age of Gods." When Luo Xiu said the word mausoleum, a panel of limited time mission popped up in front of him. Triggering limited time mission, Guardian of the Undead, difficulty, recommended level, LV20, triple fate and above, mission type, limited time mission, countdown 103 minutes and 48 seconds, mission description, you have entered the underground mausoleum of the lost country, and the knight who was deprived of death has awakened because of your intrusion. It will equally grant death to all invaders, and protect its homeland that has long turned to dust and sleep peacefully. Mission Objective 1, find the ancient spirit Undead Rider Grivel. Mission Objective 2, defeat Undead Rider Grivel. Completion reward, basic experience plus 3,300, Grivel's legacy. This recommended level is acceptable. Luo Xiu murmured the name, Undead Rider Grivel. In the game God's Destiny, NPCs named Undead Rider are not uncommon, but this is the first time Luo Xiu has heard of the name Grivel. Luo Xiu's eyes peeked into the depths of darkness. He could vaguely feel the restless, violent, and bloodthirsty spiritual tide slowly sweeping towards him from the deepest part of the ancient mausoleum. Luo Xiu thought quickly while walking quickly into the depths of the mausoleum. There was only one passageway to his current location. Therefore, if the goal of the immortal riders was to wipe out outsiders, they must not stay where they were. This narrow battlefield would only hinder Luo Xiu and put the team in a dead end. Luo Xiu then quickened his pace. His figure soon disappeared into the depths of the mausoleum and merged into the deep darkness. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of footsteps and water drops are the only two sounds in this ancient mausoleum. The strange tranquility filled the entire mausoleum, and dim lights followed one after another, guiding Luo Xiu in the direction of his advance. In the dim corridor, water droplets seeped out through the cracks in the stone wall and dripped onto the swords and spears of the giant statues on both sides. In the dim light, you can vaguely see that the surface of the stone-carved swords and spears has mottled traces of water erosion. But they still maintain the complete appearance of the statues and have not collapsed due to erosion. In the age of gods tens of millions of years ago, their carving skills were indeed very superb. While thinking about this, Luo Xiu had arrived at the door of a stone chamber. Pushing open the door, billowing smoke and dust filled the air, accompanied by a smell of decay, which made Luo Xiu frown. Taking a step forward, he heard a crackling sound from his feet, and felt something crack. Looking down, he saw a half-collapsed skull. As the smoke and dust dissipated, his vision became clear, and Luo Xiu could see clearly that the entire stone chamber was full of skeletons. Is this a burial room? Luo Xiu's thoughts turned slightly, and he looked at the neatly arranged skeletons. These skeletons were all human-shaped skeletons, and some of the subtle features were different, so they could be identified as humans, elves, or orcs. These skeletons were of different colors, and their time of death could be roughly determined by the yellow, gray, and creepy white skeletons. But even though these skeletons were of different colors and their time of death was far apart, they all had one common feature: their skeletons, corresponding to the fatal parts of the human body, were all pierced with rusty sharp spears, broken swords, and halberd blades without exception. Their skeletons were broken, and almost all of them showed large areas of cracks. This made Luo Xiu come up with a terrifying conjecture. The enemies they had faced not only possessed a huge force that could kill them almost in one blow. This also meant that the owners of these skeletons were killed in a brutal way and then dragged here to finish off the enemy. Otherwise, it would be impossible to arrange these skeletons so neatly, and it would be impossible for these rusty weapons to remain on the bodies. Luo Xiu felt a chill down his spine when he thought that the monster he was about to face would finish off the enemy. If someone accidentally entered here, and the guarding monster just beat the invader half to death and left, then this person might still be able to survive. But if the monster could finish off the enemy, the nature would be completely different. If, once completely suppressed in battle, there was no chance to even run away, death would become the most merciful and only ending. In his previous life, Luo Xiu had also followed the indigenous NPC to do a similar task of exploring the ancient seal, and such a tragedy had happened at that time. Luo Xiu frowned. In such an environment, his rich experience made him more cautious. He gathered his mind and began to sense the spiritual tide that was constantly sweeping in from the depths of the mausoleum. In a trance, he seemed to hear the sound of heavy armor hitting each other, and steel boots hitting the hard stone ground. Clank, 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 clank. Something was dragging an extremely heavy object, slowly but unstoppably coming towards him. After calmly thinking, Luo Xiu stood up and gently walked out of the burial room. Luo Xiu's eyes had become more determined than ever before. In his previous life, as a great player of God's Destiny, running away before fighting was never his style. Since he had come here, he had to at least fight first. Even if he couldn't win, he had to get enough information before retreating. And with the strength of his skills at this time, plus those of Intis and Fenrir, even if he couldn't win, it shouldn't be difficult to retreat unscathed. With this in mind, Luo Xiu cheered up and continued to walk deeper into the mausoleum.
On the panel of limited time mission, time was ticking away.
At a certain moment, when Luo Xiu came to an empty hanging palace, the biting cold, accompanied by the overwhelming killing intent, swept towards Luo Xiu like a sudden hurricane. You have encountered the immortal knight Greville. At the end of Luo Xiu's vision, he finally saw the figure swept by the violent spirits. It was a knight covered in armor. The armor he wore was slim and slender, but nearly half of the armor surface was rusted, and the other half was full of cracks. From the rusty armor, unknown ancient lines climbed like vines, and from the cracks on the other half, dark and ominous black air continued to emanate. His back bent downwards, like a taut bowstring, and under the half-damaged helmet, 2 scarlet spots of light kept flickering and floating, giving people an unspeakable horror. He crawled, grasping the ground with his left hand, and holding a narrow and heavy, cold, hound-shaped long knife in his right hand, approaching slowly and firmly like a beast.
Clank, 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 clank.
A huge sense of oppression has already enveloped Luo Xiu's head. The undead rider was slowly approaching, and was nearly 20 meters away from Luo Xiu. At this time, they were facing each other on the empty hanging palace, and there was only a floating bridge to the way in into the depths. Luo Xiu walked along the edge of the hanging palace, mediating with the undead rider. He could feel that the closer the undead rider got, the heavier and more stagnant the air became. As if guided, the undead rider would always move in the direction of Luo Xiu, but the sight of the 2 scarlet eyes would not change significantly with Luo Xiu's movements.
Is it nearsighted?
Luo Xiu couldn't help but think that Luo Xiu had encountered many similar half-blind monsters that relied purely on perception in his previous life. When Luo Xiu found a suitable angle and distance, he threw a detection at the undead rider.
The panel flashed and gave feedback.
Luo Xiu glanced at it and caught the most important data. He saw at first glance a key attribute of undead rider, Greville. It actually had an agility of up to 32 points.
This means that it is not as slow as it looks. With this thought, Luo Xiu's expression instantly tensed up, and he was completely on high alert.
At the same time, the sight of the undead knight suddenly twisted, and he looked directly in the direction of Luo Xiu. In the next moment, the figure of the undead knight disappeared from his sight. Luo Xiu suddenly smelled a pungent smell of rust. Then he saw the undead knight Greville had instantly appeared in front of him. A strong sense of oppression suddenly approached, and the air around seemed to stagnate in an instant. A chill emanated from the hound's sword held in the hand of the undead rider. He raised the sword above his head and then slashed it down. Dang! Luo Xiu seized the opportunity and rolled to the side and back of the undead rider, narrowly avoiding the attack. The sword hit the ground heavily, making a dull metallic humming sound. The slash almost brushed past his face, and the biting cold air actually covered half of Luo Xiu's cheek with a thin layer of frost. After narrowly avoiding the attack, Luo Xiu took the opportunity to quickly distance himself from the undead rider and stopped at a distance of about 3 body lengths. Fine beads of sweat had already appeared on his forehead, and his eyes were fixed on the 2 floating red dots in front of him, always alert to the movement of the sword in the undead rider's hand. Very dangerous, extremely dangerous. Luo Xiu's expression was tense, and the shadow behind him was also squirming unnaturally. The 2 figures of the undead knight and Luo Xiu formed a fragile confrontation on the hanging palace. Taking advantage of this brief confrontation, Luo Xiu quickly scanned the attribute panel of undead knight Greville. Undead knight Greville, LV28, race, soul/guardian spirit, threat level, distorted, health, 762/762, mana, 213/243, physical attack, 72, spell attack, 8, defense reduction, 16, attributes, strength 28, constitution, agility 32, wisdom 4, divinity, perception 8, resistance 16, luck 7. Skills and characteristics at a glance. Hunting steps. Inherent skill can imitate the steps of natural hunters and perform instantaneous displacement. Undead spirit. Inherent characteristics born from the dead spirit. It becomes the guardian spirit of the ancient mausoleum, with a 30% increase in basic health and immunity to curse effects. Suddenly, a vague, eerie, and hoarse voice came from under the armor of the undead knight's helmet.
I am
Greville. The knight held the ground with his left hand, and put his long sword back on his back with his right hand. Under the armor, he made a low voice intermittently.
King Isel. The homeland. Protect. Suddenly, the knight's figure disappeared again.
The heavy smell of rust and the biting coldness suddenly approached again. But this time, Luo Xiu was ready to deal with it. He rushed diagonally, letting his shadow overlap with the knight's shadow. A slender light blue figure rushed out from the shadow, and Apprentice wielded 2 fluorescent daggers and stabbed from the knight's inner circle.
Dang!
When the 2 daggers in Apprentice's hand were about to penetrate the knight's armor, the long sword in the knight's hand suddenly changed its path and blocked the attack at an extremely strange angle. The dagger and the long sword collided, sparks flew from the blades, and the biting coldness passed through the blades. Apprentice felt that the surroundings were much colder. But the shadow behind Luo Xiu's weird wriggling did not end at this time. After Apprentice blocked the knight's actions, the scarlet flame broke away from the shadow and went around the knight's back. Fenrir's blood-red hair began to emit a golden luster. Luo Xiu immediately made Fenrir complete the transformation from shadow-eating wolf to holy flame wolf. The deep red blood flames turned into golden holy flames. Fenrir's atomized front paws condensed into a blazing light ball and smashed it heavily on the head of the undead knight. Bang! Fenrir, who had the holy light attribute bonus, smashed a deep dent in the back of the knight's helmet. The golden glittering fragments flowed on the cracks on the armor. The panel in front of Luo Xiu refreshed the data of this attack at the same time. Fenrir, Holy Flame Wolf, attacked undead knight Grievel, hit the vital point. Deal 28 points of Holy Light attribute basic damage. Immortal Knight Grievel has no Holy Light attribute resistance, damage increased by 10%. Attack on the vital point, causing 64 points of actual damage. With this attack, Luo Xiu confirmed one thing: Immortal Knight Grievel has no Holy Light attribute resistance. This means that the output that Holy Flame Wolf Fenrir can cause will become very considerable. The knight was hit on the back of the helmet by Fenrir's bombardment, and immediately pushed Apprentice away with great force, turned the long sword, and slashed at Fenrir's body. The whole process changed too quickly, and Fenrir, who had just completed an attack, could not complete the body. Its body in midair suddenly flashed a layer of bright golden light, and a layer of holy light shield condensed on the path of the slash. Bang! As the long sword fell, the shield exploded, and the golden light fragments scattered in the air. The long sword slashed heavily on Fenrir's body. The misty half of the body was broken, revealing the obsidian-like monster background. The turbid blood foam burst and Fenrir rolled backwards. Fenrir, the Holy Flame Wolf, was attacked by the undead knight Grievel. The Holy Light Shield remains, reducing 20% of the damage received. The Holy Light Shield is broken. 23 points of actual damage received. Fenrir's injuries were not serious. The Holy Light Shield blocked most of the damage for him. However, the stiffness caused by the attack made it impossible for Fenrir to quickly recover to the fighting state. The undead knight slashed with a sword, and then returned to the posture of grabbing the ground with his left hand and holding the sword with his right hand, rushing towards Fenrir like a beast. The most primitive instinct of the undead knight is to first deal with the biggest threat. Just now, the holy light of Fenrir fell, which indeed caused him to suffer a considerable blow. And just as the undead knight approached Fenrir's side with extremely ghostly movements, ding ding! The whole hanging palace suddenly echoed with strange bell sounds. The bell sound was ethereal and distant, but it made everyone present feel unprecedented shock and fear. The air seemed to become turbid, and the invisible existence looked at everyone equally. Something is coming down from an unknown place. And right above the head of the undead knight, from the void, a dark and deep eye suddenly opened wide. The undead knight stopped moving and turned back to look for the source of this strange change. And at the other end of the hanging palace, Luo Xiu had already taken advantage of Apprentice and Fenrir fighting with the undead knight and pulled the undead knight to the farthest position. At this time, Luo Xiu was calmly extending his right hand, dragging a ball of black light from his right hand. Above the hanging palace, all the strange scene changes came from this ball of black light. The domain called Holy Abyss has spread invisibly over the entire hanging palace. Holy Abyss descends, glorious, limited, LV1. You are the end of light, you are the cradle of darkness, the Holy Abyss will always accompany you, and the Holy Abyss praises your name. Release a large-scale Holy Abyss domain. At the current skill level, within the domain range, you will gain the Holy Light Corrosion effect. Holy Light Corrosion, field effect. A single target in the field is marked with Holy Light Corrosion. When the marked target is used as the target of the glorious skill of the caster, the buff effect is completely reversed to a debuff effect. Holy Abyss descends. Deep black light spread from Luo Xiu's palm, completely enveloping the undead knight. The deep eye on his head is the mark of Holy Light Corrosion. Luo Xiu understood that from this moment on, the horn of counterattack has really sounded. The deep eyes on the top of the undead knight's head seemed to be filled with dark blood. The blood overflowed from the eye sockets and dripped onto the knight's armor. Index, who had just been knocked away by the knight's huge force, was immediately shocked by the scene in front of her. What is that? Index was terrified and murmured. She had never seen such a holy art. The bell full of strange tranquility seemed to persuade her to fall asleep. But she also understood that if she really fell asleep, what awaited her would not be a beautiful dream, but an endless nightmare. Index stared blankly at Luo Xiu,
and then looked at the knight who was marked by Luo Xiu. Is this really the glory? She stood at the edge of the battlefield, staring blankly at everything that was happening. When the black light ball in Luo Xiu's hand completely enveloped the knight's figure, he casually threw out the second holy spell that he had completed, chanting blessing. From the top of the undead knight's head, a golden blessing light column slowly descended. When the light column passed through the gaze eye, the color also changed from holy gold to deep black. The original effect of the blessing was to bless yourself or others. The blessed person's physical attack and spell attack increased by 20%, defense reduction increased by 20%, and the highest single attribute value increased by 20%. The dark black light column shrank into the body of the undead knight, and the debuff effect brought by the reversal of holy light corrosion was also refreshed in front of Luo Xiu at the same time. Affected by holy light corrosion, all glorious buffs are converted to debuffs. Affected by the resistance attribute of undead rider Grieville, the debuff effect is reduced by 16%. Undead rider Grieville, physical attack and spell attack are reduced by 168%. Undead rider Grieville, defense reduction is reduced by 168%. Undead rider Grieville, constitution attribute is reduced by 168%. Looking at the data refreshed on the panel, Luo Xiu was certain. Undead rider Greville's highest attribute value is constitution. It is the constitution that determines the upper limit of a single HP. Originally, when detecting the attribute panel of undead rider Grieville, constitution and divinity were not visible. And if his highest attribute is divinity, then Luo Xiu needs to spend more effort to defeat Grieville. But now, Luo Xiu has already won. King Isle Homeland. The knight let out a ferocious roar from under his armor, and swung his long sword, rushing towards Luo Xiu. However, Luo Xiu was already far away from the knight at this time. If the knight wanted to attack Luo Xiu at close range, he would need to sprint for at least 10 seconds. This was enough time for Luo Xiu to release his third skill, Purification. After quickly reciting the chant, Luo Xiu threw the white light ball in his palm towards the knight. The light ball passed through the gaze eye and turned into a deep and dark black light ball, exploding on the knight's armor. Originally a skill for purifying abnormal states, after the reversal of holy light erosion, it suddenly turned into a deepening effect. Immortal rider Grieville, the debuff effect increased by 100%. Immortal rider Grieville, physical attack and spell attack reduced by 336%. Immortal rider Grieville, defense reduction reduced by 336%. Immortal rider Grieville, constitution attribute reduced by 336%. On the armor of the immortal rider, the dense black gas was clinging to and floating on the armor surface, constantly looking for gaps to drill into his armor. The two red dots in the knight's visor, which were originally flashing scarlet, have also become flickering. He swung the hound's long sword and continued to charge in the direction of Luo Xiu, but his movements had become sluggish, without the ruthlessness at the beginning. The loss of physique caused the undead knight to lose nearly 1/3 of his upper limit of health. At the same time, his weak physique gradually made his endurance approach the limit. The narrow and heavy hound sword and the slender battle armor covering his whole body, which originally made the knight invincible, have now become a burden to him. But the knight did not put down the sword in his hand. Even though he was dragging the weapon, he was charging towards Luo Xiu, step by step, slowly and firmly. King Isle. Homeland. The intermittent roars in the knight's visor never stopped, but what the knight could not see was the holy flame wolf behind him, which had just been chopped down by him, had recovered and pounced towards the knight's position. Fenrir bit, and his two mist claws covered with golden mist attacked the knight's back again and again. The golden light flashed one after another, and in Luo Xiu's panel, the health of the undead knight was constantly decreasing. His original upper limit of 762 HP had been reduced to 506 after two debuffs released by Luo Xiu. Among them, the vital attack caused by Fenrir before was also taken into account, leaving only 442 HP. Fenrir, the Holy Flame Wolf, attacks the undead knight Greville, causes 30 points of Holy Light attribute basic damage. Fenrir, the Holy Flame Wolf, attacks the undead knight Greville, causes 31 points of Holy Light attribute basic damage, when Fenrir's continuous attacks reduce the HP of the undead knight by 200 points. A strong spiritual surge instantly erupted from the undead knight. His eyes turned scarlet again, and the body that was originally dragging the long sword stood up resolutely at this time, wielding the hound long sword, and rushed towards Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu could see that there was a burning soul icon in the knight's status bar. This is a forbidden technique that burns life force, temporarily ignores negative effects, and restores combat power to its peak state. The knight's health is visibly decreasing at this time.
If this state continues, he will die completely in just 5 minutes. The bone-piercing chill swept through again. The knight's long sword, along with his ghostly figure, flashed in front of Luo Xiu again. The long sword was raised high, and the knight's scarlet eyes suddenly became blazing under his visor. However, the sword did not fall. Luo Xiu had completed the chanting of the fourth skill, healing. A pale golden ball of light emerged, and when it passed through the peeping eye on the knight's head, it turned into a deep dark green. The holy art that was originally a healing effect also turned into corrosion at this moment. The dark humus pattern spread on the knight's armor at a speed visible to the naked eye. And the arm holding the sword was now wrapped in dark patterns, and it lost the bottom power to charge a strike. Apply the corrosion effect to Immortal Knight Greville, cause 52 points of origin damage, adding the blood volume that the knight burned due to burning soul before. His total blood volume at this time was less than 100 points. Just when his attack was stagnant, Luo Xiu pulled out the judgment musket that he had prepared long ago from his open robe. Rest in peace. Luo Xiu lowered his eyes, and the muzzle of the musket was already aimed at the knight's chest. Bang! A low explosion sounded, accompanied by golden fragments of light, scattered in the air. As the judgment was fired, a large black hole suddenly blasted open in the chest of the immortal knight Greville. A mist-like black mist drifted out from the hole, and an indescribable sound of dripping came from it. In front of Luo Xiu, the damage value caused by this attack also appeared. Use judgment shot to attack immortal knight Greville, hit the vital point. Cause 62 points of holy light attribute basic damage, attack the vital point, causing 100 points of actual damage. The damage of up to 100 points is already the damage limit of this gray, crude judgment musket. And with this last attack, the health of immortal knight Greville was completely reduced to 0. Greville, whose vitality was exhausted, was no longer able to maintain the weight of the long sword in his hand. The long sword fell heavily to the ground, and the blade was inserted diagonally into the ground. The cracks on Greville's armor were spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. The broken pieces of armor fell to the ground one by one, and the body composed of spirituality began to continuously flow out of the cracks at the moment of Greville's death. Homeland. King Isel. Homeland. The turbid voice came out intermittently from under the knight's visor that had not yet peeled off. However, the voice gradually became lower, which symbolized that the immortal knight Greville was really approaching his end at this time. When Greville's spirituality completely dissipated, the armor that had long been in tatters finally shattered completely due to the loss of support, and collapsed into a pile of small armor mounds. And the long sword left by Greville was now inserted diagonally in the middle of this armor mound. The completely rusted long sword turned into a tomb of the knight who guarded his homeland in the name of immortality. Unfortunately, this sword is not an extraordinary weapon, it is just an ordinary weapon, but it was assimilated into the body of Greville with spiritual power. With the death of Greville, the sword lost all its extraordinary power and returned to its original appearance. Therefore, Luo Xiu did not plan to take the sword away. He decided to let this sword become the last symbol of Greville's existence in the world. When Immortal Knight Greville really died, the prompt of limited time mission completion popped up in front of Luo Xiu. Limited time mission completed, Immortal Guardian, difficulty, you have given Immortal Knight Greville a true rest. Task settlement in progress. Completion reward, basic experience plus 3,300, Greville's legacy. Here it comes. Luo Xiu was not in a hurry to open the legacy settlement, but walked to the side of Index. At this time, Index was still in a daze and did not come back to her senses for a long time. Before Index could react, Luo Xiu's right hand had already touched her soft silver-gray hair and twisted it fiercely a few times. Index looked stunned. Of course, she didn't know the purpose of Luo Xiu's doing so. In fact, for Luo Xiu, his purpose was quite simple. Index, the one with the highest luck value among the current team members. Luo Xiu's luck value was as high as 1 point, and Fenrir's luck value was as high as 4 points. And Index's luck value was as high as 12 points. This was just like Luo Xiu's previous life, when he had to sacrifice 10 years of his roommate's life before playing the second game to draw cards. This is all necessary metaphysics. After playing with Index to his heart's content, Luo Xiu rubbed his hands and clicked on the settlement of Greville's legacy in his mind. Greville's legacy is being settled. In the battle with Undead Knight Greville, you learned the skills of Hunting Pace. Acquired the skill Hunting Pace, Ancient Heritage, LV1, Hunting Pace, Ancient Heritage, LV1. Perform a small-scale flash displacement and apply weak fear within a certain range centered on itself, which can be used when being controlled. In the battle with the Immortal Knight Greville, you realize the essence of the instantaneous switching of combat. Acquired the Expertise Battlefield Raider, Rare. Battlefield Raider, rare after using the displacement or flash skill, the damage of the next attack is increased to 150%. This attack ignores defense reduction, and the damage value is calculated separately from other bonus intervals. Oh my god. Luo Xiu's eyes lit up. This wave is a big explosion. He obtained a total of 1 ancient heritage skill and 1 rare quality expertise, and this skill and expertise are both very practical. Hunting Pace can give the ability to flash, which is the only skill that Luo Xiu has mastered that has a displacement effect. And for a non-combat fragile like Luo Xiu, whether it is chasing or saving life, the improvement that Hunting Pace can give is quite large. The Battlefield Raider is even more simple and crude, directly increasing the first attack after displacement to 15 times, which allows Luo Xiu to deal quite explosive damage in the shallow period of the second and third levels of Destiny. Just as Luo Xiu was still admiring his newly acquired skills and expertise, Intis on the side finally couldn't help but ask, "My lord, forgive me for my presumption. What was that just now?" Hearing this, Luo Xiu understood that Intis was probably asking about the Holy Abyss Advent that he had used just now. "That was Holy Light, Intis." Luo Xiu smiled and replied, "Holy Light." Intis was stunned. "Is that really Holy Light?" "Of course, don't doubt it." Luo Xiu shook his head and said, "Holy Light also has many kinds. Black Holy Light is also Holy Light." Intis was stunned again. The overly shocking information was constantly impacting his cognition. "Black Holy Light. Black Holy Light?" Intis murmured, her brows furrowed, as if she was thinking hard about something. After defeating the immortal knight Grievel, Luo Xiu prepared to leave the seal. He opened his senses to investigate and found that there was only a coffin deeper inside. That should be the birthplace of the immortal knight Grievel. Apart from that, there was nothing else to explore here. Just as Luo Xiu turned around and prepared to leave the mausoleum, a faint light suddenly flashed on the hill formed by Grievel's broken armor. Although it was only for a moment, Luo Xiu still noticed this abnormal moment. He walked towards the armor hill and gently pushed away the broken armor piece by piece. Finally, after pushing away half of the armor, Luo Xiu found the source of the flickering light. It was a broken, but not rusted crown fragment. As Luo Xiu picked up the fragment, a new prompt popped up on the panel in front of him. "You have obtained King Isil's crown fragment, 1/4." Luo Xiu was stunned, and then quickly reacted. He had already recalled the name that Grievel had been whispering in the previous battle with Grievel. King Isil. This is King Isolt's crown. The fragment of King Isil's crown has extremely gorgeous patterns engraved on the surface, as well as several hollows for inlaying gems. However, these gems have now been lost, leaving only this broken quarter of the crown itself. It seems that Grievel has always treasured this crown. Luo Xiu frowned, feeling that there are other secrets hidden here. Because, if it is just an ordinary drop, the panel will not pop up a prompt at all. This shows that King Isil's crown fragment is very likely to be the key to unlock a hidden task. What will happen when all 4 fragments of King Isil's crown are collected? Luo Xiu couldn't help but think of the homeland that Grievel had been whispering before. That was the Lost Country in the Age of Gods. There may be some connection between the crown and the Lost Country. While thinking, Luo Xiu took the King Isil's crown fragment back into his arms. Obviously, the existing knowledge and intelligence alone are not enough to discover anything. But this can be used as a target for future exploration. Luo Xiu thought in his mind while taking Intis and Fenrir back along the original route. They came to the portal they came from, and Luo Xiu reached out to touch it. A flash of light and shadows, and several figures disappeared from this underground mausoleum. When he returned to the familiar Dawn Town, Luo Xiu immediately checked the huge stone that served as the entrance to the seal. The huge stone had completely collapsed, and the ancient inscriptions engraved on it had also disappeared. The ritual array, the surge of spirituality. These things that were the manifestation of the seal had not left even the slightest trace. This means that unless you know this place in advance, it is impossible for anyone to enter the seal of the immortal knight Grievel. After confirming that this seal has been completely destroyed, Luo Xiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Until this moment, the biggest hidden danger of the destruction of Dawn Town has been completely resolved. In the evening, Shenxi Town, Glory Church. After Priest Ivan led the believers to complete the praise in the morning, he closed the door of the church, took 2 bottles of wine, and went to the side hall of the church to drink alone. When Luo Xiu returned to the church and came to the side hall, he saw Ivan, who was already drunk. 2 candles were lit in the side hall. The wine cup on the rustic wooden table had been overturned at some point, and the sweet wine in it flowed all over the table and was dripping on the ground. Luo Xiu then went to Ivan's room, took out his usual bedding, and then went to the side hall to cover Ivan with a quilt. Then, he picked up a dry rag and gently wiped the port wine. Maybe it was the sound of footsteps or the wiping sound was too loud. Ivan blew his nose and woke up. He opened his eyes and saw a familiar but blurry figure leaning over to wipe the table. "Ah, it's you, Luo Xiao, you're back." Ivan rubbed his eyes and burped for a long time. He felt a little more sober, so he smiled and asked Luo Xiao, "What are your plans for the future?" Ivan said in a relaxed tone, when are you going to leave and report to the Sina City branch church?" "Tomorrow," Luo Xiao answered briefly. "Well, that will be soon." Ivan nodded, and suddenly smiled bitterly. "You are leaving, I will be bored alone." "Boring." Luo Xiao recalled the scene of watching Ivan passing through the flowers before, just smiled and shook his head and said, "You can come to Sina City to find me." "Ha, if there is a chance." Ivan nodded, thinking, maybe after you leave, I will accept another student. "That would be the best." Luo Xiao smiled, "You drink less, maybe the Holy See will consider transferring you to the Sina City Church." "Impossible," Ivan shook his head, quit drinking." "Then you really are." Luo Xiao smiled and said, "Hopeless." The two chatted about this and that until it was late at night. "I should pack my luggage, teacher." Luo Xiao stood up, bowed slightly to Ivan and said, "You should also go to rest." "Okay." Luo Xiao helped Ivan stand up. Suddenly, Ivan seemed to remember something and said to Luo Xiao, "Wait for me, I will give you something." "What?" Luo Xiao was puzzled, watching Ivan stagger back to his room, and then there was a sound of rummaging. After a while, Ivan walked out of the room with a short white staff in his hand. "This is for you." Ivan handed the staff to Luo Xiao, and Luo Xiao reached out to take it. It was a staff made of white oak, and the body of the staff had been engraved in a very complex way. The inscription symbolizing glory flashed with golden lines, looming on the surface of the staff. As Luo Xiao took the staff, his panel simultaneously refreshed the information of the staff. Equipment name, White Oak Staff, Blue Rare. Equipment type, Staff/Supernatural Weapon. Equipment efficiency, Spell effect increased by 10%. Equipment bonus, Wisdom attribute +4, Divine attribute +6. Equipment requirements, any second level destiny, Wisdom attribute 10+, Divine attribute 15+. Equipment characteristics, Blessing of White Oak. Active skill restores 100% of the health of the designated target's spell attack, and gives the slow recovery effect, with a maximum continuous recovery of 200% of the health of the spell attack. Vitality of White Oak, passive trigger when equipped with this weapon, the healing effect is increased by 20%. White Oak Staff. Luo Xiao nodded, "This is a good thing. Thank you, teacher." Luo Xiao expressed his sincere gratitude to Ivan. "I will use it well. By the way, I forgot to tell you one thing." Ivan nodded, then remembered something and said to Luo Xiao, "What?" Luo Xiao was stunned. "In the morning, there was a believer named Alardin," Ivan said slowly. "He is a traveling merchant who leads a caravan called Golden Iris. The next stop of his caravan is Sina City." Ivan took a sip of wine and continued, "He told me that his caravan was often robbed by bandits, so he needed to hire extraordinary people as his guards. I have already made the contact for you. You can ride in his caravan as a guard as a consecrated priest with the second destiny. This can save a lot of travel expenses and receive a considerable amount of hiring money." "I understand." Luo Xiao nodded, "Thank you for your trouble, teacher." The next morning, more than 10 carriages of the Golden Iris caravan stopped at the door of the church early. A bearded man wearing rough desert ethnic costumes and a string of gold and silver ornaments hanging around his neck walked down from a beautifully decorated carriage in the middle. He was the leader of the caravan. The leader of the Golden Iris caravan, Alardin. "Father!" Alardin shouted at the door of the glorious church. "Is the priest there, father?" "I am Alardin." Squeaky, the door hinge turned and the door of the glorious church opened. Ivan glanced at Alardin, and then at the gorgeous carriage behind him. "Good morning, Mr. Alardin." Ivan said with a complicated expression, "Your caravan is really luxurious." Hearing the sound from outside, Luo Xiao also walked out of the church. He saw at a glance the decoration on Alardin's neck that was enough to blind his eyes. He immediately understood why Mr. Alardin said that his caravan was always easily robbed by horse bandits. "If you don't rob it, you will be wasting it. You are unworthy of being a horse bandit." Ivan looked at Luo Xiao, and then at Alardin's carriage. Finally, Ivan returned his gaze to Luo Xiao, indicating that he could decide for himself. Ivan's intuition told him that if Luo Xiao followed Alardin's caravan, he would probably run into a lot of trouble. He regretted that he had agreed to Alardin too early. But Luo Xiao acted very calm. After a little thought, he asked, "Mr. Alardin,
I heard that your caravan is also going to Sina City?
Yes, this little priest.
Alardin was in a very happy mood. Are you going to go with us?
I have heard from Father Ivan.
Yes, it's me.
Luo Xiu nodded and said, I swear in the name of Suyu that I will protect you and arrive at Sina City smoothly.
Dada, dada.
Squeak, squeak. On the post road leading to Sina City, the sound of horse hooves was rising and falling in a rhythmic manner. The sound of hooves accompanied by the sound of the wheel axle turning was quite like a symphony without melody. Luo Xiu sat in the carriage at the back of the caravan. The Golden Iris stored valuable goods mainly in the back half of the caravan, while the front half carried merchants, ordinary guards and grooms on duty. Luo Xiu was not the only one in the carriage where he was. Opposite Luo Xiu, there were two other people sitting, a stern man wearing a wizard hat and an old warrior leaning on a steel giant sword. The man with the wizard hat had a brim covering the upper half of his face, while the lower half of his face was like ravines and covered with maggot-like protrusions, which looked quite scary. From time to time, he would reach out and pull down the brim of the wizard hat, as if he didn't want others to see his face clearly. The old warrior on the other side closed his eyes to rest, and the breeze through the window blew the old warrior's silver-white hair and kept rolling, but he remained calm and unmoved. The three people in the carriage maintained a kind of strange silence for a while. Luo Xiu observed the two people opposite him while sending out a detection signal to them. The panel quickly gave feedback, allowing Luo Xiu to know their details at a glance. First, the stern man wearing a wizard hat. The panel displayed almost all his information. Cavill Stitch, LV19, ordinary NPC, race, human, rank, extraordinary, health, 140, mana, physical attack, 12, spell attack, 28, defense reduction, 6, attributes, strength 6, constitution 14, agility 7, wisdom 14, divinity, perception 8, resistance 4, luck 6, first fate, lost fate, double, main occupation, spellcaster. His name is Cavill Stitch, and he is an extraordinary with the double fate of, lost, and his occupation is spellcaster. The fate of, lost, is the fate that advocates spirituality over everything. They connect themselves with the sea of spirituality and can skillfully control natural elements. They can also use themselves as a medium to perform many incredible spells, witchcraft and magic. And the other old warrior is named Naif Arid. The sum of Naif's attribute values is not much different from Cavill's. He is a transcendent with the second destiny of Kutu, and his profession is senior warrior. The destiny of Kutu advocates body sanctification. They advocate a body as hard as meteorite iron, constantly hone their martial arts, and truly infuse extraordinary spirituality into the growth of the body to temper the body to the extreme. For example, Balan, the old blacksmith in Chensi town, is a transcendent with the destiny of Kutu. This destiny is completely opposite to the Honglien, who believes in flesh and blood are weak. Therefore, the believers of Kutu and Honglien are incompatible.
Are they all transcendents hired by Alardin? Luo Xiu pondered.
In the territory of the Nolan Empire, Lost and Kutu are both illegal destinies.
Then they all followed Alardin's caravan and came from other countries?
Or, Alardin hired illegal superhumans in the superhuman black market of the Nolan Empire. In accordance with social etiquette, Luo Xiu spoke first and greeted the cursor Cavill who was sitting opposite him.
Hello? Hello. Cavill just uttered two words and continued to remain silent.
Luo Xiu felt that around Cavill, the air seemed to be filled with a cold atmosphere of keeping people away from him.
Let me meet you? I'm Luo Xiu Carlos. Luo Xiu stretched out his hand to Cavill. What's your name?
Cavill was stunned for a moment, and his sight, which was blocked by the brim hat, seemed to be slightly raised. After a while, he stretched out his hand, shook Luo Xiu's hand and said, Cavill.
Oh my god.
Luo Xiu felt that if he said a few more words to Cavill, his toes would be so awkward that he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. At this moment, Naif, the soldier sitting next to Cavill, suddenly opened his eyes.
Oh, there is a new friend.
Naif smiled and said, I am Naif, sorry, I was just practicing breathing regulation.
Breathing regulation.
Luo Xiu thought that among the extraordinary people of Kutu, there is indeed a skill similar to meditation for practice. Luo Xiu nodded and extended his hand to Naif. Hello, I am Luo Xiu Carlos. Naif also extended his hand and shook Luo Xiu's hand heavily, then asked curiously, From your appearance, you should be a priest of Glorious? How did you get hired by Alardin to be a caravan guard?
I was just passing by. Luo Xiu replied with a smile. What about you two?
We are both from the Golden Country. Naif smiled. The Golden Country, you know, it's the Golden Country of the traveling merchants. The Golden Iris caravan led by Mr. Alardin came all the way here from the Golden Country.
I see. Luo Xiao nodded.
It seems that it is not an illegal employment, so there is no problem. Naif continued, Cavill and I are both extraordinary people who have signed long-term employment contracts with Mr. Allardin.
Well, Mr. Allardin is really generous.
Even if he almost loses all his money every time he travels for business, he will definitely not give you less hiring money.
Wait, lose all your money?
Luo Xiao keenly captured the keywords and glanced at Naif with a slightly suspicious look.
Naif still kept smiling, waved his hand calmly and said, Don't be so surprised, my friend.
You should also be able to see that Allardin doesn't actually know what a real businessman is.
He just follows the will of the family to accumulate traveling experience. Oh, I completely understand it now. Luo Xiao's expression was a little dull.
Isn't this if you fail in starting a business, you can only go home and inherit billions of assets?
Okay, I understand.
Luo Xiao nodded. However, since we are hired as a guard by Mr. Allardin, I think we should still fulfill our duties.
Yes, you are right.
Naif smiled, but if you really encounter someone robbing the caravan, I suggest you give priority to protecting yourself. He didn't finish his words.
Boom!
Outside the curtain window of the carriage, a huge explosion sounded. Luo Xiao felt that the carriage he was in suddenly shook violently. Outside the window, horses neighed, people cried, and cloth was torn. Luo Xiao's pupils shrank slightly, all of which pointed to one fact.
The robbers came so quickly.
Originally, Luo Xiao really just wanted to get a ride quietly. But as he was getting a ride, he actually ran into robbers.
Luo Xiao's mood instantly choked.
You know, this is fundamentally different from the bandits and mountain bandits in his previous life.
In a supernatural world like God's Destiny, if you don't have some supernatural background, you are not even worthy of being a horse bandit.
Luo Xiao immediately glanced at spellcaster Cavill and warrior Naif, but saw that they both had indifferent expressions, as if they had already gotten used to it. There were continuous explosions outside the window, and suddenly, there was a burst of tiny footsteps.
Bang, bang, bang.
Someone banged heavily on the carriage. Then, the rear door was opened, revealing Allardin's anxious face.
Mr. Naif, Mr. Cavill, and Mr. Luo Xiao. Allardin shouted anxiously, The horse bandits. The horse bandits are coming. There are a lot of them. Are there any extraordinary people? Naif asked calmly.
Yes, yes.
Allardin's tone was anxious, but Naif still asked slowly, How many?
2.
No, 3.
Allardin had a sad face, but he didn't dare to force the old warrior Naif too much, so he had to plead in a humble tone, Please help me, Mr. Naif.
If you don't take action, someone will die. Mr. Allardin, you know.
Naif stretched out 2 fingers and shook them in front of Allardin. In this case, you have to pay more.
No problem, no problem. Allardin said anxiously, Please save us.
When Allardin agreed to pay more, Naif nodded, picked up the giant sword and jumped off the carriage.
Spellcaster Cavill followed Naif and jumped off the carriage.
Luo Xiao watched the price raising coldly, and suddenly realized that Naif was not as friendly as he was when he talked to me, but Allardin seemed to rely on him.
He was not a good person.
Thinking about it, Luo Xiao also got off the carriage. In the distance, more than a dozen fast horses were galloping in the wilderness. On the horses were horse bandits holding hooks and scimitars, wearing half-body leather armor and thick felt hats. The group of robbers kept throwing out hooks and hooks, putting them on the necks of the caravan's pack horses, and then galloping away quickly, pulling away the caravan's horses one by one, or directly strangling their necks. The ordinary guards stationed in the front half of the caravan were ready to fight with bayonets or swords and shields, but the horse bandits would not get close at all. They just kept throwing lassos from the distance, which was simply impossible to defend against. The source of the loud noise came from a small steel cannon that had been modified by an extraordinary force. This steel cannon was perched far away on the nearest hilltop, firing indiscriminately at the caravan's carriages. Luo Xiao looked behind the group of lassoed horse bandits. At the farthest point of his sight, 2 blurry figures were standing and watching. That should be the leader of the horse bandits. Luo Xiao pondered, turning his head to look in the direction of Naif and Cavill. They had already led the fast horses, waving their whips, and galloped towards the 2 figures that seemed to be the leaders. It seemed that they also knew that to deal with this group of horse bandits, they should capture the leader first. But since they were already heading for the other party's leader, Luo Xiao would not join in the fun. Luo Xiao then led a fast horse and galloped to the other side. His target was the small steel cannon perched on the top of the hill.
On the nearest hill,
a robber wearing half-body leather armor was holding a heavy rune steel bullet and loading it into the barrel of the steel cannon. Lord Saint, the robber shouted behind him, the loading is complete. Behind the robber, a man with a sinister temperament slowly walked out. His face was gloomy, and his right arm was engraved with dense and complex circuits. In his left hand, he held a wooden stick with black flames constantly emitting from the tip. Saint looked far into the distance, looking at the caravan guards who were still resisting in the wilderness, chuckled and said, "Alerden really has no memory. He dares to take this road again after being robbed by us every time."
What the informant said is true.
The robber beside him also laughed, "But Alerden is not short of money, it would be best if he takes this road every day." Saint did not continue to speak, he threw the stick burning with black fire into the ignition slot.
Bang!
The rune steel bullet burst out from the gun hole, and under the effect of the acceleration rune, it almost shot straight at the front carriage of the caravan.
Bang!
The second carriage of the caravan was smashed on the spot, and the people and utensils in the carriage were instantly blown to pieces, and blood foam, body fragments, and wood chips flew around. After completing a bombardment, the plunderer ran swiftly to the ammunition box next to him and picked up another rune steel bullet.
Lord Saint, let's continue. The plunderer didn't have time to say the last word ?
He suddenly felt a piercing coldness coming from his back. He lowered his head and saw a green dagger piercing the right side of his chest. Blood rushed to his throat and soon flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The plunderer's body soon collapsed uncontrollably. After struggling on the ground for a while, he was completely motionless. As he fell, another slender figure suddenly appeared behind him. Apprentice with the quiet ability of civet cat. Saint looked at everything in front of him with some surprise. He could almost confirm at a glance that the girl opposite him was also a transcendent like him. Where did this little girl come from? Saint frowned, and the circuit inscription on his left arm began to emit a strange red color. He said to Index in a haughty manner, "Leave now, there is no need for us to fight."
But Saint's warning was obviously ineffective.
Almost in the next moment, Index's figure suddenly disappeared, and a green shadow shot toward Saint's position.
Dang!
The inscription on Saint's left arm also detached from his arm in the next second, condensing into the black double blades in his left hand. The double-headed blade with a strange black light just blocked the instant attack from Index. However, at the moment when the dagger and the black blade collided, Index felt an extremely strange vibration coming from the black blade. Something was constantly wriggling on the surface of the black blade. Index, who had a premonition of danger, immediately turned the dagger and distanced herself from Saint.
"You are very smart, little girl,"
Saint said in a deep voice. "Leave now, this is the last warning." Index was silent, and her eyes flickered. In Index's eyes, Saint was already a winner at this time. But what Saint didn't notice was that behind him, another figure had quietly circled behind him and was now looking at him calmly. Luo Xiu took a shortcut and rode Fenrir at lightning speed, and soon arrived at the top of the mountain.
Apprentice went up the mountain from the front.
With an agility attribute of 23 points, she quickly reached the top of the mountain and killed the first robber. Luo Xiu threw out a detection, and he almost leisurely flipped through the character panel of Saint. Saint, that alchemist with the dual destiny of intelligence, the level is LV 19.
Luo Xiu finally came to a conclusion.
Although Intis's strength is slightly inferior to Saint, with himself and Fenrir, it would be a righteous gang fight. In Luo Xiu's eyes, Saint is already a dying man, so there is no need to worry about anything. However, the only thing that puzzled Luo Xiu was
Saint, as an extraordinary person with the destiny of intelligence, how could he fall to become the leader of a horse bandit?
You should know that intelligence is a legitimate destiny in the Nolan Empire. The extraordinary people who come out of this destiny are generally recruited by the imperial family or the nobles, and promised important positions in the Tower of Sages. Because the proposition of this destiny is man should be above spirituality, they have completed the true control of spirituality by creating runes, developing circuits, and perfecting alchemy. The extraordinary people with the destiny of intelligence and the extraordinary people with the destiny of lost are on completely opposite paths. Therefore, the relationship between their believers in the opposing destiny of intelligence and lost is also like fire and water. Extraordinary people like intelligence are generally very creative, and this is exactly the talent that the Nolan Empire, which is headed by development, values most. Generally speaking, the Empire will not let such talents wander in the wilderness and become bandits. Unless this person is guilty of a serious crime, or has embarked on an illegal destiny like Red Lotus or nothingness.
Luo Xiu continued to observe Saint's state while thinking. He is not a transcendent with two destiny. In other words, he may be a criminal wanted by the Empire?
Then, if he is killed, he may even get a bounty. With this in mind, Luo Xiu took action on the spot. While Intis and Saint were confronting each other, Luo Xiu gently pulled out the judgment musket from his waist with his left hand. The durability of the two judgments of grey and poor quality made before has all returned to zero, so Luo Xiu went to the Balan blacksmith shop again and bought several exquisite muskets again. Before leaving, Luo Xiu used the glorious inscription skill of the second destiny level 2 to make two judgments of white ordinary quality. Bang! The musket fired, aiming at the back of Saint's head and firing accurately. The golden light burst out instantly, and Saint's mind suddenly opened up, and the damage panel instantly refreshed in front of Luo Xiu. Use judgment shot to attack Saint Scarchy, hit the vital point. Cause 52 points of holy light attribute basic damage, attack the vital point, causing 104 points of actual damage. Saint's total health was 140 points. With this attack, Saint was seriously injured on the spot. Luo Xiu's newly modified judgment is much more powerful than before. It has undergone the extraordinary transformation of glory on one hand, and the weapon base made by Balan, the ghost craftsman of the fourth fate of Bitter Tea, will also give a very high basic damage bonus. Saint suddenly turned his head, and when he caught a glimpse of the figure of a priest, his vision was instantly flooded with a golden color. While Luo Xiu fired a shot at him, his right hand was ready to charge Holy Light Annihilation. He almost calculated the timing, and at the moment Saint turned his head, he shot him in the face with a precise shot. Sizzle! The burning sound began to crackle, Saint's hair was swept away in an instant, and his face was also blown into a mess, and a smell of burning came out. This Holy Light Annihilation caused 37 points of damage to Saint, making Saint's health completely zero. Saint's body fell straight down, and after twitching on the ground for a while, he also had no breath. After Saint died, Apprentice, who was confronting him, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Facing a fully armed alchemist head-on, Apprentice was under great pressure. But she didn't expect that facing such an opponent, her new master, that Luo Xiu Carlos, could still kill him instantly. Apprentice stared at Luo Xiu in a daze, and Luo Xiu calmly put away the musket. "Don't forget the task I gave you, Apprentice." Suddenly, Luo Xiu said to Apprentice, "Get ready, it's time to start the interrogation." What they are about to do is to interrogate the soul of Saint. Ever since being robbed by the group of horse bandits, Luo Xiu always felt that something was wrong. The horse bandits came too quickly and were too well prepared. They almost came for Alardon's golden iris. Which bandit would deliberately carry a small steel cannon to the top of the mountain when robbing a passing caravan? Something is wrong. It is too wrong. Luo Xiu soon realized that this was not a sudden robbery, but more like a premeditated plan. Luo Xiu then stretched out his left hand and rubbed the copper-forged ring on his right finger for a while. Countless dark purple tentacles began to emerge from the ring's surface, and these tentacles continued to pour into Saint's body. After a while of groping, a translucent dark hand dragged Saint's soul out of the corpse. Unlike the previous extraction of the soul of blood disciple Morris, the soul manipulator skill that has been upgraded to level 2 can retain the activity of the soul to a greater extent. The energy group of the soul began to gradually form the shape and appearance of Saint before his death. And those dark tentacles, like shackles that locked Saint, bound him tightly. As the soul of Saint gradually took shape, a look of panic, anger, and fear began to appear on his face. "You! Who are you?" From the soul of Saint, a voice belonging to Saint came out. The arrogance on Saint's face was gone. His teeth kept chattering and he looked very scared. "You are dead, Saint." Luo Xiu smiled at him and said, "Cooperate well, maybe I can let you rest in peace." Saint was silent. He observed the surrounding environment, and when he confirmed that he was in a state at this time, he sighed with deep sorrow. "Do I have the power to choose?" Saint shook his head. Luo Xiu did not continue to talk to him, but just signaled Apprentice to come forward. Apprentice looked indifferent. He walked in front of Saint and took out a string of ancient bells from his arms. Apprentice shook the bell, and the pleasant sound of dingling came out. Saint's eyes, which were originally bright and energetic, suddenly dimmed. After confirming that Saint's soul had been controlled, Luo Xiu asked in a deep voice, "Saint, tell me. I want to know who led the looting of the Golden Iris caravan. Who is the real mastermind behind it? Who is the real man behind the scenes?" Luo Xiu asked Saint in a deep voice. Saint scratched his head in a daze. He looked puzzled for a while, and then said intermittently, It's naif. Arid. Naif Arid? Luo Xiu's eyes condensed, his expression was playful. This is the name of the senior warrior of Kutu, Destiny, who raised the price in front of Alardon, the leader of the Golden Iris caravan. "Keep going," Luo Xiu said in a deep voice. "Naif is our informant." Saint said hesitantly, "He brought us news about Alardon. He also wants
30% of the stolen goods. Luo Xiao nodded. He probably understood what Naif was doing. Naif colluded with bandits to rob his employer and participated in the sharing of the loot. At the same time, he raised the price with his employer and collected multiple times the higher fee. Luo Xiao was amazed. When Saint finished his last sentence, his soul began to tremble violently, and waves of white mist emerged from the surface of his soul. Saint's figure began to melt and disappear, and finally turned back into a gel-like soul body. This is the longest time Saint's soul can maintain its activity. Luo Xiao felt a little regretful. He wanted to ask more questions. Luo Xiao then took Saint's soul back into the copper-forged ring with the soul manipulator. These are all good things that can be used as Fenrir feed. While thinking, Luo Xiao leaned over Saint's body and began to explore. After a while, Luo Xiao began to count the spoils he had harvested. A bag of money, estimated by weight, there are about 20 Nolan gold coins. A few bottles of primary or intermediate potions can just make up for the shortage of potions for Luo Xiao. At the same time, Luo Xiao also found an unsigned letter. The content of the letter was similar to what Saint had told him before, except that the named Naif Valet was not signed. It recorded the complete itinerary of Alerden's Golden Iris caravan and a list of all the goods. It seems that Saint's gang of horse bandits has done this before. If a merchant is always robbed but never killed by the robbers, it can only mean that there are greater and longer-term benefits to be gained from him. For example, Alerden, maybe Naif, has already made a lot of money again and again by this means of eating both ends. Luo Xiao finally took a beautifully shaped brooch from the front of Saint's clothes. After using this as a certificate to prove his identity as Saint, Luo Xiao thought about it while quickly going down the mountain with Intis and Fenrir. Right now, Luo Xiao is more concerned about another thing, that is the movements of Naif Arid. He and the Curse Master Cabal rode their fast horses straight to the leaders of the other two horse bandits. Luo Xiao originally thought that fighting 2 against 2 should not be a big problem. But now he feels that the problem is very big. If Naif is a traitor, it will only form a situation of 3 against 1 Cabal. Even if Naif does not want to be exposed too obviously, he will definitely let him go in the battle. In any case, Cabal is now full of danger. Luo Xiao is indeed worried about Cabal's safety, but in fact, this is more of a consideration of interests and his own safety. If Cabal dies, he will be in a situation of 1 against 3. At that time, although Luo Xiao can protect himself, he will definitely be. Luo Xiao quickly came to the foot of the mountain, rode on the fast horse tied to the tree, and galloped to the other side of the battlefield. The caravan's carriages were half destroyed, and the looting horse bandits were still rampant, but at this time the only remaining horses had been surrounded and protected by the guards. Therefore, the horse bandits could not cause more serious damage to the caravan for a while. The small steel cannon perched on the top of the mountain had also been destroyed by Luo Xiao. He had wanted to try to return the favor with the small steel cannon, but he found that if it wasn't for the transcendent with the destiny of intelligence, it would be impossible to drive this alchemical creation. So he simply destroyed it, lest the enemy use it to launch a second attack on the caravan. Luo Xiao quickly ran across the battlefield. Several horse bandits wanted to chase him, but they were blown to pieces by Luo Xiao's holy light annihilation. After that, the horse bandits consciously made way for Luo Xiao. Among the horse bandits, they had a very clear consensus: transcendence should only be dealt with by transcendence. Luo Xiao soon saw 4 blurry figures at the end of his vision. In the distance, black light and red light kept interweaving, and cold weapons smashed against each other, making loud clanging sounds. The dull sounds like waves hitting rocks could be heard from a long distance away. Naif and Caver's figures gradually became clear in Luo Xiao's field of vision. In the 4-man battle group, they saw Luo Xiao rushing over at the same time. However, Naif and Caver did not show the joy they should have. Instead, their faces became more solemn. However, they did not take Luo Xiao seriously. The 4 people in the battle group were all extraordinary people who had reached the second destiny. They were very clear about the characteristics of the consecrated priest of the second destiny of glorious. That is a pure auxiliary profession, which can only learn rare output sacred arts, and these sacred arts alone cannot pose a threat to the battle. Naif laughed inwardly, glanced at Caver on the other side, and casually smashed the giant sword in his hand on the face of the warrior monk of the second destiny of bitter tea, opposite. The monk held 2 black meteorite staffs, with the tails of the staffs turned upwards, and smashed heavily on the blade of Naif's giant sword, roaring in a low voice, do you really want to kill me? Didn't you see that there was a priest coming over there? Naif looked normal, at least pretend to be more convincing. In the territory of the Nolan Empire, it's better not to mess with the extraordinary people of glorious. While quietly plotting, Naif glanced at the Curse Master Cavil. Unlike Naif, Cavil's group was in a real fight. Opposite Cavil was the assassin of the double destiny of Kutu. Under a series of bombing-like carpet attacks by the Curse Master Cavil, the assassin was agile and avoided the fatal attacks from incredible angles again and again. "Your good brother is in trouble," the monk said with a smile. "Big sister Zadasha, the poisonous scorpion, is the strongest among us. Take care of yourself first." Naif glanced in the direction of Luo Xiao and whispered, "Hey, that priest will be here soon. Do you mind if I give you some injuries?" The monk was stunned when he heard this, and then a disdainful expression appeared on his face. You can do it?" The monk waved his long staff and laughed. "You can try." As he spoke casually, Naif had already swung the giant sword and slashed at him. The monk immediately flipped up his long staff to block this powerful attack. The harsh sound of metal clashing came from the collision of the giant sword and the long staff. The wrestling of the two, Kutu, fate extraordinary people made the surrounding air seem to vibrate violently. Luo Xiao rode a fast horse and was already close to the inner circle of the battlefield. He did not join the battle immediately, but observed the battlefield as usual. He first observed Naif's condition. Naif, a senior warrior of the second fate of Kutu, is level 20 and has a high HP limit of 396 points. Generally speaking, the main attribute of the Jikutu destiny profession is strength, and then the secondary attribute is defined according to the characteristics of the profession. For example, Naif's secondary attribute is constitution. He has a constitution attribute of up to 24 points, plus the bonus of warrior-related expertise. His upper limit of blood volume is 2 or 3 times that of ordinary extraordinary people of the same level. Luo Xiao quickly scanned Naif's panel and twitched his mouth. In this fight, Naif has not been injured at all, and the monk opposite him has not lost a drop of blood. This is not letting the water. This is letting the sea. Luo Xiao thought for a while, tightened the reins, and stopped his horse outside the battlefield to watch. He paid more attention to the cursor Cavil. In comparison, Cavil's situation at this time was much more serious. He held the deadwood staff tightly with both hands, and continuously released curse witchcraft. Black light and red light continued to wash the grass in front of him like a swarm of bees. However, under the saturation attack like a storm, a black shadow still sprang out from time to time. The black shadow held a short knife emitting ominous black mist, and when it saw the opportunity, it stabbed at Cavil's vitals. This is the assassin of Kutu's destiny. Luo Xiao was slightly surprised. Generally speaking, extraordinary people of this profession would not choose to fight head-on on the battlefield. They would rather kill in the shadows, and the night is their stage. However, the assassin fighting Cavil is an exception. Luo Xiao threw a detection at the black shadow, and the panel quickly gave feedback. Venomous Scorpion Zadash, Kutu's second destiny assassin. The level is the upper limit of the second destiny level LV20, and the agility attribute is as high as 26. These are relatively normal data. Luo Xiao's attention is mainly attracted by Zadash's expertise. She has the expertise of Battlefield Beheading and Death Realm Intuition. Battlefield Beheading, contrary to the fighting style of Assassin, gives an alternative beheading combat bonus. In frontal combat, you can get extremely high damage bonus and injury reduction, and periodically get a single damage increase. Death Intuition, you can predict the falling point that may cause death. For example, when being bombarded by the spellcaster Cavil, Zadasha could predict the action route that would cause his death and thus avoid his own death. These two specialties are both template-level specialties. It's a pity that there seems to be no way to obtain this kind of specialties for the time being. While Luo Xiao was thinking, a new prompt suddenly popped up on his panel. Trigger the hidden mission, Poison Iris, hard difficulty, ? Hidden mission. Hidden mission, Poison Iris, hard difficulty, recommended level, LV10 LV20, double fate and above, mission type, timed mission, 3 hours 59 minutes, mission description, by killing the alchemist saint, you learned of their conspiracy. Naif colluded with the horse bandits and planned to rob the golden iris again and again, but his employer, who is also your employer, Alardin, was still kept in the dark at this time. Perhaps, you can truly gain Alardin's trust by resolving this crisis. Mission Objective 1, kill the traitor Naif. Mission Objective 2, kill the horse bandit leader Poison Scorpion Zadasha. Mission Objective 3, kill the horse bandit leader Monk Butcher Hurik. Mission Objective 4, reveal Naif's conspiracy to Alardin. Completion reward, basic experience plus 6,200, 2 skills or expertise from Naif, Zadasha or Hurik. Can be settled after completing all mission objectives. A hidden mission actually appeared. This is the second time a new hidden mission has appeared since the time travel. The difficulty of this mission is completely different from that of Dusk and Night. Luo Xiu is confident that he can complete the Poison Iris mission. Originally, Luo Xiu was not very interested in helping Alerdine solve this incident. He could only do his duty as a guard. But now, a hidden mission has appeared, and the nature is completely different. Luo Xiu waved his whip and galloped to Cavil's side. Luo Xiu took a look at Cavil, whose body was covered with horrifying scars. Penetrating wounds, lacerations, and fracture wounds. Cavil had been covered in wounds from the counterattack by the poison scorpion Zadash, and his health had been reduced by 1/3, but fortunately, he had still protected his vitals very well. At the same time, his flesh and blood were constantly healing, and his health points were slowly recovering at +1+1+1. Luo Xiu glanced at the soles of Cavil's feet. There was a light green ritual array under his feet, and the luster of the array was looming. Well, fighting on the healing array, it's a good idea, but you can't move like this. While thinking, Luo Xiu silently chanted the healing ritual and casually applied a new healing effect to Cavil. Cavil did not express anything and continued the current battle. Luo Xiu ignored him and glanced at the poison scorpion Zadash, who was running around in the black and red light column, and began to chant. The wolf bathed in glory, descended from the dark abyss, and was reborn in the burning holy flame. In front of Luo Xiu, the holy flame wolf Fenrir slowly emerged from the shadow. Luo Xiu raised his arm and pointed his finger in the direction of Zadasha. Fenrir instantly turned into a golden flame and pounced on the black shadow in the curse array. The first target that Luo Xiu had to deal with was the strongest among all the extraordinary people here, Poison Scorpion Zadasha. At this time, Luo Xiu had no other thoughts in his mind. He only knew one thing. He was about to start a killing spree. The golden demon wolf, with a ball of blazing golden holy flames burning around it, pounced towards the poisonous scorpion Zadash. Zadash, who was in a state of death intuition, suddenly saw many falling points that could lead to her death. Zadash's eyes fixed, and when she realized that there was suddenly a group of extremely threatening spirituality in the magic formation filled with turbid light, she dodged to the side in an extremely strange posture, almost like a muscle reaction. Swish! The wolf claws shining with the luster of obsidian pierced through Zadash's original position in the next moment, and a buzzing sound came from the air, accompanied by violent agitation. Zadash felt a little cold in her heart, and the wolf that broke into the battlefield caught her off guard. When Zadasha cast her gaze towards Fenrir, she suddenly had an unprecedented doubt in her heart. If her many years of experience as a supernatural being was not wrong, this should be a sacred beast that belongs exclusively to the fate of glory. But what Zadasha did not understand was that the knowledge about glory that she knew from her path was only that the consecrated priest of the second fate should not have the skills to summon and contract the sacred beast. While Zadasha was thinking, the black dagger in her hand slashed towards Fenrir at an extremely fast speed. This dagger emitting ominous black mist was attached with an extremely strong poison mist that could cause continuous poison attribute damage to the victim. Hiss! Zadasha, who had a very high agility attribute, stabbed Fenrir's side ribs with a knife and tore a very deep wound. However, the next moment, a golden ball of light had floated to the top of Fenrir's head. Use primary healing to heal Holy Flame Wolf Fenrir, give 70 points of healing effect. Holy Flame Wolf Fenrir's defense reduction +1. Luo Xiu held the white oak staff and after a short chant, he swung out a small golden ball with healing effect from the tip of the staff, accurately healing Fenrir's injuries. Fenrir, who had been healed, suddenly had golden flames all over his body and launched a second round of attacks towards Zadash. Ding! Ding ding ding! Zadash swung his knife to block, and his heart became inexplicably anxious. After a short fight, Zadash quickly realized that the strength of the holy beast in front of her was no less than that of a senior double destiny transcendent. This made Zadash's inner vigilance rise to a higher level again. After Fenrir joined the battlefield and diverted most of Zadash's attention, the curse attacks launched by the curse master Cavil suddenly soared, putting Zadash in danger for a while. Zadasher was fighting with Fenrir, but he couldn't really kill Fenrir, because the master of this holy beast, the priest who was watching outside the battlefield, would throw skills at Fenrir from time to time. The healing, strengthening, and purification effects were applied to Fenrir one after another, making Fenrir more and more powerful, without any signs of decline. Giving the summoned beast an auxiliary set, this was the first time Zadasher had seen such a tactic in a battle of the same level. Zadash was anxious. She glanced at the priest outside the curse array and made a decision in her heart. Since the holy beast cannot be dealt with in a short time, then deal with the person who summoned the holy beast. With this thought, Zadash's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Fenrir followed the breath left by Zadash and rushed towards Luo Xiu. Just in front of Fenrir, a cold breath remained on the path, and at the same time, there were waves of blood.
Zadash began to rush out of the array desperately, so she had no time to care about being injured by Kavar's curse. She could only take care of her vital parts from being hit by the torrential attack. At this time, Zadash only wanted to kill the priest first to reverse her own decline. She did not expect the senior warrior Naif to help. Naif only provided them with information, not really joined the gang. Zadash was very clear about this. A black shadow so swift that it was almost blurred rushed outwards in the magic circle filled with turbid light. The strange fluctuations emitted by the withered wood staff in Caval's hand became stronger and stronger. He did not easily let go of this opportunity to seriously injure Zadasha. Shoo! When a heavenly justice flashing with scarlet luster was about to hit Zadash's head, he finally broke out of the magic circle at the critical moment. Caval immediately stopped all attacks and quickly built a defensive magic circle and curse field around himself to block Zadash's face-piercing. Luo Shou glanced at him, and a strange feeling inexplicably rose in his heart. Caval is so skilled that it makes people feel distressed. JPG, but Luo Shou did not use the self-protection holy art on the spot like Caval did. He just swung the whip in his hand, and the whip slapped on the horses, and the horse ran away. Da-day, da-day. The clear sound of horse hooves echoed on the grassland. Behind him followed Zadash, and behind Zadash followed Fenrir. According to Luo Shou's experience, with Zadash's agility, her speed at full speed should be similar to that of a fast horse. But the patience of a superhuman is much higher than that of an ordinary horse. Luo Shou knew that he would be caught up sooner or later. But there was no panic on Luo Shou's face. He just calmly led Zadash and galloped on the grassland. The original 4-man battle group became a 3-man battle group after Luo Shou took one of them away. Warrior Naif and Monk Hurik were still waving their giant swords and sticks to wrestle each other. On the side, spellcaster Caval stood quietly in the healing circle, slowly healing his own injuries. Hey, your big sister ran away. Naif suddenly laughed and said, wait a minute, Caval will come to help me beat you up. Do you want me to let you go now? Humph. Hurik said unhappily, wait until Zadasha kills that guy, and then come back to beat you two half to death, and our agreement will be fulfilled. Anyway, as long as you don't let me kill that little priest, Naif said, you can do whatever you want. Hurik was silent. You are too greedy, Naif, Hurik said at last. When Luo Shou was hundreds of meters away from the original battlefield, he looked back at Zadasha who was still chasing him relentlessly. Finally, Luo Shou sighed deeply. This place was empty with vast grass and no one was around. It's a perfect place for killing and robbing. Luo Shou reined in his horse, his right hand already reaching into the priest's robe, and he looked back at Zadasha with pity. Zadasha will be the first experiment of Luo Shou's new tactical concept. When she saw the priest who was fleeing in front of her suddenly stopped, Zadash was stunned. But she didn't think too much, just waved the short knife emitting dark mist and rushed towards Luo Shou. However, the next moment, Luo Shou took out an ancient black book with an ominous aura from his robe. The Holy Book of the Abyss. What is that? Zadash looked puzzled, but did not slow down the speed of the stab. Suddenly, Zadash's pupils shrank. In her field of vision, the death realm intuition that had always given her the correct path suddenly turned scarlet. Dead end. Dead end. All dead ends. Zadash was horrified. She had never encountered such a situation before. In previous battles, no matter how dangerous the battle situation was, there was at least a glimmer of hope. But now, how is it possible? There is not even a glimmer of hope. As soon as she thought of this, a huge fear surged in Zadash's heart. She believed in the judgment of the death realm intuition more than her own instincts. However, as her thoughts raced, she had already missed the best opportunity to escape. Luo Shou had already opened the Abyss Holy Book in front of Zadasha. Poison Scorpion Zadasha looked directly at the taboo, triggered the divinity exemption judgment. The minimum divinity requirement is 392, Poison Scorpion Zadasha's divinity is 8. The exemption failed. Poison Scorpion Zadasha suffered mental pollution. Poison Scorpion Zadasha fell into the taboo erosion state. Poison Scorpion Zadasha fell into the deep fear state. Poison Scorpion Zadasha fell into the deep frenzy state. Poison Scorpion Zadasha fell into the nightmare haunted state. Poison Scorpion Zadasha fell into the mental collapse state. In the status bar of Poison Scorpion Zadasha, more than a dozen negative states were instantly refreshed. In order to ensure that Zadasha could be stably controlled, Luo Shou turned to the middle page of the Abyss Holy Book. The page was in the middle, so that Zadasha could be controlled without being deformed on the spot, and Luo Shou's goal was achieved. Luo Shou did not dare to turn to the pages that were too far back, lest he create some monsters that he could not solve.
And the consequences of Zadash's looking directly at the taboo were far beyond Luo Xiu's expectations. Oh my god. Luo Xiu sighed.
It turns out that this trick really works. At this time, Zadasha stood straight in front of Luo Xiu like a wooden stake. Her eyes had become cloudy, and black blood began to flow out of her face.
She was like a standing human fountain.
She had completely lost any ability to resist, and her soul had irreversibly fallen into silence, never to be recovered. Although her health points remained the same as before. But Zadasha, who had become a wooden stake, was no different from being dead. After confirming that Zadasha had been sentenced to death, Luo Xiu drew out the judgment and fired 2 shots at Zadasha's forehead.
Bang, bang. Zadasha's health was reduced to 0. He had
completely lost all his vitality and fell to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. So far, Luo Xiu has been able to confirm that the tactic of letting the enemy look directly at the Abyss Holy Book is indeed feasible. But Luo Xiu still carefully thought about it more. For example, Luo Xiu must use such a tactic in a single environment and when there is no one around, otherwise the existence of the Abyss Holy Book will be exposed. And, this tactic cannot really kill the enemy, but may bring certain dangers. In the status panel of Poison Scorpion Zadash, if Zadash does not fall into a hard control state such as mental collapse, she will become extremely aggressive and may be more difficult to deal with. In short, after completing this first experiment of taboo tactics, Luo Xiu decided to use it as his last trump card in Killer. Under normal circumstances, it is better not to use this trump card easily. When it was confirmed that Zadasher was dead, Luo Xiu used the Soul Manipulator as usual to capture Zadasher's soul and sealed it in the ring. However, Zadasher's soul, which was eroded by the taboo, had become fragmented and lost the value of torture. Luo Xiu took out a small bag of gold coins from Zadasher's body, then got on the horse and galloped towards the original battle group.
Did-day, the sound of horse hooves echoed on the grassland again.
Warrior Naif, Monk Hurik and Cursor Caver, they all looked up at the same time and saw Luo Xiu's triumphant figure.
Naif's face tightened, and he asked Hurik softly, "Where is Zadasher?" "How should I know?"
Hurik was stunned, and then said in a low voice, "I have a bad feeling." Only the holy priest Luo Xiu came back, but the poison scorpion Zadasher was nowhere to be seen. The originally tiny possibility began to hover in the minds of Naif and Hurik.
Suddenly, Hurik said, "Naif, I'm leaving, you get out of the way."
But Naif did not respond to him. Instead, he swung his giant sword with twice the strength.
"Hey! Are you serious?"
Hurik was suddenly startled, and hurriedly swept back his long staff to block Naif's attack.
"Let me go. I want to see what's going on."
But Naif seemed to have heard nothing, and just launched an overwhelming attack on Hurik.
Naif's overall strength was slightly better than Hurik's.
When they started a real confrontation, Hurik was immediately in danger. On the other side, Caver had completely healed his injuries. He picked up the withered stick and joined Naif in the battle. The light filled with turbid aura kept interweaving on the battlefield, shooting one after another rainbow with terrifying momentum at Hurik. Hurik's health soon decreased by more than half, and he was severely injured by Naif and Caver. When Hurik finally fell to the ground exhausted, he looked at Naif angrily and suddenly shouted, "Naif, you carried." Naif swung his great sword and was about to smash it down on Hurik's face to stop him from saying the next words. But the next second, a golden ball of light flew over from Naif's great sword and exploded on the blade. This made Naif's attack stagnate, and Hurik finally shouted out all his words, "You betrayed your employer. You betrayed us even more. A sneak attack." When Hurik finally shouted out this sentence, everyone only heard 2 dull gunshots. Bang, bang. The golden fragments of light flowed on Hurik's body. A huge skylight opened in his head, and a deep hole appeared in his chest. After Hurik shouted out Naif's true identity, Luo Xiu rushed to kill Hurik before Naif. In Luo Xiu's eyes, the only purpose of keeping Hurik alive was to confess the fact that Naif is the traitor. Obviously, there was no need for Luo Xiu to force a confession. Hurik and Naif would die together.
"It's pretty good." Luo Xiu nodded secretly, glancing at the warrior Naif. "Look at you, do you have anything to say?" Luo Xiu asked with a smile. Naif's face was tense. He looked at Hurik's body on the ground, then at Luo Xiu. He suddenly grinned and said, "My friend, do you really believe what this bandit leader said?" Naif sneered in a relaxed tone, "They are bandits." Seeing Naif's attitude, Luo Xiu also smiled. "What if?" Luo Xiu smiled, "Plus this?" Then, Luo Xiu took out the letter he had found on the body of Alchemist Saint from his arms and shook it in front of Naif. Naif was silent, his eyes flickered for a moment. "How can you be sure that this was written by me?" Naif said in a deep voice. Luo Xiu suddenly laughed out loud. "Naif, I haven't told you what this is yet. You are too guilty. Naif was speechless for a while, and his eyes began to become as fierce as a wolf. He observed his current situation with the corner of his eye. The consecrated priest Luo Xiu was just at a safe distance from him at this time, and Cavill on the other side also took 2 steps back when he heard Hurik say Naif is a traitor. Alas! Naif sighed and stared at Luo Xiu. You could have stayed out of this mess. In the next moment, Naif's body suddenly jumped, swinging his huge sword and rushing towards Luo Xiu. Naif suddenly attacked, but this was within Luo Xiu's expectations. Dang! The golden flame flashed, and Fenrir leaped out of the shadow and rushed towards Naif's position. Luo Xiu applied Holy Light Blessing and White Oak Blessing to Fenrir at the same time, causing Fenrir's attributes to suddenly soar. The golden flame of Fenrir burned the blade of Naif's huge sword, and the part of this fine steel-forged sword was instantly scorched red. Luo Xiu also pulled out the judgment musket and fired at Naif's vital points. Bang! Bang! With each shot from Luo Xiu, a huge hole appeared on Naif's body. The old warrior who fought only with the strength of his body began to drop sharply in health. If it was a one-on-one head-on battle, Luo Xiu asked himself that within the scope of the second destiny, there would be no rival. Even if Naif was a blood cow with 24 points of physical fitness, he could not withstand Luo Xiu holding the extraordinary musket, and continued to conduct guerrilla warfare on the edge. Finally, Naif found something wrong while fighting, and suddenly his body shook, and the giant sword in his hand began to emit abnormal spiritual fluctuations. Desperate fighting will. This is the unique skill of the senior warrior of the second career of Kutu, Destiny. When the blood volume drops below half, it can be immune to all primary control effects and increase physical attack power by 30%. Naif directly ignored Fenrir and rushed towards Luo Xiu's position. He had the same idea as Poison Scorpion Zadaza. When in doubt, cut the back row first. This was originally the right idea. But they met the wrong person. Just when Naif swung the giant sword and was about to take away Luo Xiu, the consecrated priest of the support profession, Luo Xiu's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot in the next second. Naif only felt that in the previous moment, a slight fear suddenly surged in his heart. But in the state of war will immune control, this fear soon disappeared. However, Naif's heart was ringing alarm bells at this time, and he inexplicably had a very bad premonition. In the next moment, Naif saw Luo Xiu's figure had appeared on the opposite side of him more than 10 meters away. How could he? This kind of holy art? A huge doubt surged from Naif's heart. Luo Xiu Carlos, he should be just a consecrated priest with a double destiny. Naif certainly didn't know what skill Luo Xiu had just used. That was the ancient heritage skill learned from Grevil's legacy after defeating the immortal knight, Hunting Step. At this time, Luo Xiu only felt that his desire to attack was unprecedentedly high. He pulled out another musket that had been loaded long ago, and fired at Naif's chest at a very fast speed. Bang! This time, judgment shot still hit the enemy's vital point very accurately. In addition to the double damage value of the vital point attack, it also triggered the effect of the specialty Battlefield Raider. After a 15x raid bonus, this attack caused a huge amount of damage to Naif. Use judgment shot to attack Naif Arid, cause 62 points of Holy Light attribute basic damage, hit the vital point. Trigger the passive effect of Battlefield Raider. Vital point attack, causing 186 points of actual damage. The huge amount of damage directly reduced Naif's health to single digits. Naif fell to the ground with the inertia of running wildly, and his face rubbed against the ground, tearing out a series of horrifying blood marks. Naif was not killed instantly, but he was already in a dying state and had no strength to fight again. Luo Xiu calmly loaded the ammunition of the 2 judgment and then silently chanted Holy Light Annihilation. Don't! Cough cough! Don't kill me! Naif's throat rolled, spitting out a ball of black pus and blood, struggling to beg for mercy from Luo Xiu. But Luo Xiu did not respond, but raised his arm slightly, letting the light ball of Holy Light Annihilation fly towards Naif. Bang! The light ball of Holy Light Annihilation suddenly exploded, blowing Naif's body into 2 pieces. On Luo Xiu's panel, a reward prompt for killing Naif popped up. The traitor Naif was completely dead. So far, Luo Xiu has completed all the killing targets of the limited-time mission, Poison Iris. He looked at Naif's body, and then looked at the Curse Master Cavill who had not taken any action but just watched quietly on the side. The traitor has been killed. This is a good thing. Luo Xiu smiled and said to Cavill, we should expose the conspiracy of Naif to Mr. Alardin. What do you think, Mr. Cavill? Cavill remained silent. After a while, Cavill suddenly smiled. You're right, this is a good thing. Cavill said, I didn't even realize that Naif was a traitor.
As he spoke, Cavill walked towards Luo Xiao and extended his hand to Luo Xiao with kindness. Luo Xiao was a little surprised that Cavill, who was always taciturn, would say so much at this time. But this is normal, after all, he had just experienced a big battle. In this situation, people's personalities are usually liberated to a great extent. Luo Xiao also extended his hand and shook hands with Cavill. Since all the killing targets of Poison Iris have been completed, Cavill can be regarded as a comrade in arms.
However, in the next moment,
Luo Xiao's panel suddenly jumped and a new status prompt suddenly jumped out. You have been cursed, you are in the mild instant death curse state, mild instant death activation countdown, 11 hours 59 minutes. Luo Xiao's eyes froze. Without thinking too much, Luo Xiao quickly guessed that the source of the curse was the curse master Cavill.
He wants to kill me?
Luo Xiao thought in his mind, but his face did not show any strange expression. He used the mild instant death curse, which means he did not want to leave any traces that people could notice. And when the effect of instant death is activated, others will only think that I died of sudden death or violent death.
Let's report to Mr. Allardin. Cavill said, after killing the leader of these horse bandits, the caravan will be safe.
Okay.
Luo Xiao smiled and responded, then let's go, Mr. Cavill.
Seeing that Luo Xiao did not say anything, Cavill withdrew his hand with confidence and walked towards the location of the caravan.
He turned his back to Luo Xiao and did not see Luo Xiao's next move. Mr. Cavill, wait a minute.
Suddenly, Luo Xiao called Cavill, and Cavill turned his head.
What?
As soon as he opened his mouth, he saw a dark gun muzzle pointed at his forehead.
Bang!
The judgment musket fired, and Luo Xiao quickly switched to another loaded musket.
Bang!
These two shots caught Cavill off guard. A big hole was blasted out on half of his head and the left side of his chest where his heart was.
Golden light flowed out, and his blood was instantly evaporated.
Cavill's blood volume instantly returned to zero, and the whole person fell down like mud, with an unbelievable look on his face.
I didn't mean to kill you.
Luo Xiao blew on the barrel of the musket that was emitting white smoke, but it's still too dangerous to let you live. Luo Xiao silently chanted the purification and applied purification to himself. After purifying the effect of mild instant death, Luo Xiao looked at the three extraordinary bodies lying on the ground inside. He could probably guess why the cursor Cavill wanted to curse him. Previously, Luo Xiao had always overlooked a very obvious fact: spellcaster Cavill and warrior Naif had known each other for much longer than he had. If Cavill knew what Naif did, then hiding the truth would actually be more beneficial to Cavill. For example, he could obtain benefits from Naif and a safer identity, but he would not directly participate in Naif's plan. Like Naif's treasure place, Naif alone could not digest such a huge amount of stolen money, and if Naif died, and Cavill knew where Naif's stolen money was stored, then these stolen money would become Cavill's wealth alone.
And his intrusion might have disrupted the plan of Curse Master Cavill?
Luo Xiao couldn't help thinking that maybe Cavill had already started planning to curse him since he took out the letter from Alchemist Saint. Therefore, when Luo Xiao fought with Naif, Cavill would stand by and watch. If Naif won, the situation would remain the same, but if I won, Cavill would curse me again.
In Luo Xiao's mind, there were many possible reasons why Cavill chose to curse him.
But he quickly put all these thoughts behind him.
Thinking about these things now is meaningless.
Cavill wanted to kill him secretly, but he didn't know that he had the omnipotent player panel, so he was killed by himself. At this point, Luo Xiao was too lazy to pursue it. Now, he is the only extraordinary person who survived this tragic battle. Luo Xiao stretched out his right hand, and the copper-forged ring on his finger flashed a layer of dim light.
Countless tentacles emerged from the ring's surface and then drilled into the bodies of the three extraordinary people on the ground. The soul light balls of Warrior Naif, Monk Hurik, and Cursor Cavill were dragged out from their bodies. Then, these soul light balls were squeezed and shrunk back into Luo Xiao's ring.
After completing all this, Luo Xiao rode on a fast horse and galloped towards the direction of the caravan.
When the bandits saw the warrior monk Hurik being killed and the poison scorpion Zadash still not being seen, they quickly scattered and fled on fast horses. The ordinary guards of the caravan had no time to chase these robbers, but began to busy themselves with counting the lost goods. Luo Xiao rode over and soon saw Allardin.
He hid behind a carriage, and only dared to emerge from behind the carriage after the battle was over.
The caravan was in a miserable state at this time.
Nearly half of the carriages were blown up or looted, and most of the horses were lost.
But compared with Allardin's previous experiences, this was already very good. When he saw Luo Xiao riding over, Allardin's face showed excitement. Mr. Luo Xiao, Mr. Luo Xiao. Allardin waved in the direction of Luo Xiao. The horse bandits were repelled. They actually retreated. Thank God, thanks to you.
Luo Shou glanced at Aladdin. His face was filled with joy at this moment, as if he had really won a battle. Why does he seem so happy even though half of his caravan was blown up? Luo Shou was a little confused, but still agreed verbally, yes, the bandits were repelled. By the way, Mr. Aladdin. Luo Shou changed the subject, what are the casualties? When talking about this issue, Aladdin's face suddenly dimmed, and he said with some sadness, more than a dozen guards were injured, and 4 of them died. Well, my condolences. Luo Shou was silent, Wang Wei will guide them. I hope so. Aladdin sighed, and suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and asked Luo Shou, by the way, Mr. Naif and Mr. Caver, didn't they come back with you? You don't want to know the answer to the question. Luo Shou pondered, but he still organized his words, and then slowly said to Aladdin, Mr. Naif, and Mr. Caver. They all died in battle. What? Aladdin couldn't believe his ears. You said they all died in battle? Yes. Luo Shou was silent. Caver died in the chaos, but Naif. What happened to Naif? Aladdin looked anxious. A miserable picture had already emerged in his heart, but he wanted to seek the 1 in 10,000 hope from Luo Shou's mouth. But Luo Shou did not continue to answer him, but took out the letter from Saint from his arms. I think you should see this. Luo Shou said, and handed the letter to Aladdin. Aladdin took the letter and couldn't wait to open and browse it. After browsing for a while, Aladdin turned pale and murmured, This is Naif's handwriting. Although he didn't sign it, I recognize his handwriting. Aladdin can recognize Naif's handwriting, so it won't be so difficult to convince Aladdin. Luo Shou nodded and said, This letter was found on a bandit leader I killed. Mr. Aladdin, although I don't like to speculate maliciously about others, I think you should understand what this means. Aladdin was silent. Luo Shou stopped talking and just watched the changes on Aladdin's face. After a long time, Aladdin sighed and finally said, I know. It turns out that Naif, he had already. Aladdin didn't continue to say the next words, but Luo Shou knew what he wanted to express. Hey, you are very smart, young man. Luo Shou nodded, Naif is dead. Unfortunately, the moment he revealed his true identity, Mr. Cabal became his primary target. When Aladdin realized that Naif might be the mastermind of all the looting of Golden Iris, Luo Shou could finally reasonably put more blame on Naif without Aladdin noticing. Naif killed Mr. Cabal and then prepared to kill me. But Naif was seriously injured by Cabal's counterattack at that time, so I was able to survive. Aladdin nodded slowly to Luo Shou's statement. He gradually formed and consolidated the judgment that was induced. Poor Mr. Cabal. Aladdin nodded silently, may the glory guide his soul and lead him to the eternal kingdom. Squeak, squeak, da-da, da-da. The sound of the wheel axle turning, accompanied by the sound of horse hooves, rang out again. Luo Shou lay on his back in the carriage, with a complicated expression. Although the task of Poison Iris had been completed, Luo Shou was not in the mood to settle the matter. Half a day ago, Warrior Naif and Spellcaster Cabal were sitting opposite him. At the beginning, Luo Shou thought that they might be good people. Now Luo Shou just felt funny, he just felt that he was too naive at that time. After all, this is not a game, and he only has one life. Luo Shou originally thought that he was cautious enough when doing many things. But this is not enough, far from enough. In this world, under the appearance of goodwill, there is often a deeper malice. Luo Shou thought for a long time and thought a lot. 2 days later, the Golden Iris caravan led by Aladdin arrived at Sina City. This is an important city in the Songyuan territory of the Nolan Empire. It is the second most prosperous city in Songyuan territory, second only to the main city of the Lord. Sina City is a coastal city with developed shipping and fisheries, and has a direct connection with the Golden Kingdom Trade Federation in the east and the Saint Kingdom Holy Tower Church in the north. There are 5 major countries in the entire Fener continent. The Supreme Kingdom, Nolan Empire, located in the center of the geographical location, is the country with the strongest comprehensive national strength in the entire Fener continent. The empire is open and inclusive, with vast territory and abundant weapons. However, precisely because of its strength, the Nolan Empire has endless internal and external troubles, and is deeply feared by the surrounding countries. The Golden Kingdom Trade Federation located in the east is a country formed by merchant clans. They pursue interests first, and have established special trade routes with all other countries, and have extremely close trade relations. It is precisely because of this that the Federation basically maintains a neutral attitude towards the disputes between other countries. They only regard the forces that threaten their interests as their real enemies. The thieves' homeland, Dark Principality, located in the west, is the most desirable destination for criminals and exiles from all countries. The only order here is chaos, but it is precisely because of this that the power holders who stand out from this dark environment have become the most feared Dark Grand Duke and his executioner, making the Dark Principality the biggest cancer in Fanal Continent. The Forest of Elves, Cassiopeia Pure Land in the south, is isolated from the world and extremely xenophobic. Only elves or half-elves with at least a quarter of elf blood are qualified to become citizens of the Pure Land. In the eyes of other forces in Fanal Continent, Cassiopeia Pure Land is full of mystery. No one knows the true origin of this group of elves. Outsiders can only learn fragmentary information about this Pure Land from the elves exiled from the Cassiopeia Pure Land, and the Kingdom of Saints Holy Tower religion in the north. They respect the doctrine of lost, and constantly trace the miracles of the ancient God Age. This is a paradise of arcane, a paradise of magic, and a utopia for those who hope to gain the mercy of the ancient gods. The era of man is but a flash in the pan, the era of God is eternal and brilliant. They have true faith and are a group of devout people, but they are also a group of world-weary and crazy people. These 5 countries together form the current structure of Fanal Continent. As an important thoroughfare for the Holy Tower Church and the Trade Federation to communicate with the Nolan Empire, Sina City obviously has a very high strategic position and geopolitical value under such a structure. "We are here, Mr. Luo Xiu." Alardin came to Luo Xiu's carriage, knocked on the door, and shouted inside, "Please get off, Mr. Luo Xiu, we have to go through a guard's inspection first." Alardin scratched his head and said, "After passing the inspection, we can enter the city. After entering the city, I will pay you 3 times the employment fee." Luo Xiu was silent for a while, feeling that he was not sober. He seemed to have heard some magical voices just now. "Mr. Duo?" Luo Xiu asked without thinking. But Alardin was stunned for a while, and then answered in an affirmative tone, "Mr. Luo Xiu, I will pay you 3 times the hiring fee. After all, since the death of Mr. Naif and Mr. Caver, you have completed 3 times the guards on their behalf." Suddenly, Luo Xiu jumped off the carriage. He grabbed Alardin's hand and held it tightly, and then shook it vigorously twice. "Mr. Alardin, you are really a good person," Luo Xiu said sincerely. "If there is a chance, we can cooperate next time." Luo Xiu inexplicably thought of his experience as a social animal in his previous life. Do 3 times the work, get 3 times the salary. There is such a good thing. Sina City, the entrance to the city gate. Luo Xiu looked up at the towering strong wall. The towering stone walls are like a giant embracing the entire city. The surface of the walls has clear lines, and each brick used to build the walls can be clearly identified. The wall of this solid wall still retains many traces of knife carving and axe chiseling, which is an important symbol of the glorious years that this city has experienced. The guards stood in 2 rows under the city gate, meticulously conducting detailed inspections. Alardin walked in front, and Luo Xiuan followed behind Alardin quietly. There were also 8 carriages behind them, the first 2 loaded with ordinary guards, and the last 6 loaded with surviving goods. When it was Alardin and his caravan's turn to enter the inspection, Alardin showed the guards his merchant's credentials. "Oh, you are a caravan from the Golden Kingdom." After the guard checked Alardin's credentials and found them correct, he smiled and said, "Guests from afar, welcome to the city of Sina." These guards of the city of Sina often encounter travelers from foreign countries. The guards were very enthusiastic about merchants like Alardin who could promote the city's economic development. Then, the guards checked the passes of Luo Xiu, the caravan guards, and the grooms in turn. When Luo Xiu showed his priest's certificate, the guards immediately showed respect and solemnity, and said to Luo Xiu respectfully, "So you are the adults of the Holy See Church, please forgive our usurpation." This is the status of the believers of Glorious in the Nolan Empire. Luo Xiu couldn't help thinking so. The Golden Iris caravan quickly passed the entrance inspection. Luo Xiu, Alardin, and the caravan parted ways in the city center of Sina City. This is the agreed reward. Before parting, Alardin handed 4 bulging bags of money to Luo Xiu. "Mr. Luo Xiu, here are 3 rewards, please count them. In addition, there is another one, which is my personal thank you gift, I hope you don't refuse it." Luo Xiu wondered for a moment if he was hallucinating again. It wasn't even just 3 times the reward. It was 4 times the reward. Luo Xiu began to wonder if he had accidentally fallen into some capitalist trap. He took the purse handed over by Alardin, but did not count it in front of him. He just put the purse in his arms and said with a smile, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Alardin. I believe in your reputation as a businessman." Alardin nodded, then took out an ornament from his pocket and handed it to Luo Xiu, saying, "Mr. Luo Xiu, this is the emblem of our Manston family. If you come to the Golden Kingdom in the future, you can show this emblem and someone will receive you on behalf of the family.
Luo Xiu nodded and took the emblem from Alerdan. It's a pleasant journey with you, Mr. Alerdan. Luo Xiu finally nodded and smiled.
At this point, Luo Xiu understood that he had truly gained Alerdan's trust. If he really planned to go to the Golden Kingdom in the future, then this emblem symbolizing the Manston family would become an important proof of his smooth journey.
After that, Luo Xiu officially parted with Alerdan's Golden Iris Caravan. According to Alerdan, he needed to go to the local Adventurers Association in Sina City and hire a few more legitimate transcendents. However, the hiring price of such transcendents was relatively high. But for Alerdan, this was not a big deal. After officially parting with Alerdan and others, Luo Xiu did not rush to the church branch, but first found a hotel to rest. After paying the corresponding accommodation fees, Luo Xiu moved into a spacious bedroom. He lay on the soft bed, completely relaxing his tense mind and body for the past few days. After relaxing, Luo Xiu took out the purse given by Alerdan from his arms and began to count it carefully. 1 gold coin, 3 gold coins, 5 gold coins. 31, 33.
When Luo Xiu counted the last gold coin in the bag, his eyes were already emitting a gluttonous luster.
There were a full 50 gold coins in a bag of money. And Alerdan gave 4 bags of money like this. Luo Xiu felt the joy that Naif and Cabal had felt before. After counting the rewards, Luo Xiu opened the long-lost player panel. On the mailbox icon, a huge red dot was flashing continuously. The rewards for killing Zadash and other extraordinary people before had not been collected. And the limited-time mission, Poison Iris, had not been settled yet. Intis.
Luo Xiu called in a low voice. On the window of the hotel bedroom, the figure of a white cat slowly emerged. The white cat jumped down the window and jumped onto Luo Xiu's legs. Luo Xiu stretched out his hand and stroked the white cat's fur gently.
Cat playing. This is still an indispensable metaphysics.
Luo Xiu didn't notice that the white cat at this time had a look of 3 parts of doubt and 7 parts of enjoyment in its eyes. When he had stroked the cat for almost everything, Luo Xiu clicked the settlement of all the killing rewards in his mind.
Kill Fallen Warlock Saint, LV19, and gain 592 basic experience points. Fallen Warlock Saint, LV19, is 9 levels behind you, kill him at a higher level. Gain 90% extra experience points.
Rewards calculated, actual experience points gained, 1,125 points. Killed Poison Scorpion Zadash, LV20, gained 628 basic experience points. Poison Scorpion Zadash, LV20, is 10 levels higher than you, killed by a higher level. Gain 100% extra experience points. Rewards calculated, actual experience points gained, 1,256 points. Killed Monk Butcher Hurik, LV18, gained 562 basic experience points. Monk Butcher Hurik, LV18, is 8 levels higher than you, killed by a higher level. Gained 80% extra experience points. Rewards calculated, actual experience points gained, 1,012 points. After receiving the rewards for killing 5 double destiny transcendents, Luo Xiu's experience savings at this time had already exceeded the 10,000 point mark. Looking at the abundant experience pool, Luo Xiu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction.
After that, Luo Xiu finally focused on limited time mission, Poison Iris.
Having already played with the cat once, he was quite confident in his luck at this time.
Mission completed. Luo Xiu gave a new instruction in his mind.
As Luo Xiu gave the instruction of mission completed, new special effects appeared on his task panel. Hidden task completed, Poison Iris, difficult difficulty, you killed Traitor Naif, the leader of the horse thieves, Poisonous Scorpion Zadash and Monk Butcher Hurik, and successfully revealed Naif's conspiracy to Alerdan.
Task settlement.
Completion reward, basic experience plus 6,200, you can extract 2 skills or specialties from Naif, Zadasha or Hurik, choose your extraction target, here it comes. Luo Xiu rubbed his hands.
His biggest expectation for completing this hidden task was to extract a new specialty.
Luo Xiu almost chose to extract one of the specialties of Poisonous Scorpion Zadash without thinking. You choose to extract one of the specialties of Poison Scorpion Zadash, extraction is being settled. In the battle with Poison Scorpion Zadash, you comprehended the essence of Death Intuition. Obtained the specialty Death Intuition, rare, special, Death Intuition, rare, special. You have an extremely sharp intuition about danger, which almost reaches the realm of profit. You can see the landing point that may cause serious injury or death to yourself 1 second in advance. Specialties with the special label are all template specialty level without exception. People who have this kind of specialties are basically NPCs with boss level, extremely powerful. For example, if Poison Scorpion Zadash had not been punished by Luo Xiu with the Abyss Holy Book, Zadash would have been difficult to kill in a head-on fight.
Normally, ordinary players cannot obtain template specialty.
When he saw that the specialty he had drawn for the first time was the template specialty Death Intuition, Luo Xiu almost jumped out of bed with excitement. It turned out to be Death Intuition.
Luo Xiu's eyes were full of disbelief. I actually drew Death Intuition in the first draw.
The first time he drew a specialty, he drew Zadash's old secret.
Luo Xiu's eyes were bright.
When he saw the two template specialties of Zadasha, the specialty he wanted most was this one.
Sure enough, metaphysics, awesome.
After sighing for a while, Luo Xiu began to analyze it carefully. Obtaining the Death Intuition specialty can, to a certain extent, alleviate the inevitable problem of Luo Xiu's body being too fragile as a consecrated priest. He can see the crisis in advance, see the dead end clearly, and avoid it when the opportunity arises. This is equivalent to Luo Xiu mastering a gold medal of immunity from death, and this gold medal of immunity from death can be reused.
Moreover, Luo Xiu can also use this specialty to do the exploratory death that he once wanted to try but didn't dare to try.
Luo Xiu smiled, and his joyful expression could not be suppressed. But at this time, he also fell into another dilemma. Who should I choose for the second specialty? Although Luo Xiu knew that Poison Scorpion Zadaza had another template specialty, Battlefield Beheading. But, regardless of whether he could draw it or not, the limitations of this specialty alone are already quite large.
First, Battlefield Beheading is bound to light melee weapons.
In other words, to maximize the benefits of this specialty, Luo Xiu must transform into a melee mage school and take the path of a spell assassin.
This is completely contrary to Luo Xiu's fighting style.
Second, the basic attribute for calculating the increase of this specialty is agility. Luo Xiu looked at his own agility of 5 points. It's really a dog that would shake his head. JPG, if this specialty is given to Intis, it would be very suitable, but if it is given to himself, it can actually play a very small role. And the other specialties of Poison Scorpion Zadash are also compatible with her assassin profession, which is not suitable for Luo Xiu. If he draws Battlefield Beheading, it's okay, but if he draws it wrong, he will be in pain on the spot. After thinking for a while, Luo Xiu gave up the idea of continuing to draw Zadash's specialties. He focused on the specialties of Senior Warrior Naif. Unlike the warrior monk who focuses on the way of martial arts and the assassin who focuses on the way of assassination, the senior warrior is a relatively balanced profession in Kutu's life. Balanced means that Naif's expertise is more universal, because the warrior focuses on both self-training and battlefield skills, unlike the warrior monk or assassin, who are more inclined to one aspect of attainment. And the expertise of the warrior monk is more often effective when barehanded or holding a blunt weapon, and the expertise of the warrior monk often needs to be matched with their martial arts, which is not suitable for Luo Xiu's fighting style.
After thinking again and again, Luo Xiu finally decided to choose to extract one of Naif's expertise.
You choose to extract one of the expertise of Senior Warrior Naif, extraction is being settled. In the battle with Senior Warrior Naif, you realize the essence of Rock Physique. Obtained the specialty Stone Physique, rare. Stone Physique, rare. After a long period of tempering your body, you have a body as solid as a rock. Your base number for calculating your health value has been increased from the original 10 times your health value to 15 times.
Exclamation point.
Luo Xiu's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he was shocked. Drawing the specialty from Naif, he actually obtained the Stone Physique. This is the basic specialty of every Blood Bowl warrior with extremely high health value. Although Naif has other specialties related to the upper limit of health value. But the specialty of Stone Physique alone is enough to make Luo Xiu's health value have a qualitative leap.
Sure enough, metaphysics is awesome.
Luo Xiu began to carefully browse the changes in the values on the panel and feel the new experience brought by the new specialty. At present, Luo Xiu has 10 points of health. According to the original 10 times of health, it is 100 points of health value. With the newly acquired Stone Constitution feat, the health value will directly increase by half, breaking through the 150-point mark. This is the average health value of the Double Fate Mage School when it reaches the highest level LV20. Luo Xiu's level at this time was only LV10, and he even had a secondary occupation Abyss Servant at LV1. Inexplicably, Luo Xiu's mind appeared a picture of himself transformed into a blood-burning mage.
Those who can't kill me will make me stronger.
JPG. Luo Xiu's mouth began to slightly rise.
Tax evasion. Too much tax evasion.
When the joy slightly passed, Luo Xiu began to think carefully and plan his own extraordinary route. At this time, he already had many means and trump cards to defeat the enemy. Holy Flame Wolf Fenrir, the advent of the Holy Abyss, and the dimensionality reduction attack of that Abyss Holy Book. Luo Xiao was confident that with his current strength, he should not be afraid of anyone in the same level battle.
However, if the enemy is a transcendent with a quadruple destiny or even a higher destiny, he will still feel weak.
Even if he had a nuclear weapon like the Abyss Scripture, when that time came, he might not even have the chance to take out the Abyss Scripture.
Luo Xiao deeply understood how much horror the apocalypse world was hiding.
This was not the end of the Dharma Age when supernatural beings were scarce. On the contrary, this was the Golden Age when supernatural beings emerged in large numbers. Luo Xiao is now only in the second level of destiny.
The second level of destiny only touches the threshold of the extraordinary world.
It only represents the qualification of getting a glimpse of the extraordinary. But this cannot cover up the fact that the extraordinary people with the second level of destiny are still very weak. Just from what Luo Xiao knew in his previous life, in the Nolan Empire where he was, there were dozens of saints who had reached the 7th level of destiny serving the Empire. In the previous life's God's Destiny game, the highest number of destiny that players could reach was the saint of the 7th level of destiny. Starting from the 5th level of destiny, the upper limit of each level of destiny is increased to level 20, and the upper limit of the level of the 7th level of destiny is LV 100.
Level 100 is the upper limit of the level that players can reach. It is also the human limit recognized by the world.
But this is not the limit of destiny. As far as Luo Xiao knew, in the apocalypse world at this time, there were already people who had broken through this limit. It was just that they chose to hide, so they were not known to the world.
They were later called demigods.
When Luo Xiao recalled these, a strong desire to become stronger surged in his heart again. At this time, plus the experience gained from the settlement of Hidden Mission, Poison Iris. Luo Xiao's experience savings have already exceeded the 15,000 mark. For Luo Xiao now, this is undoubtedly a huge wealth of experience. He first raised the level of the Abyss Waiter, the fate profession of Abyss, that he was reluctant to upgrade before, to the upper limit with one click. Current secondary profession Abyss Waiter invested 147 experience points. Current secondary profession Abyss Waiter has been upgraded to LV3. Current secondary profession Abyss Waiter invested 267 experience points. Current secondary profession Abyss Waiter has been upgraded to LV10.
Gain 1 free attribute.
Luo Xiao raised the level of Abyss Servant to the upper limit of the first level of Abyss, LV10 with one click, and gained 5 free attribute points at the same time.
In view of the newly acquired expertise rock physique, Luo Xiao directly increased physique by 5. His health instantly increased by 75 points.
Feeling the surging vitality in his body, Luo Xiao suddenly felt a sense of security. He was undoubtedly on a path that deviated from the orthodox consecrated priest.
But it didn't matter.
The artifact double-faced doll used 4 resetting points was in his hands.
A rebellious smile appeared on Luo Xiao's face.
At this time, he still had more than 14,000 experience points. But Luo Xiao was not going to use it to create his own skills. His skill slots were full at this time, and if he created new skills, the existing skills would disappear. Although these forgotten skills can be retrieved later, it is a bit troublesome. And Luo Xiao does not have the ability or idea to create new skills by combining skill plus skill for the time being. Therefore, Luo Xiao did not plan to create skills or integrate skills, but to invest half of his experience points into skill upgrades.
Skill upgrades are also a unique function of the player panel.
Investing experience points directly upgrades the skill level, quickly improving the skill effect, without having to improve proficiency bit by bit like the natives.
Luo Xiao called it efficient.
Luo Xiao then unfolded his skill bar and focused on selecting a few skills to upgrade. Holy Flame Wolf, Glorious, invests 1000 experience points. Holy Flame Wolf, Glorious, level increases from LV4 to LV5. Holy Light Annihilation, Glorious, invests 800 experience points. Holy Light Annihilation, Glorious, level increases from LV4 to LV5. Holy Blessing, Glorious, level increases from LV4 to LV5. Purification, Glorious, level increases from LV4 to LV5. Primary Healing, Glorious, level increases from LV4 to LV5. After upgrading the levels of 5 commonly used skills in a row, Luo Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. His experience value savings were only about 5,000 points at this time.
It's really a waste. Luo Xiao sighed.
After completing these, Luo Xiao stopped squandering experience, but stored the remaining 5,000 experience points for emergency use.
The level of his main occupation, consecrated priest, was still stuck at LV10.
On the one hand, the experience points required to upgrade to LV20 were too high, and on the other hand, the stuck level helped him get the bonus experience points for killing above his level for free. The occupation level could be upgraded at any time, so there was no need to rush. At this time, Luo Xiu's character panel had undergone another large-scale renovation. Luo Xiu Durant, LV10, Ordinary NPC, Race, Human, Rank, Extraordinary, Health, 225, Mana, 54, Physical Attack, 20, Spell Attack, 30, Defense Reduction, 5, Attributes, Strength 10, Constitution 15, Agility 5, Wisdom 15, Divinity 18, Perception 7, Resistance 5, Luck 1, First Destiny, Glorious Destiny, Second Level, Main Occupation, Consecrated Priest, LV10, Second Destiny, Abyssal Destiny, First Level, Secondary Occupation, Abyssal Servant, LV10, Destiny Skills, 7/9. Glorious Inscription, Glorious, LV2, Abyssal Inscription, Abyss, LV1, Soul Manipulator, Abyss, LV2, Abyssal Beast Summoning, Abyss, LV1. Expand/Collapse, Professional Skills, 9/9 Holy Blessing, Glorious, LV5, Holy Flame Wolf, Glorious, LV5, Holy Light Annihilation, Glorious, LV5, Purification, Glorious, LV5, Holy Abyss Advent, Glorious, LV1. Expand/Collapse, Character Specialties, Heart of Apocalypse, Legendary, Unique, Death Realm Intuition, Rare, Special, Rock Body, Rare, Battlefield Raider, Rare. Expand/Collapse, Status, None, you are the newborn light, but also the ignorant darkness. Countdown to the start of the internal test, 179 days and 22 hours. It's as beautiful as a painting. Luo Xiu looked at the data changes one by one, and his mouth curled slightly. My lord? Intis's voice came from his thigh, interrupting Luo Xiu's concentration. Luo Xiu came back to his senses, and Intis in cat form jumped off Luo Xiu's knees. After a burst of mist, Intis turned into a human form. My lord, please forgive me for my presumption. Intis looked a little terrified. Although Intis did have a rebellious attitude towards Luo Xiu at the beginning, after she had seen Luo Xiu's incredible abilities several times, these rebellious bones were crushed and the rebellious intentions disappeared without a trace. She has realized the horror of this new lord. He is not as weak as he looks. Although there is still a big gap between him and the Lord of Blood Sacrifice, this new lord obviously hides a deeper secret. Curious about Luo Xiu's identity and secret, Luo Xiu's relatively kind attitude towards her, and his judgment of the current strength of both parties, made Intis temporarily devoted to Luo Xiu. Intis knelt on one knee and gave Luo Xiu a servant's salute. Lord, we are now in this city of Sina. Intis said, here, there are 3 secret bases of the Blood of Thorns. Listening to Intis' words, Luo Xiu nodded slowly. According to his memories and experience in his previous life, it seems that this is the case. Tell me about it. Luo Xiu's face was expressionless. Intis nodded, and then said, their bases are in the slums, Triumph Square and Vanilla Orchid Market. Listening to what Intis said, Luo Xiu nodded slightly. These are the main areas of Sina City, and Luo Xiu has visited them many times in his previous life. The slums are the hidden dangers beneath the prosperous appearance of Sina City, the Triumphal Square is the political and cultural center of Sina City, and the Vanilla Orchid Market is the most prosperous business circle in Sina City. It was within Luo Xiu's expectations that the Blood of Thorns Society would choose to set up bases in these areas. After all, they can grab new blood slaves from the slums, create influence in the Triumphal Square to attract fanatics, and conduct secret transactions in the Vanilla Orchid Market. I know. Luo Xiu nodded slowly, I'll take care of it. Seeing that Luo Xiu had made some comments, Intis didn't say anything more, and then stood up and left. By the way, Intis. Before Intis left, Luo Xiu suddenly called her, there is something I want to give you to do. Hearing this, Intis was a little surprised. This was the first time that Luo Xiu asked her a task. Please give me your instructions. Intis looked back, she bowed slightly, waiting for Luo Xiu's next instructions. Intis only saw Luo Xiu slowly stretch out his right hand, and gently rub the ring on his right hand with his left hand for a while. A layer of subtle light suddenly flashed on the ring's surface of the copper-forged ring. The lavender mist began to linger, and countless translucent purple tentacles burst out from it. Shoo! A ball of light blue soul light was dragged out by the tentacles. This is the soul of the senior warrior, Naif. Intis, use your bell to interrogate him. Luo Xiu crossed his fingers and put them under his chin, his face gloomy. I want to know the exact location where he hides the stolen goods. And you, retrieve these stolen goods for me. As Luo Xiu spoke, he pointed forward with his right hand, and the tentacles that bound Naif's soul detached from the ring and slowly floated in front of Intis with the soul light ball.
I believe you can do it quickly, Intis.
Luo Xiu smiled, don't let me down. Seeing this, Intis's forehead was slightly sweaty. She looked a little terrified, knelt on one knee, and whispered, your subordinate obeys your will.
Then, Intis took Naif's soul and left the room.
The soul manipulators separated by Luo Xiu can squeeze Naif's soul into a round shape at will, which makes it convenient for Intis to carry this soul with her without being too conspicuous like being haunted by ghost fire.
Letting Intis interrogate Naif alone, Luo Xiu was not afraid that Intis would run away.
After all, Intis had the family inscription made by Luo Xiu himself, and he could track Intis's real-time status and location at any time. And Luo Xiu was indeed coveting the huge amount of stolen money embezzled by Naif. With Intis running errands, Luo Xiu didn't have to raid Naif's house himself. When Intis came back with the huge amount of stolen money and Naif's soul, Luo Xiu would be able to own his first small gold mountain. At that time, Luo Xiu will let Fenrir devour Naif's soul and the souls of the other 4 double destiny extraordinary people. In this way, Fenrir will complete the first spiritual sublimation and achieve a qualitative leap in strength.
Luo Xiu has temporarily formulated such a blueprint. After Intis left, Luo Xiu stood up from the bed, walked to the window and opened it. The hotel he was in at this time was near the Triumphal Square. The cold wind came in through the window, and Luo Xiu looked out of the window. The main road of Sina City was bustling with pedestrians, and the carriages on the dedicated lanes were also constantly coming and going, which was very lively. At this time, Sina City showed a thriving atmosphere. After looking at the scenery for a while, Luo Xiu closed the window, turned around, and took the priest's robe from the clothes support. He was going to report to the Church of the Holy See in Sina City. And the location of the church happened to be near the Triumphal Square. Sina City, Triumphal Square.
Walk about 200 meters along the main road from the center of the square, and you can see a towering dome church.
Sina City Glory Church.
When Luo Xiu stood in front of the pure white stone arch of the church, looking up at the sun dome inlaid with pure gold at the top, a solemn feeling arose from Luo Xiu's heart. The exterior wall of this church uses a lot of ochre red elements, and there are many exquisite carvings on it that symbolize the glory doctrine. With the windows made of colored glass, it gives people a bright visual sense of solemnity and liveliness. Luo Xiu tidied up his clothes, holding the listening of glory in his hand, and walked into the glory church of Sina City.
Unlike the glory church in Dawntown, the church in Sina City is obviously much more magnificent and has more devout believers. Even if it is not time for praise, there are still many believers who choose to stay in the church all day until the park closes in the evening. Luo Xiu shuttled through the crowd, looking for the clergy responsible for receiving in the church. Finally, under a wall in the church, Luo Xiu saw another figure in a priest's robe. It was a middle-aged man, who was half leaning against the wall of the fireplace, his head nodding off. The priest's robe he wore was the same style as Luo Xiu's, both of them were apprentice priest robes. This showed his identity, and he should be in a position similar to guide in the church. Hello.
Luo Xiu walked quickly to the middle-aged priest and greeted him with a smile. May your glory be forever.
It was not until Luo Xiu approached that the middle-aged priest paused and opened his eyes to see the appearance of the visitor.
Ah. Hello. Hello, may your glory be forever. The middle-aged priest shook his head, and after feeling a little sober, he smiled and asked Luo Xiu,
you are also a person who listens to the glory, what can I do?
The middle-aged priest's attitude was kind, and he was smiling and waiting for Luo Xiu's response. Luo Xiu took out the golden letter that was given to him by Pastor Connor from his arms.
This is my letter of introduction.
I want to find Connor Rune and pay me your scardia. When Luo Xiu took out the letter of introduction, the middle-aged priest's shoulders suddenly shrugged, and a barely perceptible light flashed in his eyes.
He looked at the letter, then at Luo Xiu, and asked again, "Who are you? And what do you want from them?"
This time, the priest's tone became serious and earnest. I am Luo Xiu Carlos, an apprentice priest of the glorious church in Dawntown. After organizing his words a little, Luo Xiu smiled and said, I am here to report to the Sina City branch of the Holy See and take the final assessment of the Holy Judge.
Please wait a moment.
The middle-aged priest said solemnly, I'm going to ask the priest for instructions. You stay here and don't walk around. After saying that, the middle-aged priest walked deeper into the church and soon disappeared into the crowd. Luo Xiu watched the middle-aged priest leave. He knew that this was a necessary procedure. After a relatively short wait, the middle-aged priest returned to the front yard of the church. Please follow me. The middle-aged priest said to Luo Xiu, be careful to keep a low profile and don't disturb other believers.
Understood. Luo Xiu nodded and followed the middle-aged priest into the depths of the church. Luo Xiu followed the middle-aged priest through the front yard and atrium and came to the inner courtyard, the core of the church. This place gave people a completely different feeling from the front yard. The core courtyard was not open to ordinary believers. This was already considered the internal place for the activities of the glorious, destiny extraordinary. Luo Xiu and the middle-aged priest took a fork in the road. After walking along the path for a while, a building like a courtyard appeared in Luo Xiu's vision. But it didn't look like a religious building, but more like a barracks. On both sides of the entrance of the courtyard, there were huge statues of knights. One of the two knights was holding a sword and the other was holding an axe. The weapons in their hands had golden light on the blades, which looked sacred and heroic. This is the giant statue of the guardian knight. Seeing Luo Xiu's eyes lingering on the two knight statues, the middle-aged priest smiled and explained, "This is the holy court of the holy judges." As he spoke, Luo Xiu saw another familiar figure. The visitor was carrying a fine steel warhammer and waving in Luo Xiu's direction. Luo Xiu! Luo Xiu! Luo Xiu recognized that it was the holy light priest Connor Rune who had been to Dawn Town before. Luo Xiu went to meet him. He saw the excitement on Connor's face, so he smiled and greeted him. "Long time no see, Connor. We thought you would come later." Connor looked at Luo Xiu and said in surprise, "You have been promoted to extraordinary?" "Yes." Luo Xiu nodded. "Soon after you left Dawn Town, I applied for the key from the church, and I opened the door." As he spoke, Luo Xiu asked in a puzzled tone, "I applied to Sina City, don't you know about this?" "Alas, I don't have enough authority." Connor smiled awkwardly. "I don't have the authority to know this, but congratulations." The two chatted and walked into the Holy Tribunal side by side. The interior of the Holy Tribunal, contrary to the sacred style of the church, is more like a police department with various files scattered around. The environment inside seemed a bit messy, but Luo Xiu knew that considering the duties of the holy judges to eliminate cultists and solve supernatural events, such an environment was still acceptable. By the way, Luo Xiu asked Connor, "Where is Pamir?" "Pamir is in the inner room. She said she wanted to train alone." Connor said, "She usually doesn't go out. I'll take you to Leonard first. He is one of the priests of the church. You need to pass his assessment first." "Okay." Luo Xiu nodded, and began to think about the knowledge of priests. Generally speaking, in the Holy Court, priests are middle-level positions. Priests are usually only held by extraordinary people who have reached the fourth level of glorious destiny. They work with the church bishop to manage the church and are in charge of at least one function in the church. Luo Xiu. Connor's voice interrupted Luo Xiu's thoughts. Luo Xiu came back to his senses and saw Connor saying to him with a serious expression, "We are here, you come and knock on the door. Wait until Priest Leonard allows you to enter, then you go in alone, I will wait for you outside." Hearing this, Luo Xiu took a deep breath. In front of him was a slightly old wooden door, which gave Luo Xiu the feeling that it was like the office of an old leader. He still couldn't help but feel a little nervous. "Okay." Luo Xiu nodded to Connor, took another deep breath, and finally raised his hand and knocked on the door gently. "Come in." An old but full-bodied voice came from the door. Connor patted Luo Xiu's shoulder gently and took 2 steps back. Luo Xiu then pushed open the door and walked in. The first person he saw was an old man with white hair and beard. That was the priest of the Holy Tribunal, Leonard. Then, Luo Xiu noticed the knotted muscles on the neck and arms of Priest Leonard. Leonard's eyes were as sharp as a knife. Although his hair and beard had turned white due to aging, his fierce energy and fiery temperament made Luo Xiu feel a chill inexplicably even though they were at a certain distance. And this Priest Leonard also reminded Luo Xiu of his previous life, a second creation of a character in an anime. Sealy, Fan Ma Kongjiro. JPG Luo Xiu then closed the door very sensibly. Then he turned around and smiled in the direction of Priest Leonard. "Hello, Mr. Priest." Luo Xiu's attitude was unprecedentedly gentle. "I am Luo Xiu Carlos, from the Glory Church in Dawn Town." "Yes." Leonard said yes indifferently, only slightly raised his head to look at Luo Xiu, and then continued to look through the information at hand. Looking at Leonard's silent face, Luo Xiu always felt that he would suddenly burst into tears in the next second and conquer Luo Xiu with full martial virtue. While Leonard was browsing the information, Luo Xiu secretly threw a detection at him. However, due to the huge difference in the depth of the destiny, Luo Xiu could only get very little information from the detection. Leonard Bamber's glory, fourfold destiny, can't see the profession. But it should be a holy light priest or holy knight. Luo Xiu thought while observing Leonard's image characteristics. "Are you Luo Xiu Carlos?" Finally, Leonard put down the information at hand and asked. Yes, it's me. Luo Xiao nodded. Excuse me. Regarding my assessment, does it start now? It has already started from the moment you walked in. Leonard said in a deep voice, I heard that you once saved Connor's life? You did a good job. It's just my duty. Luo Xiao said modestly, Master Priest, may I ask what you need me to do? As Luo Xiao asked this question, Leonard suddenly stood up. He rolled up his sleeves and swung his strong arms. The next moment, Leonard's sharp eyes were fixed on Luo Xiao. Leonard, the priest, slowly walked towards Luo Xiao. A strong sense of oppression, like an airtight wall of air, completely enveloped Luo Xiao. Looking at Leonard's approaching figure, Luo Xiao's inner alarm bells rang. Danger. Extremely dangerous. He doesn't really want to conquer people with virtue, does he? Suddenly, Priest Leonard, while continuing to approach, said, Luo Xiao Carlos, your information is fine, and I am too lazy to do unnecessary tests. But you must know one thing, the Holy Judge is not a game. To become a Holy Judge means being accompanied by danger at any time. Even if you choose to become a consecrated priest, I will never let any weak person pass the assessment easily. As Leonard's voice fell, his figure suddenly doubled in Luo Xiao's field of vision. Leonard instantly leaned forward and punched Luo Xiao's lower abdomen heavily. Boom! Luo Xiao was blown away on the spot and hit the wooden furniture in the corner. The wooden furniture made a crackling sound and several eye-catching cracks appeared on the surface. From Leonard Bamber's merciful punch, 73 points of damage. As Luo Xiao took Leonard's punch, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and something in his stomach was churning and could surge up at any time. This was the first time that Luo Xiao had really suffered a heavy blow since he crossed over. The boxing skill used by Leonard was Merciful Punch, and Luo Xiao knew that this was a skill for bare-handed attacks. Merciful Punch will settle the damage according to the physical attack force given, but will always keep the target's health above 1 point. In other words, this is a skill that can show mercy and is often used in scenes where the target needs to be captured alive. It seems that Leonard's attack on him with Merciful Punch was indeed just a test. No, rather than a test, it is a test. Luo Xiao's expression was tense. When his body recovered and he could move, he quickly rolled away from Leonard. Wow! You can do it, kid. Leonard was a little surprised. As a consecrated priest, he was able to recover so quickly after taking a heavy blow from him. This was a little beyond Leonard's expectations. He also felt that when this punch hit Luo Xiao, the feedback was not right. It was like a punch on a cactus. Leonard's fist sent back a slight tingling sensation. Watching Leonard slowly approaching, this was not a real battle after all, and Leonard was also giving Luo Xiao a chance to catch his breath. Luo Xiao then quickly completed the chanting of primary healing technique and applied healing to himself. The primary healing technique, which has been upgraded to level 5, can provide hundreds of healing points at a time, healing Luo Xiao's injuries in an instant. Ha! Leonard's eyes lit up, and he looked Luo Xiao up and down again. You are very proficient in your healing technique? Luo Xiao did not answer, but continued to chant other skills. He quickly finished chanting primary prayer and then used Blessing of Consecration on himself. Finally, Luo Xiao took out the white oak staff and cast Blessing of White Oak on himself in advance. Just as Luo Xiao finished this series of buffs, Leonard's figure was approaching again. Leonard clenched his right fist and hit Luo Xiao hard again at a very fast speed. Bang! In Luo Xiao's vision, he only saw the afterimage of Leonard's fist. This time the heavy punch landed on the right chest. Luo Xiao's breathing was instantly choked. He felt that the right side of his chest seemed to sink in an instant, and several ribs were broken. From Leonard Bamber's merciful punch, 118 points of damage. Like the last time, Leonard still used the merciful punch, but this time he increased the force of the attack. Luo Xiao flew backwards on the spot and hit the furniture on the other side. From behind him came the crisp sound of something breaking. But this time, Luo Xiao received timely treatment because of the Blessing of White Oak he had cast in advance, and the physical discomfort did not last too long. After Leonard punched Luo Xiao, he stopped where he was, staring at him calmly. Leonard originally thought that Luo Xiao would be like the other consecrated priests who wanted to join the Holy Judge before, and would fall to the ground after being hit twice at most. But Leonard saw that Luo Xiao quickly climbed up from the pit of the wooden furniture. Except for a few bloodstains on his body, Luo Xiao did not seem to be seriously injured. This kid is so tough? What did he eat to grow up? Leonard began to have slight doubts in his heart. He quickly approached Luo Xiao and did not give him any chance to breathe. At this time, Luo Xiao had just woken up from the dizziness of the previous bombardment. He looked up and saw a figure full of oppression, swinging his fist towards him with murderous intent. No way, again? Luo Xiu's eyes twitched, and he finally understood why there seemed to be no consecrated priests in Connor and Pamir's Holy Inquisitor team. Who can withstand this? Ordinary consecrated priests will be lying on the ground after 2 punches. He kept complaining in his mind, but Luo Xiu, who was much less agile than the opponent, could only watch the sandbag-sized fist, mixed with the fluttering fist wind, and with a blurred fist shadow approaching him. Bang! This time, Leonard used nearly 80% of his strength, directly slamming Luo Xiu's whole body against the wall, knocking a deep pit in the wall. The whole room trembled violently, and Luo Xiu only felt that dizziness and severe pain surged into his mind, as if someone was holding a toilet plunger, constantly sucking and stirring his brain. 168 damage from Leonard Bamber's mercy punch. Luo Xiu used the last bit of consciousness he had left to take a look at the amount of damage he had suffered. At this time, both primary healing and blessing of the White Oak were still on cooldown, and group healing could not completely heal the injury. If Leonard punches him again at this moment, he will really have to come in vertically and go out horizontally. At this moment, Luo Xiu was stuck in the wall, unable to get out. In a trance, Luo Xiu felt a huge force pulling him. 14 points of damage from internal organ rupture. Suddenly, Luo Xiu felt his whole body lighten. He felt as if he was being carried on someone's shoulders, and then he heard the sound of a wooden door opening with a creak. Connor. It was the voice of Leonard the priest. Come here, send this kid to Maryland for treatment. Connor was silent for a while, then asked in a low voice, did his assessment fail? No, he passed, and he is fully qualified to join the Holy Judge. Leonard's old voice said, I am very optimistic about this kid, so I couldn't help but punch him one more time. When Luo Xiu woke up slowly, it was 2 days later. 2 days ago, Leonard's punch, which was almost full of force, directly knocked Luo Xiu unconscious. He was confused at the time and fainted. In addition to the lacerations and fractures in various parts of his body, Luo Xiu was only 1 step away from falling from severely injured to near death. Fortunately, 2 days ago, just before he fainted, he seemed to hear Leonard's voice. The priest said in person that he had passed the assessment of joining the Holy Judge. So he slept with relief. This coma lasted for 2 days. When Luo Xiu woke up, he checked his injuries as soon as possible. Fortunately, there was no discomfort in his body. Luo Xiu opened the player panel in his mind. On his panel, his health points were also the full value of 225 points. Luo Xiu then breathed a sigh of relief, lifted the quilt, and slowly got out of bed. He looked around and found that he was in a bedroom that was not very big. The bedroom was small and exquisite, with velvet blankets, exquisitely crafted decorations, and a faint scent of incense in the air, making people feel fresh and comfortable. The owner of the bedroom must have very good taste. Luo Xiu thought so, while tidying up his clothes and walking towards the bedroom door. He gently pushed the door open and ran into a slender figure. It was a girl with light brown hair and light freckles on both sides of her cheeks that matched her hair color. She was holding a basket of herbs and preparing to enter the bedroom. As a result, the door suddenly opened by itself, which scared the girl. Ah! The girl exclaimed, and for a moment, she almost thought that the bedroom door had become a spirit. When she saw clearly that the person opposite the door was her patient Luo Xiu, she breathed a sigh of relief and her eyes gradually brightened. You're awake. The girl's tone was a little excited. Sorry to make you laugh. Please wait for me. I'll go tell everyone. The girl placed the basket of herbs in her hand on the small table beside the door, then turned around and trotted all the way, and her figure disappeared around the corner. While the girl was talking, Luo Xiu quietly detected her. Her name is Marilyn Bambers. Luo Xiu murmured. This girl is also a transcendent, but she is not a glory destiny, but an alchemist with a dual destiny of intelligence. In the Nolan Empire, the transcendence of the 3 major destinies of supreme, glory and intelligence are often borrowed from each other, which is also a very normal thing. Luo Xiu thought to himself that he could see through the panel that Marilyn was not like the horse bandit leader saint who Luo Xiu had killed before, who was good at modifying or manufacturing various transcendent weapons. Among the alchemists of intelligence, their specialties are also different. Marilyn's specialty is making all kinds of extraordinary potions. As Luo Xiu was thinking, he heard footsteps behind the corridor in front of him. Luo Xiu. The first person who entered Luo Xiu's field of vision was Pastor Connor. You finally woke up, Luo Xiu. Connor almost ran over here, so he was 1 step faster than the others. Connor's face showed excitement. I have good news for you. Priest Leonard said that you passed the test. Is that so? Luo Xiu smiled calmly. That's great. Luo Xiu knew the result long ago, and when Connor mentioned it again, Luo Xiu did not have much psychological fluctuations, but asked Connor, by the way, Connor, Has the priest always been so brave? This is the question Luo Xiu has always wanted to ask, and he has been holding it in for a long time. Ah, you mean Lord Leonard. Connor pondered for a while, nodded and said, he is a person who has truly experienced the catastrophe. In that unprecedented holy war, as the former holy judge, he almost lost everything, so his personality may be a little, extreme. By the way, let me tell you another thing. Connor looked back and saw that Marilyn and the others were still behind, so he whispered, in fact, you have already met the little Marilyn who helped you with the treatment, right? She is the only living relative of Priest Leonard. His daughter. Miss Marilyn is the daughter of Priest Leonard. Luo Xiu's tone was a little surprised, but thinking back, it seemed that Priest Leonard and Miss Marilyn, their last names were indeed Bambers. As he spoke, the second wave of footsteps was getting closer and closer. Then, at the corner of the corridor, two other figures appeared. One of them was Miss Marilyn, that alchemist he had seen before. The other was a tall, but cold-tempered beautiful woman. She has long gray hair, cat's eye-like golden-green pupils, snow-white skin, and a black windbreaker. Her temperament is as cold as an iceberg. Our little Marilyn, you should have met her just now, and this. Connor pointed to the tall and beautiful woman and introduced her to Luo Xiu. She is Pamir. You should not have forgotten that we fought together. Ah, she is Pamir? Luo Xiu looked at Pamir, his eyes full of disbelief. He originally thought that Pamir, after removing the knight's visor, should be a plain-looking woman. Otherwise, there would be no need to cover her appearance and encapsulate herself in heavy armor. Pamir's true face was far beyond Luo Xiu's expectations. He now only felt that Pamir was wearing a big iron shell all day, which was a waste of natural resources. Hello. Pamir extended his hand, his voice still as cold as ever. I am Pamir. Luo Xiu, the holy judge welcomes you. Luo Xiu also extended his hand and shook hands gently with Pamir. Beside Pamir, little Marilyn suddenly spoke timidly, hello, hello. Luo Xiu looked at little Marilyn. She grabbed the hem of Pamir's windbreaker with one hand, looking a little shy. I didn't have the time to introduce myself to you just now. I'm Marilyn. Hearing this, Luo Xiu smiled and stretched out his hand to Marilyn. Hello, Miss Marilyn. I am Luo Xiu, nice to meet you. Marilyn hesitated for a while, but still stretched out her hand and shook hands with Luo Xiu gently. By the way. This time it was Pamir's voice. She said, Priest Leonard, let us wait for you to wake up and then tell you the priest recognizes you very much, but you still need to complete the oath to the sun-casting moment under our witness. After that, you will be considered to have officially passed the assessment. At the same time, Priest Leonard also asked me to tell you. Wait until you complete the oath, go find him, the priest has something to give you. Priest Leonard, do you have anything else to give me? Luo Xiu was stunned. Although he had been unconscious for 2 days, Luo Xiu still remembered the previous battle vividly. When he heard that Leonard was still looking for him, Luo Xiu's expression was a little complicated. I know. He responded, his eyes flickered, and he changed the subject. I feel that my body has almost recovered. Luo Xiu said immediately, I think I can now, to the moment of casting the sun, complete my oath. In the courtyard of the church, on a round-bottomed building like an altar. A majestic golden moment colossus, he raised the giant hammer in his hand, and with the other hand pressed the original sun emitting brilliant light, and the giant hammer in his hand gradually cast it into the prototype of the current sun. This is the statue of Moment of Casting Sun. His statue only retains the outline of a human figure, and no other details are filled in, including clothing and appearance, because even in the world, no one has ever seen him in person. Believers can only vaguely glimpse the sacred glow he radiates from the rituals of consecration and prayer again and again. Luo Xiu, Connor and Pamir stood in front of this huge golden statue. Luo Xiu, I am your guide, you follow me to take the oath. Connor's voice sounded beside Luo Xiu. Pamir will be the witness of this oath. When you are ready, we will start. Hearing this, Luo Xiu then put his hands forward and gently formed an equilateral triangle. After completing a primary prayer, Luo Xiu felt the glow and spirituality filling his body, and he breathed a sigh of relief. I'm ready, Luo Xiu said. I am the most devout believer of the holy light, I swear in the name of Connor Rune. Connor then began to recite aloud, raising his arms high, I have been baptized by the holy light, I am a child of the moment. I will abide by the teachings of glory for my whole life, and will not enter the spiritual path. I will serve the divine power of glory for my whole life. My life is insignificant. My oath is forever engraved, my faith lasts forever. Those who break the oath, please punish them with divine punishment, those who fall, please burn them with calamity. This is an oath with a strong contractual nature,
which is equivalent to completely binding one's own name to the fate of glory. Once on the path of fall, the owner of the contracted name will not really suffer divine punishment and burn himself with calamity, but the power of his glory fate will also dissipate by half. This is a sacred oath with considerable binding force. As Connor Rune completed the demonstration of the oath, the outline of the magnificent statue in front of him also began to glow with layers of golden light. This meant that oath and the name Connor Rune were completely bound together. Seeing that Connor had completed the demonstration of the oath, Luo Xiu's mind changed slightly, and he followed Connor and swore to the moment of the forged sun. I am the most devout believer of the holy light. I swear in the name of Luo Xiu Carlos. Luo Xiu recited loudly, raising his arms like Connor before, I will abide by the teachings of glory for my whole life and will not enter the spiritual path. Those who break the oath, please punish them with divine punishment, and those who fall, please burn them with the fire of catastrophe. When Luo Xiu finished reciting the last sentence of the oath, the outline of the magnificent statue in front of him also glowed with a hint of golden light. This means that his oath has been completed, and the name Luo Xiu Carlos has been completely bound to the fate of glory. However, Luo Xiu did not care about these. After all, his real name is Luo Xiu Durant. Carlos. Who is Carlos? He can't be the great demon of Tsench. JPG, okay, Luo Xiu. Connor walked from behind Luo Xiu and patted him on the shoulder gently. Your oath went smoothly, and you have passed all the tests. Now, you are officially a member of the Holy Inquisitor of the Sina City Church. In Luo Xiu's eyes, Connor was full of excitement at this time, and Pamir also had a happy expression. Perhaps it was because he was the first consecrated priest to join the Sina City Church, the Holy Inquisition? Luo Xiu secretly speculated, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Thank you. Luo Xiu nodded and said, I think I still need to spend some time to get familiar with the environment of Sina City. However, if there are any supernormal events, please tell me at any time. Connor and Pamir nodded at the same time. Pamir added, recently, there has been no supernormal events that require the intervention of the Holy Inquisitor. You can rest assured to get familiar with the environment here. But, Luo Xiu. Before that, Pamir paused and said, you'd better go to see Priest Leonard first. Sina City Church, Holy Inquisition. In front of the wooden door of Leonard's room, Luo Xiu's expression was tense, and he knocked on the wooden door gently. As the first high-level extraordinary person who had seriously injured Luo Xiu since he crossed over, Luo Xiu was more or less afraid of Leonard. Although it seemed that this was a necessary baptism to join the holy judge of the Sina City Church, Luo Xiu still felt inexplicably unhappy. The assessment that could have been passed by just enough, but he had to take 2 more hits and lie in bed for 2 days before being told that he had passed, which made Luo Xiu a little depressed. However, Luo Xiu was still very confident about his current level of strength, and he would definitely not be able to beat them. And to deal with the entire Blood of Thorns and even the Dark Principality behind them, he had to rely on the power of the Holy Court. You know, at this time, there is less than half a year left before the launch of the 10 version of the Judgment War. And the biggest enemy of the Judgment War is the home of thieves, Dark Principality, a huge cancer on the Fanal continent. That is a behemoth that can compete with the entire Nolan Empire in terms of military strength. When that time really comes, Luo Xiu knows that no one can stay out of it. Luo Xiu thought secretly, temporarily suppressing the idea of a gentleman's revenge is never too late in his heart, thinking that when the time is right, he must give Leonard 3 punches. Come in. From the other side of the door, Leonard's old but full of energy voice came. Creak, the door hinge turned, and Luo Xiu gently pushed the door open. An old man with white hair and beard but muscular muscles came into view. Priest Leonard was still dealing with the piled files at this time. As the manager of the Holy Tribunal of the Sina City Church, the function of Priest Leonard is Holy Tribunal, which is equivalent to Luo Xiu's current boss. Luo Xiu Carlos, it's you. Leonard looked up at Luo Xiu and stopped the work at hand. He stood up from behind the desk and slowly walked towards Luo Xiu. Seeing Leonard walking towards him twice, Luo Xiu began to be alert. No way, again? Luo Xiu immediately became alert. This time he learned his lesson and did not close the door in advance. Luo Xiu glanced at the door and rushed to it without thinking. Stop, Luo Xiu. Leonard's voice sounded from behind Luo Xiu. This is not a fight, Luo Xiu, relax. I just want to help you, check your body. Hearing Leonard say this, Luo Xiu became even more scared. He somehow thought of the blue weasel in his previous life, and the ancient Greek god of brothers. He looked behind him suspiciously, and glanced at Leonard. But he saw that Leonard had already stopped and was just standing next to the table. His face was calm, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry.
I heard from Pamir that you asked me to come here. Seeing that he was at a safe distance from Leonard, Luo Xiu stopped and stood by the door of the room, trying to say to Leonard, "You seem to have something to give me? I asked you to come this time just to confirm with you some matters after you joined the Holy Judge." Leonard suddenly laughed loudly and said, "From your appearance, your injury should have almost recovered, then I am relieved." Luo Xiu's expression was a little complicated, but it seemed that Leonard would not conquer people with virtue again. Luo Xiu was relieved. Leonard returned to his original seat, while Luo Xiu sat opposite him. Well, first of all, Leonard pulled out a brown parchment from the pile of files, and at the same time picked up a fountain pen dipped in ink in his right hand. "Regarding your stipend, you are a newly joined holy judge, so the church has temporarily set it at 20 gold coins per week. Of course, when you have the ability to complete supernormal events independently, your stipend will be increased. What is your attitude?" Stipend, the salary of a church clergyman, 20 gold coins per week, although not as fast as Luo Xiu's as the fourth calamity, but as a stable source of income, it is already quite high. Because when he was a trainee priest in Downtown Glory Church, his weekly salary was only 6 gold coins. "I am very satisfied." Luo Xiu nodded, waiting for Leonard's next words. "Okay, then the next thing is about your housing." Leonard said as he wrote on the parchment, "The church has housing specifically provided for the holy judges, but a certain amount of money will be deducted from your stipend. Of course, you can also choose to rent a house outside, but this often costs more." After saying that, Leonard looked at Luo Xiu calmly, waiting for his answer. After a little thought, Luo Xiu replied to Leonard, "I hope to rent a house outside, priest. You know, I have always lived in the town before. Want to visit Sina's city more." "That's also good." Leonard nodded, wrote new content on the parchment with a fountain pen, and then said to Luo Xiu, "Then I'm sure, Luo Xiu, your stipend is 20 gold coins per week, and as a formal clergyman of the Holy Court, you don't need to pay taxes to the empire. In addition, the church will not arrange a house for you, you will rent a house in the city by yourself." "That's fine with me." Luo Xiu nodded, indicating that he had no objection. Leonard then took a wax seal, lit a holy flame on his fingertips, melted the seal head slightly, and then stamped a thick seal on the parchment. Then, Leonard put the parchment into the file, and his sharp eyes immediately fixed on Luo Xiu's face. "Okay, the priest's official duties are over. Next, it's a casual chat with you as Leonard." The wrinkles on Leonard's face trembled slightly, as if he wanted to force a smile. "Luo Xiu, I personally have high hopes for you. You are the first consecrated priest who can take 3 heavy blows from me without falling into the brink of death." Luo Xiu did not respond, but remained silent, waiting for Leonard's next words. "So, I may have been in a spur of the moment, Leonard said slowly, "but fortunately, little Marilyn cured your injury. But I think I should still give you something." "Leonard, is he apologizing?" Luo Xiu was slightly stunned. With Leonard's status, he would definitely not say the 3 words sorry to him openly. But Leonard's words were also very clear. He wanted to make compensation in his own name. Leonard casually opened the drawer next to him, took out a scroll from it, and handed it to Luo Xiu. "This is the inheritance rubbing I obtained from the ancient seal when I was young. Well, it should be very suitable for you." A prompt panel popped up in front of Luo Xiu at the same time. "You have received the gift of Leonard Bambers, obtained the scroll rubbing of Ancient Heritage, Sealed Coffin, Ancient Heritage, LV1, Sealed Coffin, Ancient Heritage, LV1. The coffin is not only for sealing corpses, it can also isolate death. After using the skill, you will get the sealed coffin state, which lasts for 5 seconds. During the duration of the sealed coffin state, you are immune to death. After the sealed coffin state ends, you will recover 50% of the health points lost during the duration of the sealed coffin state." Scroll rubbing, scroll feature. This scroll is a rubbing. The level of the skills learned from it cannot be upgraded and is always LV1. Oh my god, Luo Xiu's eyes lit up. This is definitely a very bully's life-saving skill. Is this like getting hit 3 times and then getting an ancient scroll? Thank you, High Priest. Luo Xiu didn't say anything extra after all. He took the scroll with both hands and put it in his arms with care. Seeing Luo Xiu accept the scroll, Leonard breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "Do you have any other needs? I mean, about life or practice?" "Well, this time I'm representing the Holy Tribunal to provide some help to the newcomers," Leonard added immediately. Luo Xiu thought about it and said to Leonard, "I do want some subsidies. I want to apply for a few blank scrolls and a few first-level spiritual crystals. Although the glorious church in Dawntown doesn't have many blank scrolls, the Church of Sina City has abundant reserves.
As for the first level spiritual crystals, normally they are precious crystal materials with abundant spirituality, but for players, they are important props that can be used to improve skills and skill slots. Leonard thought for a while, nodded and said, "Okay, this is a subsidy within the permitted quota. You can take this signature and go to the Holy Reserve Hall to claim it." As he spoke, Leonard took a blank piece of paper, scribbled a few lines on it, and handed it to Luo Xiu. "Well, after this, you have about 3 days. You can freely familiarize yourself with the church and visit various areas of Sina's city." Leonard said, "Luo Xiu, I hope you can adapt to the pace here as soon as possible. 3 days later, you will follow Pamir and others to Red Maple City to prepare for the first Judgment of Heresy mission." Judgment of Heresy? Luo Xiu fell into deep thought. He was quite familiar with the city of Red Maple City, because this was the main city of the players in Songyuan territory in his previous life. At the same time, it was also the city where his mentor, the priest Ivan, had presided over the ritual. Luo Xiu recalled the Lord of Latafu that his mentor Ivan had mentioned before. Luo Xiu still remembered what this Lord of Latafu did to Ivan. Red Maple City. Lord of Latafu? Luo Xiu's eyes flickered, and then he nodded to Priest Leonard and thanked him. "I understand, thank you for your guidance, Priest." Sina's City Church, Holy Reserve Hall. After coming out of Priest Leonard's room, Luo Xiu took the priest's signature and came here as soon as possible. At this time, another trainee priest was on duty in the Holy Reserve Hall. He glanced at the brand new Holy Judge emblem on Luo Xiu's chest, and after confirming his identity, he took the application seal from Luo Xiu. The trainee priest asked Luo Xiu to wait outside for a while, and then he went into the Holy Storage Hall alone. About 10 minutes later, the trainee priest walked out of the Holy Storage Hall, holding a small box containing props in his hand. "Everything you applied for is here: 3 first-level crystals, 5 blank scrolls." The priest handed the small box to Luo Xiu and said, "Leave the seal as a voucher, please confirm." Luo Xiu then opened the small box, and 3 pale white, pure and transparent spiritual crystals were quietly lying on the cloth mat. On the other side there were also 5 brand new blank scrolls tied together. After confirming that everything was correct, Luo Xiu nodded to the priest and said, "No problem, thank you. May you be bathed in the holy light forever. May you be bathed in the holy light forever." The priest responded politely. Luo Xiu then left the Holy Storage Hall. He walked out of the Sina City Church and returned to the hotel where he was staying temporarily along the main road. He closed all the light-transmitting doors and windows, and pulled the curtains completely closed. Then, Luo Xiu half leaned on the edge of the bed and opened his character panel. In the status column of the character panel, the word "none" jumped out. And since he completed the swearing, the status bar has not changed at all. This shows that Luo Xiu has indeed bypassed the shackles of swearing and has not aroused any adverse reactions. He breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed a little. During the swearing process at that time, Luo Xiu used a false name, Luo Xiu Carlos. However, even though he used a false name, Juri Shuyu statue still responded. This successfully deceived the eyes of everyone present. Because this does mean that the swearing is effective and has acted on the person who swore. However, only Luo Xiu knew that this was actually a scam. A trick specifically for swearing. This was the secret that Luo Xiu learned in his previous life only after he reached a high position in life, the secret about swearing an oath, true name, and spirituality. The real name is a direction, and the spirituality is the essence. The swearing needs to point to its spiritual essence through the real name. These 3 constitute a complete chain, and none of them can be missing. Like when Connor swore, he shouted, "I am in the name of Connor Rune," which is to connect with him through his real name, and the swearing will directly act on Connor himself. However, the name Luo Xiu Carlos also made the Juri Shuyu statue respond. In fact, it is better to say reaction than response. This is like throwing a stone into the water, and the waves are stirred up. Because, long before Luo Xiu took the swearing, he had already taken the primary prayer. This is just a small action that is not noticeable. At that time, Luo Xiu gave Connor and Pamir the feeling of ordinary relaxation, and no one noticed anything unusual. Through the primary prayer, Luo Xiu let his own, glorious, spirituality overflow. After that, Luo Xiu swore again in the name of Luo Xiu Carlos. His overflowing brilliant spirituality gave the name Luo Xiu Carlos a spiritual coat. This allowed the oath to directly point to his overflowing spirituality when searching for Luo Xiu Carlos. And this overflowing spirituality was also separated from Luo Xiu himself, becoming a pure natural spirituality, attached to the name Luo Xiu Carlos used in the oath. This means that the real direction of Luo Xiu's oath was actually just a spiritual phantom named Luo Xiu Carlos temporarily created by him. This was called the blinding dirty light in the previous life's God's destiny. In fact, among the high-ranking extraordinary people with extraordinary destiny in the Holy Court, there are not a few people who know its principle. However, due to the extremely strict background investigation of the Holy Court, usually no one can conceal it through such means. And for Luo Xiu, who is only a second-level extraordinary person with extraordinary destiny, the oath will not attract the attention of the top leaders at all.
What is common sense to high-level transcendence is often a taboo or secret that low-level transcendence cannot touch.
For Connor and Pamir, who only have two destinies, they simply cannot understand what the so-called blinded dirty light is. And the information of Luo Xiu Carlos is also quite clean, and no one will specifically suspect him. Under such conditions, Luo Xiu is equivalent to making a false certificate in front of the statue of Suyu.
This is naked telecommunications fraud.
After confirming that he was not affected by the oath, Luo Xiu opened the small box and took out 3 first-level spiritual crystals. He held the crystal and meditated on the spirituality sealed in the crystal, which flowed into his body like a source. The spiritual crystal he held tightly in his hand began to shrink gradually like gasification as Luo Xiu meditated, and the pure spirituality flowed into his limbs like a stream. Luo Xiu felt faintly that his body could now carry more spiritual overflow. Use First Order Spiritual Crystal, Skill Slot +1, Skill Slot +1, First Order Spiritual Crystal, Usage Limit, 1/5. Use First Order Spiritual Crystal, Skill Slot +1, Skill Slot +1, First Order Spiritual Crystal, Usage Limit, 3/5. There is an upper limit to the number of spiritual crystals that can be absorbed. When the number of spiritual crystals of each order reaches the upper limit, it will no longer have the function of expanding skills and skill slots. After Luo Xiu absorbed all 3 first-order spiritual crystals that he applied for from the church, he took out the ancient scroll given to him by Leonard. After slowly unfolding the scroll and being able to fully see the ancient text recorded in it, a new prompt popped up in front of Luo Xiu. Ancient Scroll Rubbings, Sealed Coffin, Ancient Heritage, LV1, the experience value required for learning is 1000.
Do you want to learn?
At this time, Luo Xiu still had more than 5,000 experience points saved. He immediately paid 1,000 experience points to learn the skill.
Learn. Current learning progress, 33%, current learning progress, 66%, current learning progress, 99%. You have learned Sealed Coffin, Ancient Heritage, LV1. After a short wait, Luo Xiu learned the skill Ancient Heritage, Sealed Coffin. He felt vaguely that some spiritual ancient knowledge was pouring into his mind, and a new page about Sealed Coffin was added to his panel skill column. After learning this life-saving skill, Luo Xiu focused his attention on the 5 newly acquired blank scrolls. At this time, he, who had been promoted to the consecrated priest of the second level, Glorious Fate, did need to add some new skills. Luo Xiu had been thinking about some ideas about some self-created skills applicable to the second level Fate. Since he was officially promoted to the consecrated priest of the second level, Glorious Fate, Luo Xiu has acquired many new, Glorious Fate skills. He can do some relatively practical or powerful, Glorious Fate skills according to the early cultivation experience of the Glorious Fate in his memory. Luo Xiu then untied the rope that bound a blank scroll, spread the scroll flat, and unfolded it. After fully unfolding the blank scroll, Luo Xiu began to imagine the supernatural skills he was about to invest in his mind. Glorious Inscription plus Holy Light Affinity plus Spiritual Vision. The destiny has been confirmed, and the destiny is glorious. The current character level is LV10, and the glorious inscription level is LV2. Self-created skills success rate is 30%, min, 70%, max. Please confirm the experience value invested. The minimum investment is 700 experience points. This time, the speed at which the panel gives feedback is much faster than when the Holy Flame Wolf and Holy Abyss Advent were created before. The required experience points are also lower than before, because the success rate and experience value consumption of self-created skills in the same destiny are better than those of cross-destiny self-creation. The minimum investment experience value is 700 points. At this time, Luo Xiu's experience savings are still relatively abundant, so he invested double the experience amount in order to achieve the highest success rate. On the blank scroll, 3 patterns representing extraordinary skills kept flashing and blending. After waiting for a while, a success prompt popped up on the panel in front of Luo Xiu. Self-created skill successful. The Glorious Destiny skill has been generated. Obtained, Holy Light Shadow, Glorious, LV1, Holy Light Shadow, Glorious, LV1. Everything you see is Holy Light. After using the skill, you will get the Holy Light Shadow state, which lasts for a certain period of time. In the Holy Light Shadow state, the skills you use will have golden or pure white Holy Light special effects. Luo Xiu's eyes suddenly lit up. This is the skill he wanted to get.
In Luo Xiu's previous life, Holy Light Shadow was actually created by players a long time ago. However, at that time, players generally believed that it was just a useless visual effect, so it was very unpopular and not many players chose to carry it. However, for Luo Xiu now, this is a very practical skill. As early as when Luo Xiu used Holy Abyss Descent for the first time, the special effect of black light filling the sky made Luo Xiu not want to use it in public. But with the shadow of Holy Light that comes with its own Holy Light special effects, Luo Xiu doesn't have to worry about this problem. After creating the shadow of Holy Light, Luo Xiu's attention was once again on the remaining blank scrolls. There was still an empty slot, so Luo Xiu unfolded the second scroll and imagined the supernatural skills he was going to invest in. Glorious Inscription plus Holy Light Affinity plus Consecrator. The destiny has been confirmed, and the destiny is glorious. The current character level is LV10, and the glorious inscription level is LV2. Self-created skills success rate is 30%, min, 70%, max. Please confirm the experience points invested. The minimum investment is 800 experience points. The cost of creating a skill this time is higher than the last time, so Luo Xiu invested double the experience points again to ensure the maximum success rate. Now Luo Xiu already has a relatively stable way to obtain experience points, so maintaining the utilization rate of blank scrolls has become a higher priority. 3 golden patterns entangled and merged on the scroll, emitting warm golden light. After a moment's wait, successful creation of self-created skills generated the Glorious Destiny skill. Obtained, Consecrated Prayer, Glorious, LV1, Consecrated Prayer, Glorious, LV1. He will give a gracious response to those who pray to him. After using the skill, you will gain the prayer effect, and the Glorious Destiny skill effect will be increased by 20%. If used in combination with Consecrated Blessing, the bonus effect of Consecrated Blessing will be increased by an additional 20%. This skill is a higher level skill of Primary Prayer, Glorious, LV2, level Inheritance of Primary Prayer, Glorious. LV2, the skill level of the Consecrated Prayer, Glorious, LV1, is increased to LV2, you lose the skill, Primary Prayer. I actually got the Consecrated Prayer wrong. Luo Xiu pondered. This was not the skill he had hoped to create. Self-created skills have a certain degree of randomness, and there are often cases of miscreation. However, although the second self-created skill went wrong, it turned out to be a superior skill of the existing skill, which is a pure improvement for Luo Xiu's skill strength, and it will not occupy a new skill slot. Therefore, Luo Xiu was not upset, but felt a little surprised. Consecration Prayer. The glorious skill that is unique to the Consecration Priest career path can be used with Consecration Blessing under the premise that its own bonus is online. This greatly improves Luo Xiu's auxiliary and reversal abilities. Although there is still a vacant skill slot, Luo Xiu's experience savings are almost gone at this time. He still needs to keep at least 1,000 experience points to deal with any unexpected situations. Luo Xiu then put away the remaining blank scrolls and wait to create a new one later. It was getting late. When the noise outside the window gradually subsided, the cold urged people to return home as soon as possible. Luo Xiu took down a black thick velvet robe from the clothes rack, put it on, and walked out of the hotel. This was the 3rd day since he came to Sina's city. It was also the first night after he officially joined the Holy Judge. After truly obtaining the identity of Holy Judge, Luo Xiu was finally ready to embark on a plan that he had been planning for a long time and delayed for a long time. Before leaving, Apprentice mentioned an important piece of information. The Blood of Thorns Evil Society has their bases in the Sina City slums, Triumph Square and Vanilla Orchid Market. According to Luo Xiu's original plan, he will take the initiative to contact the cultists of Blood of Thorns shortly after killing 2 blood followers who invaded Dawn Town. Only by making Blood of Thorns further feel his hostility can the actions of this group of cultists be restrained to a certain extent to avoid more unexpected situations. And when Luo Xiu was officially promoted to a transcendent with the second destiny of Glorious, he was also ready to officially start promoting the hidden task, Dusk and Night, Hell difficulty. Luo Xiu walked out of the hotel, feeling the cold wind on his face, and reached out to touch the handle of the musket hidden under his robe. His sight had already drifted to the direction of the slums in Sina City. He had a premonition that the slums tonight, the cultists of Thornblood, they would soon turn the blood into a river. Sina City, the 8th slum. This is a settlement hidden in a dilapidated alley on the edge of Sina City. Many unemployed vagrants, refugees, and criminals live here, which is a shadow that cannot be dispelled in the city. And this is only one of the dozen or so slums in Sina City. Under the appearance of prosperity, extreme poverty will also slowly breed. At this time, Luo Xiu was walking on the dilapidated path of the 8th slum. After he came out of the hotel, it took him nearly an hour to get here. It's not that the slum is far away from the city, but it's too remote. He must first cross the entire main road to reach the outer alley, and then turn around a dozen deep alleys. When Luo Xiu really arrived at the 8th slum, a rotten, pungent smell hit him in the face. The air in the entire slum was filled with a fishy smell, as if both sides of the road were full of rotten meat. Looking up, every not far away, you can see a starved corpse. On these corpses, groups of maggots are wriggling and countless flies are hovering. Midnight. Even if the so-called houses in the slums cannot resist the cold, those residents will still choose to hide in the house, shivering and enduring one cold season after another. And those vagrants and scavengers who even have a windproof wall are a luxury, holding a roll of tattered blankets, looking for a place to shelter from the rain, numbly spending night after night. Luo Xiu walked past many vagrants and scavengers in this way, feeling countless indifferent and vigilant eyes. Luo Xiu was also observing them at the same time. He kept the detection frequency, and the feedback from the panel indicated that these people were all civilians, and had not embarked on any extraordinary destiny. They were really just ordinary people. Luo Xiu observed carefully and continued to go deeper under the vigilant eyes. The reason why Luo Xiu chose to come to the 8th slum was because the blood of thorns were scattered in the strongholds all over Sina City, and he was most familiar with the distribution of the strongholds here. Because in his previous life, the cultist stronghold here was swept by him, who was a high-ranking destiny of glorious. According to Luo Xiu's memory, there were dozens of blood slaves, dozens of blood disciples of the second destiny, and 6 or 7 destroyers of the third destiny in this stronghold. And the one who governed this slum stronghold was a shadow of killing who had reached the 4th destiny of Red Lotus. This was also one of the highest combat powers of the blood of thorns in Sina City. There was a qualitative gap with the opponent's highest combat power, so Luo Xiu did not intend to overturn their entire stronghold in one night. You know, for Luo Xiu now, the cultists of the blood of thorns were like leaks in the experience pool, and they had to be harvested one by one. And the cultist stronghold of the 8th slum that Luo Xiu chose to clear out. This is just one of the many outposts of thorn blood throughout the slums. This is the characteristic of the blood of thorns. They will not gather together, but spread out in the form of various sentinels, and connect with each other to form an intricate intelligence network. In the sentinel of the 8th slum, the shadow of killing is not here. The strongest leader here is a body destroyer with a triple fate of Red Lotus. Killing this body destroyer is the purpose of Luo Xiu's trip. When the smell in the air suddenly became thick, Luo Xiu stopped and his figure disappeared behind a dangerous wall. He could sense the violent and rampant spiritual surge on the opposite side of this dangerous wall. At the same time, the air also exuded a smell that was several times more fishy than a rotting corpse. The blue moonlight was blocked by the broken eaves, making it difficult for Luo Xiu to see the environment farther away. However, this creepy feeling left a deep impression on Luo Xiu. Spiritual vision. Luo Xiu immediately activated the skill of spiritual vision. He then saw that in the originally pitch-black vision, countless scarlet spiritual threads were floating like a tide. Luo Xiu could roughly confirm that this was the entrance to the Thorn Blood sentry post in the 8th slum. Luo Xiu checked himself one last time and chanted the consecration prayer and consecration blessing in advance. Then, Luo Xiu summoned Fenrir from the abyss. Awu! Fenrir slowly emerged from the shadow and let out a low hiss. It was as if he was a social animal who was suddenly called by his boss to work overtime while happily eating. Be good, Fenrir, be good. Luo Xiu squatted down and gently stroked Fenrir's back. After comforting Fenrir, Fenrir disappeared into Luo Xiu's shadow. Luo Xiu then stood up and walked into the dark shadow of the deep alley. When Luo Xiu passed through a layer of light crimson blood mist, the surrounding environment seemed to tremble slightly at a certain moment. In the spiritual vision state, Luo Xiu saw the spiritual figures standing on both sides not far ahead. In the pitch-black environment and blood-red fog, the spirituality filled in these two figures was dim gray. This is the characteristic of the first-level destiny enlightened who has touched the sea of spirituality but has not truly stepped into the extraordinary. They are 2 blood slaves of the first level of destiny of Red Lotus, who are guarding the entrance of this sentinel. Luo Xiu then walked slowly while confirming the attack distance. When entering the flash range of the hunting pace, Luo Xiu's figure suddenly disappeared in an instant. The next moment, Luo Xiu had already appeared in the center of the 2 blood slaves. Due to the effect of the hunting pace, the 2 blood slaves suddenly felt a strong fear in their hearts. And this layer of hesitation in their mentality made Luo Xiu pull out a short-bladed dagger from his sleeve and wipe it on the neck of a blood disciple. The dagger he used had been engraved before he set out, and its power had reached the level of an extraordinary weapon.
This dagger sealed the blood slave's throat and killed him instantly. Blood gushed out from the wound on the blood slave's neck, and his body gradually went limp. After twitching for a while, he became motionless. After completing the first kill, the blood slave on the other side noticed something was wrong. He just came back to his senses from the fear state, and subconsciously wanted to escape deeper. However, as soon as he turned around, his eyes met with a red wolf bathed in fire. Fenrir leaped up like a shadow and quickly bit the blood slave's neck. The wolf's fangs bit into the blood slave's neck muscles. The scorching flames burned the blood slave's skin, and the blood slave's escape was stifled. Then, he felt a chill on his back. A dagger flashing with a deep black light completely pierced his chest, and blood splattered. As the kill prompt popped up, Luo Xiao pulled the dagger back from the corpse. The dagger he used was the black steel dagger purchased from Balan's blacksmith shop in Dawntown. Before leaving Dawntown, he bought a few more black steel daggers from old Balan as backup, and performed Glorious Inscription and Abyss Inscription on 2 of them respectively. The one in his hand was the Dark Erosion dagger made after Abyss Inscription. Equipment name, Dark Erosion Dagger, White Ordinary. Equipment type, Dagger/Extraordinary Weapon. Equipment efficiency, Backstab damage plus 50%. Equipment edition, Strength attribute plus 1, Agility attribute plus 2. Equipment requirements, any fate level 2, Strength attribute 10 plus, Agility attribute 5 plus. Equipment features at a glance, Shadow Hunting. Active trigger when in the unnoticed state. The Dark Stab state is obtained at regular intervals, and the Dark Stab can be actively triggered. After triggering, the next attack is considered as backstab damage. Erosion Blade, passive trigger when attacking. In addition to causing 100% basic damage, add 20% of the basic damage erosion attribute damage. This is equivalent to a weapon with unconditional backstab and normal erosion enchantment effect. He is still strictly following the assassin infiltration rules, killing with light weapons so as not to make too much noise. So he crouched down, took off the cloak from the blood slave whose neck he had wiped before, and put it on himself. Although it was a little, it was harmless. After all, blood was the norm for this group of cultists. He gently pulled down the cloak, just enough to cover his face, and continued to walk into the depths of the shadows. When Luo Xiao really entered the Blood of Thorns outpost, he saw the real hell on earth. It was a completely different scene from the slums outside. After passing through this dark and deep entrance, Luo Xiao immediately saw a furnace-like scene like an abandoned factory. However, this place did not look desolate and dilapidated, but was filled with a mysterious, terrifying, and extremely atmosphere. The cyan moonlight could not shine into this place. The only light source here was the huge blood pool in the center that emitted a deep scarlet light. This made the entire space covered with a layer of light scarlet, like a thin and hazy blood-stained mist. And just above this blood pool, under the ceiling, various corpses were hanging in rows with tough noose. They were not strangled by hanging their necks, but their feet were tied with noose, and they were hung upside down with their heads down just above the blood pool. Their necks were cut open, and blood gurgled out along their throats and gathered in the huge blood pool below. This made Luo Xiao think of the scene in his previous life when butchers bled their livestock before slaughtering them. Luo Xiao inexplicably felt nauseous. Although he had expected such a scene, he still felt sick every time he saw it. For the Blood of Thorns cultists who believe in Red Lotus, from blood slaves to blood followers and finally to the level of blood sacrifice masters, blood is their most scarce resource. Luo Xiao simply stopped looking at the tragedy hanging over his head. He continued to go deeper. When he passed through a heavy door and walked down the spiral stone stairs to the underground of the 8th slum, Luo Xiao's vision finally became much clearer. He was at the beginning of a deep corridor. Here, it was the domain of the transcendence of Blood of Thorns and belonged to the category of forbidden areas. In Luo Xiao's memory, if he went deeper, he should encounter at least 2 blood followers with the second destiny of Red Lotus. Although with Luo Xiao's current strength, he was no longer afraid of any transcendence of the same level in a head-on battle. But before he really saw the final boss destroyer, Luo Xiao habitually remained cautious. He reached out again to pull down his cloak, and then walked lightly into the depths. Luo Xiao soon saw the first figure in this forbidden area. Through detection, he learned that it was a blood disciple with the second destiny of Red Lotus, level 18, and the name was too long. Luo Xiao was too lazy to remember. This blood disciple was crawling on the ground at this time, doing a strange ritual like praying. "My Lord, Lord, please give me the blood of eternal life." He murmured vague words, but did not notice the uninvited guest behind him. Luo Xiao had already grasped the dagger and slowly approached the back of the blood disciple without making any sound. When he came to a distance of only 1 body length from the blood disciple, Luo Xiao suddenly threw the dagger in his hand forward. Puff!
Luo Xiu aimed at the heart and directly pierced the blood disciple's chest. The blood disciple's strange chanting was interrupted, and he turned around suddenly, but saw a figure wearing a blood cloak. "You, ahem, why did you betray?" he asked harshly, and began to emit strange spiritual fluctuations. The single damage that the dark erosion dagger can give is not high. Even with various buffs, it only reduces the blood disciple's health by more than half. Sensing the strange fluctuations emanating from the blood disciple, Luo Xiu's figure suddenly disappeared again. The next moment, Luo Xiu appeared behind the blood disciple. Hunting steps. The dark erosion dagger in his hand once again pierced the blood disciple's back. Vital attack, causing 104 points of actual damage. Ah, my righteous backstab. This backstab completely reduced the blood disciple's health to 0. With an unbelievable and resentful look, his body fell to one side. When the prompt for completing the kill popped up, Luo Xiu moved the body aside and continued to go deeper. In the meantime, Luo Xiu encountered several other blood slaves who served as attendants. They were not on guard against Luo Xiu wearing a blood-stained cape, so without exception, they were all killed by him. Until Luo Xiu came to the end of the corridor, the second spiral staircase appeared in front of him. According to Luo Xiu's memory, further ahead is the deepest part of the underground forbidden area. So he waited for the cooldown time of hunting pace to be full before continuing to go deeper. When he reached the bottom, his vision widened again. Another pool of blood appeared in front of him, only it was even bigger. And above the pool of blood, there were more and denser corpses hanging upside down. Luo Xiu vaguely saw that in the middle of the pool of blood, there seemed to be a huge and bloated figure soaking. But from Luo Xiu's current position, he couldn't detect that figure. He needed to get closer. Just as Luo Xiu lowered his cloak and prepared to blend in head-on, suddenly, from the corner in front of his vision, another figure wearing a crimson cloak passed by. The crimson cloak raised his head and glanced at Luo Xiu in a black cloak. His face turned cold. "The Honorable Lord Samuel is bathing. How could a lowly blood slave appear here?" Lowly? Blood slave? Luo Xiu felt a cold gaze staring at him. He immediately sent out a detection and got the feedback that the red cloak on the other side was just a blood disciple of the second destiny. But the color of his cloak was different from that of ordinary blood disciples, which also indicated that his identity was extraordinary. Just like, although he was at the same level as other colleagues, he was the confidant of a certain executive or boss. As for, why did he call himself a lowly blood slave with such an attitude? Luo Xiu was stunned for a moment and soon realized it. He was wearing the cloak of a gatekeeper blood slave, and he had a smooth journey without attracting any strange attention. However, in this deepest blood pool, or bathing pool, it seems that a blood slave of the first destiny of Red Lotus is not qualified to enter here. Then I will leave? Under the black cloak, a teasing question was asked. What? The unexpected answer made the red-robed blood disciple stunned. Just as he was about to ask in the tone of a superior, under his condescending gaze, the blood slave who trespassed into the forbidden area suddenly pulled out a golden fire gun from his cloak. Bang! All this happened too fast, and the red-robed blood disciple had no way to dodge. His head exploded with a loud bang, and his brain mixed with golden light flew away. Vital attack, causing 200 points of actual damage. Long before entering this last boss room, Luo Xiu had already carried out a hunting step displacement and accumulated a battlefield raider passive. He originally wanted to give a powerful attack to the boss at the end of the level. But the situation changed, and Luo Xiu made a quick decision to use this full buff attack on the monster first. This time, the judgment musket fired with the highest buff stack, directly hitting the damage limit of the white ordinary quality judgment. The amount of damage caused was higher than the upper limit of the red-robed blood disciple's health. He didn't even have time to think about what he had encountered, and he had lost the ability to think forever. After killing this blood disciple, Luo Xiu quickly finished loading the lead bullet. At the same time, he felt the monstrous anger coming from the huge bath not far ahead. That should be the Honorable Lord Samuel mentioned by the red-robed blood disciple before. When Luo Xiu felt the violent spiritual surge mixed with strong anger, he was able to confirm it. That is undoubtedly the strongest extraordinary person here. Red Lotus, the body destroyer of the triple destiny, Samuel. Bang! 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 Just as Luo Xiu's mind was racing, he suddenly heard several heavy objects falling behind him. That was the sound of the secret door on the corridor falling, which meant that the retreat was completely blocked. Luo Xiu's face was calm. He had expected that when he went deep into the forbidden area of the Blood of Thorns stronghold, the other party would use some special means to prevent him from returning from the original route. Because from his experience in the previous life, this kind of thing often happened.
However, this result was within Luo Xiu's expectations, and even what he hoped to see, because the destroyer Samuel blocked his retreat, but also blocked the possible support. But Luo Xiu himself knew a secret route to escape successfully in case he couldn't win. The current scene has completely turned into a 1v1 duel scene. With the destroyer Samuel as the center, a strong spiritual surge swept through the entire forbidden area like a storm. However, Samuel seemed to have no intention of coming out of the blood pool for the time being. Samuel was also observing. Although he was furious, he did not act easily. Could it be that the consequence of angering him was getting angry? Luo Xiu couldn't help but complain in his heart. Finally, about a minute later, Luo Xiu felt that the stagnation in the air around him suddenly disappeared. At the same time, an extremely sharp voice came from the huge pool of blood. "You killed my brother. You killed Samir. You are the new Samir." Suddenly, Luo Xiu felt the ground beneath his feet shake violently, and the sound of plop and plop like a heavy object falling into the water rang in his ears repeatedly. In Luo Xiu's field of vision, the destroyer Samuel had already stood up from the huge bloodbath. It was not until the destroyer Samuel stood up completely that Luo Xiu could see his appearance clearly. The destroyer Samuel was extremely tall, and his height should be more than 3 meters. At the same time, Samuel was also extremely fat, and the width of his abdomen was almost the same as his height. Such a huge body, in Luo Xiu's eyes, was like a tank with 2 legs. Samuel had already rushed towards Luo Xiu's position. Every step he took, the trembling of his fat would make a loud sound like a cannonball. The moment his big feet stepped on the ground, it would cause a very violent tremor. It was such a meatball-like monster, but its movement speed was not slow. Luo Xiu only felt an extremely strong sense of pressure, rushing towards him like a tidal wave. When Samuel passed a huge stone pillar, he took a weapon from the hole in the stone pillar. It was a one-handed battle axe with a handguard, and the blade was shining with a strange dim light. Luo Xiu's expression was tense, and he swept his eyes around and locked several bunkers first. As the body destroyer Samuel kept approaching him, Luo Xiu also successfully reconnaissance and found out his attributes. Physical fitness and resistance are invisible. Body destroyer Samuel is a very extreme blood cow specialized monster. After browsing Samuel's other attributes, Luo Xiu quickly received the experience points of several blood slaves and blood disciples he had killed before from his mailbox panel. While running away from body destroyer Samuel, he quickly opened his character panel. He was going to perform the first on-site upgrade since crossing. Current main occupation, Consecration Priest, invested 1143 experience points. Current main occupation, Consecration Priest, has been upgraded to LV11. Gained 1 free attribute point. Current main occupation, Consecrated Priest, invests 1527 experience points. Current main occupation, Consecrated Priest, has been upgraded to LV13. Gain 1 free attribute. After being promoted to the second destiny, the experience points required to upgrade the level are several times that of the first destiny. When the level of the main occupation Consecrated Priest was upgraded to LV13, Luo Xiu immediately added all 3 free attributes to agility. At this time, Luo Xiu's agility attribute has reached 8 points. This is the first strategy that Luo Xiu decided after initial thinking. Because through the panel detection, it is known that the agility attribute value of Samuel, the destroyer of the triple destiny, is 7 points. This time, it is not like facing the immortal knight Greville, where special means can be used to hinder his actions. When facing such a large enemy with a comprehensive strength far superior to oneself, according to Luo Xiu's experience, in order to defeat this kind of enemy, at least the agility attribute must exceed the opponent. Otherwise, he will have no room for maneuver. While thinking about tactics, he quickly pulled Fenrir out of the shadow. At the same time, the destroyer Samuel suddenly squatted down, and then suddenly jumped. Then, in Luo Xiu's field of vision, the destroyer Samuel fell heavily to the ground, and began to roll due to inertia. He rolled faster and faster, like a huge human wheel, rolling towards Luo Xiu. The wheel of Samuel's flesh body was rolling towards Luo Xiu's position with unstoppable force. Wherever the wheel passed, a layer of oil-like wheel tracks was left. Luo Xiu only heard the whistling wind passing by his ears, and a huge sense of crisis was approaching. Almost at the same time when Samuel was about to run over Luo Xiu's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Hunting steps. In the next moment, Luo Xiu had appeared behind the huge wheel of Samuel's incarnation. Luo Xiu raised his hand, and the misty black light in his palm began to appear and disappear, as if something was descending from the void. The holy abyss is coming. The strange and distant bell sounded in the entire blocked venue.
Just above Samuel's head, an eye with black blood flowing suddenly opened from the void. The air seemed to become sticky. When holy light corrosion successfully marked Samuel, Luo Xiu immediately began to chant and prepare to cast various priest holy arts. When Samuel, who had turned into a human wheel, realized that he had not crushed the enemy in front of him, he directly hit the stone wall of the forbidden area, rushed up with the force of the rebound, and landed steadily. He waved the heavy one-handed battle axe in his hand, and then rushed to Luo Xiu's position with a step and a shake. At this time, Luo Xiu had also completed the chanting of several holy arts. Consecration prayer, consecration blessing and purification were applied to Samuel in turn. The black light flashed continuously, and Samuel's body was visibly wrapped in ominous black mist. Consecration prayer changed from the original brilliance effect to brilliance vulnerability. Consecration blessing gave a lot of weakening. Purification further strengthened these debuffs. And in Luo Xiu's panel, Samuel's data changes were seen at the same time. His highest attribute is Constitution. Although the specific amount of blood cannot be seen, from the fact that the degree of reduction of the debuff effect before and after has not changed, it can be inferred that the resistance attribute should be lower than his Constitution value. Seeing that Samuel was still charging at him, Luo Xiu quickly pulled out the judgment from his cloak, and instantly aimed at the head of the destroyer Samuel and fired. Bang! Golden fragments of light flowed, and the lead bullet, which was spinning at high speed with a tail light, pierced through Samuel's head in an instant. But Samuel's charge was only slightly delayed, and it seemed that the speed was not slowed down by the injury to his head. Luo Xiu only saw that the wound on Samuel's head had stopped bleeding and was slowly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Vital attack, causing 173 points of actual damage. The buff and debuff are all stacked, but it only deals 173 damage? How tanky is this thing? Luo Xiu cursed inwardly. He quickly finished reloading the judgment and ran away from Samuel, while pulling out the second musket that he had prepared in advance. At this time, Fenrir in the form of Shadow Eater Wolf had already circled behind Samuel. Under the state of holy light corrosion, the effective attack that Fenrir in the form of Shadow Wolf could cause was actually not as good as that in the form of Holy Flame Wolf. Therefore, when Fenrir quickly circled behind Samuel with the characteristics of Shadow Wolf, Luo Xiu used the skill Holy Flame Wolf to make Fenrir complete the transformation of his form. At this time, Luo Xiu, who had to maintain the two continuous states of Holy Abyss Descent and Holy Flame Wolf at the same time, his blue bar began to drop like a flood. He took out a bottle of mana potion from his arms, and finished it with tons of tun, then raised the judgment musket, aimed at Samuel's heart and pulled the trigger. Bang! On the left side of Samuel's chest, as the judgment musket fired, a huge and terrifying hole suddenly appeared. Vital attack, causing 129 points of actual damage. Looking at the damage data refreshed on the panel, this time there was no bonus from Battlefield Raider, and the damage caused was lower than the last time. However, this time the judgment shot seemed to have hit Samuel's health to a certain threshold, and the body destroyer Samuel's figure shook for a while, and seemed to be a little tired. Luo Xiu took this opportunity to distance himself from Samuel, waiting for the cooldown of the two judgment and hunting paste to recover. At this time, Fenrir, the Holy Flame Wolf, was madly attacking behind Samuel. With the blessing of the Holy Flame, Fenrir's attack gradually increased. As if he had sensed that the attack from behind was getting more and more fierce, Samuel suddenly turned around and chopped Fenrir in the waist with the battle axe in his hand. However, Fenrir's agility attribute was almost twice that of Samuel, and he immediately jumped back to avoid the slash. Bang! The battle axe in Samuel's hand slashed heavily on the ground, and the earth instantly erupted with an extremely strong tremor. Even Luo Xiu, who was more than 10 meters away, felt unstable. A cloud of smoke and dust filled the air, and when the dust cleared, Luo Xiu saw right in front of Samuel a huge straight and deep crack on the ground, which continued to spread forward from the point where he chopped. Although the Death Realm intuition did not give any danger warning, Luo Xiu still felt a palpitation for some reason. At this time, Luo Xiu's two judgment muskets had cooled down, but he was not in a hurry to fire, but waited for Samuel to regard him as an attack target again. At the same time, Luo Xiu finished chanting the primary healing technique. A light golden ball of light floated out from Luo Xiu's palm, and when it passed through the eye of corrosion on Samuel's head, it turned into a deep black color and spread into Samuel's fat body. His originally white thick skin began to spread with vine-like black lines. The corrosion effect brought by the healing technique was continuing to cause damage to Samuel. Applying the corrosion effect to the destroyer Samuel, causing 133 points of origin damage, this is the value of the first damage. It is already equivalent to an attack of judgment. This time is also an attempt by Luo Xiu, because the origin damage is equivalent to real damage, which can ignore resistance and defense reduction. At the same time, the primary healing technique that was upgraded to level 5 also had a considerable basic value. The effect of this attack was somewhat beyond Luo Xiu's expectations. Samuel was still charging in the direction of Luo Xiu, and the whistling sound of the axe in his hand was still piercing, but it had become much weaker than at the beginning.
In addition, Luo Xiu made other discoveries.
The wounds on Samuel's head and heart, which had been corroded, had stopped healing. The wounds that had been sutured opened again, and the coagulated blood began to flow again. The small amount of damage caused by Samuel's blood loss kept popping up on Luo Xiu's damage panel. When the blood cow loses the ability to heal itself, the balance of victory will tilt. At this time, Luo Xiu has once again raised the judgment in the direction of Samuel. Bang! From the muzzle of the judgment musket, a bullet with a golden tail once again pierced through the chest of the destroyer Samuel. Vital attack, causing 129 points of actual damage. When the damage panel popped up, Luo Xiu quickly completed the reloading of this judgment. After Samuel was shot by the third judgment, his movements were also hindered, and the whole person became much slower. As if confused and doubtful, Samuel stopped charging and scratched his head with his hand.
You are not Samuel. I don't want you to be Samuel. You go. Samuel's face began to show a half-crying and half-laughing expression.
He sometimes grinned and sometimes cried bitterly. The spiritual fluctuations emanating from the whole person began to become more and more disordered. In fact, Luo Xiu had already noticed it since Samuel mindlessly charged at Luo Xiu.
There is something wrong with Samuel's brain.
He is a madman and an idiot, but this kind of person is most suitable for transformation into a humanoid weapon. The so-called body destroyer of the Red Lotus, triple destiny is to abandon the original body of human and transform the human body into a form between human and monster through various means such as limb grafting or fusion. Although there are other optional professions in the Red Lotus, triple destiny, the body destroyer is undoubtedly the most notorious, without a doubt.
It completely dilutes the boundary between human and monster.
Like the body destroyer Samuel, his extremely abnormal huge body is a very obvious artificial monster that has been fused and transformed. It's just that I don't know what the original body for fusion or transformation is. Luo Xiu only knows that the monster original body used for fusion or transformation must be quite fleshy. While thinking, Luo Xiu's eyes were also closely watching Samuel's every move.
Samuel was stunned for a while. Suddenly, the violent spiritual aura all over his body suddenly rose.
Samuel raised his battle axe and rushed towards Luo Xiu's position like crazy. At the same time, extremely significant changes also occurred on Samuel's body. His originally oily white skin began to show lines like scales, his skin surface began to harden the keratin, and the color began to become dull and deep.
Body hardening.
Although the specific effect is unknown, there is no doubt that the hardness of body destroyer Samuel will be unprecedentedly improved. And just when Samuel charged this time and was about to pounce in front of Luo Xiu, Luo Xiu's figure disappeared in front of Samuel again. He immediately appeared behind Samuel and aimed at the back of Samuel's head with the judgment musket.
Bang! Even though the body became hard, the head was still as fragile as before.
This time, the judgment shot opened a big skylight in Samuel's head again.
Vital attack, causing 183 points of actual damage.
He still failed to hit the damage limit, but Luo Xiu no longer cared about it. According to his experience, he had already completed 4 judgment shots, and all of them were vital attacks. In addition to the corrosion caused by the reversal of healing, and the continuous output from Holy Flame Wolf Fenrir, the total amount of damage suffered by Samuel has exceeded 1,000 at this time. Luo Xiu knew that no matter how tough the destroyer of the triple fate of Red Lotus was, if he was injured by more than 1,000, it would almost be close to the limit of Samuel's health. Sure enough, when Samuel took the 4th critical attack caused by judgment, his body shook visibly and seemed unstable. Black blood began to ooze out of his body from the keratin that looked like scales. Turbid blood foam began to emerge from Samuel's eyes, mouth, and nose. This all showed that Samuel's current state was close to the brink of death. Luo Xiu quickly completed the reloading of judgment and once again retreated away from Samuel. Even if the enemy's state was close to the death line, Luo Xiu still remained highly cautious against the enemy who could easily split his head with one hand. While Luo Xiu was waiting for Samuel's next move, he pulled out another musket and prepared to make the final judgment on Samuel. Samuel once again emitted chaotic spiritual fluctuations. Afterwards, Samuel did not charge towards Luo Xiu's position, but turned around and rushed towards the huge blood pool. This time, the violent spiritual surge centered on Samuel did not have the strong sense of oppression as before. However, this time, Luo Xiu's pupils shrank suddenly, because the dangerous vision brought by the Death Realm intuition suddenly changed. The whole screen is red. The scarlet filled the entire space. Dead end. Dead end. All dead ends. What will happen soon? Luo Xiu has no time to think about it. With the Death Realm intuition, he can only see the death point in 1 second. He only sees the surroundings, and there is no survivable point at all. This means that the entire Forbidden Land will usher in a devastating blow. Luo Xiu's thoughts are racing in his mind. Almost immediately, he used the newly acquired ancient heritage skill. Sealed Coffin. Luo Xiu's movements froze in an instant, his body seemed to be frozen, and a hazy, translucent black coffin appeared around him. Then, in the next moment, Samuel jumped into the huge blood pool. Boom! The entire blood pool suddenly burst into a violent red light, and exploded in the next moment. Samuel's body was immediately submerged in the rapidly expanding scarlet. The deep red bloodlight spread rapidly throughout the forbidden area, swallowing up everything it passed. The cave wall in the forbidden area was constantly hit by the edge of the blood mist, and it shook violently, which lasted for quite a long time before gradually dissipating. 457 damage from the attack of Destroyer Samu. Sealed Coffin is in effect. You are immune to death. You recover 112 health points. Cough, cough. After being released from the sealed coffin, Luo Xiu immediately felt the severe pain from his body. Several horrifying and eye-catching wounds appeared on his body at the same time, and blood was gushing out of them. Luo Xiu had taken a huge amount of damage, but the sealed coffin successfully extended his life, making him immune to instant death and restoring half of his lost health.
However, the intense pain still made Luo Xiu frown, and his fingers tightly wrinkled the hem of his clothes.
Luo Xiu then completed the chanting of primary healing technique and applied treatment to himself. Waiting for the wounds on his body to slowly heal, he began to observe his surroundings again. Fenrir, the Holy Flame Wolf, left the state of Holy Flame Wolf at the moment before the blood pool exploded, returned to the state of Shadow Wolf and escaped into the shadow. Fenrir was safe, but Samuel was not dead yet. In the center of the blood pool, Luo Xiu saw the huge figure. But at this time, Samuel had lost all his ability to move. He was in the blood pool, and blood was constantly oozing out of his wounds. Only weak breathing, constant trembling and twitching of his body could prove that he was still alive. After this mutually destructive explosion, Samuel's health was finally reduced to a visible level, with only single digits left. Was the explosion just now Samuel's self-explosion? He also burned all the blood in the blood pool. In the blood pool, the blood flowing from the upside-down corpses was now gone. And those corpses were also completely shattered by the explosion just now, and the fragments were scattered all over the ground. After feeling that his body had returned to normal, Luo Xiu stood up. He drew out the judgment and walked towards Samuel's position. The crusade against the destroyer Samuel has been declared over. After this, what Luo Xiu has to do is to make the final judgment on the destroyer Samuel. Luo Xiu held the judgment and walked towards the sturdy figure in the dried blood pool. It was not until he walked in front of Samuel, the destroyer, that Luo Xiu could see Samuel's current state. He had been shaken unconscious by the blood mist, and nearly half of his flesh was burnt or melted. His hideous face twitched slightly, and he was uttering unclear sounds. Samuel, Samuel. You, where are you? Samuel. Bang. Luo Xiu pulled the trigger of judgment with a blank expression. The lead bullet penetrated Samuel's head, and the white brain fluid splashed everywhere. Kill Destroyer Samuel, LV-26. As the kill prompt popped up, Samuel's body began to crack like an avalanche. Samuel's body gradually swelled and became congested, and finally exploded. Countless limbs and flesh that had lost their spiritual support were inlaid and painted on the wall of the blood pool. After confirming that the body destroyer Samuel was completely dead, Luo Xiu used the soul manipulator to absorb his soul and sealed it into the ring as usual. The bronze ring has an upper limit to its soul storage. After absorbing Samuel's soul, it can no longer stuff in other souls. As Samuel's body exploded, a metallic luster flashed in Luo Xiu's vision for a moment. Those were two metal pull rods located in the center of the blood pool. The surface had been corroded by blood, but it still retained a slight metallic luster. One of the two pull rods had been pulled apart diagonally, and the other stood vertically in the middle of the blood pool. Luo Xiu could probably imagine that the pull rod that was pulled apart diagonally was the mechanism that Samuel used to close the secret door before. As for the other pull rod, it should be used to open another secret door. Luo Shou pondered, and he did not find something that should be in the Forbidden Land. So he tore off the cloth strips of his cloak and tied them to his hands, while jumping into the blood pool and pulling the vertical pull rod. Boom boom boom, the sound of something moving was heard. Right behind the blood pool, the originally rugged dark stone wall, accompanied by the violent trembling of the entire forbidden area, began to slowly open to both sides. This is another secret door. Luo Shou was slightly excited. Since the forbidden area boss had been killed, according to experience, if he went deeper, he should be in Samuel's storage room. At the same time, the Death Realm intuition did not give any danger feedback, so Luo Shou climbed out of the blood pool and walked towards the deepest secret door. When Luo Shou passed through the secret door, he saw a completely different scene. It was a normal little room, narrow and cramped, with childish decorations similar to those of a child's bedroom. Various ingenious toys were scattered around, but most of them were damaged and parts were missing to varying degrees. On a table in the middle, a small bronze box and a deep red crystal ball fixed on a crystal base were placed upright. Luo Shou's eyes flashed, and he walked over and picked up the small box first. Open the box, and you will find a small key inside. It is a square, rusty bronze key with indecipherable words engraved on it. That's the bronze key. Luo Shou was secretly delighted. He was worrying about how to get the second key for the fate promotion of Abyss, but he got it by chance from Samu's storage room. So he carefully put the bronze key into his arms, and then his eyes glanced at the scarlet crystal ball. Luo Shou's ultimate goal of going deep into the forbidden area this time was actually this crystal ball. This is a strange item that can be connected to the bottom of the blood cave at the outskirts or branches of each blood of thorns. By consuming the spiritual energy stored in the crystal ball in advance, it can temporarily establish spiritual transmission with the Lord of Blood Sacrifice and inform the other party of some important information. When the energy is exhausted, the crystal ball will crack, which is equivalent to a disposable pager. Luo Shou then pulled down his cloak, and at the same time put his right hand into his arms, and stroked the surface of the crystal ball with his left hand. As the spirituality was injected into it, a layer of strange scarlet flashed on the surface of the crimson light ball. The inside of the crystal ball gradually became turbid, and the blood mist began to settle, and finally a terrifying figure emerged. The Lord of Blood Sacrifice. Dark Principality, Fafnir City. The bottom of the blood cave. When the Lord of Blood Sacrifice sensed the spiritual transmission from Sina City, he was stunned for a while. In recent days, he has been suffering from the backlash of the theft of the sacred object, Double-Faced Doll. Since the last time, the mysterious, glorious, trainee priest suddenly claimed to have killed the 3 people he sent, the Lord of Blood Sacrifice's attention has been completely attracted. However, the Lord of Blood Sacrifice did not know who the other party was. He could only see the other party's vague appearance through the eyes of the previous blood disciples Maurice and Fold. The Lord of Blood Sacrifice only knew that the other party's identity should be a priest of the Holy Court. But the other party's appearance and true ability were not within the control of the Lord of Blood Sacrifice. The other party had deliberately covered his face. And with the distance of an entire country between them, even the Lord of Blood Sacrifice could not discern the other party's spirituality. Therefore, the current Lord of Blood Sacrifice attaches great importance to all intelligence from the large area of Nolan Empire Song Yuan territory. It was at this time that the spiritual transmission from Sina's city surprised the Lord of Blood Sacrifice inexplicably. Clues. Perhaps there are clues about the two-faced puppet. Thinking that it was the thorns under his command, the Lord of Blood Sacrifice, who found the clues, accepted the spiritual transmission. However, at the moment when the Lord of Blood Sacrifice accepted the transmission, in his spiritual vision, the first scene that appeared in his vision was a blood slave with a cloak covering his face. The blood slave raised his middle finger to him with his left hand, and held a puppet statue with 2 heads in his right hand, shaking it constantly in the Lord of Blood Sacrifice's vision. What he held in his hand was the real two-faced puppet. Seeing this, the Blood Sacrifice Master was instantly shocked. You. The Blood Sacrifice Master's spirituality suddenly became disordered, and his mood became extremely agitated. I said, I will kill all of you. Bang! The Blood Sacrifice Lord's vision became pitch black the next moment. The other party had already smashed the crystal ball and interrupted the transmission. The Blood Sacrifice Lord suddenly felt a surge of blood in his body. The violent anger surged into his chest, as if it would burst out of his body the next moment. With the Blood Sacrifice Lord as the origin, a spiritual surge that could tear everything apart suddenly emanated from the surroundings. The Blood Sacrifice Lord was very sure that it was the priest who killed the blood disciples Morris and Ford before. He was insulted by that priest again. However, despite his rage, the blood sacrifice lord still understood one thing very well. Without the two-faced puppet, he could not walk out of the bottom of the blood cave that was like a prison. His anger gradually faded and turned into a kind of helpless dejection. He did get a clue: the two-faced puppet was in Sina City. But Sina City. It was not like Dawn Town. Sina City, that was a very important holy city in the holy court of the Nolan Empire. In Sina City alone, there are several extraordinary people who are as powerful as the Lord of Blood Sacrifice himself. It is obviously not feasible to launch a massacre in the city once the target is determined, as in Dawn Town. Inexplicably, a feeling of powerlessness surged into the heart of the Lord of Blood Sacrifice. After a long time, he raised his arm covered with strange scars and created a spiritual link in the void. The link points to Sina City and the other thorns of blood of thorns lurking in Sina City. After a long time, the spiritual link suddenly trembled. Shadow of killing. A turbid voice like a metallic hum sounded from the flat face of the Lord of Blood Sacrifice with no facial features. I have a new task for you. When the spiritual transmission with the Lord of Blood Sacrifice was completed, Luo Xiu immediately shattered the crystal ball with the annihilation of holy light. The crystal ball shattered, the figure of the Lord of Blood Sacrifice disappeared, and Luo Xiu immediately felt physically and mentally comfortable. The purpose of his communication with the Lord of Blood Sacrifice was to focus the originally scattered attention of Blood of Thorns. And using Sina City as the focus of their sight will inevitably make the Lord of Blood Sacrifice feel daunted. Because Luo Xiu knew very clearly that there were at least a dozen fivefold destiny extraordinary people of the same level as the Lord of Blood Sacrifice, or the strong people who had just reached the level of saints in Sina City. Although they did not all belong to the Holy Court, they were enough for the Lord of Blood Sacrifice to carefully weigh his own weight. In Sina City, there is a saint with the 6th level of destiny. Even if the Lord of Blood Sacrifice comes in person, he can't cause any big trouble. Therefore, getting in touch with the Lord of Blood Sacrifice in Sina City is also part of Luo Xiu's plan. This group of cultists will still take certain actions to try to find their whereabouts. But their actions will also be forced to move to the dark and become much more controllable. According to Luo Xiu's expectation, the most likely next move of Blood of Thorns is to let the Shadow of Killing look for him all over the city. However, what Shadow of Killing obviously doesn't know is that the priest he knows nothing about is even more familiar with him than he is. Because the Shadow of Killing in the previous life was killed by Luo Xiu himself after collecting various intelligence in advance, and the current Shadow of Killing is not even as strong as in the previous life. Although Luo Xiu is not strong enough to fight this Shadow of Killing. But with his understanding of the Shadow of Slaughter's style of action, Luo Xiu had various means to guide his sight in the wrong direction. While thinking, Luo Xiu had already walked out of Samuel's room. There were no other valuable objects in the room except a few Nolan coins. Luo Xiu then returned to the huge blood pool. He used Hunting Step once to activate the buff, and after waiting for all skills to cool down, he pulled another lever. Boom boom boom. Luo Xiu's ears rang again with the sound of heavy objects moving, accompanied by a slight tremor on the ground, and the secret door blocking the corridor was slowly opened. Then Luo Xiu saw 7 or 8 figures crowded together at the entrance of the forbidden area. 1 blood disciple, 7 blood slaves. They were all attracted by the huge movement inside the forbidden area and had been waiting at the entrance. Luo Xiu knew that these people were the belated support of Destroyer Samuel. Luo Xiu could actually leave by another route, but he had other purposes at this time. Clean up. Cut the grass and root it out, wipe it out completely. This is just like in his previous life, when he was a master player looking for various secret places, participating in the elimination of banditry and the purification of the secret sect. Luo Xiu habitually cut the grass and root it out. Since they are here, we should wipe them out as a whole to prevent future troubles. Luo Xiu is well aware of this principle. Those in front of him were all the remaining cultists in this branch of the Blood of Thorns stronghold. When the eyes of both sides climbed to the same line, Luo Xiu immediately threw the light ball of Holy Light Annihilation in his hand, which had been chanted, towards the cultists. Boom! The light ball flew out, and when it touched the stone wall where the cultists were gathered, it exploded. Golden fragments of light flowed, accompanied by deafening drum sounds, echoing in this enclosed forbidden area. Caused 54 points of Holy Light attribute damage to Tariner Han. Caused 63 points of Holy Light attribute damage to Dewini McKenning. Caused 57 points of Holy Light attribute damage to Paveo Yod. A Holy Light Annihilation caused the 5 blood slaves to suffer range Holy Light damage, and they suddenly had burning wounds on their bodies. The Holy Flame was purifying their sins in a painful way. The only blood disciple with the second destiny, transformed into a demonized form of the black flame demon bear just before Luo Xiu's attack was about to hit him, and rushed to one side to avoid it. The blood disciple avoided the attack, but Luo Xiu completely predicted his collision path. Then, a dull gunshot sounded in the air. Bang! The black flame demon bear was shot through the skull, and rolled forward for more than 10 meters due to inertia, and finally lay on the ground without moving. Vital attack, causing 200 points of actual damage. Although the blood disciple incarnation of the black flame demon bear also has the potential to become a blood cow monster, it can't withstand Luo Xiu's full buff gunshot. After instantly killing the only Red Lotus, second destiny transcendent in the field, Luo Xiu's figure disappeared instantly. The next moment, Luo Xiu appeared behind the blood slaves like a ghost. Bang! The second judgment fire gun fired, killing a blood slave instantly. Luo Xiu then quickly switched to the dark erosion dagger and stabbed the waist of the next blood slave. Backstab. Kidney shot. Triggering a vital attack. The dark erosion dagger took away all the vitality of the blood slave, and his body immediately fell down. In an instant, 2 blood slaves with full health were killed. The remaining blood slaves had been damaged by the previous holy light annihilation and their health was less than half. The blood slaves were panicked. Although they had weapons in their hands, the current changes came too fast and caught them off guard. When a blood slave reacted the fastest and raised his weapon to pounce on Luo Xiu's position, he suddenly felt his legs empty and a violent pain surged up. He looked down with horror and saw the culprit who caused his severe pain. Wolf. A wolf covered with black mist and scarlet flames. Fenrir had already jumped out of the shadows and waved his claws to cut off his legs. Ah! Ah! The blood slave howled in pain. Having lost both legs, he fell to the ground, holding his broken leg with one hand, and crawling with the other hand, struggling to crawl out of this purgatory. Luo Xiu let him struggle and crawl, and at the same time completed the second charge of Holy Light Annihilation. Boom! A ball of light flew out and exploded in the center of the blood slaves. The golden light fragments instantly flooded and submerged all the blood slaves. Caused 64 points of Holy Light attribute damage to Duvernay McKernan. Caused 53 points of Holy Light attribute damage to Facundo Carson. Caused 58 points of Holy Light attribute damage to Taran Erhan. This attack killed 3 blood slaves on the spot, and 1 blood disciple was on the verge of death. At this time, there were only 2 blood slaves left on the entire field. They were both seriously injured and had lost any resistance. This was the number of cultists that Luo Xiu had planned in advance to stay alive temporarily. He planned to use these cultists to confirm some data. Fenrir jumped towards the crawling blood slave and pressed his back, making him unable to crawl anymore. Ignoring the noisy wailing in his ears, Luo Xiu looked around for a while, picked up a bundle of noose that was originally used to hang corpses, and the dying blood slave. Then, he began to chant the primary healing technique. Father of the Forged Sun, Furnace of Melting Light, revived here. In Luo Xiu's palm, a brighter golden mist began to gather. Then, he threw the golden light ball in his hand, and let, glorious, begin to heal the blood slave's injuries. The dying blood slave gradually regained consciousness, but soon found that he could not move. He looked at the priest opposite with a horrified look, and made an indistinct whimper. Then, in the blood slave's horrified sight, he looked at the priest opposite and took out an ancient book with a deep black light from his arms. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Please relax, relax. This is just a small experiment. The priest opposite him said so kindly. Experiment? Doubt surged from the blood slave's heart, but with his mouth stuffed with a cloth, he could only make a humming sound from his throat. He looked at the priest opposite with horror as he slowly opened the ancient black book. He only saw that at the moment when this strange black book was completely opened. Indescribable strange patterns, whispers like nightmare whispers, and violent surges that hit the soul directly. The blood slave's spirit collapsed instantly, and blood slowly flowed from his eyes, mouth, and nose. At the same time, in front of Luo Xiu, the data he wanted was refreshed. Terrenal Han looked directly at the taboo, triggered the divine exemption judgment. The minimum divinity requirement is 25, Terrenal Han's divinity is 6. The exemption failed, Terrenal Han suffered mental pollution. Taran Erhan fell into the state of taboo erosion. Taran Erhan fell into the state of moderate fear. Taran Erhan fell into the state of moderate frenzy. What Luo Xiu opened was the 4th page of the Abyss Canon. Luo Xiu had already looked directly at the first 3 pages of the Abyss Canon. After that, he would need to wait until he was officially promoted to the 2nd level destiny of Abyss, before he could continue to learn the content through the method of looking directly at the taboo. However, Luo Xiu did not know the minimum divinity value required for the second-level destiny of Abyss knowledge to successfully exempt mental pollution. And through the taboo tactics used on the poisonous scorpion Zadaza before, Luo Xiu thought of a way to confirm the minimum required value of divinity without having to take risks himself, that is to let others take risks.
Well, the minimum divinity requirement for the fourth page is 25.
Luo Xiu looked at the refreshed data on the panel and understood it. Luo Xiu glanced at the blood slave opposite him again. He was bleeding from all 7 orifices, his body was twitching constantly, and he looked very painful.
Bang! Luo Xiu immediately pulled out the judgment and pulled the trigger.
After that, Luo Xiu did the same to another blood slave whose legs were cut off. He knew that the divine attribute required to look directly at the 5th page of the Abyss Holy Book was 30. Then, he fired the judgment and killed the last blood slave. Then he returned from the original route and left this hideout. About half an hour after Luo Xiu left, the depths of this branch base of the 8th slum suddenly emanated an abnormal spiritual surge. At the deepest part of the forbidden area, the air twisted, and the fog-like gray mist began to gather from nothing.
A step late. A sigh came from the gray mist. No one is left. Who are they?
When it was sensed that there were no members of the Blood of Thorns left in this den, the gray fog began to fade and eventually disappeared.
Nolan Empire, Sina City. Next to the Triumph Square, the White Antelope Hotel.
Luo Xiu had returned to his room in the hotel. At this time, he had sufficient funds, and before deciding where to rent a place, he would stay in this hotel temporarily. In fact, living in the church in Sina City is a more economical choice, but if Luo Xiu wants to make some taboo attempts, there is a greater possibility of being discovered.
So Luo Xiu temporarily decided that during this time in Sina City, he should choose to move and settle.
Luo Xiu then leaned on the edge of the bed and opened his player panel in his mind. Luo Xiu has not yet received the rewards for killing the destroyer Samu and clearing out the blood followers and blood slaves.
Receive. Luo Xiu gave instructions in his mind.
Killed the destroyer Samu, LV26, and gained 1078 basic experience points. The destroyer Samu, LV26, is 13 levels higher than you, kill above your level.
Gain 130% additional experience points. Reward settlement, actually gain 2,479 experience points. The destroyer Samuel, LV26, is a twisted level boss. Rewards for killing twisted level bosses are being generated. Sure enough, Luo Xiu murmured. Just considering the extremely abnormal Blood Bowl attribute of the destroyer Samuel, it was expected that he would be classified as a boss-level monster.
According to the normal process, Luo Xiu should have stroked the cat hard first, but Intis was not there, so the cat-stroking ceremony was simplified.
Luo Xiu also had other metaphysics.
I sacrificed Connor to be single for 10 years. Luo Xiu put his hands together and prayed some kind of evil prayer.
Rewards for killing have been generated. Achieved the expertise Immortality of Flesh and Blood, rare, free attribute points *3.
Immortality of Flesh and Blood, rare. Although you were born in flesh and blood, you are blessed by flesh and blood. Your body will gain stronger resistance attribute +5. At the same time, when your health value is less than 50% of the upper limit of health value, you will recover the lost health value at a rate of 1% per second.
Oh my god. Luo Xiu's eyes were bright.
Although he knew that every time he killed a boss-level monster, a specialty would be released. But this time the specialty was really good. This was equivalent to naturally recovering life when the health was below half, and he could also get 5 points of resistance for free. The newly added 5 points of resistance, plus Luo Xiu's original 5 points, a total of 10 points of resistance attribute value, were almost completely immune to all primary state abnormalities. This enhanced recovery ability was also very critical, which meant that Luo Xiu could play long-term guerrilla warfare with the enemy without worrying about the crisis of too low health due to small injuries. Feeling the sensory changes brought about by the new specialty, Luo Xiu felt very clearly that his body seemed to become more resilient, as if every cell was filled with more vigorous vitality.
Luo Xiu then shifted his attention to the newly obtained free attribute points.
For the 3 new free attributes obtained by killing the twisted boss, considering that when looking directly at the 4th page of the Abyss Holy Book later, the minimum divinity requirement was 25 points. Luo Xiu prepared for this and first raised his divinity to 26 points. He gave 3 points of free attributes to divinity, and at this time, Luo Xiu's divinity attribute value had reached 21 points.
The panel has been refurbished again.
After Luo Xiu received the bonus experience for killing blood followers and blood slaves, his experience pool has reached the 5,000 point mark again. After completing this wave of rewards, Luo Xiu took out the bronze key from Samuel's room. The harvest from this clearing operation against the cultist's den has far exceeded Luo Xiu's expectations, and the bronze key he got is particularly crucial. Advancement key is a controlled item in various extraordinary organizations. Luo Xiu has already applied for it once from the Sina City Church of the Holy Court. If he wants to get the second key, he can only do it through illegal means. Originally, Luo Xiu planned to go through the underground black market route to get this second bronze key, but obviously, there is no need to take this extra step now. He is still the law-abiding citizen of the Nolan Empire who was selected from Dawn Town. Luo Xiu then clicked on his task panel and found the promotion task column of the Abyss Destiny. When he upgraded the Abyss career occupation to the first level limit of LV10, Luo Xiu also triggered the promotion task. Promotion task, Walking with the Abyss, normal difficulty. The task requirement was to perform a summoning of an Abyss beast of no less than LV10, which had been completed before accepting the task. Mission completed. Luo Xiu gave new instructions in his mind. The moment he clicked task completed, the scene around Luo Xiu disappeared again. Promotion task completed, Walking with the Abyss, normal difficulty. You have completed a summoning of an Abyss beast with a level no lower than LV10, and successfully proved that you do have the potential and qualifications to serve the Abyss. Task settlement. Completion rewards, basic experience plus 800, skill slot plus 1, skill slot plus 1, free attribute points plus 5. At this time, Luo Xiu had already arrived in the spiritual sea, and the task completion settlement prompt flashed in front of him. He could have completed this task and received the reward long ago, but he did not do so. Because this time was different from the spiritual sea he had come to the previous 2 times. Luo Xiu was now in the spiritual sea that carried the power of the Abyss. Luo Xiu was also not sure if he could safely exit this spiritual space if he did not prepare the bronze key when he stepped onto the long steps and finally arrived at the bronze gate of the Abyss. After all, the Abyss is different from the relatively mild glory. The Abyss spirit, which symbolizes darkness and the worst evil, may directly devour those who are unqualified, rather than expel them. After receiving the reward for the promotion mission of the Abyss Destiny, the long stairs leading to the unknown end appeared in front of Luo Xiu again. He stepped onto the long stairs, and the surrounding scene was constantly changing. The starry sky that originally flashed bright spots at the end of the vision was strangely dark purple and scarlet in the spiritual sea of the Abyss. It seemed that there were countless pairs of malicious eyes constantly peeping at him from the void. Luo Xiu even felt inexplicably that if he fell off the long stairs, he would not be awakened in reality, but would be forever sunk in this sea. When Luo Xiu finally walked to the end of the long stairs and arrived in front of the bronze door of the Abyss Destiny, he took out the bronze key and inserted it into the keyhole in the middle of the lock plate. The bronze door slowly opened. This time, the world behind the door that Luo Xiu saw was completely different from when he was promoted as a believer of Glorious. Luo Xiu saw the high-rise catastrophe fire, the fire that spread all over the prairie, destroyed the world, and burned fiercely at the border at the end. You have opened the bronze door and glimpsed the world behind the door. You lost the bronze key, spiritual sublimation. You have advanced to the second destiny. You have obtained the origin upgrade. The skill Abyss inscription level is upgraded to LV2. The skill Abyss Beast summoning level is upgraded to LV2. You get an additional contracted Abyss Beast slot. You get the skill Dark Eclipse Affinity, Abyss, LV1, Dark Eclipse Affinity, Abyss, LV1. You have been recognized by the Abyss, and can initially master the skills or skills related to the Dark Eclipse attribute, and obtain a small effect bonus. Luo Xiu then took a step into the void. The next moment, all the scenes he saw shattered like a mirror. A magnificent bronze palace appeared in Luo Xiu's vision. It was a bronze palace very similar to the one he saw when he was promoted to Glorious. There were also 3 bronze pillars, and the only difference from when he was promoted to Glorious was the patterns engraved on the stone pillars. On those deep and complex engraved patterns, purple like poison blood was flowing, giving people a strange visual feeling. A new prompt popped up in front of Luo Xiu. Advance to the second level of Abyss Destiny, obtaining a profession. You have 1 chance to change your profession. Please choose one of the following 3 second-level Destiny professions. On the first bronze pillar, there appeared an inscription symbolizing eyes. Profession 1, second-level Abyss Destiny profession, Abyss Peeper. This is a profession that has a slight connection with the Abyss. The power obtained comes more from peeping and studying the Abyss, and it can maintain a high degree of rationality. On the second bronze pillar, there appeared an inscription symbolizing Black Flame.
Profession 2, Double Abyss Destiny Profession Half Demon. This is a profession that has a moderate connection with the abyss. By sacrificing half of one's soul and body to the abyss, one will fundamentally transform into a race of half human and half demon. On the third copper pillar, an inscription symbolizing devouring appeared. Profession 3, Double Abyss Destiny Profession Son of Devourer. This is a profession that has a high degree of connection with the abyss. It can fully obtain the devouring characteristics of the abyss race and strengthen itself by constantly devouring others, but it will also almost completely lose its rationality as a human. As early as when Luo Shou entered the spiritual sea of the abyss, he had already planned the destiny profession he was going to choose. He chose Abyss Peeper without hesitation. You obtain the extraordinary profession, Abyss Peeper, LV1, the level of the lower level profession Abyss Attendant is inherited, the level of Abyss Peeper is increased to LV10, and the profession Abyss Attendant is lost. Obtain the professional skill of the Abyss Peeper, Gazing into the Abyss, Abyss, LV1, Gazing into the Abyss, Abyss, LV1 You often gaze into the abyss, and you can obtain forbidden and extremely precious divine revelations from it. Obtain the professional skill of Abyss Peeper, Eye of the Abyss, Abyss, LV1, Eye of the Abyss, Abyss, LV1 You often gaze into the abyss, so your gaze has considerable power. When the target appears in your field of vision with a complete body, you can make a gaze judgment on the target. When the divinity is greater than the other party will fall into the immobilized, seal, drain and other states for 5 seconds, unable to move, unable to use any skills, and unable to call on any spirituality. After choosing Abyss Peeper as his secondary occupation in the abyss, Luo Shou's vision was suddenly occupied by the flames rising into the sky. He felt his flesh and blood being burned, and the intense pain surged up like a hole in his heart. Then, Luo Shou's eyes went black. When he woke up again, Luo Shou had returned to the room of the White Antelope Hotel. Safe. I'm back safely. Recalling the scene just now, Luo Shou still had lingering fears. Sure enough, the spiritual sea when the abyss destiny was promoted was 100 times more dangerous than that of glorious. It was a very correct choice not to choose to be promoted early before. Luo Shou felt a burst of relief from the bottom of his heart, and then began to carefully analyze the characteristics of the newly acquired Abyss Peeper profession. Its professional skills require gazing into the abyss, but there is no way to go to the abyss at this stage. The professional skill Eye of the Abyss is a very powerful control skill, which can obtain powerful control for up to 5 seconds if it is judged to be successful. In fact, in terms of power alone, Abyss Peeper is basically a late-stage power-generating profession, and it is not as powerful as Half Demon and Son of Devourer at the same stage. However, choosing the latter two professions is basically equivalent to directly embarking on the path of becoming an abyss demon or a fallen monster, which is contrary to Luo Shou's plan. And with Luo Shou's current level of strength, it is difficult to survive in the Fanal continent if he shows too much abyss power. Luo Shou then allocated all the 5 free attributes he gained from the promotion to the divinity value. The divinity attribute value reached 26 points, which was greater than the attribute requirement to continue reading the Abyss Holy Book. When he looked at his own panel again, it had already undergone considerable changes. Luo Shou Durant, LV13, Ordinary NPC, Race, Human, Rank, Extraordinary, Health, 225, Mana, 78, Physical Attack, 20, Spell Attack, 30, Defense Reduction, 10, Attributes, Strength 10, Constitution 15, Agility 8, Wisdom 15, Divinity 26, Perception 7, Resistance 10, Luck 1, First Destiny, Glorious Destiny, Secondary Occupation, Consecrated Priest, LV13, Second Destiny, Abyssal Destiny, Secondary Occupation, Abyss Peeping, LV10, Destiny Skills, 9/13 Gaze into the Abyss. Abyss, LV1, Dark Affinity, Abyss, LV1, Consecrated, Glorious, LV1, Holy Light Affinity, Glorious, LV1. Expand/Collapse, Professional Skills, 12/13 Eye of the Abyss, Abyss, LV1, Shadow of Holy Light, Glorious, LV1, Hunting Pace, Ancient Heritage, LV1, Sealed Coffin, Ancient Heritage, LV1. Expand/Collapse, Character Expertise, Heart of Apocalypse, Legend, Unique, Immortal Flesh and Blood, Rare. Expand/Collapse, Status, None, you are the incarnation of the taboo, and you have taken the initial shape of the natural disaster. Countdown to the start of the internal test, 175 days and 12 hours. Luo Shou raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, and he felt happy from the bottom of his heart. This is the pleasure of becoming stronger that only players can have. Then, the next step. Luo Shou prepared to flip through and look directly at the 4th page of the Abyss Holy Book to obtain new Abyss knowledge. And Luo Xiu moved his sight to the Abyss Beast summoning that had been upgraded to LV2. I can summon the second Abyss Beast. Luo Xiu stroked his chin and pondered secretly. Good news. Advance to the 4th round of power. Happy. In the previous battle, Luo Xiu used the soul manipulator to extract the soul of the destroyer Samuel. In addition to the soul of the senior warrior Naif, which he separated and handed over to Apprentice, the souls of 4 double destiny extraordinary people were also encapsulated in his finger ring. Therefore, Luo Xiu is not short of the key medium of soul, but if he wants to perform the Abyss Beast summoning again, what he lacks is the carrier that can perform the summoning. Luo Xiu's temporary plan for these souls is to use the souls of the double destiny to feed Fenrir and allow him to complete the sublimation of the race, and the triple destiny, that is, the soul of the destroyer Samuel, is used for the new Abyss Beast summoning. This can maximize the value of these souls, allowing Fenrir to complete the sublimation while ensuring the strength of the next Abyss Beast summoning as much as possible. Then, Luo Xiu's next arrangement is very clear. Wait for Apprentice to come back and return the soul of Naif, take advantage of the remaining vacation to go to the city to buy some new equipment and props, and look for materials suitable as the carrier for the next Abyss Beast summoning. While thinking this, Luo Xiu took out the Abyss Holy Book and turned to the 4th page. Putting aside the subsequent plans, looking directly at the taboo knowledge on the 4th page of the Abyss Holy Book, this is the arrangement Luo Xiu has made long ago. You look directly at the taboo, triggered the divinity exemption judgment, the minimum divinity requirement is 25, your divinity is 26. Immunity successful, immune to this mental pollution, huh? Luo Xiu breathed a sigh of relief and waited for the subsequent panel prompts. Abyss skill, Burning Soul, LV1, to be learned, Burning Soul, Abyss, LV1. You stand above thousands of Abyss species and inferior demons, and your own kind will pave the way for you to move forward. You are the son of the Abyss, and blood will burn your soul until it turns into ashes. When you challenge an enemy target that is 5 levels higher than you and successfully defeat the enemy target, you will gain an additional 20% basic experience correction. At the same time, you will gain 1 point of attribute value correction from enemy target highest attribute. Current skill level, attribute correction upper limit 0/10. Good job. Luo Xiu's eyes were bright, and his happy and greedy eyes kept browsing the text details page. This is a very obvious growth type skill. In short, the more you kill, the stronger you will be. When challenging a strong enemy, you will constantly gain a 20% experience value bonus, and at the current skill level, you can gain up to 10 attributes. Although the newly acquired attributes cannot be freely distributed, this is also a real strength improvement. At the same time, Luo Xiu noticed another key. Regarding the text details page, there are prerequisites for achieving the Scorching Soul bonus. Satisfying the conditions does not necessarily mean killing the enemy, but defeating. This gave Luo Xiu some other ideas, such as whether he could challenge other NPCs to a duel. According to Luo Xiu's experience, if the battle is initiated by one's own side or taken on head-on by one's own side, sometimes the challenge mission can be triggered. Although the experience points given by winning the challenge are only about half of the experience points rewarded by the kill, it is enough to meet the prerequisite of the Scorching Soul. Luo Xiu's eyes flickered, and he felt that the fighting soul in his body was ready to move. The next day, early in the morning, Luo Xiu slowly walked down the hanging stairs on the 2nd floor of the White Antelope Hotel. He had breakfast in the restaurant on the 2nd floor, then walked out of the hotel door and walked towards the Triumphal Square. He was wearing casual clothes instead of priest's clothes, so as to avoid attracting some other attention. When Luo Xiu arrived at the square and continued walking along the loop outside the square for a while, he stopped in front of a store with simple decoration. The store's facade was slightly dark in color, and there were no other decorations that could attract attention. This made it lack some advantages in attracting traffic, and thick dust accumulated on both sides of the steps in front of the store. It looks like few people visit the shop, and the owner never cleans the door. Luo Xiu looked up and confirmed the name of the shop. Authentic Dwarf Blacksmith Shop. The plaque is right, that's the name. Just like the authentic Xiaolongbao and authentic Oo noodles in the previous life, it is simple and unpretentious. This is a breath of fresh air in the Triumphal Square district, the most prosperous and dazzling in Sina City. Knock, knock. Luo Xiu knocked on the door gently and waited for a long time, but there was no response. Luo Xiu knocked on the door again, and then he heard a rummaging sound coming from the store. Then there was a creaking sound, and the old wooden door swung inward. Luo Xiu lowered his head and saw a short figure. It was a dwarf, short and sturdy, with a very standard beard on his face. "What are you doing here?" The dwarf looked up at Luo Xiu and asked with a grunt.
Luo Xiu glanced at the dwarf below him. He was holding a hammer in his right hand, and his left hand was covered with metal shavings that shone with light.
I'm just an ordinary customer. Luo Xiu smiled.
Then, with his hands behind his back, Luo Xiu said, "You are the famous dwarf craftsman known as Winsmere the Difficult, right?
Someone introduced your craftsmanship to me."
This was the information Luo Xiu had already mastered in his previous life. At this time, he opened the box of this dwarf craftsman on the spot, and his expression was obviously frozen for a moment.
No matter where you know this name, please forget it. Winsmere the Difficult's face sank, but he still opened the door and let Luo Xiu in. Just call me Mir.
Now they all call me Master Mir.
Luo Xiu then walked into the authentic dwarf blacksmith shop.
The difference between this place and the Bahrain blacksmith shop is mainly the different forging techniques of the shop owner. Balan is the ghost craftsman of the fourfold destiny of Kutu. His forging skills come from the characteristics of his profession, and blacksmith is just a cover for his true identity. The dwarf Mir is not an extraordinary person of the destiny of Kutu. He is the destiny of intelligence. Born in the Broken Continent, the birthplace of dragons and dwarves, the dwarf Mir has pure dwarven blood. Dwarves are a race with great talent for forging, and they are natural craftsmen. Following the migrating tribes, Mir crossed the Sea of Mist and came to the Farner continent, the Nolan Empire, and chose to embark on the legitimate fate of the empire, wisdom. This allowed him to publicly display his extraordinary power even if he did not join the Tower of Sages and make a living with the forging technology blessed by the extraordinary. Luo Xiu knew long ago that the forging mastered dwarf Mir in front of him. He is a transcendent with the triple fate of wisdom. His profession is rune forger. In layman's terms, runes are a skill close to enchantment. But the application scenarios of runes are broader and more targeted. In the world background of God's destiny, the introduction of runes is described as follows: when the glory of the gods fell, people were eager to pursue the miracles of the past. So in the constant pursuit, people finally discovered runes appear that can connect the sea of spirituality through symbols and words. The principle of runes is to resonate with the sea of spirituality by discovering ancient written records or creating specific symbol sequences. People use runes as a carrier to achieve the purpose of bringing power out of the sea of spirituality. Generally speaking, the more complex and profound the runes, the stronger the spiritual power they can bring out. But correspondingly, the higher the spiritual carrying capacity required of the user himself. The light in Mir's blacksmith shop was very dim. The owner of the blacksmith shop, Mir, was even stingy about lighting an extra wall lamp. The similarity between the blacksmith shop and Bahrain was that when Luo Xiu stepped into the blacksmith shop, he was greeted by the smoke and dust. Luo Xiu looked around the shop. On the walls on both sides of the shop, there were some ordinary standard weapons. Steel swords, noble rapiers, heavy war hammers, hand-guarded light battle axes, carved daggers. But these were also conventional weapons and could not reach the category of supernatural weapons. Just like in Bahrain's blacksmith shop, the most ordinary goods were often placed in the outermost room. So, Mir stood aside, his arm leaning against the wall cabinet. "What do you want to buy?" "Let me see those rune equipment." Luo Xiu said, "Those rune equipment forged by you personally below the third level of destiny. By the way, let me see some extraordinary materials you are selling recently." "You want to buy rune equipment? And extraordinary materials?" Mir was slightly surprised, and he looked at the young man in front of him from head to toe again. Then, Mir said seriously, "This is a legitimate blacksmith shop, and we don't do illegal business. Please." The next moment, Mir swallowed the words go back into his throat. Luo Xiu took out an emblem, the emblem of the Holy Judge. "I have permission, don't worry." Luo Xiu smiled and said, "I am the new Holy Judge of the church. I just came to purchase some new equipment and props. I hope you don't misunderstand." This was the speech Luo Xiu prepared in advance. This was completely different from the situation when he was in Dawntown Glorious Church. He already had a new identity, and he also needed to make some purchase records of equipment or props that could be made public. If the Holy Court suddenly investigated his purchase records one day, if no records were found, it would easily arouse suspicion. Mir hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Come with me, be careful, don't touch anything," Mir said, and then opened the wall cabinet and took out a lantern. A gentle spiritual surge gradually emanated from Mir's body, and the rune patterns carved on the surface of the crystal in the lantern began to flash with a faint blue luster. Then, the entire crystal emitted a bright and soft azure light. Mir walked towards the inner room of the blacksmith shop, and Luo Xiu followed him. When they came to the innermost room, Luo Xiu saw a striking square board by the wall. Mir walked over and lifted the square board, turned back and made a gesture to Luo Xiao, indicating that Luo Xiao should go down with him. Blacksmith shop, underground storage. The environment here is visibly cleaner and more spacious than the upper room. And the various weapons and equipment placed on the wall shelves on both sides are obviously much more high-end. Luo Xiao looked around. Green rare quality Earthfire Dragon Clawblade, green rare quality Pale Wizard Crown, blue rare quality Magic Flame Longsword, blue rare quality Holy Warrior Armguard. A wide variety of extraordinary equipment came into Luo Xiao's eyes, all of which were of good quality but expensive. And on these extraordinary equipment, there were also inscribed runes of varying depths, giving them more extraordinary power. Most of the rune equipment is here, Mir said while observing Luo Xiao. Are you a priest? Or a paladin? Do you need me to give you some advice from a professional perspective? Priest. Or paladin? He perfectly avoided the correct answer. Luo Xiao thought, probably because of his strength and physique that far exceeded that of a normal priest. As an extraordinary person with a triple destiny, Mir had a certain degree of intuition about Luo Xiao's general state. Please recommend some, rune weapons suitable for priests. Luo Xiao readily agreed. It would be best if it could be used for close combat and improve the ability to cast holy spells. Mir suddenly realized, so he walked to the wall and took down a sickle-shaped weapon. This was obviously a dual-purpose weapon, with a crescent-shaped scythe blade flashing with a sharp cold light. And this crescent-shaped sickle blade was also inlaid with high-quality magic crystals and engraved with complex rune patterns, which could serve as the core of the staff spell. Moon-cutting scythe, it's a work I am more satisfied with, Mir said as he walked towards Luo Xiao, holding the sickle in one hand. Luo Xiao's eyes then looked at the moon-cutting scythe. It was a weapon of blue rare quality, but there was a plus sign at the end of the quality column, indicating that its quality was also outstanding among the weapons of blue rare quality. The use requirement of Mooncutter's Scythe is to reach at least double Fate, Strength 8+, and Divinity 10+. The weapon is classified as staff/supernatural weapon/rune weapon, and as a staff, it needs to have Strength attribute, which is indeed a weapon for priests. Luo Xiao thought about it and nodded secretly. This is indeed possible. He can use it as his second regular staff weapon. In the future, he will hold the white oak staff in his left hand and the moon-cutting scythe in his right hand, and follow the double-blade style of the wizard. The idea is very good, so Luo Xiao asked the dwarf Mir, it looks good. So, how much is it? The two looked at each other, and when talking about the price, Mir's eyes became sharper than ever. You should be able to see that this is a good thing. Mir said. Yes. When I forged the sickle, I spent a lot of effort. Yes. You are a priest, you should understand how suitable such a good sickle is for you. Yes. Except for me, this kind of good thing is hard to find in other places. Yes. So Mir stretched out 2 fingers, touched his upper and lower lips and said, 200 gold coins, one hand for money, the other hand for goods. When Luo Xiao heard Mir's offer, his eyes twitched slightly. 200 Nolan gold coins. This was almost all of Luo Xiao's savings. Luo Xiao took a deep look at the dwarf opposite him, and felt that he was holding back a smile under his rough face. You. Luo Xiao cursed inwardly, why did this old guy want to be a blacksmith when he could have just robbed? And this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that when Luo Xiao heard the dwarf Mir's offer, his first reaction was that he didn't have enough money, not that the offer was unreasonable. This was completely contrary to Luo Xiao's thinking habits. Something was wrong, 9 out of 10 things were wrong. Luo Xiao had dealt with Mir in his previous life, but at that time he had long since stopped worrying about a few hundred gold coins, so he didn't pay too much attention. While thinking about this, Luo Xiao secretly detected Mir. Although the dwarf Mir was a rune forger with a triple destiny of intelligence, Luo Xiao could still see some of his information. Sure enough, it was in Mir's specialty column. The dwarf Mir has a rare specialty. Eloquence of a profligate merchant. Eloquence of a profligate merchant, rare after years of business experience, you have awakened your nature as a profiteer. Your offer will be more easily accepted if it is within the range of 500% premium. Luo Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression was playful. Okay, this is how it should be played. If it weren't for his identity as a holy judge and the fact that the special profession of rune forger was too rare, Luo Xiao almost wanted to beat up the dwarf opposite him first, and then buy all the things in his store for free and take them all away. However, since Mir has already made an offer once, and based on the characteristics of his specialty, Luo Xiao can also roughly estimate the true value of the moon scythe. It is probably in the range of 40 to 60 gold coins. While thinking, Luo Xiao also stretched out 2 fingers and smiled at the dwarf Mir and responded, "Too high, this is my first time here, give me a discount."
"How about 20?
This time, Mir was under pressure. He widened his eyes and looked at the young man opposite him with some confusion.
20? 20 platinum coins, of course. 20 gold coins." Luo Xiao shook 2 fingers and emphasized. Mir was stunned.
Luo Xiao was not afraid of angering Mir by offering such a price. In fact, just looking at the dust on the door, it can be seen that Mir's blacksmith shop is not doing well. He must need new customers. Even if Mir is a forger with the triple destiny of intellect, if he does not want to join the Tower of Sages and set up his own business outside, the customer will always be God. Combined with Luo Xiao's understanding of Mir in his previous life, Luo Xiao was not afraid that Mir would not sell to him in a fit of anger.
Mir did not reply.
The original slick feeling on him had disappeared at this time, replaced by full caution.
"Are you here to cause trouble?"
Then, Mir said in a sullen voice, 20 gold coins is too low anyway.
Luo Xiao smiled slightly. Mir's intuition was very accurate.
In this first round of bargaining, he was the one who made the first move, so Luo Xiao was happy to make a random offer. What if it works? Then make another offer.
Luo Xiao said, "Make a good offer this time. I don't have that much patience."
Mir frowned, as if he was thinking carefully about something. Suddenly, Mir's face froze and he asked Luo Xiao, "Let me ask you,
what can you see from this moon-cutting scythe? Here it comes. This is the serious style of a dwarf craftsman." Luo Xiao's expression returned to seriousness.
He took the sickle from Mir with both hands and examined it carefully. His eyes fell on the weapon panel on the sickle. Equipment name, Moon-Cutting Scythe, Blue Rare Plus, Equipment Type, Spell Staff/Extraordinary Weapon/Rune Weapon, Equipment Efficiency, Spell Effect increased by 15%, Equipment Bonus, Strength Attribute +3, Divinity Attribute +3, Equipment Requirements, Any Fate Level 2, Strength Attribute 8+, Divinity Attribute 10+, Equipment Features at a glance, Blue Moon Shadow Blade Style, Active Skill/Rune from the runes engraved on the Moon-Cutting Scythe, 2 moon blades are stimulated. The moon blades can track and strike enemies at medium range. Each moon blade causes 150% spell damage and applies a moderate hysteresis effect. Red Moon Decapitation Style, Active Skill/Inherent infuse the Moon-Cutting Scythe with spirituality, transform into the Red Moon form, and continuously consume mana. While the Red Moon form lasts, gain melee attack range +100%, attack speed +30%, physical damage +30% status buffs, which last until mana is exhausted. Moon Drenched, passive trigger a weapon forged with moon steel. When this weapon is equipped, each attack will inflict mild hysteresis, slightly reducing the movement speed. After carefully browsing the detailed panel of the sickle, Luo Xiao said to Mir, "This sickle has reached the quality of rare, and is even almost reaching the quality of master. Well, except for some extremely minor flaws, there is nothing to complain about. And you forged this weapon with moon steel. This material is very rare and can only be collected from the pure land of Kasayapa. Well, the runes you engraved for it are of the spiritual stimulation type, which is a very complicated engraving technique. Also, the magic crystal inlaid on the tail of the sickle is Strya. Magic crystal, which has a higher spiritual conversion rate and is a specialty of the Strya magic crystal mine. And, you have performed moonlight tempering on it at least 3 times. I guess it should have a considerable hysteresis effect." Combining some forging knowledge from his previous life and analyzing the weapon introduction text on the panel, Luo Xiao talked to the dwarf Mir. At first, the dwarf Mir just nodded slightly, and there was no change on his face. But when Luo Xiao mentioned moonsteel, the dwarf's expression gradually became confused. He listened to Luo Xiao's narration in a daze, but his eyes became brighter. When Luo Xiao finished speaking, Mir hesitated for a while, and then slowly said, "You are right. You are quite professional. I apologize for my previous offer. You are a real expert. But, are you also a blacksmith?" This was the only possibility Mir could think of. Luo Xiao shook his head and replied, "I am not a blacksmith, but I do know an excellent blacksmith." As he spoke, Luo Xiao took out the black steel dagger with a patterned scabbard that he bought from the Bahrain blacksmith shop and handed it to Mir for inspection. Mir took it and held it in his hand for a while. After a long time, Mir sighed and said, "The blacksmith you know does not necessarily have more experience in blacksmithing than me. But as a transcendent of the blacksmith profession, his blacksmithing skills are indeed better than mine." Mir immediately handed back the dagger and took the sickle from Luo Xiao. As if he finally understood why Luo Xiao knew so much about forging knowledge, Mir raised his head and said, "In that case, listen carefully. Mir stroked the sickle in his hand. If you really want this sickle, I will charge you 60 gold coins.
This is enough to cover the cost of materials and labor. Luo Xiu knew that Mir's price was actually a bit high this time.
After deducting the cost and labor, Mir could still make a few gold coins. But since the dwarf craftsman opposite had lowered his offer from 200 gold coins to 60, Luo Xiu was happy to let him make a little profit. After all, business is about win-win, and 60 gold coins is indeed within Luo Xiu's budget.
Deal. Luo Xiu said, then let me see those extraordinary materials you are selling here. I will pay you for them when we check out.
Mir, who had just completed a transaction, was obviously in a good mood.
Then come with me, Mir said. He first put the moon-cutting scythe aside, picked up the lantern, and walked to another room. Luo Xiu followed Mir and came to a dimly lit basement.
However, this basement was much more crowded than the previous room, and there was a faint fishy smell in the air. There were various materials piled on the ground, and the source of the fishy smell mostly came from the fur, bones, etc. of some monsters or extraordinary creatures. They are all here, Mir said. Among them, the forging materials are not for sale. I still need them for forging. As for the fur, bones or other crystal materials, you can choose whatever you like. After speaking, Mir handed the lantern to Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu reached out to take it, walked into the room and began to carefully select. The various materials have different uses, and the highest quality of those piled on the ground is only blue rare. When he summoned the shadow-eating wolf before, the wolf skin that Luo Xiu bought from Old Balan was of green quality. Now that Luo Xiu's strength has increased and he has a higher control over the abyss beast, he plans to try to summon it with blue quality materials. And to be used as the carrier material of the abyss beast summoning, to summon an abyss beast with a threat level of twisted level, the quality must be above blue is also a basic requirement.
The teeth of the trembling demon. The lightning black carp bat. The three-headed snake skin.
Luo Xiu's eyes swept through the many materials, and after a while of searching, he finally landed on a feather. It was a slender black feather. This feather was pure black, without a trace of impurities. While full of mystery, it also had the streamlined beauty unique to bird feathers. On half of its feathers, there was abnormally wriggling black silk mist, and the tip of the other half was completely atomized. Luo Xiu became interested in this feather, which was also one of the rare blue quality monster materials in this pile of materials. Hidden Mist True Feather, blue rare / monster material / extraordinary material. Monster materials are closer to abyss beasts. Using monster materials as the carrier of abyss beast summoning, the success rate and the quality of summoning are also more guaranteed. Luo Xiu then gently picked up the feather and walked out the door.
I want this feather.
Luo Xiu said to the dwarf Mir who was leaning against the wall waiting, name a price. Mir glanced at the feather in Luo Xiu's hand, and the profiteer Eloquence was about to raise the price, but after thinking about it, he reduced the outrageous price.
This feather.
You have good taste. Mir said, this is the most complete feather that a hunter took from the wing of a mistsong bird. You know, the mistsong bird is a very dangerous monster. And this feather is not a phantom feather, but a real feather. Generally speaking, such materials will be processed into accessories, but accessories are not my specialty. So, I originally planned to resell it to the Alchemy Institute.
The reserve price will not be less than 20 gold coins.
Mir stopped talking here, and then his deep eyes looked at Luo Xiu. This time he didn't give a random price. The quality of blue rare was indeed this price even if it was just the material.
Okay.
Luo Xiu nodded, I can offer 20 gold coins, plus 3 silver coins.
Then it's a deal.
Mir nodded, and was quite satisfied with Luo Xiu's offer. Mooncutting Scythe and Hidden Mist True Feather require a total of 80 gold coins and 3 silver coins to be paid to the dwarf Mir. Luo Xiu took out 2 bags of money containing 50 gold coins, and after taking out 20 gold coins from one of the bags, he stuffed 3 silver coins into it, and handed both bags to Mir.
Please count carefully. Luo Xiu smiled and said, this is a pleasant transaction, I will come again.
Mir was speechless, just holding the money bag and finding a low table, and poured out all the coins in it, counting them one by one.
After checking everything, Mir nodded and said, no problem, you can take the things away.
Luo Xiu nodded slightly and prepared to leave the blacksmith shop. But the next moment, the dwarf Mir called him again.
Wait a minute.
Luo Xiu turned around and saw Mir running towards him with his short legs.
Just now. The black steel dagger you showed me just now. Mir said, I want to buy it, name a price. ?
Luo Xiu was stunned for a moment, then took off the black steel dagger with a sheath, smiled and said, just give me another gold coin.
When Luo Xiu returned to the White Antelope Hotel, it was almost noon.
Luo Xiu was a little surprised that Mir suddenly called him and asked to buy his portable dagger. But then he thought that this might be a reference for competition among forgers. And the dagger Luo Xiu brought out that day was just an ordinary dagger that had not been engraved by him. I simply sold it to Mir for 1 gold coin, as a favor. Because the original price of the black steel dagger sold by Old Balan was actually only 8 silver coins. The prices in Dawn Town were several times lower than those in Sina City. The price of 1 Norlan gold coin was no different from giving it away for free in Sina City. Luo Xiu returned to the room of the White Antelope Hotel, closed all the light-transmitting doors and windows, and locked the bedroom door. When he was ready, Luo Xiu took out the hidden mist true feather. This was the summoning carrier he finally chose. The blue-quality monster material was enough to carry the soul of a transcendent with a triple destiny. Luo Xiu then began to meditate on the skill of Abyss Inscription. He stretched out his fingers, gathered the spirituality at his fingertips, and then conducted it into the feathers. Dark purple lines began to vaguely emerge on the dark feathers of the feathers, and the misted tips suddenly trembled, while emitting an ominous surge of spirituality. When the abyss engraving of the hidden mist true feather was completed, this feather had become the perfect cradle for the abyss beast summoning. Afterwards, Luo Xiu rubbed the ring on his finger for a while. A layer of fine light flashed on the surface of the copper-forged ring. Then countless soul manipulators dragged out the soul of Samuel, the body destroyer of the Triple Fate. Samuel's soul was forcibly squeezed and compressed into a fist-sized ball of light by Luo Xiu's soul manipulator, and was made to touch the surface of the hidden mist true feather. Both of them vibrated violently at the same time. Samuel's soul ball of light continued to shrink, while the mist of the hidden mist true feather expanded rapidly. After a not-so-long wait, Samuel's soul and the hidden mist true feather had disappeared without a trace. The remaining thick and deep black fog lingered in the small room. The next moment, countless black fog birds entangled in the dark mist flew out of the black fog. They quickly occupied every corner of the room, and the figures shrouded in black fog suddenly appeared and disappeared. Luo Xiu only felt that they were in this small room. In an instant, hundreds of new eyes wrapped in the shadows were looking at him with ignorant curiosity. Countless eyes hidden in the dark cast strange glances at Luo Xiu. And the thick black fog lingering in the room also exuded a restlessness like a heartbeat. Luo Xiu pressed against the edge of the bed, staring closely at the black fog. He activated the glorious skill Spiritual Vision and peeked through the thick black fog. Then he could see clearly, the real body of the abyss beast he had just summoned was hidden under this thick black fog. It was a creature completely bred by black fog. It has the appearance of a crow, but has a darker color than a crow. The mist-like mist emitted from its outline is constantly rising and falling and trembling. Luo Xiu could sense that the hidden eyes staring at him and the layer of mist-like mist it emitted were closely related. It was like some kind of clone, just like the mist songbird liked to create many phantoms of itself, and the countless black mist birds that kept appearing and disappearing were probably its phantoms. Luo Xiu guessed so, and at the same time, the panel of the newly summoned abyss beast was refreshed in front of him. Mist Hidden Raven, LV23, Race, Monster/Contracted Abyss Beast, Threat Level, Distorted, Untamed, HP 120/120, Mana 42/42, Physical Attack 16, Spell Attack 12, Defense Reduction 6, Attributes, Strength 8, Constitution 12, Agility 18, Wisdom 6, Divinity 14, Perception 27, Resistance 6, Luck 7. Skills and Characteristics Overview. Hidden Mist Raven. Inherent skill has the ability to create and hide black fog. At the same time, it can use the black fog to create fog shadows. Each fog shadow will gain 10% of the basic attribute value of the original body. The upper limit of the number of fog shadows depends on perception. The current number is 103/135. Shadow Shifting Crow. Inherent skill. When the original body suffers fatal damage, it becomes immune to the damage and transfers the original body to any fog shadow. Wandering Raven. Inherent skill. A black fog raven wandering in the abyss. All damage caused by the main body and clones is considered dark corrosion damage, and has a moderate blinding effect. Devouring the Black Abyss. Racial trait. A creature born from the abyss. It has the ability to devour the power and soul of others and use it to enhance itself. Vision Link. Contract trait. This creature is summoned by contract and bound to the contractor's vision. The contractor can continuously consume mana and share vision with the main body of the Mist Hidden Raven or its clone. Contracted Beast. Contract trait. This creature is summoned by contract and is restricted by the contractor. In the current state, the maximum level with the contractor cannot exceed 10 levels. If it exceeds the threshold, it will be dynamically adjusted to the threshold. It is indeed a twisted level abyss beast. Luo Xiu murmured. Mist Hidden Raven. Its attribute values are not high, and it can even be said to be low among the twisted level. However, the characteristics of mist-hidden raven are not reflected in its basic attributes, but in the large number of fog shadows it can create. The whole of all the mist shadows in the main body is the complete combat power of the mist-hidden raven. To truly kill the mist-hidden raven, the main body and all the imaginary mist shadows must be destroyed together. This is a very powerful inherent skill, and the contract characteristics of the mist-hidden raven can also share vision with the contractor. Although the mist shadow cannot be too far away from the main body, Luo Xiu can also obtain a very practical means of reconnaissance. There is no doubt that the mist-hidden raven has a very strong combat power and functionality. Now, there is only one problem left. Luo Xiu's sight moved to threat level, distortion, untamed. As a newly summoned distortion level contracted abyss beast, it is not as easy to tame as summoning Fenrir. Although Luo Xiu has not yet noticed the hostility from the mist-hidden raven, it does not mean that it is completely harmless. Summoning a very powerful abyss beast, but being killed and devoured by the abyss beast, this has been a precedent in the previous life. Luo Xiu once had a friend who played the abyss, who summoned an extremely powerful abyss beast after crossing level 30. As a result, the abyss beast just appeared and killed the contractor immediately. And that abyss beast was later hunted by other players and turned into fresh monster materials. Luo Xiu fell into thought. At present, the level difference between Mist-Hidden Raven and Luo Xiu is not that high. According to the experience of other players in taming abyss beasts in the previous life, Luo Xiu probably had an idea. He slowly moved towards the corner of the wall, not showing any hostility towards Mist-Hidden Raven. And the hundreds of sights of those mist shadows slowly moved with Luo Xiu's movement. Finally, when Luo Xiu was in the state of spiritual vision, he could clearly see all the mist shadows in the room, as well as the body of the mist-hidden raven. Luo Xiu's pupils gradually changed from light gray to dark purple, and there were also some scarlet deep light in them. Eye of the Abyss. This is the only corner in the room where all the fog shadows in the real body can be seen clearly. In the state of spiritual vision, even those fog shadows that have hidden their figures, Luo Xiu can clearly see their spiritual outlines. Use Eye of the Abyss, LV1, on Mist-Hidden Raven, LV23. Trigger Divinity Attribute Check. Your Divinity Attribute is 26, and the Divinity Attribute of the Mist-Hidden Raven is 14. Eye of the Abyss takes effect. Mist-Hidden Raven, LV23, falls into the immobilized state. Mist-Hidden Raven, LV23, falls into the sealed state. Mist-Hidden Raven, LV23, falls into the leaking state. With Luo Xiu as the origin, the dark and majestic pressure of the abyss, accompanied by his gaze, descended on the real body of the mist-hidden raven. The spiritual pressure of fear instantly enveloped the mist raven, and its spiritual power was temporarily sluggish, and dozens of mist shadows instantly disappeared without a trace. Through this spiritual vision, it can be seen that the spiritual fluctuations of the mist raven suddenly became disordered. From its perspective, the unique abyssal aura emanating from the abyss peeping on the opposite side inexplicably made it feel deeply powerless and fearful. This was the suppression from its original bloodline, which made it want to surrender for no reason. The total control time of 5 seconds seemed particularly long at this moment. Finally, when the control countdown of the Eye of the Abyss peeping reached the remaining 2 seconds, the 3 words, untamed, on the threat level, suddenly disappeared in the next second. Luo Xiu felt that he could suddenly establish a certain connection with the mist-hidden raven. Their souls were truly connected by the contract at the same time. The hundreds of eyes staring at him suddenly dissipated, and those dark fog shadows had fluttered back into the thick fog. Then, the thick fog dissipated, revealing the mist-hidden raven like flowing ink. The mist-hidden raven flapped its wings and flew up, floating and landing on Luo Xiu's right shoulder. It used its obsidian beak to gently comb its misty feathers. Just like every bird, feeling safe and secure with its owner. This means the mist-hidden raven has been successfully tamed. Luo Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. The process went smoothly. The tamed mist-hidden raven will no longer be a threat to the contractor. Luo Xiu then stretched out his hand and let the raven rest on his fingers, while his other hand gently stroked the feathers on its back. So, Luo Xiu fell into the question of how to name it. He recalled his previous life. In the Bhutanese mythology system, Raven is the messenger in charge of the black sky, and in Celtic mythology, Raven is the incarnation of the god of navigation guiding night travel. However, no matter what mythology system it is, Raven is basically related to night. So, Luo Xiu finally decided to name the mist-hidden raven Misty Night. It means it is the ferryman of the black fog and the incarnation of midnight. Luo Xiu gently stroked the soft feathers of Fog Night, and his face showed a happy expression of a perfect life, like a retired old cadre. What is a birdwalker who has both cats and dogs? Luo Xiu smiled and said to himself.
In the afternoon.
After summoning Fog-Hidden Raven and taming it, Fog Knight was left by Luo Xiu in the hotel room to watch the house. As a raven with a built-in surveillance camera effect, Luo Xiu let it use fog hiding, and at the same time placed hundreds of fog shadows in every corner of the White Antelope Hotel. Because Luo Xiu was not sure whether the cultists of Blood of Thorns could really find this place. If he left the raven to watch the house, Luo Xiu could also monitor in real time and prevent various possible situations. Then, Luo Xiu put on a thick velvet robe and went out.
He was ready to go to his destination in the afternoon.
The Academy under the Tower of Sages of the Nolan Empire.
The Alchemy Academy of Sina City.
Luo Xiu was going to show the generalists in the Alchemy Academy the brooch from bandit leader Saint Scarchi. This was his only plan for this afternoon. When he helped the merchant Alardin to kill the 3 bandit leaders, Luo Xiu took off Saint's brooch as proof of his identity. Luo Xiu had a hunch that Saint, who was an alchemist with a double destiny of intelligence, would eventually become a bandit.
There must be some secret connection between them.
Luo Xiu was not curious about Saint's story, but as a player in the strategy group in his previous life, he keenly smelled the breath of hidden tasks from it. And Saint's brooch might be a key item for some kind of task. The key item that can directly settle hidden tasks. Luo Xiu thought so. Anyway, he still had a day and a half of vacation before he went to Red Maple City to officially carry out the task of Judgment of Heresy. He had plenty of time, and he came here with the mentality of giving it a try. And this might also be an opportunity for Luo Xiu to establish a good relationship with the Alchemy Institute. While thinking, Luo Xiu's vision was suddenly covered with a shadow. A mysterious and simple square-shaped building was already standing in front of him.
The Alchemy Institute under the Tower of Sages is a landmark building of the Alchemy Institute. The entrance to the Alchemy Institute is made of 2 gray stone doors. Extending upward from the entrance door is a wall made of pure white bricks. The top of the spire is a spire dome made of indigo crystal of unknown material, which is used as a symbol of faith in the pillar god of intelligence, truth. The extraordinary people with the destiny of intelligence believe that true knowledge will always be in the hands of a few people. Their intelligence believers are the few people standing on the top of this knowledge spire. Only they are qualified to see the truth, and truth will only teach the ultimate mystery of the world to the true sages and wise men. The door of the Alchemy Institute's monument is closed and is not open to the public at ordinary times. But there are always 2 scholars standing on both sides of the entrance to entertain some important people who come to visit the Alchemy Institute. Luo Xiu then walked to the door of the Alchemy Institute, and 2 scholars stopped him at the same time. "Sir, please forgive me." A scholar smiled and said, "Now is the time to seek the truth. The Alchemy Institute is temporarily closed to the public. Please go back." This is a middle-aged man, and the vicissitudes of life have carved mottled wrinkles on his face. On the other side of him is a young man with clear eyes. His eyes are full of curiosity, and he is full of awe when he looks at the middle-aged man. Luo Xiu quietly conducted a detection. Whether it is a middle-aged scholar or a young scholar, they are only scholars with the first level of intellect, destiny. After quickly browsing the panel data, Luo Xiu smiled and said to the scholars opposite, "I came here for something, about an alchemist named Saint Shachi." Luo Xiu nodded, showing considerable patience. "Don't bother too much, I can wait." As Luo Xiu spoke, he observed the reactions of the 2 scholars. When he said the name Saint Shachi, the young scholar did not react, but the middle-aged scholar's pupils shrank obviously. Sure enough, it seems that Saint does have some relationship with the Alchemy Academy. Luo Xiu thought while waiting for the response of the 2 scholars. "Saint Scarchi, right?" The middle-aged scholar nodded. "I understand. Please wait a moment, I need to consult the generalists." After that, the middle-aged scholar turned around, walked to the gray stone door, and reached out to touch the stone door. Just above the stone door, a layer of azure light soon flashed, and the complex rune circuit exuded a deep dark blue luster, accompanied by the sound of rumbling and heavy objects vibrating. The stone door was pushed open to both sides, and the middle-aged scholar walked in. His figure quickly disappeared from Luo Xiu's sight, and the 2 doors closed again. After a not-so-long wait, the booming sound rang again, and the middle-aged scholar walked out, came to Luo Xiu, and nodded to Luo Xiu. "The knowledgeable people asked me to guide you and take you to meet them," the middle-aged scholar said, and then turned his eyes to the young scholar on the other side and said, "Hafen, I will take this gentleman in, you should not relax alone." The young scholar named Hafen nodded vigorously. The middle-aged scholar then turned around again and reached out to touch the stone door. The stone door opened again with a rumble, and Luo Xiu followed the middle-aged scholar into the interior of the square monument of the Alchemy Institute. According to Luo Xiu's memory, the square monument building of the Intellectual Alchemy Institute is divided into 3 floors. Luo Xiu and the middle-aged scholar are located on the bottom floor, which is the transformation room, used to carry out transformation experiments on various alchemical materials, and is also the most basic workplace for intellectual alchemists. The interior of the Alchemy Institute is completely different from the serious atmosphere felt from the outside. Many alchemists are communicating with each other, and there are some quarrels among them. They often argued over different alchemical formulas, and often scratched their heads because they couldn't understand a certain formula. They didn't fit people's stereotypes of this group of outstanding scholars at all. They were just like the college animals in the university laboratories in Luo Xiu's previous life. Luo Xiu thought so, and the middle-aged scholar said, "Sir, please follow me. We are about to go to the 3rd floor of the monument. Lord Rockland Scarchi, the Universalist, is waiting for you there." When he heard this name, Luo Xiu's expression was slightly stunned. He had heard of this name when he was in Sina's city in his previous life, but he should not have had any intersection with this Universist Rockland. What Luo Xiu cared about was that the surname of this Universist Scarchi was the same as Saint's surname. Some thoughts emerged in Luo Xiu's mind. After some thinking, he roughly organized his subsequent words. "This is the 3rd floor of this square monument. We have arrived at the Between True Knowledge, sir." The middle-aged scholar nodded to Luo Xiu and said, "Please come in, Lord Rockland is waiting for you inside." After speaking, the middle-aged scholar stepped back, bowed slightly, and looked at Luo Xiu calmly. "He is not going to go in with me?" Luo Xiu's thoughts moved slightly. His identity is Holy Judge. As a member of the Holy Court, visiting the subordinate academy of the Tower of Sages should not be in any real danger. But since the middle-aged scholar is not going to go in with him, this only means another thing. Ordinary scholars are not qualified to listen to the conversation that is about to take place. The next moment, Luo Xiu's panel suddenly jumped, and a new item appeared in the task panel. Triggering hidden task, hidden secrets, normal difficulty, recommended level, LV1+, first level of destiny and above, task type, serial task description. After resolving the crisis encountered by the Golden Iris caravan, you took a brooch from the body of the leader of the looters, the alchemist Saint Scarchi. Sensing that there might be some secrets hidden in it, you brought this brooch to the Alchemy Institute in Sina City and successfully attracted the attention of the generalist Rockland Scarchi. Mission objective: learn about Saint's secrets from Rockland Scarchi. Completion reward: basic experience plus 1,200, free attribute point plus 1. It's a hidden mission indeed. Luo Xiu whispered secretly. This is a hidden mission of the ring running type. Completing hidden mission, Poison Iris, and obtaining the brooch of Saint Scarchi seems to be the prerequisite for triggering this hidden mission. Generally speaking, the first ring of the ring running mission is always the easiest to complete, and the rewards are relatively ordinary. But as the mission is completed and the next ring is entered, the rewards will become more and more generous. When he saw that hidden mission, hidden secrets, normal difficulty was triggered, Luo Xiu knew that he had come to the right place this time. "Okay." Luo Xiu responded to the middle-aged scholar, "Thank you for your trouble. This is just my duty." The middle-aged scholar smiled and said, "Then please allow me to leave, sir." After that, the middle-aged scholar turned and went downstairs, leaving the Between True Knowledge. Luo Xiu turned back and walked into the Between True Knowledge. After passing through a slightly dim corridor, Luo Xiu's vision suddenly became clear again. In front of him was a space with a wide view and an interior design purely based on geometry. There were round white-edged window frames hanging on the walls, and rectangular, diamond-shaped and rhombus-shaped light blue tables and chairs were arranged in a plan manner. A light belt like a conveyor belt connected the two sides, and many alchemical creations driven by runes were neatly arranged next to the light belt, performing complex alchemical operations. After looking around, Luo Xiu heard a sharp metallic buzzing sound. The next moment, a thin and long alchemical puppet, almost as tall as a person, staggered out from one side of the Between True Knowledge. It walked in front of Luo Xiu and made a mechanical imitation sound. "Hello, please, follow me." The puppet immediately turned around, and a squeaky friction sound came from its body, and it staggered towards the inside of the Between True Knowledge. Luo Xiu followed the puppet, observing as he went deeper into the Between True Knowledge. The puppet that led Luo Xiu into the depths of the Between True Knowledge was an alchemical creation with a threat level of twisted. If the soul of a transcendent with at least a triple destiny was not invested, then the creator must have at least a quadruple destiny level of intelligence.
Within the Alchemy Institute, general knowledge is a respectful title for the great masters with a quadruple destiny of intelligence. For example, the superior of the alchemist profession is the great alchemist, and the superior of the rune master profession is the great rune master. Although the Alchemy Institute is named alchemy, in fact, not all the transcendents in the alchemy profession are inside. The Alchemy Institute only operates with the alchemy process as the main focus, and many transcendents of the rune profession will also participate in the alchemy process as an auxiliary. When it arrived in front of a chiseled white metal door, the puppet stopped moving. Then, the puppet raised its dark yellow ring arm and gently touched the metal door. Dark blue light surged, and the interlocking metal doors opened a gap. Squeak, squeak, the door opened to both sides.
Come back, number 33.
A slightly old middle-aged man's voice sounded. Well done, number 33.
Luo Xiao looked in the direction of the voice.
In the room behind the door that had just been opened, a middle-aged man dressed cleanly and simply sat behind a long gray table. That was the generalist Rockland Scarchi. As soon as Luo Xiao saw him, he detected him through the panel. Just like when he detected the priest Leonard of the church at that time, Luo Xiao could not see Rockland Scarchi's occupation, but since he was one of the generalists of the Alchemy Academy, Rockland should be a great alchemist or great rune master. The puppet called number 33 retreated into the wall beside the room, and the squeaky sound of the puppet's body disappeared. Generalist Rockland raised his head and glanced at Luo Xiao with his eyes narrowed.
You are a guest, come in. Rockland said, waving his hand gently. Luo Xiao then walked into the office of the generalist Rockland.
When Luo Xiao completely stepped into the room, a squeak sound came from behind him.
The white metal door closed, creating a closed environment with only Luo Xiao and Rockland. Okay, please sit down. Rockland said slowly, I am Rockland, you can call me by my name. I am the manager here. My students told me that you came here for the matter of Saint. I want to know, where did you know this name?
While Universalist Rockland was observing Luo Xiao was also observing him. Universalist Rockland, he had light golden curly hair and deep lake blue eyes, he wore a headband woven from golden willows, which was a symbol of some kind of wisdom. He wore a gray-white robe with exquisite gilded patterns embossed on the robe, which was also the usual dress of the high-ranking people in the Alchemy Academy. Lord Rockland, I am a new clergyman of the church.
My name is Luo Xiao Carlos.
Luo Xiao first made a brief self-introduction, and then answered the question raised by Rockland before. I came to Sina City on a caravan. On the way here, I met Saint and his friends. At the same time, Luo Xiao took Saint's brooch out of his pocket and handed it to Rockland.
These are the words and props he prepared in advance.
Friend is a vaguely defined word. When paired with the brooch that symbolizes the identity of Saint, people who know the true identity of Saint will naturally understand the meaning. Rockland took the brooch and looked at it for a while, with a slightly apologetic expression on his face.
This is indeed the emblem of our family.
It seems that Saint has caused you a lot of trouble, but you still solved these troubles.
Rockland said. Generalist Rockland, he really knows some secrets about Saint. This is the first reaction in Luo Xiao's mind, and since Rockland knows Saint's secrets, the next words can be spoken openly.
But Luo Xiao must also know, since Rockland mentioned family, then what is the relationship between Saint and this generalist Lord Rockland?
Oh, right. Rockland's eyes suddenly became deep, and he asked Luo Xiao, have you ever received or seen a purple parchment notebook from Saint? In an instant, Luo Xiao felt a strong spiritual pressure radiating from Rockland.
This was the perception net opened by Rockland to capture the subtle spiritual changes caused by Luo Xiao's psychological activities. Luo Xiao's thoughts turned slightly and he shook his head.
No, that's fine.
Rockland breathed a sigh of relief when he did not detect any strange fluctuations in Luo Xiao. The next moment, the invisible spiritual net was lifted, and the spiritual pressure on Luo Xiao suddenly disappeared. Rockland returned to a peaceful state, and he slowly said, the news about Saint that you brought to the Alchemy Academy. Well, he was indeed a student of the Alchemy Academy. Luo Xiao listened carefully. This was the correct development.
You brought us information. Rockland said, in that case, you can know more. I should also tell you something about Saint.
Luo Xiao nodded and pretended to listen carefully. Rockland then crossed his hands and rested them on his chin, lowered his eyes and said, Saint, he is the youngest child of our Scarchi family.
Our family has been believers of wisdom for generations. After reaching adulthood, family members will basically embark on the path of inheritance of runes and alchemy.
Saint, he imitated my younger brother, his father's seed Scarchi, and chose alchemy like most people in our family. When Saint was 21 years old, he had officially become an alchemist.
This is considered quite gifted among our believers of wisdom.
Because the destiny of wisdom is the most dependent on wisdom and inspiration among the 8 destinies.
Luo Xiu nodded frequently. I understand. Just like advanced mathematics.
Luo Xiu thought secretly, while listening to Rockland continue. However, like his father Seed Scotchy, he is not satisfied with the pure alchemy inheritance.
Pure alchemy inheritance? Luo Xiu asked doubtfully. He probably understood what Rockland wanted to say. Yes, it is the uncontaminated knowledge of alchemy. And this is also the knowledge that most alchemists learn and pass on.
Rockland explained, even among the believers of wisdom, we are not thirsty for all knowledge. The God we believe in the truth knows everything, but this also includes those twisted, taboo, and filthy knowledge.
I can probably understand what you mean.
Luo Xiu nodded. It's just like our glory believers, there are also pure sects that adhere to the doctrine of ultimate purification. The so-called pure sect is an extreme group of believers whose first purpose is to completely eliminate all other heretics in the destiny except the glory believers to achieve the great cause of ultimate purity. There are not many such fanatics, and in the Nolan Empire, they are dressed in the cloak of legal destiny, and their danger is even more terrifying than the cultists. However, it is precisely because of their extremeness that they can often find out more things that ordinary extraordinary people can't imagine at all. It's like the filthy knowledge of wisdom. Yes, it's indeed similar to the pure order. And Saint, like his father, said, has embarked on the old path of the hidden omniscient.
Rockland said. Luo Xiu knew the term hidden omniscient.
It is another branch of believers in the destiny of wisdom. Unlike the Tower of Sages that inherits pure knowledge, the hidden omniscient tends to be comprehensive and omniscient. Therefore, the hidden omniscient accepts all knowledge, and they especially like to delve into taboos, believing that this is a gift of truth to their wisdom. At the same time, they also master many secret rituals to seek forbidden knowledge from the truth. Luo Xiu nodded to show his understanding, and Rockland continued. Saint's father said, he is one of the founders of the hidden omniscient school branch in Sina's city.
After the incident was exposed, Saeed was severely tried by his family.
Later, the Supreme from the Attorney General intervened and sentenced Saeed to death by hanging.
Saint was hanged, but he didn't know about it. Saint was only 5 years old at the time. And when Saint grew up, he finally learned that his father died in the joint trial of his family and the Supreme. I still remember clearly that Saint didn't show any sadness, shame, dissatisfaction, or anger at the time. Instead, he developed a strong interest in the hidden omniscient. At the time, we all thought that a child who was only 12 years old would not really go down this wrong path, so the elders of the family just warned him sternly and didn't do anything further. But, Rockland paused and said, what none of us expected was that Saeed Skeech, Saint's father, actually hid a notebook.
It records all the forbidden knowledge he has studied all his life.
Those filthy alchemy. Those evil runes. Ahem. So, seeing that Rockland's tone was a little excited and he was stuck, Luo Xiu guessed along the lines of his words, so Saint got the notes of his father said, and has been secretly studying the forbidden knowledge left by his father?
Yes, that's right. Rockland said slowly, Saint has been studying the notes left by his father. The elders of the family have been kept in the dark by him. Until we discovered his hidden alchemy room and the filthy products he made. Saint, he got wind of it, and took his father's notes and defected.
Next, I don't know what Saint experienced, and I'm not interested.
Rockland finally said, it's just that as the elder of the Scarchi family today, I have the responsibility and obligation to retrieve Set's notes.
So, the information you know about Saint is crucial to us. When Rockland finished the last sentence, a new prompt popped up on Luo Xiu's task panel.
Completed the hidden mission, hidden secrets, normal difficulty. From the generalist Rockland, you have learned about the past of alchemist Saint, and at the same time, you know the secrets about the forbidden notebook of said Scarchi. Completion reward, basic experience plus 1200, free attribute point plus 1, trigger the hidden mission, forbidden notebook, hard difficulty, recommended level, LV10 plus, first level of destiny and above, task type, serial mission, task description. Rockland Scarchi told you that it is his responsibility and obligation to retrieve the notebook of said Scarchi. Whether the forbidden notebook can be found is related to the status and dignity of the Scarchi family in the Alchemy Institute. Basic mission goal, retrieve the forbidden notebook of said Scarchi. Additional mission goal, optional 1 return said's notebook to Rockland Scarchi. Additional mission objective, option 2 keep Saeed's notes and hide the truth from Rockland. Completion reward, basic experience plus 3100, free attribute points plus 2, it should probably be available at the end of the month. At the same time, the panel automatically accepted the second ring mission, the forbidden notebook.
Luo Xiu quickly browsed through the mission introduction. There are two options for the second ring mission. With Retrieve the Forbidden Notebook as the basic goal, Luo Xiu can choose whether to return the notebook to Rockland. The Forbidden Notebook from said Scarchi. As the filthy knowledge of the fate of intelligence, it actually doesn't mean much to Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu has something far more taboo than this thing. As for whether to return the notebook to Rockland, Luo Xiu is still a little hesitant. Because this also involves another problem. If Rockland wants to retrieve the notebook through him, does he want to prevent the filthy knowledge inside from leaking out? Or is there another purpose? While Luo Xiu was thinking, he heard Rockland say, "The information you know about Saint. Well, I hope you can tell me in detail. I will give you the reward you deserve on behalf of the Scarchi family and the Alchemy Institute." Okay. Luo Xiu nodded after thinking for a while. Then, Luo Xiu told Rockland in detail that Saint became a bandit leader and robbed caravans. He made some rune transformations on the small steel cannon. The weapon he used was a double-edged sword with some ominous things crawling, etc. Rockland listened carefully, frowning at the same time. After Luo Xiu finished telling what he knew about Saint, Rockland said slowly, creeping ominous double-edged sword you mentioned is the product of filthy knowledge. However, now that we know that Saint was a horse bandit in the Wupo grassland, I think his hiding place should be nearby, and Said's forbidden notebook is also hidden there." Luo Xiu nodded, and didn't say anything else, just waiting for Rockland to say the next words. "Well, Luo Xiu," Rockland said, "I will give you a reward as I said before." Rockland clapped his hands, and a boom-boom sound came from the wall on one side. After a while, a secret door opened in the wall, and a sturdy puppet with a round body walked out. The puppet slowly walked towards Rockland, hugging its copper arms with complex circuits, and its metallic hands holding a silver-gray armband engraved with light blue runes. When the puppet walked to Rockland's side, Rockland took the armband and handed it to Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu reached out to take it, and he listened to Rockland saying, "This is the rune equipment recently developed by the alchemists of the Alchemy Academy, the mysterious rune armband. It can increase your wisdom and inspiration. I think, although our fates are different, it should be helpful to you." The moment Luo Xiu took the armband from Rockland, his panel refreshed the data of the mysterious rune armband. Equipment name, Mysterious Rune Armband, Blue Rare. Equipment type, Wrist Guard / Superb Equipment / Rune Equipment. Equipment efficiency, Skill cooldown time reduced by 20%. Equipment bonus, Wisdom Attribute +3, Perception Attribute +3. Equipment requirements, any second level destiny, Wisdom Attribute 14+, Perception Attribute 6+. Equipment characteristics, Barrier of Knowledge, Active Skill / Rune. When the wearer is attacked, the single damage value is reduced according to the Perception Attribute. Thirst for Mystery, Active Skill / Inherent. When the wearer attacks, the single damage value is increased according to the Wisdom Attribute. This is a superb equipment of blue rare quality. So far, this is the third superb equipment of blue rare quality that Luo Xiu has obtained. White Oak Staff and Moon Scythe are both weapons. But this Mystery Rune Armlet is the first superb armor that Luo Xiu has obtained. "Thank you for your gift, Lord Rockland." Luo Xiu nodded in thanks. Rockland nodded, and then continued, "Well, Luo Xiu, there is one more thing." After completing the gift of the mysterious rune armband, Rockland started a new topic. Luo Xiu keenly realized that what Rockland was going to say next might be about retrieval of the notebook. "Next is my personal commission. I want to entrust you to help me retrieve the notebook of Said," Rockland said sincerely. It is indeed such a commission. Luo Xiu thought, this is the basic goal of the hidden mission, Forbidden Notebook. Now you are the only one who truly knows where Saint might be hiding. You are not destined to intellect, so it is most appropriate for you to retrieve the notebook for me. A kind smile appeared on Rockland's face, and he asked Luo Xiu in a pleading tone, "Are you willing to do me this favor? Don't worry, when you retrieve Said's notebook, I will give you a more generous reward." "I can try, but I can't guarantee that I can do it," Luo Xiu answered honestly, "because, the Wupo grassland is really too big." "Then I will take it as that you agree to take my commission." Rockland smiled. Luo Xiu did not answer, but just nodded slightly. Then, Rockland's face showed a serious expression, his voice turned low, and he said, "For this commission, I hope you can keep it as confidential as possible." "You should understand what I mean." "Okay, I understand." Luo Xiu nodded. Seeing Luo Xiu's statement, Rockland turned back to his original friendly face. "Then I'll leave it to you. Now, I can only hope that everything depends on human effort," Rockland said at last. After that, Luo Xiu left the Between True Knowledge. The purpose of his trip to the Alchemy Academy was to try to trigger the hidden mission.
Now, the hidden mission has been triggered, and the first round of the mission has been completed on the spot. He has also officially received the commission from the generalist Rockland.
Find the taboo notebook of said Scarchi.
Luo Xiu was walking and thinking on the main street of Triumph Square. He had a ready-made method to retrieve the forbidden scroll of said without having to go there himself. Luo Xiu then returned to the White Antelope Hotel and returned to his room. He sat on the edge of the bed and meditated on the technique of Abyss Inscription in his mind. A variant of Abyss Inscription.
Family Inscription.
After waiting for a while, Luo Xiu made a brief contact with Intis, who was hundreds of miles away. In a hidden cave, boxes of goods, half covered by thick cloth. The other half is exposed on the surface of the box, with some kind of mark in crooked font. If you open these boxes, you will find that what is packed inside is not actually ordinary goods. It is full of coins circulating in the Nolan Empire and commercial bonds issued by the Golden Country. A slender figure is counting the stolen money hidden here. The amount of stolen money hidden in this cave is huge, almost equivalent to the accumulation of 10 years of hard work and 100 years of hard work by the middle class of the Nolan Empire and the civilian class, without eating or drinking. This is the cave where the traitor warrior Naif hides the stolen money. According to Intis's rough estimate, the amount of stolen money hidden inside this cave is roughly equivalent to nearly 10,000 Nolan gold coins. Suddenly, Intis felt a severe headache coming up. Index stopped the inventory work at hand. She supported the cave wall and trembled to the edge of the cave. This was the reaction of the dependent inscription taking effect temporarily. Index knew this, but she didn't know why it was now. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from her mind.
Intis. Intis.
Index could recognize that this was the voice of her new master, Rashu Carlos.
Master.
Index's tone was a little panic, beads of sweat began to appear on her forehead, and her body began to tremble slightly. The process of dependent inscription taking effect is accompanied by a certain amount of pain, from severe headaches to the whole body burning like a bath in fire. Therefore, under normal circumstances, this is torture for the inscribed person.
Intis, let me make it short.
Luo Xiu's voice still echoed in Intis' mind. Just inside the border of the Wupo grassland, find the nest of the bandits who robbed the horses before. Based on the names of Saint and Side, bring me a purple sheepskin notebook. When this sentence was finished, Intis felt that the severe headache suddenly eased. Her body gradually returned to normal, but she still inevitably fell into a period of weakness.
Saint, Side, purple sheepskin notebook. Intis lowered her head and kept muttering these names, thinking.
After cutting off the connection with Intis, Luo Xiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't have to leave the city to go to the Wupo grassland himself. Even if Intis successfully brought the notebook back for him, he would have sufficient alibi in front of the Universalist Rockland.
I just need to think of a way to circumvent Rockland's net of perception.
Rockland's net of perception can sense the state of the spiritual master by distinguishing the subtle changes in spiritual fluctuations.
This is a very common method among high-level transcendents to test low-level transcendents.
To a large extent, this can effectively detect whether the other party is lying or telling the truth.
Alas! Luo Xiu sighed. How to avoid it? This question gave Luo Xiu an inexplicable headache.
Because in the future, he would not only have to face the Universalist Rockland. He who carries a huge secret will inevitably attract prying eyes from other aspects. There is no particularly good way for the time being. Luo Xiu simply does not think about it so much. He is still only a double destiny, and the attention he can attract at present is still quite limited. Luo Xiu then emptied his mind and body, diverted his attention, and began to count the gains this time. Completing the first ring of Hidden Mission, Hidden Secrets, gave 1200 basic experience points and 1 point of free attributes. First store the experience points and free attributes. Luo Xiu took out the mysterious rune armband given to him by the Universalist Rockland. Wearing the mysterious rune armband, Luo Xiu infused his own spirituality into the armband. Then, the rune engraving on the armband exuded a light blue luster. Luo Xiu could feel that he seemed to have become wiser. His perception of the outside world has also become more meticulous. And this is just the feeling from the attribute improvement. In addition, this mysterious rune armband can also reduce single injuries and increase single attack damage, which has a very good auxiliary effect.
Luo Xiu then opened his character panel. After officially equipping this mysterious rune armband, Luo Xiu's wisdom attribute became 15, plus 3, and the perception attribute became 7, plus 3. The numbers in brackets are the attribute additions given when equipping the corresponding weapons or armor. At this time, Luo Xiu did not equip extraordinary weapons, so the weapon's attribute value was not calculated.
After feeling the strength changes brought by the mysterious rune armband, Luo Xiao nodded with satisfaction. He felt more and more that he was soaring within the strength range of the double fate. With his current true strength, he can already compete with most of the triple fate extraordinary people. While thinking, Luo Xiao also began to practice today's skills. He began to repeatedly use the consecrated priest skill on himself, improving his skill proficiency while accumulating the experience points gained from practice. In the past day and a half, Luo Xiao has done a lot of things. And for the remaining day and a half, he stayed at the White Antelope Hotel. While temporarily avoiding the limelight of Blood of Thorns' shadow of killing, Luo Xiao began to concentrate on familiarizing himself with many new abilities and consolidating his own strength, so that his strength level tends to be stable. The 3-day vacation passed in a flash. On this day, Luo Xiao got up from the bed very early and put on a formal priest robe. After carrying all the extraordinary equipment with him, Luo Xiao packed his daily necessities and some ordinary clothes into a package and stuffed them into the cabinet, and then came to the front desk on the first floor of the White Antelope Hotel. "I need to leave for about half a month, so I came to prepay the rent," Luo Xiao said gently to the blonde freckled duty. "I used to live in room 4 on the second floor." "Oh, okay. Please wait a moment, I'll do the math." The blonde scratched her hair, counted carefully with her fingers, and then said, "You stayed for 7 days in total. 7 days is 1 week. I've done the math. Sir, if I need to reserve a room for you for half a month, you just need to pay me 4 gold coins, including the deposit." After paying the money, Luo Xiao left the White Antelope Hotel and went to the glorious church in Sina City. This day was the date that Leonard, the priest of the Holy Tribunal, had informed him in advance that he was going to Red Maple City to execute the judgment of heresy. Luo Xiao then came to the Holy Tribunal and to the door of Leonard's room. He gently knocked on the familiar shabby wooden door. "Come in." Leonard's old but tough voice came out. Luo Xiao then pushed the door open and walked in. "You're on time." Leonard, who was working at his desk, looked up at Luo Xiao and said, "You look ready?" "Yes." Luo Xiao nodded. Leonard stood up, walked to Luo Xiao's side, and patted his shoulder. "Then cheer up." Leonard's face was more serious than ever before and he said, "This will be the first time you face those enemies who follow the lost. Come with me, Pamir and the others are waiting for you." Luo Xiao's mind turned slightly. In fact, this was not the first time he faced believers of lost. Luo Xiao thought of another extraordinary guard of the Golden Iris Caravan at that time. Spellcaster Cavil, that was the extraordinary person with the destiny of lost. Enemies who worship lost? Luo Xiao then made a puzzled expression and asked Priest Leonard, "Is lost an enemy from the church?" The Holy Tower Church is an ancient country located in the north of the Nolan Empire, with lost as its ruling destiny. The relationship between the church and the empire has never been harmonious, so Luo Xiao asked this question. In the War of Judgment of God's Destiny version 10, in addition to facing a behemoth like the Dark Principality, the Holy Tower Church is also an enemy of the empire. However, the church in the previous life intervened in the war under the pretext of holy war when the war was in full swing and the situation was gradually becoming clear, and forcibly got a large piece of the pie of benefits from the Empire's Iron Cavalry. It is indeed their background. Leonard nodded and said, "I will take you to meet Pamir and others, and they will tell you the details." Songyuan territory, outside the city of Sina. On the post road leading to Red Maple City, a 4-wheeled carriage was shuttling through the interlaced mountains and ridges. This carriage was a unified standard for the carriages of officials at the level of the Nolan Empire and the city lord. Only on the white curtains of the carriage windows, there was a golden sun pattern painted to symbolize that it came from the Church of the Holy Court. Luo Xiao was sitting in the carriage, and opposite him sat another young priest and a paladin covered in heavy armor. Luo Xiao. Connor smiled, "This should be your first mission of Judgment of Heretics. Aren't you afraid?" "A little bit." Luo Xiao's tone was slightly depressed. "To be honest, I don't know what methods the enemies of lost have. The unknown is always scary." "This is a lie, he is in high spirits now. If there were no one watching, he would even want to find a bandit's den and kill them on the spot." Moreover, Luo Xiao didn't know which unlucky guy who believed in lost he would meet, but he knew the fate of lost more clearly than the bishop of the Holy See Church. Pamir, who was wearing heavy armor, glanced at Luo Xiao's position lightly, and a cold female voice came from under the visor. "It's normal to be afraid, well, it's better to say that fear is the motivation to survive." Then, Pamir's tone became serious and got to the point. "The enemy we are going to face this time is a secret society called Ancient Hermitage." "Ancient Hermitage? I haven't heard of it, but the name sounds quite ancient." Pamir continued, "This is a small-scale group of hermits who follow the lost doctrine. According to the information we have, the members of this secret society usually show up in places where ancient entities are discovered, and try to steal the ancient secrets contained therein.
Luo Xiao nodded. I understand. It's the ancient tomb robbers. So, Luo Xiao asked, did a new seal of ancient existence appear in Hongfeng City? And who asked the church for help in this judgment of heresy mission? It was Lord Rodif. Paymir said, I don't know more about ancient existence than you do. Captain Anthony will explain the rest of the matter in person after we arrive in Hongfeng City. Luo Xiao nodded, and then said nothing more.
The carriage swayed along the way and arrived at Hongfeng City 3 days later.
It was a medium-sized town.
But it was more like a military fortress than a town.
Because the location of Hongfeng City was the border of Song Yuan territory and even the entire Nolan Empire.
It was separated from the Dark Principality by only a continuous mountain range, and the border with the Holy Tower Church was only separated by a winding river. Therefore, Hongfeng City needed to be prepared at all times to resist sudden attacks from the Dark Principality and the Holy Tower Church. Such a geographical location will make the Red Maple City in the previous life the main city of players, because during the Judgment War, due to the strategic location of Red Maple City, it was one of the central points of the main battlefield. However, for the chaotic zone at the junction of the three countries like Red Maple City, it is a feng shui treasure in the eyes of players. What the natives fear is what this group of fourth disasters desire: deserters, criminals, cultists, secret black markets, battlefield corpse-touching people. Red Maple City, which is full of chaos and crisis, is exactly the opportunity that players are pursuing. As a result, a large number of players poured into Red Maple City, which gradually became a landmark area for frontline players to gather. Afterwards, when the Judgment War ended, the resident players carried out a series of urban expansion and transformation, and built it into a new city with player characteristics.
Although nominally, Red Maple City still belongs to the jurisdiction of the Nolan Empire, for some reasons, the Nolan Empire in the previous life gave the players a considerable degree of decentralization. Luo Xiao lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked out at the fortress city in front of him. The familiar gray-brown thick wall, the familiar double-layer triangular watchtower. Looking at the scene in front of him, Luo Xiao inexplicably felt like he was home. When the carriage drove to the gate of Red Maple City, Paymir handed out the Holy Judge Pass from the curtain.
The guards on duty checked it and found it was correct, so they raised their long spears in their hands and watched the Holy Judge carriage drive into the city.
This is a small privilege of the Holy Inquisitor.
Connor's voice came from the opposite side of Luo Xiao, and he said with a smile, we don't need to be interrogated by the guards.
This is the convenience brought to us by our identity.
This is quite convenient, Luo Xiao thought so, and at the same time heard the voice from Paymir. After entering the city, we will first go to the Glorious Church to meet Captain Anthony. He will make arrangements for us afterwards. Red Maple City Glorious Church, this is equivalent to the church's subordinate organization in Red Maple City, and is at the same level as Dawntown Glorious Church.
Captain Anthony? Paymir seemed to mention this name often. Luo Xiao pondered.
According to convention, a complete Holy Judge team does need to be led by a transcendent who has at least a triple destiny of glory.
When Connor and Paymir came to Dawntown before, Luo Xiao hadn't thought too much about it.
But now it seems that this Captain Anthony should have been somewhere else, performing some other tasks.
Okay.
Luo Xiao nodded, but saw that Connor opposite him had a complicated expression. He was gritting his teeth and whispering with some hatred, Captain Anthony.
He owes money to Anthony.
He still owes me 40 gold coins.
40. Luo Xiao seemed to smell the fragrance of melon.
The clergy here is a priest of the second destiny of glory. After confirming the identities of Luo Xiao and his party, the priest led them to a small courtyard deep in the church. Captain Anthony, he was sitting by the fountain of the Valkyrie statue, reading a book quietly. He was a middle-aged man with brown curly hair and a gloomy temperament like a poet. He carried a steel warhammer of the same model as Connor on his back, and the reflection of the scales under his velvet robe revealed his profession to some extent. And through the detection of the panel, Luo Xiao also confirmed his guess. Anthony is a glory, triple destiny, and his profession is purifier. This is one of the optional professions for the promotion route from the Holy Light Priest of the second destiny, which further enhances the physical output strength of the priest.
Not only that, Anthony also has a secondary profession.
He is also a trainee priest of the first destiny of glory. In the game God's Destiny, the native NPCs are not limited to one main profession. They can also practice the secondary profession of second destiny, or practice other professions of this destiny as secondary professions. After quickly browsing Anthony's panel, Luo Xiao was thinking quickly at the same time.
Captain Anthony would choose apprentice priest as his second career route. Well, there should be a reason for Leonard. Luo Xiu concluded.
After all, under the strict selection of priest Leonard, the normal second destiny consecrated priest has no chance to join the holy judge. Perhaps it is for this reason that Captain Anthony wants to do a part-time job.
You are here.
When Anthony noticed that Luo Xiu, Connor, and Pamir entered the courtyard, he closed the book in his hand and stood up with a smile.
Pamir, Connor, long time no see. Anthony greeted them and then looked at Luo Xiu. You are the new consecrated priest, Luo Xiu Carlos, right?
I have heard about it from priest Leonard.
Anthony greeted with a smile. Yes, I am Luo Xiu Carlos.
Luo Xiu nodded slightly. Hello, Captain Anthony, may you be glorious forever. Anthony's eyes lingered on Luo Xiu for a long time, then nodded and said, You are indeed a unique consecrated priest.
I now sincerely feel that priest Leonard's vision is correct.
Extraordinary people like Anthony, who have more than 3 fates, can detect the strength range of Luo Xiu just by their outstanding perception. Although they don't have a data panel that is detailed to values, they also have self-constructed concepts such as physique and agility for attributes such as vitality contained in the body and muscle reaction power.
Anthony felt the magnificent vitality from Luo Xiu's body.
He soon understood why Leonard called Luo Xiu a special priest in his letter, and why Luo Xiu was the only one who could be recognized by the sharp-eyed priest.
Welcome to join, Luo Xiu. Anthony smiled and said, If it were normal, I should hold a welcome party for you.
But now is a special period, we still have the task of the Holy Inquisition to perform. So, I hope you can enter the working state of the Holy Inquisitor as soon as possible and cooperate with us to complete the work of this judgment.
Then, Anthony added, Don't worry, Luo Xiu. After the task is completed, I will make up for this welcome party for you. He is quite nice.
Luo Xiu couldn't help thinking so, and at the same time he saw Connor coming over and whispering in his ear, Don't believe what he said. He also said the same thing when he borrowed money and didn't pay it back. Luo Xiu was speechless for a moment, thought about it, and nodded politely to Anthony.
Okay.
In the church courtyard, in an airtight room, Anthony sat at the head of a round table, with a stack of files in front of him.
Well, let me explain the current situation.
Anthony said with a serious face, Our enemy is a secret organization called the Ancient Hermitage. They suddenly appeared in Red Maple City because of an undiscovered ancient existence. Regarding the relevant matters of the Ancient Hermitage, I have entrusted Priest Leonard to relay them to you. Anthony stretched out his hand, pulled out a file with his fingers and spread it out, handing it to Pamir, Connor, and Luo Xiu to circulate between them.
This is an investigation report on the Ancient Hermitage and the Ancient Seal.
The general record is that the seal of the ancient existence that exists somewhere in Red Maple City suddenly loosened for some reason, and the escaping breath was sensed by the people of the Ancient Hermitage. The Ancient Hermitage, which sensed the breath of the ancient existence, immediately sneaked into Red Maple City and searched everywhere for the traces of this ancient existence. However, they still hadn't found the entrance to the seal, and the group of lost hermits who had searched fruitlessly adopted a more radical way of obtaining intelligence. They sneaked into the city lord's mansion, slaughtered a group of mansion guards who were guarding the treasury, and stole many key information such as maps, as well as a large amount of money from Lord Rodif. As everyone passed it around, Luo Xiu inexplicably had the idea that the Ancient Hermitage was a friendly force.
So, Luo Xiu asked the victim. No, Lord Rodif, he was stingy with his money, so he asked us to judge this group of pagans to help him get his money back? Anthony was stunned, looked at Luo Xiu with a confused look, and asked, Do you have a grudge against Lord Rodif?
A little. Feeling that he seemed to have asked unnecessary questions, Captain Anthony coughed twice and said, Cough. I support resolving personal grudges on the spot, but this must be done after the mission is completed. Now, our common enemy with the city lord's mansion is the Ancient Hermitage.
This gathering is to convey this information to you in advance.
Then, Captain Anthony took off his serious state and said to Luo Xiu and the other 3 people, Okay.
You just arrived, this first meeting ends here.
The church has arranged accommodation for you, you can take a rest.
When it's late at night, we will go to the pagan bases that have been identified and explore their details.
After saying that, Captain Anthony yawned.
Without waiting for Luo Xiu and the others to respond, Anthony walked out of the room.
Luo Xiu, Pamir and Connor also dispersed immediately, and Luo Xiu came to the bedroom that had been prepared in the church.
The familiar church-style decoration came into view. Luo Xiu lay on the hardwood bed, thinking about the information about the Ancient Hermitage and the Lord of Latifu.
Luo Xiu recalled again and again that he did not have any memory of this secret organization and the Lord of Latifu in his previous life. This means that they really didn't stir up any waves worthy of his attention, and it shouldn't be a big deal. But, just as he was thinking, Luo Xiu suddenly felt a burning heat coming from his chest. So he unbuttoned his collar, took out a handful of cloth bags from his arms and opened them. This was the source of the heat. After opening the cloth bag, it was sealed with the crown fragment of King Isel taken from the immortal knight Gliver Armor Hill. At this time, a strange spiritual surge was coming from the crown fragment, as if it was attracted by something. Then, a new panel prompt appeared in front of Luo Xiu. Crown fragment of King Isel, 1/4, resonated, trigger hidden task, the end of wandering, difficulty, is this the resonance of the same origin seal? Ancient hermitage. The ancient seal. Luo Xiu stroked the crown fragment in his hand, thinking. Triggering hidden task, the end of wandering, difficulty, recommended level, LV20, triple destiny and above, task type, series of tasks, task description, you hold the crown fragment of King Isel and are close to the homologous seal. You who hold the crown fragment are regarded as a usurper, and the national knights who have been lost in the mausoleum are waking up one after another. Task Goal 1, find the ancient spirit Wandering Rider Miklos. Task Goal 2, defeat Wandering Rider Miklos. Completion reward, basic experience plus 4,800, Miklos's legacy. Luo Xiu can confirm that this is indeed the homologous seal of the crown fragment of King Isel, which will trigger the hidden task. At this time, since the ancient hermitage was attracted by the seal of the ancient existence, it is likely that they are here for this lost knight's tomb. Then they will probably work in vain. Luo Xiu pondered. Because this is the ancient existence awakened by resonance, not the real loosening of the seal. The main reason for the awakening of the seal is himself, according to Luo Xiu's experience. In this case, only with a certain specific certificate can you follow the instructions to enter the seal. If you just rely on the scattered breath to search, the probability of finding the location of the seal is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if you find it, how to enter the seal is quite troublesome. According to Captain Anthony's previous statement, the ancient hermitage has not yet found the entrance to the seal. In this case, Luo Xiu still has plenty of time. Luo Xiu must go to this new lost tomb. Before returning to Sina City, Luo Xiu is also determined to complete the hidden task, end of wandering, difficulty. But he was not in a hurry. This could be done after completing the task of judgment of heresy and while guarding the bodies of the heretics superhumans. At night, Luo Xiu prepared all kinds of equipment and potions, put on the mysterious rune armband, and carried the moon-cutting scythe and white oak staff. After that, Luo Xiu came to the agreed place and met with Pamir and others. Connor and Pamir had already arrived, but Anthony was late. When he felt that the three people in the team cast contemptuous eyes at him, Anthony smiled and said, "Well, very good, everyone is on time. Then, let's go to the base of the hermitage now, and cheer up." Red Maple City, in a desolate alley. The moonlight flowed on the dilapidated eaves, mixed with the dust in the air, weaving a hazy and turbid shadow. The dilapidated houses and the collapsed earth walls came into view, and occasionally there were scavengers or beggars hiding in them, seeking a place to stay for a day or a night. Led by Anthony, Luo Xiu, Pamir and Connor all followed behind the captain. According to the information provided by the mansion, not far ahead is one of the secret bases of the ancient hermitage. Anthony said as he walked quickly, among the enemies, the strongest is the spiritual adventist of the lost, triple fate. At the same time, there are two spellcasters or mages of the lost, second fate. If you really encounter an enemy with a strange three-color light around him, give priority to self-protection. Anthony emphasized again, prioritize self-protection, remember this. This is just the first test, and everything depends on your own survival. When the four of them came to a deserted camp and walked onto a narrow path, Luo Xiu could clearly feel the cold breath spreading through his clothes to his whole body. It was not normal cold, but a coldness with a sense of expel. I will serve as a firewood with my body. Anthony suddenly began to chant, and his left hand became translucent, with a golden, firefly-like light emanating from it. As the warm golden light appeared, Luo Xiu felt that the cold atmosphere that was spreading began to dissipate gradually in the next moment. The bright golden light emitted by Anthony's left hand also illuminated the way forward for everyone. Anthony took off the steel-forged war hammer behind him, Connor and Pamir also held their weapons tightly, and Luo Xiu untied the cloth bag of the moon-cutting scythe to reveal the blade of the sickle. "Keep moving forward," Anthony ordered. In the desolate alley, in the dilapidated camp. After passing through the cold and gloomy path, the entrance of the ancient hermitage base is very easy to identify. Two holy servants with candlesticks on their heads and, lost, alive, they are stationed on both sides of the entrance of the base. The holy servants all hold a strange-shaped short-handled three-pointed knife, and the blade is smeared with ash wax. When they noticed the rustling footsteps coming from not far away, the two holy servants also became alert. They infused their spirituality into the three-pointed knives in their hands, and the wax immediately ignited bright flames. The holy servants lowered their heads, staring devoutly at the flames on the tip of the knife, and chanted some kind of prayer. When Anthony and his party turned the corner and appeared in the sight of the holy servants, the three-pointed knives in the hands of the two holy servants, which were blazing, simultaneously ejected a series of ferocious fire snakes in the direction of Anthony. 6 hot flames shot out towards Anthony, and the flammable objects on the path were ignited by the flames, making a crackling sound. Anthony's left hand, which was emitting golden light, quickly drew a circle in front of him. The next second, a spiritual shield shining with golden light appeared in front of Anthony. Sizzle! The 6 flames hit the light shield one by one, but they were all decomposed and eliminated by the spirituality contained in the light shield. After blocking all the flames, Anthony pushed with his left hand, sending the light shield flying towards the two holy servants. Boom! The light shield exploded in front of the two holy servants. Before the two holy servants could finish the next round of chanting, the holy light essence condensed into the shield turned into the holy flame of purifying sins, completely engulfing their bodies. TSK, it made quite a noise. Anthony patted the dust off his body, his expression revealed his usual ease. This is our greeting gift to the ancient hermitage. Pamir, Connor, you stand on both sides of me. Luo Xiao, you prepare the chant of consecration. Anthony raised his war hammer, and a ball of golden flame ignited in the palm of his left hand. I hope that spiritual Adventist doesn't run away. A touch of excitement flashed in Anthony's eyes. The priests of the Holy Judge Squad all seemed to have a strange style. As the priest of purification, why does Anthony feel like a reckless man of the same lineage as Connor? Calling him a reckless man may be a bit of a stretch. But Anthony's straightforward temperament when fighting was also fully revealed in the battle just now. This is not a test. Judging from Anthony's appearance, he might want to challenge the entire ancient hermitage alone. Please be careful, Captain Anthony. Luo Xiao reminded Anthony from behind. He was really afraid that Anthony would get too excited in the fight and then get himself involved. Anthony was stunned, then turned around and put on a confident expression on his face. Don't worry, I know what's going on. When everyone went deep into the base of the ancient hermitage, they were soon ambushed. Many holy servants wearing candlesticks and hermitage robes poured out from the corners. In their hands, they all held a three-pointed knife smeared with wax. However, they did not swing the three-pointed knife to spray flames like the two holy servants guarding the entrance. They just waved their weapons and rushed towards Luo Xiao and others with a howl. Pamir leaned the big sword in his hand on the ground, emitting a strong spiritual shock to the surroundings, making all these pagans unstable and fall to the ground. Then, the golden flame in Anthony's left palm rose suddenly. After a moment, the holy flame turned into thunder from the sky, falling equally on every pagan. These attacking holy servants turned into dust one after another. But this made Anthony feel palpitations. This was a one-sided massacre and a weird victory. But he did not sense any extraordinary breath from these people. In other words, these attacking enemies were not even real holy servants, but were just wearing the clothes of holy servants. Anthony frowned and turned back to the 3 people behind him and said, I feel something is wrong. Anthony began to analyze. It seems that except for the 2 guards who were true believers of Lost, everyone else in this base we entered. Everyone else is a fake. Luo Xiao took over Anthony's words. He had noticed something strange long before Anthony found out. His panel detection results told him that these so-called holy servants had not embarked on any extraordinary destiny at all. Their main occupations were just secular criminal occupations, murderers, robbers, tomb robbers. These were identities that should not appear in the Hermitage base. But Anthony could not perceive such detailed intelligence. His intuition told him that something was wrong. If he went deeper, he might really encounter an accident. After a brief thought, Anthony made a decision. Retreat, Anthony ordered. Even if he was eager to fight with the Spirit Adventists, he would not easily put the entire team in danger. A few minutes after Anthony realized that the situation was not good and ordered the evacuation. Deep in the stronghold, in a fairly open space, countless wandering spirits were wandering in the air, waiting eagerly for the arrival of prey. And in the center of this space, a huge and complex magic circle painted with blood was emitting a strange scarlet deep light. Its name is Killing Cage. This is a curse ritual that the believers of Lost can master. Its effect is, when the killing cage is activated, the person in the center of the magic circle who has stained his hands with mortal blood, that is, the blood of non-transcendence within 1 day, will be forcibly imprisoned for a period of time. As time passed, the wandering spirits still did not wait for the prey to come to their door, and they gradually became anxious. Sensing the dissatisfaction of the wandering spirits, a ball of bright red spiritual fire suddenly emerged in the center of the magic circle. The spirit fire looked around and felt the breath coming from the outside world. TSK, the core of the spirit fire suddenly made a strange sound. They actually retreated. The spirit fire wailed, and the sight hidden in the flames swept over the wandering spirits. My arrangements were not thorough enough. The plan was not thorough enough. Children, come and devour my flesh and blood. This is my atonement, my price. When the spirit fire's pious and humble voice fell, countless wandering spirits hovering in the sky suddenly flew towards the spirit fire. The wandering spirits tore and devoured the flames of the spirit fire, which made it unable to help but groan in pain. But this is its contract, it must use its own soul and flesh to please these unsatisfied wandering spirits. Red Maple City, Glorious Church. In the lightless room, Anthony lit a candle to provide subtle lighting. This is a test. Anthony spread his hands and said, I think it's a trap. I agree. This time it was Connor's voice. According to experience, the followers of Lost are not like Red Lotus. They should not be interested in ordinary people. This time, Connor did not make a move. With Anthony in the front, Connor seemed a little uninterested. Pamir did not speak, but just nodded slightly. So, Luo Xiu suddenly said, let's assume that this is a trap. Connor and Pamir are old acquaintances, and Captain Anthony does not seem to have any airs of a superior, so Luo Xiu communicated with them in a normal state. We will go to the base for the first round of tests. This information may have been leaked, Luo Xiu said slowly, but Anthony frowned tightly. This is a reasonable guess. Anthony nodded. Well, if that's the case, Anthony said, I need to verify the loyalty of everyone present to moment. Then, with Anthony as the origin, a strong spiritual pressure spread out, covering everyone present. Please cooperate. As the people of Glory, you should know that this is an indispensable part. This sentence was mainly said to Luo Xiu. Anthony first looked at him and said word by word, You swear to Suyu that you have not committed any crime of collusion with Lost. Luo Xiu looked directly into Anthony's eyes and swore word by word according to his words, I swear to Suyu. I have not committed any crime of collusion with Lost. Without sensing the abnormal spiritual fluctuations on Luo Xiu, Anthony's eyes immediately turned to Connor and Pamir. I have not committed any crime of collusion with Lost. Connor and Pamir also swore. Anthony nodded and retracted the spiritual pressure. This is a temporary test method often used by the holy judge when facing a possible crisis of trust. Then, Anthony said in a deep voice, Except for me, you have all proved your innocence. And I cannot prove myself at this moment. But please believe that I will not do such a thing. Anthony really had no reason to have an affair with Lost. Pamir and Connor acquiesced to the captain's confession, and Luo Xiu did not say anything extra. After thinking for a while, Anthony murmured, The information was provided by the mansion, that is, the Lord of Rodif. If things are really as I guessed. Rodif, what is his purpose? This was the result of Luo Xiu's deliberate guidance. When he mentioned that the information about the exploration of the ancient hermitage base might have been leaked, anyone who was rational and sober would think of there is a ghost. Then, after eliminating the suspicion of teammates, they would naturally go up or downstream and make deeper speculations. For example, the information provider, Lord Rodif. What the truth is, in Luo Xiu's eyes, is not important. All he has to do is just to plant a seed called doubt. Luo Xiu. Captain Anthony's eyes suddenly turned to him. I remember that at the beginning, you seemed to be dissatisfied with the Lord of Rodif. Can you tell me why? Of course, Captain. Luo Xiu sighed and said, It's about my teacher, the retired former holy judge Ivan Jimmel. So Luo Xiu shared with his teammates how the Lord of Rodif tricked Ivan into helping him clean up the filth and how he humiliated him in public. As Luo Xiu's statement, Anthony and Connor's faces gradually became ugly. Pamir's face could not be seen clearly under the helmet, but from her heavy breathing, it was not difficult to hear that the mood of this cold female knight was also experiencing some ups and downs. That fat bald. He is openly challenging the majesty of the Holy See. Anthony's tone became unusually cold. When Anthony changed the title of Lord of Rodif to Fat Baldy, Luo Xiu knew that his teammates had officially stood on the same front with him. Anthony turned his eyes to Luo Xiu, his face became kind again, and he said comfortingly, Luo Xiu.
I understand your anger. Ivan Jime, yes, I have heard of this name. He must be an excellent priest, so that he can teach such an excellent student like you.
Even if he is not a holy judge now, it does not mean that the majesty of the holy court can be trampled on at will. Don't worry, including this information leak incident, plus the experience of your teacher, the great priest Ivan, we will go to the mansion early tomorrow morning to hold Radif accountable. Anthony's words have already reached this point, and Luo Xiu has nothing to add. After discussing some minor trivialities, the gathering of the holy judge team was disbanded again. Before the dawn, the holy judges must seize the last sleep. Luo Xiu returned to his room. He lay on the hardwood bed, thinking about his previous experience. If, aside from the guidance given to his teammates, he analyzed the truth based on the intelligence he knew, he could almost come up with the answer. Those ordinary people who disguised themselves as holy servants were actually criminals. This was a crucial point. And the criminals should be the underground prison in the mansion. This can be understood as a direct instruction from the Lord of Latafu. But this cannot be directly confessed to Anthony and the others, because the identity of ordinary people cannot be judged by the exposed spiritual fluctuations like the extraordinary people. Then, if it is determined that the Lord of Latafu is indeed intentionally misleading and luring them to the disguised stronghold, then what is his purpose? What benefits can he get from it? Luo Xiu is mainly thinking about this question. If we analyze it from many film and television dramas I have watched in my previous life, one of the most likely motives of the Lord of Latafu is to disguise death row prisoners as monastic believers and deliberately brush the performance of the Holy Court holy judges in order to expand his own network of contacts. This is indeed a very common trick in the aristocratic class. If I say you are a bandit, then you are a bandit, and you will be eliminated. JPG then, the nobles can use these head performance to exchange for praise and rewards from higher levels. But if that was the case, the two genuine saint servants who had lost their first life should not have been left in front of the entrance to the ancient hermitage base. That would only give them the handle of collaborating with the enemy. Therefore, in Luo Xiu's opinion, if we only analyze the motives of Latafu from the perspective of political interests, it seems that we will only get countless paradoxes. He has already vaguely realized that Lord of Latafu does not seem to be simply pursuing some kind of political or financial interests. If the two saint servants who had lost their first life, and the entire holy judge team including himself, are consumables in Latafu's eyes, this is more like some kind of evil sacrifice. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu felt a sense of fear. If the truth is really like this, then if the previous test of the pagan base had been further explored, it might really have encountered great terror. Fog night. Luo Xiu called softly. From the beams of the church room, an inconspicuous dark mist suddenly trembled. The mist raven flew out of the shadows and hovered on Luo Xiu's shoulder. Luo Xiu gathered his spirituality and connected himself with the raven's vision. He gave the raven Mist Knight a new command, letting it fly out of the dome of the church and fly to the main street of Red Maple City farther away. Luo Xiu's vision overlapped with Mist Knight. He lay flat on the bed, feeling the vision when flying like playing VR in his previous life. He decided to see the truth himself. Mist Knight finally landed on the windowsill of a ochre-red building. The city lord's mansion of Red Maple City, where Radif lived. A hazy mist began to spread around Mist Knight, and it completely hid its body in the mist. It hid all its breath and flew into the interior of the city lord's mansion, looking for the specific location of Lord Radif City Lord. Tap, 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 there were footsteps coming from a room on the top floor. The foggy night turned into black mist and penetrated through the crack of the door, then hid behind the corners of the curtains, peeking at everything in the room. This was a room with quite luxurious decoration. The room was filled with furniture made of various precious woods, and a dazzling array of exquisite jade and gold utensils were placed on the antique shelves against the wall. Behind a large golden Nanmu desk in the middle, hung an oil painting called Noble on a Warhorse framed with exaggerated jewelry inlay craftsmanship. The armored noble in the picture did not wear a heavy knight's visor, but fully revealed his face, a round face, wavy curly hair, and two small upturned mustaches, which was a very fashionable style among the noble class. When Luo Xiu moved sideways with the perspective of Fog Knight, he saw the source of the footsteps that had been heard before. It was a piece of fat meat covered in a noble velvet suit. His hair was long gone, but his beard still retained the upturned shape in the portrait. The panel detection showed that it was the Lord of Latafu. He was looking worried and looked at the letter he was holding tightly in his hand from time to time. A secret letter from the ancient hermitage. Check the water meter. Lord Radif, he is indeed related to the people of the ancient hermitage. At this time, Radif was holding the secret letter tightly, pacing back and forth in the room, muttering something. The spirit follower was attacked. The hermitage is also unreliable.
My disease. Then my disease.
Suddenly, when Radif came to the door of the room, he stopped walking. He opened the door of the room and walked to a fireplace holding the letter. He casually threw the letter of the ancient hermitage into the blazing fire in the furnace. Then, Radif turned around and walked to another bedroom. What he didn't realize was that when he threw the letter into the fire, a wisp of black mist had entered the interior of the fireplace along the black smoke of the charcoal fire. Fog Knight faced the burning flames, and the obsidian beak rescued the letter with carbonized edges from the fire, and then flew away from Radif's mansion.
Red Maple City, Glorious Church. When Wu Yefei returned to Luo Xiu, it was already dawn.
Luo Xiu took the secret letter and read the contents. To Lord of Latifu, the plan of the Hermit Order encountered some obstacles. Those cheap sacrifices did not go as expected. Because the operation went smoothly, they continued to go deeper. We sacrificed 2 compatriots in vain, and the arrangement of the killing cage did not play any role. And the spirit descendant Lord Stara was also seriously injured by the backlash of the wandering spirit because he could not satisfy the flesh and blood desires of the wandering spirit who asked to surrender in advance.
But this is the price we have to pay for seeking loss. This is proof of our devout faith.
None of us is afraid of death, just as moths are not afraid of flames. Therefore, the Hermitage hopes that you can delay as much time as possible, until we really find the ancient seal or until the spirit follower Lord Starro recovers. Please rest assured that this defeat is due to Lord Starro's miscalculation of the situation. You will still be our closest friend. After we kill those sacrifices and melt their souls into the key to open the seal, we will allow you to embark on the lost fate as agreed, and give you the secret of regenerating the root of life. The Mother Goddess will bless you and let you live forever from now on.
Elementalist Alonso, Code Name 3. Killing Cage.
Cheap sacrifice. Luo Xiu chewed on the keywords he extracted from the letter. Luo Xiu was familiar with the term killing cage. This is a kind of curse ritual that requires specific conditions to trigger and is highly controlled. It seems that this kind of thing is hidden deep in the Hermitage base, and the cheap sacrifice should be directed at their holy judge.
Luo Xiu fell into deep thought.
He has clearly seen that the relationship between Lord Radif and the ancient Hermitage is not just a lonely relationship.
The purpose of the ancient Hermitage is still closely centered on the ancient seal.
Their usual way of breaking through the seal is also sacrifice, but unlike the Red Lotus, who often massacres the entire village, they prefer to sacrifice the souls of extraordinary people. Because the spirituality of extraordinary people is more plastic, and killing one extraordinary person is less likely to attract attention than killing 1,000 civilians. The Holy Judge is the extraordinary sacrifice chosen by this group of lost believers. Because the holy judges who are responsible for handling extraordinary events and judging pagans in the holy court, their sacrifice is also a very ordinary thing in the entire extraordinary world. Even if it will attract the attention of higher-level people in the holy court later, by that time, the ancient Hermitage will have already fled. The fundamental purpose of the false alarm reported by the Lord of Radif is not to deal with the so-called pagans. He just wants to trick the holy judges to come and kill them. As for the purpose of the Lord of Lord, from the letter, we know that he wants to join the fate of lost and become a superhuman, so as to grow the root of life again. That is the legendary chickenless talk. Luo Xiu didn't know what Radif had experienced, but he probably didn't have that function.
Pain, too much pain.
JPG in this kind of pain can only be completely healed through the means of Red Lotus or Lost. Red Lotus, replace yourself with the oregano of the monster. Lost, pray to the Mother Goddess for the gift of life regeneration. Radif chose the latter, and therefore chose to cooperate with the ancient Hermitage.
Luo Xiu's expression froze for a moment.
It was the first time he saw such a fresh and unworldly reason for wanting to join the superhuman. Generally speaking, if the investigation reaches this level, Luo Xiu can apply for the whole team to return and explain Radif's guilt to the supreme person in the Department of Justice.
But Luo Xiu didn't intend to do so. In his mind, he rebuilt the spiritual link with Fog Knight.
The raven returned to Radif's mansion with the secret letter in its mouth. At this time, Lord Radif had fallen into a deep sleep. Wu Yi came to the room where Radif had been wandering before, and stuffed the secret letter back into a thick book on the golden Nanmu table.
The dawn has arrived. Painir walked out of the room early.
She was wearing heavy paladin armor, wielding a greatsword in the courtyard, and practicing routine daily lessons. Connor leaned against the trunk of a fir tree, squinting his eyes and dozing off. Luo Xiu, who had been up all night, came to the fountain of the Valkyrie statue in the courtyard, scooped up a handful of clear water to wash his face, and forced himself to refresh himself. The three people had reached a tacit understanding at this time, and they all looked at Captain Anthony's room at the same time. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, there was a rustling sound of footsteps from Anthony's room. Creaky, the door of Anthony's room opened. Anthony, who thought he had gotten up early, was suddenly startled by three contemptuous glances.
Everyone got up so early. Anthony smiled and put on his clothes. Let's go to the city lord's mansion.
When Anthony led the entire Holy Judge team through the main street of Hongfeng City and came to a four-story building in ochre red, the fence of the manor outside the city lord's mansion isolated Anthony and others. The entrance, which should have been guarded, was completely unattended at this time. Only a thick black iron chain locked the fence door to express that the mansion refused to see guests at this time. Anthony didn't say much, but silently took the silver-glowing steel-forged war hammer from his back. Golden mist emerged from Anthony's right hand, and from his arm to the war hammer, complex and fragmented golden lines gradually appeared, and a layer of misty holy flame was spread. Then, Anthony raised the war hammer and smashed it down on the iron chain. Dang! The iron chain broke along the point where it was hit, and the broken ends with orange-red gold water on both sides emitted black smoke.
You can go in, Anthony said.
Before we actually meet Radif, he still has time to make up a reasonable explanation.
In the outer courtyard of the city lord's mansion, when Anthony led Luo Xiao and other holy judges members into the courtyard, they were greeted by only a biting cold wind. The servants and guards of the mansion could not even see their shadows. But the courtyard was very clean, without piles of fallen leaves, and the shrubs and lawns were trimmed quite flat. Crossing the courtyard, Anthony walked straight to the door on the first floor of the mansion and knocked heavily. No one responded. Radif Walden. Anthony then opened his voice and shouted loudly into the mansion, "Open the door immediately. Otherwise, I will exercise the compulsory holy judgment power granted to me by the holy court." When Anthony shouted like this for the third time, heavy footsteps of dang, dang, dang came from the mansion. The door opened, revealing the fat face of Lord Radif. Even the holy judges of the holy court do not have the right to trespass into private homes. Lord Radif muttered in dissatisfaction. "Come in." Radif moved aside to make way for the holy judges. Inside the mansion, in the main guest room for reception, 2 kerosene lamps on the wall emitted a dim light, allowing everyone in the room to see each other clearly. "Shouldn't you be carrying out the task of judgment of heretics?" Lord Radif was the first to question. "Didn't you deal with the group of pagans in the ancient hermitage?" "I should ask you this, Radif." Anthony's eyes sank slightly, he stared at Radif, and said word by word, "Radif Walden, answer me. Do you clearly know that the information you provided about the stronghold is a trap set by the enemy in advance?" As Anthony asked, with him as the origin, the invisible spiritual wall quickly spread to the surroundings. Everyone present felt the pressure at the same time, as if 1,000 pounds were falling on their shoulders. Radif remained silent. He reached his right hand into his arms and took out a crimson crystal pendant. Crack! Radif exerted force with his fingertips and crushed the red crystal on the pendant. Invisible spiritual vibrations instantly dispersed from the crystal fragments. Anthony only felt that his perception seemed to be a little disordered at a certain moment. Just like the distorted picture seen through the flames, Radif's spirituality suddenly became unpredictable. "I don't know," Radif replied calmly. "Don't play tricks, Radif," Anthony said in a cold tone. "Even if you have the support of the Supreme behind you, it does not mean that you can challenge our bottom line at will." Radif suddenly laughed. "I didn't offend you, the holy judge of the holy court." Radif suddenly changed the subject and expressed strong aggressiveness. "It is you who are offending me. It is you who are offending the loyal officials under the rule of the Supreme. It's you. You destroyed my courtyard at will and broke into my mansion at will. It's you need to give me a reasonable explanation." The tone of the second half of Radif's sentence was obviously full of anger. Luo Xiao had been observing the changes in the attitudes of both parties as a bystander. The reconnaissance conducted by Fog Knight yesterday allowed Luo Xiao to see Radif's true purpose to some extent. Radif was just trying to delay time. Delay until the spirit descendant recovered, and then join forces with the ancient hermitage to encircle and kill their holy judge, so that Radif's original plan could be back on track. Therefore, Radif played the role of a rogue on the spot, including crushing the red spiritual crystal and forcibly disturbing the spiritual aura around him, all just to prevent Anthony from convicting him for a while. If he could not convict, he could not really conduct a holy trial on the Lord of Radif. Even under Radif's current innocent status, he could still use his identity as a loyal servant of the Supreme to blame Anthony. From Radif's perspective, it was indeed Anthony who started the trouble. Although Anthony questioned Radif's collaboration with the enemy, he did not have the corresponding evidence. Because of the interference of the red crystal, Anthony could no longer discern the spiritual surge in Radif. This made it impossible for Anthony to judge whether what Radif said was truth or lie. Anthony would definitely not be able to play political correctness with this old guy. Luo Xiu has come to the conclusion that Anthony will lose. Now Anthony cannot really take action against Radif, an ordinary person. The situation at this time has fallen into a delicate confrontation. Luo Xiu glanced at Anthony from the corner of his eye. He seemed to be choked by Radif's counterattacks and was a little speechless. "I didn't mean to offend you," Anthony explained, Your behavior, your attitude, your words." Radif interrupted Anthony and began to increase his output. "Your various behaviors can only make your explanation pale and powerless." Anthony. He suddenly fell into a state where he didn't know how to refute. Luo Xiu silently looked at Anthony, who was frustrated in front of him, and a complaint suddenly came out of his heart. "You still haven't been scolded enough, brother." Anthony, in such an occasion, it seems too straightforward. Luo Xiu inexplicably began to miss Zon in his previous life. "Lord Radif, I think it is meaningless for us to get into such a low-level dispute." Luo Xiu then replaced Anthony and said to Lord Radif, "If you hadn't crushed the spiritual crystal, perhaps you would have already proved your innocence. But at this point, we can only exercise the power granted by the Holy Court. We will conduct a thorough search of your mansion, and I hope you can cooperate." Search power is the power that the high-ranking members of the Supreme Law Office, the Glorious Holy Court, and the Wisdom Sage Tower have over their respective subordinates. Radif struggled for a while, then nodded and said, "Okay. According to the rules jointly set by your Holy Court and the Attorney General, you have, and only have half an hour. Please, I only ask one thing. Don't damage my furniture and collection." Radif agreed to the search. Luo Xiu stood up calmly, and under the gaze of Anthony and others, he walked upstairs to the mansion. Although Anthony didn't understand why Luo Xiu suddenly mentioned search, he was a little dizzy after being counterattacked by Radif's words, so he also stood up and followed Luo Xiu upstairs. Connor and Pamir also stood up and walked out of the room, leaving Radif alone curled up on the leather sofa. Seeing that the holy judges had left, Radif slowly picked up the teacup on the coffee table and took a sip. "Ha!" Radif smiled contemptuously. "Except for the letter from yesterday, there is no evidence here. I burned the letter last night, and they can't find anything." Radif felt that he was very stable. Luo Xiu went straight to the top floor and walked straight to the room that Fog Knight had spied on before. He opened the door and walked in. The Hopu book was still placed on the golden Nanmu table. Luo Xiu walked over and opened the interlayer of the book. The secret letter with carbonized edges was sandwiched between the pages of the book, and the handwriting on it was still clearly visible. Luo Xiu's mouth corners slightly raised, trying hard to suppress a smile. "How dare this old let me search?"